In order to reclaim his family fortune, Alpha Qin Huai has opted for a marriage alliance. His betrothed is none other than the infamous and domineering young master of the capital's elite, Fu Yi. However, on the very day of the betrothal, Fu Yi inexplicably flees and is subsequently struck by a vehicle. Upon awakening in the hospital, he finds himself afflicted with amnesia. Upon encountering the elegant and stunning Qin Huai, with her long hair, fair complexion, and exquisite legs, he is utterly mesmerized. Goodness gracious, this breathtaking beauty is my betrothed? Am I truly so ungrateful? Chapter 1. Deceived by parents in a marriage, only to be struck by a car while escaping. What? The person I'm to be wed to is not only an alpha, but also 6 years my senior? What kind of joke is this? In the groom's lounge of a grand hotel, Fu Yi was seething with indignation. An hour prior, he had been dragged from his bed by his parents. Still reeling from a hangover after a night of revelry with friends, under the pretense of attending a wedding too, which he believed he was merely a guest. His astonishment, upon arriving at the hotel, he found himself thrust into a brightly lit lounge where a flurry of people hurriedly outfitted him in a suit and adorned him with a boutonniere. Only then did he realize that he was the groom, that he was getting married without any prior knowledge. How absurd! This marriage was arranged by your grandfather. Your parents had no choice but to comply, his father explained, the look on his face one of helplessness. In the Fu family, the old man's word was law. He dared not oppose it. I knew that old man was behind this. Fu Yi seethed, the alcohol-induced anger now fully awakened. Your mother understands this is unfair to you. But you know how your grandfather is. He fears that if you learned of your arranged spouse beforehand, you would resist. That is why we didn't tell you in advance, his mother sighed, offering an explanation. She was well aware of her son's temperament. Had he known prior to the event, there would have been chaos, and he certainly would not have obediently followed them to the hotel for the wedding. They had to trick him into coming. Yet, her heart brimmed with resentment. Her son was only 23, and the old man was hastily arranging a marriage for him, while also forbidding them from intervening. Moreover, he had chosen Qin Huai, a man 6 years older than her son, who was also an alpha incapable of producing heirs. She could not fathom her father-in-law's reasoning, as it seemed he wished to sever the lineage of their branch. Just comply for now, get the marriage over with, and do not provoke your grandfather. We will discuss our strategy afterward, she coaxed gently, smoothing the lapels of Fu Ye's suit. Despite her dissatisfaction, she dared not cancel the wedding, for in their household, the old man held the ultimate authority. I refuse to marry. I would rather die than do so, Fu Yi vehemently rejected. To be wed to a stranger was akin to a death sentence. Fu Yi, would rather leap from a building than marry that old man. The old man should abandon all hope. With that, he furiously tore off the boutonniere and flung it to the ground, storming out of the groom's lounge, his handsome face a mask of rage at having been deceived. As a prominent young man in the capital, he had myriad options for a marriage partner. Why must they force him into a union with someone so much older? It felt like a deliberate provocation. Damn that old man. Just wait until I return to the villa. I shall make a mess of your bed. With long strides, he marched towards the elevator, fuming. Son, you cannot leave. Your grandfather will truly be upset. His parents, pale-faced, hurriedly chased after him. Pounding the elevator button in anger, Fu Yi did not glance back, stepping inside and hastily closing the doors. Upon reaching the ground floor, he made his way toward the hotel's main entrance when suddenly, a car seemed to target him. Barreling forward, he widened his eyes in shock, unable to react before being struck, landing in a pool of blood, unresponsive. Meanwhile, Qin Huai, who had just finished work and was en route to the hotel for the wedding, received a call from the Fu family's butler informing him that Fu Yi had been hit by a car and taken to the hospital. Furrowing his brow, he replied, "Understood. I will head over immediately to the main hospital," he instructed the driver. Yes, the driver turned the vehicle towards the hospital. Qin Huai leaned against the back seat, gazing out at the bustling cityscape, his expression devoid of any joy or excitement. He was already dressed in a pristine white suit for the wedding, his long black hair loosely tied over his shoulder and wearing refined gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. Yet, there was no trace of joy on his face. This wedding was merely a strategic collaboration with the old man Fu. He was to marry Fu Yi and assist him in managing the Fu family's business, thereby helping Fu Yi establish his position within the family. In return, the old man had promised to leverage the Fu family's connections to retrieve the will left by Qin Huai's grandfather before his passing, reclaiming his family's assets from the hands of his ungrateful father. Half an hour later, at the hospital, Qin Huai stood outside the operating room with the Fu family, awaiting news of Fu Ye's surgery, his demeanor almost expressionless. What a reckless fool. Not only did he attempt to escape his wedding, but he also got himself hit by a car. Is he blind? How could he not see such a large vehicle? The old man Fu slammed his cane on the floor in frustration. If it weren't for your insistence on marrying him off, he would not have ended up like this. Fu Ye's mother sobbed into her husband's shoulder. Fu father held her tightly, his eyes reddening. They had only one son, conceived after much difficulty. If he were to perish, what meaning would life hold for them? Seeing his son and daughter-in-law in such despair only fueled the old man's anger. Two adults could not control a single child. Yet he suppressed his fury and turned to Qin Huai, saying, "Rest assured, once that boy awakens, I will ensure he marries you." "Very well," Qin Huai replied without objection. As long as he could reclaim his grandfather's will, he had ample time to wait. Qin Huai had initially expected Fu Yi to awaken shortly after the surgery. However, days passed, and Fu Yi remained unresponsive, lying pallidly on the hospital bed. "I say, sister-in-law, your new husband must be cursed." "Indeed, sister-in-law, it would be prudent to annul this marriage quickly." Voices of schadenfreude echoed from outside the ward, the mockery thinly veiled. Sitting beside the bed, peeling an apple, Qin Huai heard their taunts but showed no reaction. He had grown immune to such remarks over the past few days. "Do not take it to heart, young mistress. The second and third wives have always been like this," the butler offered in consolation, squinting towards the ward door. He would certainly report this back to the old man upon returning to the family estate. "I am not concerned," Qin Huai replied flatly, placing the sliced apple on a small plate, unaffected by their comments. The butler stole an additional glance at Qin Huai, finally understanding why the old man insisted on choosing him as the bride for their young master. Their young master had a fiery temperament and was prone to impulsiveness, making him ill-suited to match with other family sons. In contrast, this young mistress was mature and composed, perfectly capable of supporting their young master. Meanwhile, lying on the hospital bed, Fu Yi, still in a daze, heard a soothing yet cool voice, causing his fingers to twitch slightly by his side. This movement was so subtle that neither Qin Huai nor the butler noticed. It was not until after 10 o'clock that night that Fu Yi finally opened his eyes, albeit groggily. The first thing he saw was the brightly decorated ceiling, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of antiseptic. Fu Yi instinctively wrinkled his nose. Where was he? How had he ended up in a hospital? Hadn't he gone out drinking with friends? And why did his body feel as if it had been crushed by a car, aching unbearably? Damn it, could it be that those scoundrels, Fan Sheng and his cohorts, took advantage of my inebriation to give me a beating? Fu Yi, in a fit of rage, contemplated rising to confront his good brother Fan Sheng. But as he attempted to move, the pain from his injuries caused him to gasp in agony. "You're awake," seated on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, Qin Huai, well acquainted with the documents of Fu's company, rose and approached the bed, his gaze calm as he regarded Fu Yi. "Goodness, where did you come from? You nearly scare me to death." Fu Yi, struggling to prop himself up against the headboard, felt his heart race with fright and vented his fury at Qin Huai. However, once he finished his tirade, disbelief washed over him, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared intently at Qin Huai. "My word, this man is extraordinarily handsome. He is nothing short of a stunning beauty. But is he a patient in this ward? No, this must be a VIP single room." Fu Yi promptly glanced behind Qin Huai, noting the sofa and coffee table, the spaciousness of the room unmistakably indicating it was indeed a VIP suite. So, where did this exquisite beauty come from? Fu Yi raised his gaze again, staring at Qin Huai in confusion. Could he be a boyfriend of a cousin, accompanying her on a visit? Chapter 2. Why the engagement was called off? Was it because I'm not handsome enough or physically fit? Young master, you have finally awakened. Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? The butler entered the sick room, carrying a kettle of warm water, rushing toward the bed with palpable excitement. What do you mean I have finally awakened? I merely slept for one night, Fu Yi replied, raking his disheveled hair and gazing at the butler with bewilderment. The concerned butler quickly responded, "It was not merely one night. Young master, you have been unconscious for an entire week." "What? A week?" Fu Yi exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Didn't I go out drinking with Fan Sheng and the others last night? They brought me back after I got drunk." The butler, taken aback, asked, "You don't recall escaping from your wedding and being struck by a vehicle after leaving the hotel?" "Escaping from my wedding? What do you mean by that?" Fu Yi was utterly confused. "And being hit by a car? Wasn't I intoxicated?" Standing nearby, Qin Huai finally realized that Fu Yi had been struck by a vehicle while attempting to flee from his wedding. No wonder Fu Yi's parents had been avoiding him, unable to meet his gaze directly whenever they were together. "Young master, you cannot possibly have sustained an injury to your head." The butler was now in a state of panic. "Your mind was never particularly sharp to begin with, if it has deteriorated further. How shall I explain this to the old master? Why do I feel as though you are insulting me?" Fu Yi, sitting upright against the headboard, furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on the butler. "Ah, you must be overthinking it," the butler quickly denied, hastily diverting the conversation to introduce Qin Huai. "This is the young lady, Qin Huai." "What young lady?" Fu Yi's confusion deepened. "She is your wife, the union arranged by the old master." "What? My wife?" Fu Yi stammered, pointing at Qin Huai, his face flushed from choking on his own words. "Indeed, did she not mention it to you earlier? Are you certain she is not just one of my cousin's boyfriends, but my wife?" Fu Yi, coughing again in disbelief, urgently sought confirmation while pointing at Qin Huai. Unaware of Fu Yi's amnesia and his lack of recollection regarding the wedding escape, the butler confidently replied, "Yes, you truly do not remember." "So, I genuinely fled from my wedding?" Fu Yi, now pointing at himself, and then at the composed and strikingly beautiful Qin Huai, questioned incredulously, "Am I truly so ungrateful?" At a loss for words, the butler glanced helplessly at Qin Huai, unsure how to respond. He could not simply agree that the young master was rather ungrateful, especially considering Qin Huai's illustrious reputation in the industry, renowned as a new generation business leader, a once-in-a-century commercial prodigy, and an individual of both exceptional beauty and capability. To be frank, the butler believed their young master was somewhat unworthy of her. "Ah, damn it, why does my head hurt so much?" Fu Yi thought, attempting to recall the events that transpired, only to be met with a sudden and intense pain, clutching his head in agony, his complexion turning pale. Yet, he could remember nothing, not even the details of his wedding escape. "Young master, hold on. I shall summon a doctor immediately." The butler hurriedly rushed out of the sick room, flustered and anxious. Only Qin Huai stood calmly by the bedside, intently observing the distressed Fu Yi, who was cradling his head in anguish. He had already heard from the elder Fu about Fu Yi's predicament. In essence, the message was clear: lacking in education and possessed of a fiery temper, Fu Yi was prone to impulsive behavior and, to some extent, not the sharpest of minds. It was precisely for these reasons that the elder Fu had chosen him to marry Fu Yi, to offer support by his side. Having just scrutinized Fu Yi, Qin Huai concluded that he was indeed ill-suited to be an heir. Yet, the Fu family's wealth was vast, and the other branches of the family were all eyeing the position of heir. If Fu Yi maintained his current temperament, his future was uncertain, to say the least. This thought caused Qin Huai to furrow his brow. Was Fu Yi's car accident truly merely an accident? His marriage to Fu Yi posed a significant threat to the other branches. Were he a member of those branches, he would undoubtedly seek to sabotage the wedding, ensuring it could not proceed smoothly. Qin Huai's frown deepened. He found himself regretting his agreement to collaborate with the elder Fu, for the Fu family was more chaotic than he had anticipated. Moreover, this branch of the Fu family had no capable individuals, with parents who were weak and ineffectual. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Indeed, he had been driven into a corner, resorting to desperate measures, which led him to accept this absurd marriage. The doctor arrived, breathless, accompanied by a large group of medical professionals who entered the ward. Qin Huai stepped aside from the bedside and returned to the sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window. The doctors, visibly anxious, leaned over to examine Fu Yi. each hesitant to make a sound. They were acutely aware of Fu Ye's status. If anything were to happen to him in their hospital, the consequences would be dire for them all. After a meticulous examination, the doctors collectively wiped the cold sweat from their brows and informed the butler that young Master Fu had some blood clots in his brain, leading to temporary amnesia, causing him to forget the memories of the past few days. In a month or two, once the clots dissipated, he would be fine. Thank goodness. The butler sighed in relief, his heart calming. Thank you, doctor. If there are any further matters, we will call upon you later. The doctors concluded their business and promptly departed, not daring to linger. The butler escorted them out and went to inform Fu Ye's parents and the elder Fu that Fu Yi had awakened. Lying in bed, Fu Yi, having received a sedative, breathed heavily, finally feeling a sense of comfort. Moments ago, he had experienced a sudden and excruciating headache that felt as though it would split his head apart. Are you feeling better? Qin Huai approached the bedside, offering Fu Yi a glass of water. Fu Yi propped himself up against the headboard, drinking while stealing glances at Qin Huai. Goodness, this stunning beauty is truly my wife. He chastised himself internally. Why on earth would I run from such a beautiful bride? Surely, I must be out of my mind. Clearing his throat, he asked, did my fleeing cause you any trouble? Setting the cup on the bedside table, he gazed at Qin Huai with earnestness. No trouble at all, Qin Huai replied in a calm tone, turning back to retrieve a stack of documents from the sofa. He returned to the bedside chair, sitting down quietly to pore over the papers. Leaning against the headboard, Fu Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on Qin Huai. With an air of cool elegance, he wore glasses and had his long hair tied back. Not only did he possess long legs and a slim waist, but his thick eyelashes framed a fair complexion that easily flushed with a touch. Goodness, why am I bleeding? Fu Yi fumbled for a tissue from the bedside table, hurriedly plugging his nostrils. Qin Huai, seated and reviewing documents, looked up at Fu Yi. Perhaps it was the warmth. Just give me a moment. Fu Yi quickly explained, shoving the tissue into his nose. Qin Huai, with a slight curl of his fingers, adjusted his glasses and remarked, if you wish to annul our engagement, now would be the perfect time. There is no need for such elaborate attempts to escape marriage. What? You want to break off the engagement? Fu Ye's voice rose sharply as he stuffed the tissue further into his nostrils. Why? Is it because I'm not handsome enough or my physique is lacking? Fu Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After finally encountering a partner he found appealing, it seemed she did not reciprocate his feelings. Facing the shocked Fu Yi, Qin Huai instinctively furrowed his brow. Wasn't he the one attempting to escape the engagement? If he were now agreeing to annul it, why such a dramatic reaction? Chapter 3. Fu Yi and Qin Huai ambushed upon returning to the ancestral home. I may be a bit younger, but I have abs. Just take a look. Fu Yi immediately lifted his hospital gown, revealing a solid 8-pack for Qin Huai to see, and slapped it proudly, only to cry out in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Fu Yi grimaced, nearly shedding tears. He had forgotten that he had been in an accident, and his battered body was still recovering. Qin Huai, seated and observing this scene, frowned. He was regretting his decision to engage in this marriage transaction with old Master Fu. If 3 years later, Fu Yi remained in such a state, he would be trapped in the Fu family indefinitely. Young master, the old master requests your immediate return to the ancestral home. The butler entered the room briskly, addressing Fu Yi in his hospital bed. Though his tone was not particularly forceful, it left no room for refusal. Understood. I will return now. Fu Yi was eager to leave the hospital. After all, there was no place like home. Besides, there was nothing gravely wrong with him, and he was able to walk. Young madam, you should also make the trip back. The butler turned to Qin Huai. Qin Huai responded with an even tone, rising from his seat. Fu Yi, however, was elated. He had been contemplating how to coax Qin Huai back home, and now the butler had proposed it first. Fu Yi immediately gave the butler a thumbs up, praising his excellent initiative. The butler internally scoffed, knowing that old master was merely concerned that Fu Yi might not manage to bring the young madam home himself, prompting him to relay this message. 5 minutes later, Qin Huai followed Fu Yi out of the hospital doors, arriving at the Fu family's vehicle. Darling, come sit here. Fu Yi, having already entered the back seat, cheerfully patted the empty spot beside him. Suddenly addressed as darling, Qin Huai cast a glance at Fu Yi, but ultimately chose not to object, settling into the back seat. Having agreed to the marriage, he had already prepared himself for being called darling by Fu Yi. He simply hadn't anticipated Fu Yi would do so soon and with such ease, especially considering his earlier attempts to evade the marriage. The butler, now seated in the front passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, looked back in astonishment. The young master of the family had always preferred to flee from marriage rather than enter into a union. So how was it that after an accident, he suddenly referred to his wife as little lady? Yet, he dared not inquire further and instructed the head of the bodyguards to return to the ancestral home. Understood, replied the head of the bodyguards, as he started the vehicle and departed from the hospital. As the Fu family's car drove away, a black vehicle, concealed by the night, immediately followed. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he made a phone call to report that young Master Fu Yi had been discharged. Personally picked up by the head bodyguard at the old man's side. What did you say? Yes, awake? Did he mention how the accident occurred? The man on the other end inquired anxiously. Rest assured, I bribed a doctor who claimed that young Master Fu Yi has amnesia, with no recollection of the day of the accident. Upon hearing this, the man let out a heavy sigh of relief, but his expression turned cold the next moment. That boy cannot be allowed to live. Arrange for him to be killed. The driver hesitated upon hearing this. Yet the old man had given explicit instructions to refrain from taking action at this time to avoid suspicion from the elder. That old man only has eyes for his first wife's offspring. Clearly, that insufferable Fu Yi is both incompetent and foolish. Yet the old man entrusts the Fu family to him. Why should that be? The driver quickly pulled the phone away from his ear, nearly overwhelmed by the shouting, but patiently attempted to reason. The eldest son is indeed a fool, but the bride that the old man has chosen for young Master Fu Yi, Qin Huai, is formidable. If you think this through calmly, it won't be long before suspicions fall upon us. We should heed the old man's words and observe the situation for now. The man, seething with anger, clenched his fists, but his subordinate's logic was not without merit. He needed to exercise restraint. Let that boy live a few more days. With that, he slammed the phone down in frustration. The driver exhaled in relief and continued to follow Fu Ye's car. In the back seat, Qin Huai had been intently watching the rearview mirror, clearly seeing the black vehicle trailing closely behind them. Initially, he expected the car to crash into them. It merely followed closely without making any aggressive moves. Dear wife, have a sip of water, Fu Yi said, twisting open a bottle and offering it to Qin Huai, his eyes sparkling with affection, as if a wagging tail would not be out of place. Qin Huai withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror to meet Fu Ye's eyes. Was this truly the fiery-tempered Fu Yi that the old master had spoken of? With a hint of skepticism, Qin Huai reached out to take the water from Fu Yi's hands, but in a sudden motion, Fu Yi pulled him into an embrace and swiftly leaned down. The next moment, a loud crash echoed as the glass behind Fu Yi shattered, and the car skidded wildly across the dimly lit street. Sniper, protect the young master. The head bodyguard shouted urgently into his earpiece, rapidly maneuvering the steering wheel to regain control of the swerving vehicle. The other bodyguards, who had been trailing in the shadows, received the command and immediately pursued Fu Yi's car, forming a protective perimeter around it with 6 vehicles tightly encircling them. Perched atop a high-rise, a sniper, observing through her scope, clicked her tongue in discontent. Initially believing there to be only a single vehicle to target, she was taken aback to discover a cadre of bodyguards shadowing it. No wonder her employer had urged her to remain vigilant. The man in the black hat cursed under his breath, pressing the earpiece in his ear to communicate with his partner. I missed my shot. The vehicle is heading your way, he reported. I have visual confirmation, came the woman's voice. With deft precision, she chambered around, her black stilettos poised on the balcony railing as she aimed at the procession escorting Fu Yi below, her long hair billowing in the wind. A sharp crack echoed as she pulled the trigger, the recoil causing her shoulder to quiver slightly. In rapid succession, she squeezed the trigger again and again, the tires of Fu Yi's vehicle exploding, their formation thrown into disarray. The cacophony of screeching brakes and violent collisions sent shivers down the spine. With a swift motion, the female assassin reloaded her rifle, now targeting Fu Yi, who was exposed after losing his protective cover. Yet, as she prepared to pull the trigger once more, her body froze. From inside the car, Qin Huai seemed to be looking in her direction, engaged in a phone call. Her instinct screamed that it was time to retreat. Trusting her gut, she hesitated not, swiftly stowing her rifle in a violin case, turning on her heels, and leaping over the balcony to dash down the stairs in her high heels. In the back seat of the car, Qin Huai, his expression cold, instructed the person on the other end of the line, "Do not kill him. Capture him alive." "Understood," came the response from the man on the phone. Meanwhile, the black vehicle trailing them suddenly halted, the driver's face paling in fear. Fortunately, when he had just emerged from the hospital, he had not collided with Fu Ye's car. Had he done so, he would have been ensnared by Fu Ye's protective detail. But how had a sniper appeared? Could it be that another faction had sent an assassin to eliminate Master Fu Ye? The man's face remained ashen, swallowing hard in dread. It seemed the second faction merely engaged in petty squabbles, while the others were truly ruthless, employing assassins in their schemes. Chapter 4. Qin Huai. Unaware of entering the wolf's den, "Darling, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Fu Ye released Qin Huai from his embrace, his eyes filled with concern. Had it not been for the small red dot on his wife's ear, he would not have been able to shield her in time from the bullet. A mere second's delay could have been catastrophic for both of them. "I'm fine," Qin Huai replied, her expression calm as she ended the call. Upon leaving the hospital, she had received a text from old Master Fu, instructing her not to panic, no matter the circumstances. It became evident to her that Fu Ye's accident was no mere coincidence. Old Master Fu's late-night summons for Fu Ye to return to the old residence was merely a bait to draw out those who sought to harm him. "Thank goodness you're unscathed," Fu Ye said, rolling up his sleeves in a fit of rage. "If I find out who's orchestrating this from the shadows, I swear I'll flay them alive." Noticing that Fu Ye was merely angry and not fearful, Qin Huai curiously inquired, "Have you often been targeted before?" "Indeed. I've been under assassination attempts since childhood. I've grown accustomed to it," Fu Ye replied with an optimistic smile. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall seek justice for you," Fu Ye pledged, thumping his chest with conviction. "It is one thing to bully him, but to torment his wife is simply a death wish." Qin Huai, aware of who had attacked them, thought to himself, "I am oblivious to the matter. It could only be my uncles and their troublesome offspring." Fu Ye's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Yet, there remains hope," Qin Huai mused internally. Should Fu Ye lack this level of discernment, he would seriously contemplate ending the union. "Oh no, it seems my sensitive period has arrived prematurely." Fu Ye suddenly curled into himself, his body heating up, heart racing, and his pheromones uncontrollably wafting into the air. The bodyguard captain at the wheel and the butler in the passenger seat were both betas, oblivious to the pheromones. However, as an alpha, Qin Huai could certainly detect them. He grimaced, pinching his nose. Fu Ye's pheromones exuded a potent aroma of brandy, filling the vehicle with the intoxicating scent of fine liquor, subtly pressing down upon him. How could this be? Was it not said that Fu Ye was a defective alpha upon birth? He was a 3S level alpha, capable of overpowering even his peers. "My dear, you smell exquisite, a bit cool, and so comforting." Fu Ye lowered his head, nuzzling into Qin Huai's neck, his voice laced with a hint of intoxication. Sweat glistening on his heated skin, the intensity of the brandy pheromones overwhelming even Qin Huai, who had covered his nose. Logically, he should be suffering under Fu Ye's pheromonal influence. Yet inexplicably, he merely felt a warmth and a sign of his sensitive period being triggered, which was utterly baffling. After all, Fu Ye was a defective alpha, not an omega. How could he induce such a state in him? My dear." Fu Ye looked up at Qin Huai, breathless, his eyes clouded with desire. Qin Huai, still holding his nose, pressed his palm against Fu Ye's face, commanding him, "Rein in your pheromones. Your pheromones have a minty scent, so refreshing, so delightful." Fu Ye nuzzled closer to Qin Huai's neck, dazedly seeking out his gland. Qin Huai quickly covered the back of his neck and pushed Fu Ye away. With a thud, Fu Ye's head collided with the car door. "Ouch, that hurt!" he exclaimed, clutching his head, feeling even more disoriented. "Young master, what is wrong?" The butler in the passenger seat finally sensed something amiss and turned back, his voice laced with concern. "Could it be that you are entering your sensitive period?" The butler was taken aback. The The last time his young master experienced a sensitive period was merely 2 months ago, whereas it typically occurred every 3 months. In his discomfort and heat, Fu Yi was oblivious to the butler's words, immediately clinging to Qin Huai once more. Upon contact with Qin Huai's minty pheromones, he felt a wave of coolness wash over him, his brow relaxing. Qin Huai, held tightly by the feverish Fu Yi, used one hand to forcefully push him away while reaching out to the butler, demanding inhibitors. "I apologize, young madam, but I do not have any on me. However, there are some at the old residence." The butler, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly responded. The captain of the bodyguard team had already accelerated the vehicle, racing towards the ancestral residence. The bodyguards, whose tires had been punctured by the female assassin, had swiftly organized to manage the aftermath, returning to the old mansion only after ensuring the scene was clear. Make way, make way!" The butler, supporting Fu Yi, urged the crowd aside as he and the captain hastily ascended to the second floor. Upon entering the room, they placed Fu Yi on the bed and quickly retreated to fetch the suppressant from the elder. Standing by the bedside, Qin Huai covered his nose. Fu Yi, on the bed, kept exclaiming how hot it was, pulling at his clothing. Within mere moments, the entire room was saturated with Fu Yi's pheromones, leaving Qin Huai dizzy. Suddenly, Fu Yi sat up with fervor, fixating on Qin Huai like a predator eyeing its prey. He then yanked Qin Huai down beneath him, leaning in closely, panting heavily, his gaze akin to that of a famished wolf. Unfazed, Qin Huai met Fui's gaze. He wished to discern whether Fu Yi, now in a vulnerable state, would choose to harm him or exercise self-restraint. This was his test for Fu Yi. Should Fu Yi succeed, he would continue his collaboration with the elder and not retract from the arranged marriage. However, if Fu Yi could not manage this trivial matter, there would be no justification for his continued presence. For in this state, Fu Yi required merely a warm body, not a capable partner to stabilize the Fu family business. He felt no compulsion to sacrifice himself for the sake of a contract. Fu Yi, initially intent on taking advantage of the situation, hesitated upon making contact with Qin Huai. Blushing as he stammered, "I just wanted to kiss you. I never intended to harm you. Truly, I am not one to lie, especially not to my wife." After making his earnest declaration, he raised a finger to the sky, imploring Qin Huai to believe him. Qin Huai narrowed his eyes. "So, all that commotion just now was feigned?" No, it was merely a bit exaggerated," Fu Yi quickly clarified. He simply wished to playfully steal a kiss. "Wife, I understand my mistake. Please do not be angry. Such a beautiful wife. I could not bear to lose you." Qin Huai remained silent on whether he was indeed upset, lifting his long leg to push Fu Yi away, suppressing his pheromones. "Oh, okay," Fu Yi complied, striving to rein in his pheromones, though a significant amount still leaked out. However, it was no longer as potent as before, and Qin Huai began to feel more at ease. If Fu Yi continued to release his pheromones, there is a risk that Qin Huai might also enter a vulnerable state, leading to an uncontrollable situation. "Are you truly an alpha?" Qin Huai inquired as he sat up on the bed, skepticism evident in his tone. "Of course. Isn't that common knowledge? My dear wife, you weren't aware?" Fu Yi replied, his expression sincere despite Qin Huai's disbelief. Prior to their union, he had asked the elder why he had chosen Fu Yi as an alpha. The elder had provided no explanation, merely stating that their pheromones were compatible, and then refrained from elaborating further. Reflecting on it now, everything felt peculiar, as though he had stepped into a den of wolves. Chapter 5. Wife, let's wash together. What troubles you, my dear? Is it that my pheromones are too unpleasant for your liking? Fu Yi anxiously gazed at Qin Huai, who sat on the bed. His pheromones resembled that of brandy, and during his sensitive period, they often caused discomfort to others. Once, while out drinking with his close friends, he suddenly entered his sensitive phase, saturating the private room with the scent of brandy. Many alphas in attendance were rendered nauseous, their faces pale and drenched in sweat, as though confronted by something terrifying. Meanwhile, the omegas were flushed, biting their lips in eager longing, prompting him to hastily administer suppressants. He remained perplexed as to why his pheromones had taken on such an odor. Prior to his differentiation, his scent was a delightful, rich wine aroma. Yet, upon differentiation, it transformed into a potent brandy fragrance, leaving him utterly bewildered. When he inquired with his grandfather about potential issues, the elder assured him all was well and departed with the doctor. In the end, he experienced no adverse effects and paid little heed to the matter. "Wife, please don't remain silent. Acknowledge me." Fu Yi's voice bore a hint of grievance. If his beloved did not appreciate his pheromones, how could they continue their relationship? Qin Huai lifted his gaze to meet Fu Yi's imploring eyes, filled with doubt regarding whether old Master Fu had misjudged Fu Yi's temperament. Where was the ill temper, the volatility? He was undeniably akin to a large, gentle dog. "Wife, if you truly dislike my pheromones, I shall isolate myself during my sensitive periods and ensure I do not approach you," Fu Yi proposed, considering that a week of seclusion was a small price to pay compared to losing his beloved. "I do not dislike them." Qin Huai rose from the bed, momentarily taken aback to discover that Fu Yi towered over him, standing at least 193 centimeters tall, a head taller than his own 180 centimeters. Fu Yi had long been aware of his height advantage over Qin Huai. Seeing the surprise in Qin Huai's eyes, a smile spread across his face, as he felt he could envelop his wife entirely in his embrace. If he were to hug him from behind, he could likely envelop him completely. Fu Yi felt an overwhelming urge to experience the sensation of holding Qin Huai, yet their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and he worried that Qin Huai might find it distasteful, so he refrained from acting on his impulse. Qin Huai could easily discern Fu Yi's desire to embrace him, as it was clearly written on his face. To his astonishment, Fu Yi managed to suppress his sensitive period. Although his pheromones still occasionally wafted through the air, he exhibited remarkable self-control. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to restrain their primal urges. Many alphas, upon entering their sensitive phases, become akin to wild beasts, consumed by rage and bloodlust, spiraling out of control, and it was particularly impressive for Fu Yi, a lower-tier alpha, to manage this without relying on suppressants. Thus, in his eyes, Fu Yi had successfully passed this trial. Young master, the suppressants have arrived." The butler and the doctor rushed breathlessly into Fu Yi's room. He initially thought that his young master had been in a sensitive period for almost an hour and must be in great distress, perhaps already smashing things in frustration. However, what met his eyes was a young master who appeared completely unfazed, even casting a casual glance in his direction. The doctor, who followed the butler with a medical kit in hand and wiped the sweat from his brow, was taken aback. He had witnessed how irritable Fu Yi could become when he entered his sensitive period without timely administration of suppressants. Yet, today was different. He was remarkably calm. "Why are you standing there? Come and administer the suppressants," Fu Yi said, rolling up his sleeves to expose his arm. Looking at the doctor, who was still in a daze. "I'll do it right away." The doctor, regaining his senses, hurriedly retrieved the suppressants from the medical kit, handed the kit to the butler, and quickly approached Fu Yi, administering the injection to his arm. Fu Yi had been enduring considerable pain, his veins visibly bulging. It was only when the suppressants entered his system that he secretly sighed in relief. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to hold back and would have already been agitated, breaking things. However, it seemed that Qin Huai disapproved of such behavior, so he obediently restrained himself. "All done, young master. Please let me know if you feel any discomfort," the doctor inquired, collecting the empty suppressants and looking up at Fu Yi. The old master had emphasized the importance of thoroughly checking Fu Yi's health, insisting on no negligence and constant reporting. Fu Yi assessed his body, waved his arm that had just received the injection, and replied, "I'm fine now. You may leave." "Understood." The doctor took the medical kit from the butler, promptly bowed, and retreated, not daring to linger. The butler, still present, clapped his hands. A row of female attendants waiting at the door immediately surged into the room, placing the clothing and ties prepared for Qin Huai into Fu Yi's wardrobe. Once arranged, they nodded towards Fu Yi and Qin Huai before swiftly exiting, maintaining their composure and not daring to glance around. "Young madam, you will reside in the young master's room from now on. Should you require anything in the future, please inform us, and we will ensure it is provided." The butler informed Qin Huai. "Very well." Qin Huai understood that this was the old master's intention and did not decline, as it was also stipulated in the contract. The old master likely feared that he might only be after the grandfather's will and would not take Fu Yi seriously, which is why he included the requirement to share a room in the contract. Then I shall not disturb your rest any further. The butler placed his hands at his abdomen and bowed to exit, but Qin Huai stopped him, asking, "Have the assassins been captured?" "Not yet, but it should be soon. The area where they are ambushed has already been secured by the old master's arrangements. Unless those assassins can fly, they cannot escape our old master's grasp." "Understood. Good." The butler bowed and closed the door behind him. Once the butler had left, Qin Huai turned to Fu Yi, observing his calm demeanor. "You don't seem surprised by your grandfather's arrangements at all." Fu Yi, accustomed to such matters, replied, "What is there to be surprised about? The old man likely discovered that my car accident was no mere accident and intends to use me to flush out the mastermind behind it." Upon hearing this, Qin Huai suddenly scrutinized Fu Yi closely. Fu Yi appeared remarkably perceptive, not at all resembling a dull-witted individual. There exists but one possibility. He either lacks the desire to learn, is too indolent to do so, or is merely feigning ignorance. "My dear wife, if you gaze at me like that, I might just transform into a beast," Fu Yi suddenly remarked playfully to Qin Huai. Unfazed, Qin Huai cast a brief glance at Fu Yi before making her way to the wardrobe, retrieving a bathrobe, and entering the bathroom. "Dear wife, let us bathe together." Fu Yi promptly followed her. Qin Huai forcefully slammed the bathroom door shut, nearly striking Fu Yi's nose. I'm going. Fu Yi quickly leaned back, aware that a direct hit to his nose would surely result in a nosebleed. Yet, he bore no anger. Instead, gazing at the firmly shut bathroom door with a broad smile, pleasantly surprised that his seemingly cool wife possessed such a fiery temperament. It appeared that life in the Fu household was destined to become quite lively. With a theatrical expression, Fu Yi's smile widened. Chapter 6. I am merely a prodigal. Not a rake. Having finished her bath, Qin Huai emerged from the bathroom, her damp long hair being dried with a towel. Fu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Clad in a form-fitting white bathrobe, her tall figure and slightly dripping hair, coupled with her radiant skin, nearly rendered him vulnerable once more. How could such a stunning wife even contemplate elopement? Oblivious to the awe in Fu Yi's eyes, Qin Huai walked towards the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Dry her long hair. Ahem, I shall take my turn in the bath. Fu Yi cleared his throat, hastily retreating to the wardrobe for a bathrobe before rushing into the bathroom. After all, he was at an age brimming with vitality, and with a wife as beautiful as hers, he found it hard to resist. Moreover, he had never had a partner before, and suddenly finding himself with a wife left him at a loss as to how to interact with Qin Huai. Fu Yi, get a grip, he chastised himself. Given her exceptional qualities and status as an alpha, she must have struck some sort of bargain with an elder. Otherwise, how could she have married him? Standing beneath the shower, Fu Yi slapped his own face in an attempt to regain focus. Yet, the thought of Qin Huai's exquisite beauty rendered him powerless to quell his emotions. Surely, that elder wouldn't harm me. Even if his intentions in marrying me were ulterior, he would simply discard me after using me. Fu Yi reassured himself. After all, she was now his wife, and having wed him, she could not escape. Meanwhile, Qin Huai was oblivious to Fu Yi's musings. Once her hair was dry, she returned to the sofa and made a phone call. As the call connected, before she could utter a word, her secretary anxiously inquired, "Boss, have you encountered some trouble? We haven't been able to reach you for an entire week." "A marriage," Qin Huai succinctly summarized. The secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. You got married?" "Yes, please organize the unfinished documents, and I shall address them upon my return to the office tomorrow." "All right, understood." The secretary dared not inquire further, yet remained in a state of shock. Their boss had always been diligent in his work, devoid of any interaction with Omega partners, let alone a romantic relationship. How could he have suddenly married? Could it be that the Qin family had pressured him into an arranged marriage? The mere thought of this ignited a fire of frustration within the secretary. Their boss's father-in-law was nothing short of a stepfather. Upon the passing of both the lady and the gentleman, their underage heir was left to fend for himself. What is even more egregious is that they took with them a woman and a son older than their own heir to the Qin family. They not only usurped the villa, but also seized control of the company, and to this day, they have not returned either the company or the villa to their rightful heir. The heir has been searching for the will left by the gentleman prior to his demise, but it is said that the lawyer who drafted the will vanished on the very day of the gentleman's passing, and despite years of searching, he has yet to locate him. Half a month ago, the elder of the Fu family suddenly approached the heir, claiming he could assist in locating the will. But the subsequent conversation was deemed confidential, prompting him to exit the office. Shortly thereafter, the heir went missing for a week, only to re-establish contact today. Matters will be addressed tomorrow. Qin Huai glanced at the butler, who was knocking at the door, awaiting his attention, and spoke to the secretary on the phone. Very well. The secretary, adhering to professional ethics, refrained from inquiring further. Qin Huai hung up the phone and turned to the door. The butler, who had been waiting for Qin Huai to finish, approached the sofa alongside the head of the bodyguards, introducing him. From now on, during your outings, you shall be under the protection of the head of the bodyguards and his team. He reassured, rest assured, the elder's intention is not to surveil you, but rather, due to your marriage to our young master, there are interests from other families that may pose a threat to you, which is why he has assigned the head of the bodyguards to ensure your safety. I understand, Qin Huai responded. Very well, tomorrow you will accompany me to the company, and the head of the bodyguards will provide transportation. The butler acknowledged, and Qin Huai watched as he and the head of the bodyguards departed, closing the door behind them. It appeared that the Fu family situation was even more precarious than he had anticipated. Indeed, with assassins involved, it was clear they were eager to eliminate Fu Yi. After a bath, there is nothing more delightful. Fu Yi emerged from the bathroom, clad in a matching white long robe with Qin Huai, casually tousling his damp hair. Fu Yi's hair was somewhat long, tapering off just below his neck, exuding an air of mischief and rebelliousness, unmistakably the demeanor of a wayward son. Qin Huai rose from the sofa and walked to the large bed, lying down without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Fu Yi's eyes lit up, and he joyously bounded towards the bed, ready to climb up, only to be met with a swift kick to his chest from the frowning Qin Huai, who resumed drying his hair. Go quickly, go quickly, Fu Yi exclaimed cheerfully as he dashed to the sofa, switching on the buzzing hairdryer to dry his hair. His wife had not rejected him, which surely indicated that they could share the bed together. Qin Huai lay on his side with his back to Fu Yi, closing his eyes to drift into slumber, having no intention of waiting for him. Dear wife, have you fallen asleep? Fu Yi whispered, placing his hand near his mouth. Qin Huai, facing away, offered no response. It seemed she had indeed succumbed to sleep. Then I shall steal a kiss. Surely, I won't be discovered. Qin Huai slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of danger and warning flickering within them. Fu Yi, with a mischievous grin, met his gaze, fully aware of the provocation in his words. Upon witnessing Fu Yi's playful demeanor, Qin Huai realized the intent behind his remarks and furrowed his brow. Fu Yi, unable to contain his laughter, assured him that as long as his wife did not consent, he would refrain from any advances. I may be a bit of dandy, but I am not a rogue, he declared, attempting to redeem himself. This statement resonated with Qin Huai. After all, having spent considerable time with Fu Yi, he had never been subjected to any forceful actions from him. Given Fu Yi's status, he possessed the authority to command unconditional obedience, and Qin Huai did not doubt his awareness of this fact. Yet, the question lingered. Why had Fu Yi not exercised such power? With an exaggerated yawn, Fu Yi, lacking decorum, declared, "Good night, my dear wife," before reclining comfortably, pulling the covers around him, and promptly drifting into a deep slumber. Qin Huai let out a sigh of relief. Having never shared a bed with anyone before, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Fu Yi had pressed the issue, he might have retaliated. But he pondered how he would explain such a situation to the elder Fu. Fortunately, Fu Yi was obediently asleep, leaving everything undisturbed. Qin Huai turned over, his disheveled long hair cascading about him as he stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Since the passing of his mother and grandfather, he had never contemplated marriage. His mind was solely focused on reclaiming the inheritance belonging to his family. Little did he expect that in his pursuit of this goal, he would find himself wed to a man now lying beside him. Closing his eyes, he sought to numb his thoughts, reminding himself that once he secured his grandfather's will and helped Fu Yi establish a foothold in the Fu family, he would regain his freedom. Time slipped by, and the once tense Qin Huai gradually succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Fu Yi opened his eyes, turning to observe Qin Huai beside him. His posture innocent, yet his brow furrowed in an uneasy slumber. Any normal alpha would not enter into marriage unless driven to desperation. Fu Yi shifted closer, gently caressing Qin Huai's sleeping face. Earlier, while showering, he had taken the liberty of inquiring into Qin Huai's background. Orphaned by a tragic accident, his mother and grandfather gone, and with a father who displayed no affection, instead choosing to bring home a mistress and an illegitimate child, Qin Huai's life had been anything but pleasant. "You married me because of your grandfather's will, didn't you?" Fu Yi murmured, aware that Qin Huai, in slumber, could not respond. Deep down, he recognized that this was the only reason Qin Huai would agree to such a union. Experiencing manipulation for the first time left him somewhat disgruntled. Yet he found it difficult to overlook Qin Huai's striking looks. Indeed, beauty can lead one astray, he sighed, retracting his hand from Qin Huai's face and turning to gaze at the ceiling, exhaling in exasperation. That old man must have calculated that I would be captivated by Qin Huai's charm when he arranged this marriage. Fu Yi gritted his teeth in irritation. "Just wait until tomorrow when I have the kitchen add mustard to your milk. That will teach you a lesson." With that, he finally closed his eyes, maintaining a respectful distance from Qin Huai. When morning arrived, Qin Huai awoke to find his robe still comfortably draped over him, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fu Yi understood that Qin Huai still harbored some reservations about him. He refrained from jesting and waited patiently for Qin Huai to finish washing up and dressing before leading him downstairs. Chapter 7. Why did he feel that this young man was so preoccupied with him? "My wife is heading off to work, so I shall not accompany you for breakfast." Fu Yi approached the sofa, bent down to retrieve a box of strawberries from the coffee table, and handed it to Qin Huai. While he took an apple for himself and bit into it, he then addressed the elderly Master Fu, who sat in the main seat of the sofa, and took Qin Huai toward the entrance. With a box of strawberries in hand, Qin Huai nodded at Master Fu before following Fu Yi. Master Fu, who was waiting in the lobby on the first floor while sipping tea, looked out the floor-to-ceiling window in surprise as he saw Fu Yi ushering Qin Huai into the car. How could the man who fled on his wedding day suddenly be calling someone his wife? He had prepared himself for another scene of rebellion from his grandson. But to his astonishment, Fu Yi seemed entirely content. What was happening? Master Fu lifted his gaze to the butler standing beside the sofa. The butler, understanding the question, promptly bowed and replied, "Since the young master awakened from the hospital, he has shown great satisfaction with the young mistress and even addressed her as wife last night. It is uncertain whether he has lost his memory of the wedding escape or if the young mistress is simply too captivating." Upon hearing the phrase captivating, Master Fu could not help but smile and took a sip of his tea, remarking, "I knew that lad had a preference for someone like Qin Huai. Ensure that the company looks after her affairs and assign additional personnel to assist her in locating the late Master Qin's will." The butler hesitated, asking, "Will you not test the young mistress further?" "There is no need for further testing. As long as Xiao Yi has taken a liking to her, he will find a way to keep Qin Huai close. If he lacks even that ability, then he should not inherit any family business." "Very well. I shall attend to it immediately." The butler bowed and withdrew. While accompanying Qin Huai to her company, Fu Yi suddenly called for the car to stop. "I will go buy breakfast. Please park on the side of the road." The head of the bodyguard team doubted his own hearing but complied and promptly halted the vehicle. Watching Fu Yi exit and stride toward the nearby breakfast shop. In the back seat, Qin Huai was working on his laptop, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he sent the final document to his secretary. He then glanced toward the shop. Inside, Fu Yi was pointing at items on the menu, requesting this, that, and the other. The female attendant taking his order couldn't help but steal glances at him, her cheeks flushing. Fu Yi, clad in a black V-neck top that revealed his collarbone and paired with a black jacket, adorned with a necklace and sporting a slightly long wolf-tail hairstyle, exuded an air of nonchalance and style, making him a natural focal point in any crowd. Indeed, passers-by could not resist stealing a glance at him. Yet, Fu Yi seemed oblivious as he retrieved his incessantly ringing phone from his pocket and answered coolly. "How is the investigation proceeding?" The voice on the other end responded promptly. "As per your instructions, we have thoroughly investigated. Madam Qin and the late Master Qin passed away in a car accident when the young mistress was merely 10 years old. The young mistress is not favored at home. With the addition of a stepmother and a stepbrother, her life has become increasingly arduous. Fortunately, her uncle is kind-hearted and took her into his home, allowing her to graduate smoothly. However, the Qin family's company and villa, which she could not inherit due to her minority, have remained under her father's control and have yet to be returned to her." Fu Yi, who had been listening intently, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The Qin family's enterprise has been monopolized for over a decade, and the personnel within the company have been entirely replaced. It would not be easy for his wife to reclaim it. The only viable course of action is to locate the will left by the elder Mr. Qin, which would enable his wife to regain control of the Qin family company. Yet, she lacks the necessary connections to retrieve the will. Coincidentally, his grandfather approached her with a proposal for a marriage alliance, which led to Qin Huai becoming his wife. That old man took advantage of the situation. Fu Yi muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" The voice on the other end of the phone couldn't catch his words, prompting a hurried inquiry. Eager not to miss any instructions, Fu Yi offered no explanation, his expression icy as he directed, "Investigate the car accident involving my wife's mother and her grandfather. Determine if it was an accident or foul play." "Understood," came the response before the line went silent. "Sir, your breakfast is ready." A blushing waitress stammered as she handed the meal to Fu Yi. He placed his phone back in his pocket, accepted the breakfast bag, and made his way to the car, entering the back seat and shutting the door. "Darling, let's eat breakfast first." Fu Yi offered a meat bun to Qin Huai. She glanced at him before accepting it. Who could have imagined that the rumored pampered heir, Fu Yi, would personally venture out to purchase breakfast? Not only Qin Huai, but even the captain of the bodyguards was taken aback. He had served the Fu family for nearly 20 years and had never witnessed the young master buy food himself. "Try it and see if it suits your taste. If not, I'll go to the next shop," Fu Yi suggested to Qin Huai. "No need. Breakfast from outside is generally the same," she replied, taking a bite of the meat bun while tapping away on her laptop. Fu Yi continued to gaze at her, momentarily lost in thought. He had not anticipated the hardships his wife endured during her childhood. Had it not been for her uncle's support, she might have perished under the cruelty of her ungrateful father. "Is something the matter?" Qin Huai looked up to meet Fu Yi's gaze, her eyes narrowing slightly behind her glasses as he continued to observe her without speaking. Propping his chin on his hand, Fu Yi smiled at her. "Nothing. I just realized how truly beautiful you are." Qin Huai immediately frowned, sensing a hint of desire in his words. In Chapter 8, Qin Huai arrived at the club to pick up Fu Yi, leaving his friends astonished. Half an hour later, at the entrance of her company, Fu Yi grinned unabashedly at Qin Huai standing outside the car. "Darling, you work hard. Once your shift ends, I'll come back to pick you up." The passing employees collectively widened their eyes in disbelief. "That handsome guy just called our boss darling. Our boss is married? When did that happen? How come we didn't know?" Qin Huai observed Fu Yi with a frown. It was not that he felt embarrassed by Fu Yi calling him wife in public. Rather, it was evident that Fu Yi was deliberately teasing him. Thus, his aversion towards the young lad grew, thick-skinned and audacious. "Cough, young master, where are you headed?" "Allow me to escort you," the captain of the bodyguard team interjected, genuinely concerned for his young master's safety. Where else could one go but to the club for a drink? Fu Yi wurde a free expression. The bodyguard captain sighed while adjusting the steering wheel, lamenting the young master's wasted potential. At merely 23, he was perpetually immersed in a sea of alcohol, accomplishing nothing of substance. "Wife, I'm off. Remember to miss me," Fu Yi called out, poking his head out of the back seat window, cupping his mouth as he shouted towards Qin Huai at the company entrance. Qin Huai merely watched Fu Yi depart, his expression unchanging. "Boss, you're betrothed. Surely it is not the heir of the Fu family?" Secretary Li, who had appeared at Qin Huai's side unbeknownst to him, gasped in horror, his eyes wide. He had spent the previous night worrying after learning of his boss's impending marriage, speculating endlessly about who it could be, all the while dismissing Fu Yi. He never imagined that the groom would indeed be that good-for-nothing scion of the Fu family. It seemed a disservice to his esteemed boss. Qin Huai, without needing to glance at Secretary Li, understood his thoughts. Yet, was Fu Yi truly as incapable as the rumors suggested? Retrieving his gaze from the direction Fu Yi had taken, Qin Huai turned to enter the company, instructing all departments to convene a meeting. Yes, Secretary Li hurriedly followed, refraining from further discussion about Fu Yi, yet his astonishment lingered. With all the qualities his boss possessed, why would he settle for someone like Fu Yi? Watching Qin Huai stride ahead, Secretary Li felt a pang of sympathy, wishing to weep for him. A father of ill repute, and now a husband of little worth. How would he endure? Most concerning was the potential gossip that would arise from others discovering that their distinguished alpha boss had become someone else's spouse. It could lead to scorn and disdain. Fu Yi had anticipated this, instructing the bodyguard captain from now on, keep an eye on my wife. If you hear anyone disparaging her, do not hold back. The bodyguard captain reassured, rest easy, young master. The old master has already given his orders. Despite the old man's somewhat conscientious nature, Fu Yi gazed out of the car window, his eyes devoid of the playful demeanor he displayed in Qin Huai's presence. Arriving at the club, the bodyguard captain parked the vehicle. All right, Fu Yi remarked as he exited the car, slamming the door shut. He cast a sharp gaze at the bodyguard captain. If anything happens to my wife, you will lose your head. Understood? The captain replied promptly, not daring to breathe a word. Though the young master appeared nonchalant, he was truly fearsome when angered. Only after ensuring Fu Yi had safely entered the club did the bodyguard captain breathe a sigh of relief and drive back to protect Qin Huai. On either side of the street, the convoy of bodyguards, led by the head of security tasked with safeguarding Fu Yi, halted their vehicles by the roadside, refraining from accompanying him into the club. This was due to the presence of dedicated bodyguards who provided close protection, while others maintained a discreet watch. As Fu Yi sauntered into the resplendent club, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, he exhaled a plume of smoke lazily and cast a sidelong glance at the male server trailing behind him, who was balancing a tray laden with drinks. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Fu Yi's lips. The server lowered his gaze and hurriedly approached Fu Yi, his hand tightly gripping the knife concealed beneath the tray, his eyes glinting with malice. However, before he could close the distance, he suddenly stumbled and fell with a loud crash, shattering the drinks across the floor. Groaning in pain, he lay on the ground, clutching his neck, his face turning crimson, eyes bulging as if he were on the brink of asphyxiation. No. He looked up in terror at Fu Yi, desperate to flee, only to find himself immobilized. The employer had explicitly stated that the scion of the Fu family was merely a lesser alpha. How was he able to overpower this C-class alpha? Why forsake the noble path of an alpha for the shadows of a killer, his mind filled with nonsense? Fu Yi placed a foot upon the server's face, exhaling smoke as he looked down from his elevated position, his tousled hair cascading over his collarbone, his eyes reflecting the disdain of a superior. The server was overwhelmed by the pheromones Fu Yi emitted, gasping for breath and foaming at the mouth, utterly incapable of responding to Fu Yi's taunts. Truly, what sort of rubbish dared to prance about in my presence? With a swift kick, Fu Yi sent the server flying, ordering his subordinates to take him away for interrogation. Two bodyguards, who had been discreetly shadowing them, rushed forward to drag the server away, careful not to obstruct Fu Yi's view. Fu Yi exhaled another plume of smoke, effortlessly making his way to the rooftop VIP room. The suite was empty. He did not take a seat, but instead approached the dark wall, pushing it open to reveal his office. He delivered a kick to his slumbering friend He Ting, sprawled on the sofa, angrily chastising him to sleep at home and not treat his office like a personal bedroom. Last night's hangover is killing me, He Ting muttered, rolling over to Nestle against the lovely Omega beside him, furrowing his brow as he drifted back to sleep. The startled Omega, who had been abruptly awakened upon Fu Yi's entrance, paled and scrambled from He Ting's embrace, hastily adjusting his disheveled attire as he made his exit. He was the club's young master, having spent the night in He Ting's company, and had mistakenly believed the office belonged to He Ting, only to discover it was Fu Ye's domain. TSK. After all the effort I put into finding that sleeping bag, you scared me off. He Ting, with his well-defined physique and tousled hair, sat up from the sofa, exuding irritation. Despite his striking 8-pack abs, he constantly appeared as though he hadn't fully awakened. I'm just grateful I didn't into you, and you dare to complain? Fu Yi shot a disdainful glance at He Ting. Though He Ting was also an alpha, his pheromonal imbalance rendered him restless without an omega by his side, leading to his perpetually drowsy demeanor. Fu Yi cast a glance at the office before his gaze returned to He Ting. And Fan Sheng and the others? He Ting picked up a bottle of water from the coffee table, unscrewed the cap, and drank nearly half of it. He gestured towards the lounge. They are all in there. Fu Yi strode towards the lounge. Upon opening the door, his brows furrowed in dismay. Inside lay Fan Sheng and his motley crew sprawled in various undignified positions, each more ridiculous than the last. With a decisive slam, Fu Yi closed the door, preferring not to witness the scene any longer. He took a seat at his desk, reviewing the revenue from the previous night, deliberately ignoring the inebriated He Ting and his companions. He Ting, clad only in shorts, entered the lounge to shower, nonchalantly stepping over the slumbering bodies of Fan Sheng and the others. Ouch! Fan Sheng awoke with a start, curling up in pain. He Ting seemed oblivious, locking the bathroom door and turning on the music as he bathed. At noon, Fan Sheng and the others finally roused themselves, clutching their stomachs in discomfort as they ordered takeout. When the food arrived, they plopped onto the sofa in Fu Ye's office to eat, and after satisfying their appetites, they returned to slumber, not stirring until 7 in the evening, when they emerged from the office to indulge in revelry with the Omegas at the club. He Ting remained in the booth, sprawling back on the sofa, his bare torso exposed. Fu Yi, who had been diligently working at his desk all day, stretched his neck and typed with one hand, inquiring of Qin Huai, "Are you off work soon?" After about a minute, she replied, 8 o'clock. "All right, I'll pick you up at 8, Fu Yi said as he turned off his phone and rose from his desk, heading towards the booth. Our family's young master has finally decided to grace us with his presence. Come, come, let us have a drink," Fan Sheng exclaimed, thrusting a glass into Fu Yi's hand, swaying to the vibrant rhythm of the dance floor alongside an Omega. Fu Yi downed the drink in one gulp, ready to leave when Fan Sheng blocked his path. "Where are you off to?" "We're drinking. I'm going to fetch my wife from work. I don't have time to drink with you all." "Where are you going?" Fan Sheng spluttered, spraying his drink in disbelief. "Fu Yi smirkte triumphantly. The wife that my father arranged for me, the eldest daughter of the Qin family." Cough, cough, cough. "Who? You mean Qin Huai?" Fan Sheng, still recovering from his choking fit, placed a hand on Fu Yi's forehead. "Are you out of your mind? That is Qin Huai. Even I, who don't follow the business world, know she is a commercial genius and a 3S level alpha. What kind of fantasy are you indulging in?" "I'm not fantasizing. She is my wife." "Ha ha ha, your wife? You're killing me." Fan Sheng erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "What is so amusing? Come, share the joy." Fu Ye's other friends gathered around him, eager to hear the story. Fan Sheng is laughing uncontrollably, saying that Fu Yi claims Qin Huai is his wife. "Ha ha! You haven't seen him in a week, and now he dares to dream such dreams." The laughter from the group echoed throughout the club. Qin Huai is indeed a legendary figure, and countless individuals aspire to marry her. Yet, how could she ever consider marrying the infamous Fu Yi? Fu Yi furrowed his brows as he glanced at Fan Sheng and his companions, who were mocking him, seething with indignation. Is he truly so inadequate? Fine. If you don't believe me, I'll summon my wife right now. In a fit of anger, Fu Yi pulled out his phone and sent a text to Qin Huai. The laughter of Fan Sheng and the others ceased immediately. "Wait, brother, are you serious?" one of them exclaimed. "Who the hell jokes about such things?" "Ha, fine. Call her here. If Qin Huai is indeed your wife, I'll drink upside down. Count me in." They chimed, fully convinced that Qin Huai could not possibly be Fu Ye's wife, entirely unconcerned about losing the wager. Fu Yi felt an urge to cleave their heads off. He had never encountered such unsupportive friends. An hour later, the room fell silent. Qin Huai, tall and elegant in a light-colored suit, with her long hair tied up and glasses perched on her nose, stood at the entrance of the private room. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Fan Sheng, his drink spilling into his glass in disbelief. The others rubbed their eyes, fearing they were mistaken. Chapter 9. The mischievous Fu Yi deliberately used Qin Huai. "Dear wife," Fu Yi said with delight as he approached the door. Qin Huai shot him a cold glance, annoyed that he had summoned her under the pretense of drinking. "See? This is my wife," Fu Yi boasted triumphantly to Fan Sheng and the others seated on the couch. They were utterly dumbfounded. Had Fu Yi truly stumbled upon such extraordinary luck and actually married Qin Huai? Who would dare believe such a tale? After all, Qin Huai is an alpha. How could she possibly marry someone with such a tarnished reputation as Fu Yi? "Let us go," Qin Huai said sternly, turning to leave. "Brothers, I'm off," Fu Yi replied smugly, bidding farewell to Fan Sheng and the others before following Qin Huai. Fan Sheng, still in shock at the empty doorway, eventually nudged his companion. "Someone pinch me. Oh my God, why are you pinching me so hard?" Fan Sheng yelped, clutching his sore arm. The others looked on, bewildered. Wasn't it he who requested to be pinched? Outside the club, Fu Yi exclaimed, "Wife, you've come to fetch me. I'm utterly flabbergasted. I thought you were upset with me." As he settled into the back seat beside Qin Huai, the smell of alcohol wafted off him as he nestled against her neck. Sitting upright, Qin Huai irritably pushed his head away and instructed the head of her security detail drive. "Yes, madam," he replied, and the convoy departed from the club, flanked by several security vehicles. "Wife, it's so hot," Fu Yi murmured, lifting his head from her neck, his breath becoming labored. Qin Huai pressed her finger to her nose, frowning. "Did you really drink?" "Wife, are you angry?" Fu Yi inquired, realizing she was indeed upset. He had assumed he was merely pretending to be a fool, never anticipating he would actually become intoxicated. "Please don't be mad. I want to drink so much in the future." Fu Yi once again enveloped Qin Huai in his embrace, burying his flushed face in the crook of Qin Huai's neck. Despite his irritation, Qin Huai refrained from exploding in anger. He had planned to handle matters concerning his company and then introduce Fu Yi to the workings of the Fu Group the following day, intending to guide him through the intricacies of corporate management. Little did he anticipate Fu Yi's current state of debauchery. Upon returning to the Fu family estate, the head of the security team assisted the inebriated Fu Yi back to the second-floor room. He intended to place Fu Yi on the bed, but was thwarted by Qin Huai, who had entered behind him, insisting he be laid on the sofa instead. The head of security dared not disobey and promptly set Fu Yi down before leaving. Rubbing his aching head, Qin Huai sought refuge in the bathroom. Yet, the moment he stepped inside, Fu Yi enveloped him from behind, his breath heavy with alcohol as he apologized. "Wife, please don't be angry with me. I can't help but drink. I need to protect you." At his words, Qin Huai halted, retracting the leg he had stepped forward with. "Wife, turn around and look at me," Fu Yi implored, his voice laced with a hint of desperation, likely believing Qin Huai was upset and unwilling to engage. Though Qin Huai could have ignored him, the pitiful tone of Fu Yi's voice compelled him to turn and face him. Upon receiving a response, Fu Yi beamed like a child anticipating a sweet treat, his smile remarkably charming. He exhaled softly, cradling Qin Huai's face and gently pressing his lips to Qin Huai's. It was Qin Huai's first kiss, and from a man no less, causing him to freeze in place. Fu Yi, still holding Qin Huai's face, felt his breath quicken and a flicker of desire gleam in his eyes. The fact that Qin Huai did not rebuke him for the kiss ignited a spark of boldness within him. Regaining his senses, Qin Huai quickly covered his nose, overwhelmed by the stench of alcohol. "Don't kiss me," he admonished, disgust evident in his tone. All right. Fu Yi obediently acquiesced, yet he did not release Qin Huai. Instead, he drew him into his embrace, resting his forehead against Qin Huai's shoulder, adopting a petulant tone. "Wife, my stomach hurts." And so, Qin Huai suppressed his irritation. How could Fu Yi expect him to be amiable after returning in such a drunken state? Upon hearing the tone of Qin Huai's voice, Fu Yi realized his beloved was indeed upset, leaving him feeling immensely aggrieved. While others had adorable wives who blushed easily, his wife seemed as unyielding as iron. It appeared that winning Qin Huai's affection would be a long and arduous journey. "Let go." Qin Huai pushed Fu Yi away and entered the bathroom. shutting the door behind him. "Wife, we could wash together," Fu Yi called out playfully from the other side of the door. Ignoring Fu Ye's antics, Qin Huai undressed, still simmering with resentment. If Fu Yi had truly been as inept as he seemed, would he not be bound to the Fu family by contract for a lifetime? If he was this callous while intoxicated, how would he behave when sober? Outside the bathroom door, Fu Yi mumbled to himself but then smiled, touching his lips. My wife's lips are so soft. I should have continued to feign innocence and gone in for a passionate kiss. He wore an expression of regret. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the back of the secondary villa, as if someone had encountered a tremendous fright. Hearing the sound, Fu Ye's lips curled into a grin. At this moment, the second household was in complete disarray. The second madam, pale as a ghost, collapsed onto the carpet, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the delivery box on the coffee table. What was all that shouting about in the dead of night? Enraged, the second master descended the stairs, followed closely by his eldest son, Fu Fei. Wah! The second madam scrambled to her feet and threw herself into the second master's arms, weeping uncontrollably. The second master, on the verge of fury, was abruptly silenced by the sight of the contents within the box, a pair of eyes and severed fingers, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Fu Fei, was momentarily shaken by the grotesque discovery. Who could possibly be behind this midnight prank? Cradling the weeping second madam, the second master bellowed at the servants in the hall. The servants trembled in fear, their legs quaking. They had no idea how the package had made its way to the coffee table, and by the time they realized what was happening, the second madam had already opened it. The ever-composed Fu Fei retrieved his phone and dialed a number to check on the assassin stationed at the club. Sir, I was just about to inform you that the assassin hasn't located the target despite searching all night, his anxious subordinate relayed. Fu Fei glanced at the delivery box. No need to search any further. Withdraw all the other undercover agents from the club. After hanging up, he cast another wary glance at the box. Was this a warning from the club owner or a threat from Fu Yi? 20 minutes later, freshly emerged from the shower, Fu Yi quickly received a text from his club subordinate stating, "Boss, the undercover agents are withdrawing. Should we apprehend them?" Fu Yi casually typed back, "No need to concern ourselves with that. Let them leave." The subordinate replied, "What about the Omega who betrayed the club and attempted to infiltrate your private room?" Fu Yi replied with a hint of disdain, "There's no need to involve those Omegas. The puppet master wants them to monitor whether I truly indulge in debauchery at the club. If I don't keep them around to observe me, how can I continue my charade in front of them?" The subordinate acknowledged, understood. Reclining on the bed, Qin Huai perked up upon hearing Fu Ye's rhythmic typing. A drunken man should have collapsed in a bed after a shower, so why was he on his phone at this hour? "Darling, my stomach still hurts," Fu Yi lamented, tossing his phone onto the nightstand before sliding under the covers behind Qin Huai, feigning vulnerability while taking the opportunity to embrace him. "Oh my wife smells divine. Just as I imagined, so comforting." Fu Yi nuzzled the back of Qin Huai's neck, and then, fixating on Qin Huai's scent glands, he swallowed hard. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an urge to mark his wife. But his wife was an alpha, just like him. Why would he entertain such thoughts? Sensing something amiss, Qin Huai quickly raised his hand to cover his scent glands and shot Fu Yi a glare. "What are you trying to do?" "I'm not trying to do anything." Fu Yi feigned innocence, as if the thought of marking Qin Huai had never crossed his mind. Observing Fu Yi's expression, Qin Huai furrowed his brow. He truly didn't seem to be deceiving him. Little did Qin Huai know that Fu Yi had been acting since childhood, with a talent for performance. "Darling, your waist is so supple." Fu Yi pinched Qin Huai's waist. Enraged, Qin Huai slapped Fu Yi's hand away, turned toward him, and kicked him off the bed. "Cough, cough. Ouch, that hurts." Fu Yi lay on the floor, gasping while clutching his abdomen. "Serves you right." Qin Huai cursed angrily before turning over and closing his eyes to sleep. In pain, Fu Yi crawled back on the bed, wary of embracing Qin Huai again. The force of that kick had been unrestrained. His abdomen would surely be bruised by morning. "I should just obediently sleep," he thought. "My wife is also an alpha. It's a piece of cake for her to overpower me." As he lay flat, rubbing his sore belly, he felt a sense of melancholy. When morning came, Fu Yi awoke and pulled open his robe to find his abdomen indeed bruised. standing in front of the wardrobe, dressed in a light-colored suit. With his long hair tied back, glasses perched on his nose, and a tie neatly knotted, Qin Huai glanced at the bed where Fu Yi was touching his stomach, showing no sign of sympathy. That's what you get for provoking me. It's not my concern, he thought. Wife, could you kick a little softer next time? Look, my abdomen is bruised, Fu Yi exclaimed, pulling his robe aside to reveal the discoloration. Qin Huai gave a brief, indifferent glance before returning his attention to the messages on his phone. It was a text from his uncle, inquiring why he hadn't visited them in a week. Qin Huai stared at his phone for a while before replying, I'll return tonight. Good, I'll have your aunt prepare your favorite dishes, his uncle replied. Qin Huai was about to put his phone away when Fu Yi suddenly wrapped his arms around his waist from behind, peeking over his shoulder. It's our uncle. Isn't it? Are you going back tonight? Yes, Qin Huai replied, placing his phone into his pocket and gently pushing Fu Yi away with his elbow, not wanting him to cling to him. Fu Yi obediently released his grip, his face alight with expectation as he pointed to himself. Will you take me with you? Qin Huai looked up. Are you the kind of person who visits strangers' homes? He initially intended to refuse, but reconsidered, given Fu Yi's status. If the outside world knew he was visiting his uncle's home, it would undoubtedly attract business opportunities. Thus, he nodded in agreement. The corner of Fu Yi's mouth immediately curved into a triumphant smile. He understood that Qin Huai intended to leverage his presence to attract business for his uncle. However, he felt no anger. He feared that Qin Huai might not utilize him effectively, creating a clear division between them. Later, when conflicts of interest arose, his wife would be unable to escape his grasp. Chapter 10. What do you think? Your husband is quite remarkable. Isn't he? Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the family had just returned home from a trip abroad with their youngest son. Upon their arrival, Qin Huai's stepmother, Zhu Hong, glanced upstairs and remarked sarcastically, The elders are back, and no one even thought to come downstairs to welcome them. How rude. Why are you bringing up that unpleasant person? It's really disheartening, complained the youngest son, Qin Yang, visibly angered. He has been rude for more than just a day. Qin Huai's father, Qin Sheng, also wore an expression of fury, clearly showing his disdain for Qin Huai. After graduating from university, Qin Huai had moved back home from his uncle's residence, unwilling to let his father's family benefit from his grandfather's villa, intending to annoy his father. Yet, his father was thick-skinned and remained unfazed. His stepmother and her two sons naturally reside in the villa, often clashing with Qin Huai. Particularly, Qin Yang, this half-brother, incessantly opposes Qin Huai. Where's Aunt Feng gone? Zhu Hong bellowed as she sank into the sofa in the hall. Here I come, madam. Aunt Feng rushed out from the kitchen, wiping her wet hands on her apron. Zhu Hong immediately turned to Aunt Feng, demanding, Where is that boy Qin Huai? Aunt Feng, not daring to be negligent, quickly replied, The young master hasn't returned home for over a week. I am unaware of his whereabouts. He is likely at the company. What a pitiful agency. He treats it like a treasure, go to work there every day. It's truly amusing. Zhu Hong looked down on Qin Huai's self-established company, her tone laced with mockery. A mere small company thinks it can compete with ours. It is utterly oblivious to its own insignificance. With his lack of resources and financial backing, that little company isn't even worthy of carrying our shoes. Qin Yang scoffed disdainfully, spreading rumors. The stars in his agency, those with jobs, are either merely receiving a bit of small-time resources out of respect for his father or being propped up by him in return for resources. After all, with that face of his, there are plenty of older men who would take a liking to him. He might even be serving some old man right now. The implication was clear. Despite the harshness of Qin Yang's words, Qin Sheng, as a father, did not chastise him. Instead, he gritted his teeth in anger, feeling it was a disgrace to the Qin family. When he returns tonight, I shall not let him off lightly. Dear, you must be resolute. With that face of his, he will inevitably bring calamity upon our family. Zhu Hong stoked the flames, maliciously suggesting, when he returns, confine him at home, preventing him from going to work. After all, he earns little and does not contribute to us. It would be better to offer him to General Li. I've heard that General Li has a penchant for handsome alphas. If we satisfy him, our business will surely flourish. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng was intrigued. Although the Qin family was wealthy, they were not a prestigious clan, their connections were limited, and their company was not the largest in the capital, merely part of the lower tier. However, General Li was different. Though he was a middle-aged alpha in his 50s, he was part of the middle class. If they truly handed Qin Huai over to him, the Qin family could ascend to a higher level, perhaps even break into the middle class with General Li's support. The most excited was Qin Yang, who immediately shook Qin Sheng's arm. Dad, just give Qin Huai to General Li, don't hesitate. Though I dislike him, I cannot deny he possesses a striking appearance, and General Li will surely be fond of him. Then, you will be General Li's father-in-law, and our family will want for nothing. You can also shed the label of a son-in-law, showing those in the circle that you are capable. Indeed, dear, Zhu Hong chimed in, just as our son suggests. Hand Qin Huai over to General Li, and we can remain blissfully ignorant. Qin Sheng indeed contemplated acquiescence, but upon recalling Qin Huai's frigid gaze and the oppressive aura of his 3S level pheromones, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the young man would not obediently submit to their manipulation. Zhu Hong, what could be simpler? Does he not yearn to reclaim his grandfather's and mother's company? My dear, simply deceive him into believing that we shall allocate 50% of the shares to him, and he will undoubtedly rush home. At that juncture, I shall discreetly lace his meal, and once he succumbs to unconsciousness, we can effortlessly deliver him to Mr. Li's residence. Very well, that is feasible. I shall contact him immediately. Qin Sheng suppressed his burgeoning excitement at the prospect of ascending to the middle class and promptly dialed Qin Huai. Within the confines of the Fu group, Qin Huai remained impassive, observing the cacophony of bickering board members in the conference room, yet remained silent. His phone vibrated in his pocket, but he paid it no heed. Earlier that day, he had accompanied the venerable Mr. Fu and Fu Yi to the Fu group, awaiting the elder's introduction of his identity. However, scarcely had the introductions begun when the board members erupted into chaos, declaring him an outsider with no rights to partake in the board meetings or assist Fu Yi. They asserted that their own grandchildren possessed superior capabilities and should be the ones to support Fu Yi. Once more, the uproar ensued. I object. Even if he is the daughter-in-law of the Fu family, there is no justification for him to join our company at this juncture. I concur. Everyone who enters the company must begin from the ground up. Even my son and grandson ascended through the ranks. What right does Qin Huai have to assume the position of vice president upon his arrival? Merely because he is the husband of our young master? Fu Yi, positioned at the head of the conference table, slammed his hands upon the surface, glaring at the board members below. The raucous assembly promptly fell silent. Fu Yi, a tempestuous individual, was indeed capable of resorting to violence. Yet one defiant board member persisted. If it were merely the position of a director, I could tolerate it. But vice president? That is a role second only to the president. Fu Yi found the situation laughable, retorting, I possess 25% of the group's shares, while the elder holds 30%. Why should I be concerned about a mere vice presidential position? That position should belong to you, not your wife. Essentially, he is merely an outsider. At this remark, Fu Ye's disdainful snicker only intensified. Had he sought the position, they would undoubtedly dismiss him with claims of incompetence, immediately opposing his ascendance. The exposed board members felt a pang of guilt. However, many among them had colluded with other factions, intent on preventing Qin Huai's seamless entry into the company. They proposed a compromise. Let us allow Qin Huai to manage a subsidiary first. Should he excel, we can reconsider. Fu Ye's countenance darkened. This was a blatant attempt to undermine both him and the elder while currying favor with the rival factions. No longer inclined to engage in futile discourse, he raised a hand, summoning his bodyguards who swiftly approached the dissenting board member, forcibly escorting him away. What are you doing? Release me, release me. The bodyguards disregarded his protests, dragging him from the conference room and shutting the door, followed by the sounds of his anguished cries echoing through the halls. The boisterous board members fell silent, their heads bowed in trepidation, fearful of meeting Fu Ye's gaze, each dreading that they might be the next target. Seated at the head of the table, the composed elder Fu set down his teacup and surveyed the board members below. Was there still anyone daring to voice dissent? Having made an example of one, the board members were too intimidated to oppose him. Regardless of their objections, they were compelled to submit to the overwhelming 55% shareholding. It seemed wiser to remain silent than to invite physical retribution. Elder Fu rose from his chair, casting barely a glance at the board members, and instructed Qin Huai, who stood beside him, that soon he would send the secretary's daughter to help him familiarize himself with the company. From now on, he was to bring that troublesome boy to work. If he misbehaved, he was to be dealt with severely, so much so that even if it led to dire consequences, Elder Fu would not hold Qin Huai accountable. "Old man, am I some stray you picked up?" Fu Yi chuckled in disbelief, amused by the absurdity of the situation. Elder Fu, having finally rid himself of that foolish grandson, departed without sparing Fu Yi a single glance. The board members hastily followed Elder Fu, for staying behind would surely invite Fu Ye's wrath. In a mere minute, the conference room was left with only Qin Huai and Fu Yi. "Well, how about it? Am I impressive, or what?" Fu Yi grinned cheekily at Qin Huai, gesturing to his left cheek. "Come on, give me a kiss here." Qin Huai rolled his eyes at Fu Yi, turning to leave. However, he did acknowledge that Fu Yi indeed possessed some capability. With proper guidance, even stubborn clay could be molded into something worthwhile. Unbeknownst to Qin Huai at this moment, he would not only have to teach Fu Yi how to manage the company in the future, but would also find himself subject to Fu Ye's whims, unable to shake off the verbal jabs. Chapter 11. The Big Bad Wolf. Fu Yi is digging pits for Qin Huai's benefit. "Good day, young madam." As Qin Huai exited the conference room, he encountered Lin, the secretary's daughter, who had been waiting patiently at the door. "I will take you on a tour of the company," she said with a nod. "Thank you for your assistance," Qin Huai replied, glancing at his incessantly vibrating phone, yet choosing to ignore it, unwilling to answer. His father's calls were rarely anything but troublesome, and he saw no reason to respond. "It's no trouble at all." Lin walked ahead, guiding Qin Huai through the company environment. Employees at their desks discreetly raised their heads to observe Qin Huai, unsure of his identity that warranted such personal attention from the secretary's daughter. The secretary was the elder's right-hand man, having served him for decades, and even board members showed him a measure of respect. "Who is he?" someone whispered to a nearby colleague. "Not sure. I've never seen him before." "Stop staring. The young master has arrived," someone anxiously warned, hastily lowering their head to feign busyness with their keyboard. Upon hearing this, others quickly followed suit, not daring to breathe. It was said that the young master had a notoriously volatile temper and would resort to violence against anyone he found displeasing. With his hands behind his head, casually trailing behind Qin Huai, Fu Yi popped bubbles with his chewing gum, exuding an air of utter nonchalance. Qin Huai, aware of Fu Ye's presence behind him, cast a sidelong glance and furrowed his brow. First impressions in a company are of paramount importance, yet Fu Yi presented himself with an air of arrogance, akin to a spoiled young master. Upon noticing Fu Yi, he immediately donned a cheerful demeanor, eagerly trailing after Qin Huai, chewing gum with a playful grin. "What is the matter, dear? Do you need me to do something?" he inquired. Qin Huai looked up and promptly admonished him, "Spit out that gum." All right, I'll do it. No need to be angry." Fu Yi complied, discarding the gum into its wrapper, and with a skillful toss, sent it soaring into the trash bin at the corner of the corridor. Secretary Lin, leading the way ahead, couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Qin Huai. It was indeed remarkable that someone could command such obedience from their wayward heir. One must understand that their patriarch had employed various methods to coax the young master into attending work, yet he would often evade his responsibilities, escaping through windows, leaving the office in chaos with the old man's furious shouts echoing behind him. It was a rare occurrence to witness the heir so docile within the company's walls. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qin Huai's phone erupted with notifications from her pocket. She continued to follow Secretary Lin, familiarizing herself with the company, casting not a single glance at her phone. "Damn it, that kid dares to ignore my calls." Qin Sheng fumed, his teeth clenched in anger. "When he returns, I will make him pay for this insolence. He clearly has no respect for his father." Qin Yang's words only fanned the flames of Qin Sheng's wrath. "How dare he disregard me, his father? Just wait until he returns. I'll show him." Qin Sheng's fists tightened, his rage boiling over. Meanwhile, Zhu Hong sat nearby, relishing the drama unfolding before her. If Qin Huai were truly to meet her end at the hands of her husband, the Qin family would undoubtedly belong to her two sons thereafter. As for Qin Huai, she entered the office designated for her duties, seated herself at the desk, and, with her long hair loosely tied at her shoulders, adjusted her glasses, exuding the refined elegance of a scion of a prestigious family. After more than an hour of walking, Fu Yi plopped down onto the sofa, leaning back against the cushion, elbows resting on the armrests, breathing heavily as though utterly exhausted. A male employee passing by the office couldn't resist stealing a glance at Fu Yi. In response, Fu Yi, catching the eye, retrieved his phone from his jacket pocket and cheerfully addressed Qin Huai. "Dear, you go ahead with your work. I'll just play some games while I wait for you." Had Qin Huai noticed the passerby, her temper would surely have flared. Upon reflection, it was not that Fu Yi lacked ambition. Rather, there were forces at play preventing his advancement. During her tour with Secretary Lin, at least 30 pairs of eyes had followed Fu Yi, scrutinizing him intently. No wonder the old man had permitted this outsider to intervene. It was likely that many within the company had begun to shift their allegiances, prompting the patriarch to ensure Fu Yi's safety by pairing him with a formidable spouse to lead the charge. "Madam, these documents are for your review. Please take your time to familiarize yourself with them," Secretary Lin announced, neatly stacking the files on the desk. "Thank you," Qin Huai replied. "There's no need for thanks. It's my duty. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Secretary Lin stated, standing beside the desk, ready for any instructions from Qin Huai. She was aware that scrutinizing others could be deemed impolite, yet she couldn't resist stealing a glance at Qin Huai, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. It was rare to encounter a man with long hair, especially one who was an alpha. Some alphas believed that long hair exuded a sense of femininity, failing to demonstrate their esteemed alpha status. Moreover, they often wished for the entire world to recognize their elevated position, looking down upon others with disdain. However, their young mistress was different. She treated others with kindness and possessed a commendable temperament. Even as a beta, she never acted imperiously, maintaining a courteous demeanor throughout. Unlike other alphas and omegas in the company, who often treated their subordinates as mere servants, demanding tea or requesting massages, Secretary Lin was exempt from such treatment, thanks to her father being the secretary to the esteemed elder. Had it not been for that connection, the young masters and mistresses would have undoubtedly compelled her to fulfill menial tasks as well. Secretary Lin's gaze drifted away from Qin Huai and involuntarily settled on Fu Yi, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. She sighed inwardly, wondering when a young master would mature. "Come on, Fan Sheng, can you even play? Use your skills against the enemy. Hurry, I'm almost out of health. He Ting, you need to save me," Fu Yi shouted in a flurry, his hands deftly navigating the game controls while anxiously calling for his brother's assistance. Qin Huai, still immersed in his documents, could feel the tension building in his forehead, clearly on the brink of irritation. "Why are you even talking while gaming?" he thought, his attention diverted by Fu Yi's boisterous antics. "Quick, quick, quick! Secure the kill," Fu Yi continued, laughter erupting from him and his companions. "Fan Sheng, weren't you just full of bravado? You can't handle the heat?" Fu Yi retorted without reservation. "Let us have another round. I'm not done yet," Fan Sheng proposed. Hearing this, Qin Huai, seated at his desk, immediately shifted his focus from the documents, furrowing his brow at Fu Yi. "Oh no, I forgot my wife is working. I'm out. I won't play with you anymore." "Wait a moment," Fu Yi exclaimed. "No time. Entertain yourselves." Ignoring Fan Sheng's lamentations, he tossed his phone onto the sofa and rushed to Qin Huai's desk, eager to offer a back rub. "Darling, you must be exhausted. Allow me to ease your burdens." "Rub what?" "Focus on your documents," Qin Huai replied, gesturing toward the towering stack of paperwork on the desk. Fu Yi's lips twitched. It seemed his wife was intent on exhausting him. "If I read all of this, would there be a reward?" he asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Do you truly believe you can finish all these documents?" Qin Huai questioned, eyeing Fu Yi incredulously. Did he even comprehend the volume of paperwork at hand to make such a bold claim? "If you dare to wager with me, then I shall read. If not, I shall not lay eyes on it," Fu Yi playfully challenged. Qin Huai, Unconvinced that Fu Yi could accomplish it, shot him a glance. If he managed to finish, I shall acquiesce to whatever you desire. All right, my dear, you said it. No backing out. Fu Yi immediately rolled up his sleeves and urged Secretary Lin. You go stand guard at the office door. If anyone asks what I'm doing inside with my wife, just say we are being affectionate. Secretary Lin, perplexed by his words, nonetheless nodded and stepped out. Understood. Come, my dear wife, let the countdown commence. Fu Yi pulled a chair next to Qin Huai and began to seriously review some documents. Qin Huai cast a glance at Fu Yi before returning to her own papers. Seemingly unfazed, her intention was for Fu Yi to observe the documents. Whether he paid close attention or not was inconsequential, as long as he glanced at them. Chapter 12. Qin Huai's frustration from Fu Yi's sneak attack. Good afternoon, Secretary Lin. A male employee cheerfully greeted as he passed by the office door. Secretary Lin responded coldly. Aware of her stern demeanor, the male employee maintained a smile and inquired. Didn't I hear that the old master assigned you to be beside the young mistress? Why are you standing at the office door? Upon hearing this, Secretary Lin suddenly looked at the male employee. Just moments ago, she had been curious as to why the young master instructed her to say he was inside being affectionate with the young mistress, if anyone asked. Now, upon seeing the male employee, her demeanor shifted to one of caution. Why are you looking at me like that? The male employee stammered, feeling a bit guilty under her gaze. Secretary Lin turned her gaze away, responding coldly. If the young master is being affectionate with the young mistress inside, you should swiftly leave if you value your life. Upon hearing the implication, the male employee feigned fear. I will leave right away. He then hurried around the corner, promptly pulling out his phone to compose a text. Fu Yi's inside the office, being affectionate with that Qin Huai. It's nothing serious. The recipient of the text replied, Are you certain? The male employee responded. Secretary Lin said it herself. It can't be false. With Qin Huai's looks, can that scoundrel Fu Yi truly hold his own? Wondered the man. I don't understand what the old master is thinking. Marrying off such a beautiful wife to Fu Yi. Aren't they just giving him the chance to indulge? I passed by the office just 10 minutes ago and saw Fu Yi playing games. He is hardly fit for work. Enough with the chatter. Continue to monitor his every move. Understood. Please speak a few good words for me in front of the young master. Noted. The man, feeling a bit impatient, exited the conversation to inform his superior that Fu Yi was not working but rather playing games, and after finishing, had shut the office door to be affectionate with Qin Huai. Fu Fei from the second house, upon reading the message, seemed incredulous. Meanwhile, those from the third, fourth, and fifth houses scoffed, as expected. He is beyond redemption. The old master must be disillusioned by now. In the top-floor office, the old master, while attending to his paperwork, listened to the secretary's report about Fu Yi's gaming. Calmly signing documents, he inquired, What does Qin Huai have to say? The young mistress hasn't mentioned anything. She allows the young master to play games on the sofa. Perhaps she feels unfamiliar with the company's operations and wants to get accustomed before instructing him. The secretary defended Qin Huai's actions. The elder did not blame Qin Huai. Instead, he signed the document and handed it to the secretary standing outside the office desk. It was already a miracle that the young man could sit quietly in the office, refraining from his usual escapades of drinking. The secretary had no words to respond. Wasn't this expectation for the young master rather low? The elder opened a new document, pondering that if the young man could sit in the office for an hour, perhaps in time, he could manage 2 or even 5 hours, and, eventually, he might develop an interest in his work. Indeed, the secretary concurred without objection, as he too hoped for such an outcome. With the elder aging, who knew what the coming years would bring, perhaps he would no longer be able to suppress the other factions, and they could only hope for Fu Yi to rise. Meanwhile, Fu Yi was diligently reviewing documents in the office downstairs, oblivious to the secretary's concerns. He even brought his paperwork to lunch, impressing Qin Huai. It wasn't until 6 in the evening that Fu Yi set down the last document, stretched languidly in his chair, and sighed in relief. Finally done. Qin Huai, still with 10 documents left unread beside him, looked at Fu Yi in disbelief. Did you really read them all? Of course. Do you not believe me? Fu Yi replied, stretching again, then quickly retrieved a problematic document. There are loopholes here that need addressing. And this contract, if signed, would lead to ruin. A look of astonishment crossed Qin Huai's face as he realized Fu Yi was referring to a contract he had reviewed the previous day, which indeed resulted in a financial loss. How much? Qin Huai immediately inquired. Fu Yi glanced at the contract and lazily responded, around 30 million, give or take. I didn't calculate it precisely. Qin Huai was taken aback. He had guessed correctly. An inexplicable anger surged within him. You're clearly so intelligent. Why do you pretend to know nothing? Leaning against the desk, Fu Yi smirked, kiss me, and I'll tell you. Qin Huai felt an urge to strike Fu Yi, but restrained himself, forcing the words through clenched teeth. If you don't tell me, how can I cooperate? Fu Yi, wary of truly angering Qin Huai, reclined in his chair, crossing his legs and gazing out the window. If I appear too clever, my parents might not survive. And the old man wouldn't have reached this age. After a moment, Fu Yi turned his gaze back to Qin Huai, smiling. Do you know why they haven't killed the old man yet? Because they consider me a fool, believing that no matter how much support the old man receives, he will never recover. They simply wait for him to die, and the inheritance will fall into their hands without the burden of patricide. But if I had been exceptional from a young age, they would have eliminated the old man and my parents while I was still vulnerable, eradicating any future threats. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai's hands clenched tightly in his lap. It was at the age of 10 that his mother and grandfather perished in a car accident, leaving the family fortune and the villa in the hands of his father. Had he reached adulthood at that time, even without his grandfather's will, the elders in the company would not have chosen his father, the son-in-law, as the heir, but rather him. Do not fear. Those who bully you shall not escape my wrath. Fu Yi gently caressed Qin Huai's face, speaking softly. Qin Huai looked up at Fu Yi, and whether it was an illusion or not, in that moment, Fu Yi exuded a sense of safety that enveloped him. Although I am not entrenched in this industry, the title of Prince I bear is not without merit. You may utilize it freely. Should any fool dare to provoke you, do not hesitate to retaliate. I will bear the consequences for you. Qin Huai was not a heartless individual. How could he remain indifferent to such words? Aside from his deceased mother and grandfather, and his uncle's family, this was the first time someone had unconditionally stood by his side. I understand that your marriage to me is to seek your grandfather's will, so feel free to exploit me without any reservations. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Qin Huai frowned, wishing to correct him. All right. I understand the concept of mutual benefit. Do not be angry. Fu Yi replied, mischievously lifting Qin Huai and positioning him on his lap, allowing him to gaze up at Fu Yi with a triumphant smile. Qin Huai felt a surge of irritation and attempted to rise from Fu Yi's lap, only to be held in place by Fu Yi's firm grip. My dear, you said it yourself. After I review all the documents, you shall reward me. Reminded of the agreement, Qin Huai cursed himself for acquiescing so readily. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he sat on Fu Yi's lap, peering down through his glasses. Speak, what do you desire? Fu Yi had been eagerly awaiting this question. Swiftly removing Qin Huai's glasses, he leaned in to capture Qin Huai's lips. Furious, Qin Huai fumed at the audacity of this brat who dared to take advantage of him. As he contemplated pushing Fu Yi away, Fu Yi suddenly lifted him up, laying him down on the desk, stealing his breath away as the pearl ribbon binding his long hair fell to the floor. Chapter 13. The brazen Fu Yi with tears brimming in his eyes from the unexpected kiss. Qin Huai pushed against Fu Yi in anger. You're hurting me. Wait a moment, my love, just a little longer. Breathing heavily, Fu Yi released Qin Huai, granting him a moment to recover, only to swiftly reclaim his lips. Their fingers entwined tightly. With his long hair tousled, Qin Huai's eyes widened as he contemplated delivering a kick to Fu Yi. But the pheromones wafting from Fu Yi clouded his mind, leaving him vulnerable to Fu Yi's affections. Fu Yi continued to kiss him for nearly 10 minutes, reluctant to let go, until a knock at the office door was heard. Young madam, have you finished reviewing those documents? Under the influence of the pheromones, just as Qin Huai was about to lean back and reciprocate Fu Yi's kiss, his mind suddenly cleared, and he kicked Fu Yi off him. Ah, that hurts. Fu Yi steadied himself against the desk, clutching the area that had been kicked, gasping in pain. That kick could ruin my happiness. Why aren't you dead from the pain? An irate Qin Huai rose from the desk, touching his lip to check for any signs of injury. It wasn't bleeding, but it was certainly painful. Are you a dog or something? Qin Huai seethed with indignation, his chest rising and falling as he struggled for breath. The art of kissing was already a challenge, and yet it resembled a dog gnawing on a bone. Though vexed, Qin Huai found himself puzzled. How could Fu Yi, who frequented the club daily, be so inept at such a fundamental act? I'm not a dog. I simply lack experience, Fu Yi lamented, gasping beneath Qin Huai's grasp, his expression pitiful as he sought to clarify matters. Qin Huai, still touching his swollen lips, scrutinized Fu Yi with 100 doubts. Surrounded by omegas every day, how could he have never engaged with them during his sensitive period? Was it not said that inferior alphas were most prone to losing control in the presence of omegas? My dear, your skeptical gaze wounds my heart. I assure you, I am of impeccable virtue, Fu Yi asserted, immediately swearing to the heavens if I lie. I shall never sleep with you in this lifetime. Qin Huai's face darkened. What sort of absurd oath was that? And what did it have to do with him? Do not be angry, my dear. I shall be gentler next time. Fu Yi wrapped his arms around Qin Huai's waist, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on his slightly swollen lips, feigning submission. His outward demeanor was sorrowful, yet inwardly he reveled in joy. His wife not only kissed beautifully, but was also easily flustered. Qin Huai, meeting Fu Yi's gaze, could discern his thoughts without looking, furrowing his brow. This rascal was indeed coveting his body. Madam, are you all right? Secretary Lin's urgent knock echoed through the office. She was concerned that Fu Yi might be bullying Qin Huai, given Fu Yi's notorious reputation. With a sharp sound, Qin Huai forcefully swatted away the two large hands encircling his waist, refusing to be embraced. He disliked being held in such a manner. Being a head shorter and slighter than Fu Yi made him feel as though he were entirely enveloped in Fu Yi's embrace, which struck him as odd. I shan't embrace you anymore. Please do not be angry. Fu Yi raised his hands high, smiling broadly at Qin Huai. Though his wife appeared fierce, she did not retaliate when kissed. She merely delivered a light kick. Thus, future kisses would be even easier, for he was tough-skinned and resilient. Young master, if you do not open the door soon, I shall have to impose, Secretary Lin declared anxiously outside the office, her voice filled with urgency. The way she called Qin Huai madam made it sound as though she were ready to devour him. Fu Yi scolded, bending down to pick up a pearl hairband that had fallen to the ground, and called out to the office door, "Come in." "Yes." Secretary Lin eagerly opened the office door without wasting a moment. However, upon entering, she froze at the threshold. What met her eyes was Fu Yi standing while binding Qin Huai's long hair to a chair. There was no scene of bullying to be found. Madam, why are you covering your mouth? Secretary Lin blinked at Qin Huai, perplexed, and after a moment of dazed silence, she quickly introduced the boy behind her to break the awkwardness. Cough, this is my assistant and a junior from university, named Jiang Shi. He is here for an internship during the summer break, and will be assisting you, madam. After the introduction, she immediately berated herself inwardly. What was I thinking? How could I have so recklessly entered the office? Thankfully, the young master did not take offense. The introduced Jiang Shi stepped out from behind Secretary Lin, clutching the documents in his arms, his doe-like eyes wide with trepidation as he timidly greeted Fu Yi and Qin Huai. "Good day, young master. Good day, young mistress." His voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with apprehension. Fu Yi's reputation was well known, instilling fear in all. Qin Huai responded, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Shi. He was an omega, with fair skin and an adorably delicate appearance, though somewhat timid and not particularly tall, standing at most 170 centimeters. Having just stood behind Secretary Lin, who was in high heels and 176 centimeters tall, he had failed to notice anyone behind her. Fu Yi, preoccupied with tying up Qin Huai's hair, did not cast a glance in Jiang Shi's direction, instead reveling in his own handiwork, thinking to himself, I truly have a talent for hairstyling. Qin Huai, seated, rolled her eyes at Fu Yi, whose styling left her hair looking disheveled. Talent, you say? She scoffed, swiftly removing the pearl hairband and deftly tying her long hair over her shoulder. Habitually adjusting her glasses, she presented her beautiful visage to everyone. Fu Fu Yi, upon seeing her hair undone, wore a look of regret. He had intended to take a photo to boast to his close friends, Fan Sheng and He Ting. Not under Fu Ye's scrutiny, Jiang Shi quickly retreated behind Secretary Lin, sighing in relief, only to suddenly peek out at Qin Huai. He recognized her from photographs he had seen in university, displayed on the honor wall of the trophy room. She had also worn long hair, much like now, though lacking the maturity she exuded at present. In university, everyone regarded Qin Huai as a role model, even seeking her photograph for inspiration during exams. Secretary Lin, may I leave early today? I have a part-time job to attend to, Jiang Shi asked anxiously, feeling somewhat guilty. Secretary Lin had only introduced him to the Fu group as an assistant due to their familiarity, yet here he was requesting to leave early. Secretary Lin turned to Jiang Shi, asking, "Is it your brother's illness that requires a more expensive suppressor for relief?" Jiang Shi bit his lip and nodded, clutching his documents tightly. "Then I shall introduce you to a safer part-time job with a higher salary." "No, it's unnecessary. I've already found one at a club with excellent pay, and I can start tonight." Jiang Shi quickly refused, wishing to avoid troubling Secretary Lin further. Upon hearing club, Secretary Lin expressed concern. "You're an Omega. Such places can be quite perilous." Jiang Shi was aware of the risks, but the prospect of working as a server there offered a monthly salary of 25,000. His brother required suppressors priced at 11,000 each, needing 2 per month. Without seeking higher-paying work, he could not possibly afford it. Understanding Jiang Shi's predicament, Secretary Lin sighed, "Just be cautious. If you encounter any trouble, flee. Your safety is more valuable than money." "Understood. I will be careful," Jiang Shi replied obediently. By the way, in that club, Omegas serving in private rooms earn a base salary of 50,000. Those who applied for the position consistently remarked upon his striking appearance, suggesting that he would undoubtedly be well received, lamenting that it was a pity he had chosen to be a waiter. Their insinuations subtly urged him to consider becoming a VIP attendant instead. Yet, he dared not entertain such thoughts, nor did he wish to be trifled with by the affluent. He steadfastly opted to remain a waiter. Fortunately, the individual did not press him further nor display any anger, merely expressing regret. "Now that you have completed your work, you may leave," Secretary Lin advised Jiang Shi. "Do not let your first day as a part-timer end with tardiness." Jiang Shi bowed deeply in gratitude to Secretary Lin before promptly gathering his documents and hurrying back to the assistant's office. Observing Jiang Shi's departure, Secretary Lin then proceeded into Qin Huai's office, standing respectfully before the desk to inquire, "Madam, have you finished reviewing the documents?" "Yes, I have," Qin Huai replied, neatly stacking the last file and rising from her chair after closing her pen. Fu Ye's face brightened instantly. "Are we heading to my uncle's house?" As Qin Huai was about to nod in affirmation, she received a text message from her uncle, "Xiao Huai, do not come to your uncle's house. Quickly find a place to hide. Your father and that stepmother of yours just came looking for you, claiming they have arranged a splendid marriage for you. I thought they had a change of heart, but they intend to marry you off to Mr. Li, someone who could easily be your father. They're truly worse than beasts." Upon reading the message, Qin Huai furrowed her brows. It was no wonder they had been incessantly calling her throughout the day. "What did your uncle say?" Fu Yi asked curiously, trying to glimpse the text, but Qin Huai had already switched her phone to black. "It's nothing." "Really nothing?" Fu Yi was skeptical, sensing something was amiss in his wife's demeanor. "It's truly nothing," Qin Huai insisted, reluctant to lean on Fu Yi. She disliked the idea of dependency becoming a habit. Fu Yi recognized that Qin Huai was concealing something from him, yet he refrained from probing further. He understood that she was not ready to open up to him, but he believed that time would prove his trustworthiness. Tenderly, Fu Yi reached out to caress Qin Huai's face. It was evident that she had endured considerable hardship, making her hesitant to connect with others. Qin Huai looked up, frowning at Fu Yi. "Why are you suddenly touching my face?" Without offering an explanation, Fu Yi leaned down and planted a playful kiss on her lips, teasingly proclaiming, "Not only is my wife beautiful, but she is also quite sweet when kissed." "You're ridiculous," Qin Huai retorted, walking away from the desk, flustered. Fu Yi followed her, leaving Secretary Lin standing by the desk, bewildered. Was this charming peacock truly the same young master who often erupted in rage. Chapter 14, Dominant Alpha versus Innocent Omega. Outside the Fu Group building, Qin Huai approached the vehicle parked at the entrance and entered the back seat. Fu Yi cheerfully joined her, sitting beside her. The head of the security detail closed the back door and promptly took his seat in the driver's position, glancing at Fu Yi in the rearview mirror. "Are we heading home, young master?" "Home? No. We are going to the club for drinks," Fu Yi replied, reverting to his usual flamboyant demeanor. Casually draping an arm over Qin Huai's shoulders and lounging comfortably. The captain of the bodyguards instinctively glanced at Qin Huai, hesitant to escort Fu Yi to the club for fear of inciting Qin Huai's ire. "Qin Huai, to the club," Fu Yi commanded. The bodyguard captain was taken aback by the ladies' apparent ignorance. Their young master's visits to the club were far from mere drinking. Inside those private rooms, countless Omegas awaited, each aspiring to ascend to greater heights. "What is this? Drive," Fu Yi, in a fit of temper, kicked the driver's seat. The bodyguard captain dared not delay and promptly steered towards the club. Seated beside Fu Yi, Qin Huai remained silent, listening to his secretary report on work matters. Occasionally, he would murmur an acknowledgement before eventually inquiring, "Do we have any engagements this month?" "Rest assured, we do. The young talents in the company are quite diligent, with several catching the attention of prominent directors for roles as supporting characters in major productions. Although their parts may be limited, the character arcs are promising, and should they perform well, it may enhance their visibility and open doors to more substantial scripts in the future." Qin Huai, instruct them to hone their acting skills and refrain from unnecessary outings, lest they attract the paparazzi. "Very well, I shall convey this. You need not worry about the artists in the company. I will ensure their well-being. If your husband mistreats you, you must inform us. Though we lack significant power, we do have a dedicated fan base. While we may not topple him, we can certainly make his life rather unpleasant." At that moment, Fu Yi had Qin Huai in his embrace, and upon hearing Secretary Li mention him, he chuckled with amusement. "Why would I bully my wife? That's truly a ridiculous thought." Secretary Li did not anticipate being overheard by Fu Yi, causing him to panic, yet he retorted fiercely. "Our company's account boasts several million followers. The hottest artists possess over 10 million fans. We are not intimidated by you." "Not afraid of me? Why are you stammering then?" Fu Yi tightened his hold on Qin Huai, finding the situation amusing. "Who is stammering?" "I'm not stammering at all." Secretary Li shot back defiantly, striving to sound more assertive. Qin Huai, listening through the phone, shot Fu Yi a sharp glance. "Is teasing my employee truly that entertaining?" Fu Yi immediately mimicked, zipping his lips. Qin Huai cast another sidelong glance at Fu Yi, then descended from his lap, instructing Secretary Li to ensure the assistants manage the artists well, refusing any invitations to gatherings that involve drinking. "Even the directors? What? Must they drink with artists to produce films?" Qin Huai's voice turned frosty. Within his company, numerous Omega artists were often targeted by directors eager to exploit this, frequently pressuring them to partake in drinking sessions and other unscrupulous activities. Understanding Qin Huai's concerns, Secretary Li felt a swell of pride for the artists. He stifled his tears, resolutely declaring, "If those directors force our artists to drink, I shall ensure they face consequences. Remember to mention my name." Fu Yi, laughing, embraced Qin Huai once more. "You truly are a good person, Your Highness," Secretary Li exclaimed, elated. Typically, they refrained from causing trouble for their boss, fearing the repercussions of confronting those unpleasant individuals. However, with Fu Yi's presence, they felt emboldened to challenge anyone. Indeed, it is true that Fu Yi would protect the artists of your company. "Ha ha, very well. You should cultivate a good relationship with our boss. I shall not intrude any further." After Secretary Li concluded the call, she nearly burst into laughter, feeling as though they had truly latched onto a powerful ally. "Alas, my foolish mind. I forgot to ask for the boss's husband's number." Secretary Li scolded herself. Without the number, they could only refer to his name. Who would believe that Fu Yi was backing their company? Qin Huai, seated on Fu Yi's lap, had anticipated this and sent Secretary Li Fu Yi's phone number. Secretary Li replied instantly, "Ah, thank you, boss. I shall no longer criticize your husband in my thoughts. Your husband's willingness to support our company surely indicates his genuine affection for you. You should consider pursuing a relationship with him. If it works out, we will all be delighted for you. Qin Huai felt somewhat speechless. Just yesterday, he considered Fu Yi to be utterly lacking, yet today, he found himself swayed by a single remark from Fu Yi. But did Fu Yi truly harbor feelings for him? Qin Huai withdrew his gaze from the phone, looking down at Fu Yi, who was grinning mischievously as he held him. Affection? What affection? This young man merely craved his body. Once he got what he wanted, who knows how he would be discarded. Qin Huai returned his phone to his pocket and promptly dismounted from Fu Yi's lap. Fu Yi pouted. Why did he always get off his lap? What was wrong with wanting to hold him? Qin Huai turned his gaze to the window, ignoring Fu Yi. A person like Fu Yi could easily have any wife he desired. Fu Yi was simply intrigued by the challenge of winning him over, which was why he complied with his every request. If something were to transpire in the future, who could predict Fu Yi's true attitude? Such dynamics were hardly novel in elite circles. Darling, pay attention to me, Fu Yi exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Qin Huai from behind, urging him to look at him. He regretted being too young to provide Qin Huai with a sense of security, which led to Qin Huai's skepticism about him. Unaware of Fu Yi's inner thoughts, Qin Huai attempted to push him away, but Fu Yi held on too tightly. He turned to scold. Your body temperature is unbearably high. Stop clinging to me. I'm clinging because you are my wife now, Fu Yi retorted, his grip unwavering, a hint of grievance in his eyes. Qin Huai initially intended to react with anger, but upon seeing Fu Yi's expression, he found it difficult to do so. After all, it was he who had initially sought to leverage Fu Yi for their mutual benefit. Ultimately, Qin Huai took a deep breath and allowed Fu Yi to hold him. Upon realizing he had not been pushed away, Fu Yi's face brightened. He tightened his embrace around Qin Huai and suddenly kissed him fervently. Qin Huai reminded himself to endure. Once they arrived at the club, surrounded by a plethora of handsome men, Fu Yi would surely cease his clinginess. At the window of the Fu Corporation's tall building, the people from the third, fourth, and fifth households watched as Fu Yi's car drove away towards the club. They sneered inwardly, recognizing him as a lost cause. Even a clever person like Qin Huai could not salvage him. The secretary standing beside the esteemed Mr. Fu at the grand floor-to-ceiling window has wiped the cold sweat from his forehead several times. It was one thing for the young master to visit the club, but to bring along the young mistress was unexpected. He now fears that the old master might become enraged and storm to the club with a knife, threatening the life of their young master. The young master, however, might simply be seeking to enjoy the company of friends rather than indulge in drink. The secretary steels himself, attempting to fabricate justifications for Mr. Fu. With his hands clasped behind his back, the silver-haired elder gazes out at the bustling street beyond the window, remaining silent and composed. After a considerable time, he turns to walk toward his desk, instructing the secretary that henceforth he need not intervene in the upbringing of young Qin Huai. The secretary, following closely, registers surprise. Under normal circumstances, the elder would have already slipped on his shoes to chase after their young master. Have the arrangements been made? Mr. Fu suddenly inquires as he settles at his desk, retrieving documents. The secretary promptly responds, as per your instructions, I have arranged for the elder master and mistress to be sent abroad. They are currently at our Fu family's private estate, under the protection of 3 elite mercenary teams. The leader of the mercenary squad consists entirely of 3 S-rated alphas, all seasoned in combat, ensuring that no one from the other factions dares to lay a hand on the elder master and mistress. Mr. Fu offers no further comment, returning to his work. The secretary gazes at him, pondering. The elder has indeed sent the young master's parents abroad, signaling a potential rupture with the other factions. Arriving at the club's parking lot, Qin Huai looks up at the luxurious skyscraper, aglow with neon lights. Glancing at Fu Yi beside him, he inquires, Is this your establishment? Shu. Fu Yi places a finger to his lips, a smile playing on his face. Though he does not respond verbally, his smile reveals all. Qin Huai studies Fu Yi more intently, astonished that he has established such a lavish club right under the noses of the other factions. This club not only offers entertainment, but also boasts 20 floors of hotel accommodations above the 10th floor. Even those who seldom frequent clubs know of its renown. Directors, artists, and affluent individuals in the circle are often drawn here, as the club is known for its abundance of alluring omegas. It is said that the service quality of the omegas varies across different levels, with distinct tiers from the first to the 10th floor. In the precious land of Kyoto, it generates substantial wealth, widely recognized as a haven for the affluent. Not only does it cater to male alphas, but it also welcomes female alphas. Even within the private booths, one can find a mix of common alpha men and women providing service. Come, let me show you around Fuyi, adorned with a necklace and dressed in a black V-neck ensemble beneath a black leather jacket. His wolf-tail hairstyle exuding a rebellious charm. Wraps his arm around Qin Huai's waist and strides into the club. Upon entering, they are greeted by a resplendent lobby reminiscent of a European palace. The DJ is playing, and a lively crowd of men and women sway rhythmically on the dance floor, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Upon entering the grand hall, Fuyi, with his arm wrapped around Qin Huai's waist, immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Following him was Qin Huai, adorned in a light-colored suit, her long hair elegantly tied back. Captivating those present. What an exquisite companion for the young prince today. Alas, one could not help but pity that stunning beauty, as it was likely she would be subjected to the whims of the prince and his companions. Oblivious to the guest's thoughts, Fuyi escorted Qin Huai into the elevator. Upon reaching their usual floor, he stepped out, only to witness a server being harassed in the corridor leading to the private rooms. "Please, sir, refrain from such behavior," Jiang Shi implored, desperately shielding himself with a tray as he attempted to retreat. "What nonsense! Coming here to work is just to cozy up to the wealthy. I have plenty of money. What's wrong with inviting you to my room for a few drinks? You truly lack appreciation," sneered the corpulent, greasy man, extending his hand toward Jiang Shi, who was dressed as a bunny girl, complete with rabbit ears. "Please, don't come any closer," Jiang Shi stammered, panic rising within him as he hurled the tray at the man and sprinted down the corridor. However, his heels, ill-suited for speed, hindered his escape. As the rotund man closed in, Jiang Shi, terrified and in tears, darted around a corner, only to collide with an imposing figure. He looked up, teary-eyed and trembling, at the towering presence before him. It was He Ting, who had been wrestling with insomnia for 2 days and was now frowning down at the frightened server in his arms. Have the servers these days forgotten their manners? He muttered, while the oily man growled menacingly. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Jiang Shi instinctively sought refuge behind He Ting, clutching his clothing and sobbing. Initially indifferent, He Ting was suddenly drawn in by a delightful scent emanating from Jiang Shi, prompting him to turn and lean down to inhale the fragrance at the nape of Jiang Shi's neck. He had not misidentified it. The alluring scent was indeed emanating from this server. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Shi, clutching himself in his provocative outfit, stepped back nervously, the sound of his heels echoing on the marble floor. He Ting swiftly, yet firmly, grasped Jiang Shi's wrist, raising it as he inquired, "Is it your pheromone I just detected?" "What pheromone?" Jiang Shi panicked, sniffing himself in a futile attempt to discern any scent, exhaling a sigh of relief upon finding none. In a place like this, entering a state of arousal would not simply result in one person's misdeeds. "What scent does your pheromone carry?" He Ting pressed, his curiosity piqued. Jiang Shi hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper as he replied, "It's a fragrant scent." Those around him remarked that his pheromones were unpleasant and foul, to the extent that they would refuse him even if he were given away for free. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Shi felt his eyes welling up, a mixture of anger and grievance swelling within him. It was as if he wished to attract their attention. Yet upon seeing him, they would pinch their noses, claiming he reeked of a restroom, even going so far as to inquire if he scurried to the lavatory to indulge in filth after class, their words dripping with venom. Little did they know, it was merely incense, which explained the delightful aroma. He Ting lowered his head, inhaling the scent emanating from Jiang Shi's neck, feeling a sense of lightheadedness wash over him. His pheromones, previously chaotic, and his body, which had suffered from insomnia for 2 days, began to find solace. Ever since he had suddenly transitioned from an A-level alpha to a 3S level alpha at the age of 18, his pheromones had become increasingly unstable. tormenting him for 5 long years, depriving him of restful slumber. With no alternatives, he resorted to spending nights at the club, accompanied by an omega to help him sleep. Yet even then, his sleep remained restless, awakening every 2 hours, and once roused, slipping back into slumber proved nearly impossible. Even when lying on his bed with his eyes shut, his mind remained acutely alert, driving him to the brink of madness. However, the mere whiff of the pheromones from this waiter was enough to gradually calm his agitated spirit. Startled, Jiang Shi instinctively recoiled from He Ting, feeling quite flustered and at a loss. The man had just complimented the fragrance of his pheromones, contrary to what everyone else had said about their foulness. Was there something wrong with his sense of smell? With his head tilted back, he remained wary of He Ting, his hands still ensnared by He Ting's grip, his tear-drenched eyes reflecting confusion and trepidation. He Ting took in Jiang Shi's expression, noting that this waiter was unfamiliar to him, likely a new hire. Unlike the other waitstaff, this one did not fawn over him upon sight. If he were to hire him as a personal pillow, he would likely not be burdened with unwanted advances. "You're hurting me," Jiang Shi murmured, his eyes shimmering with tears as he attempted to withdraw his wrist from He Ting's grasp, yet he found himself unable to escape. He Ting did not release Jiang Shi's wrist. He was contemplating paying for Jiang Shi to be his pillow when suddenly a furious voice erupted from behind him. "Who are you? How dare you ruin my good fortune?" He Ting's previously subdued temper flared up instantaneously. He turned, glaring fiercely at the rotund man, akin to a provoked tiger. Upon recognizing He Ting's face, the man's eyes widened in fear as he stammered out apologies. "I am so sorry, young master." "I'll leave right away. Please continue." He turned on his heel and stumbled toward the private booth, not daring to linger for even a moment. The He family was a top-tier aristocracy in Kyoto, known for exclusively producing alphas. He could never afford to provoke them. "Get lost." Fang Ye, who had just emerged from the elevator, thundered as he wrapped his arm around Qin Huai's waist, delivering a swift kick to the rotund man. Yes, I'm going. I'm going." The man immediately flopped on the ground, curling into a ball and rolling away toward the booth, akin to a ball rolling on the floor. "Are you not coming out?" Fang Yi called out coldly down the corridor. The bodyguard in the shadows swiftly approached Fu Yi. Fu Yi looked at the bodyguard, furrowing his brows in frustration, lamenting the incompetence of allowing such riffraff onto the 10th floor. The bodyguard immediately bowed his head to explain that the individual was a guest from the 2nd floor, accompanied by someone from the 10th, which is why they had not intervened. "I will ask him to leave at once," he stated before hastily departing. Mishandling this situation would lead to dire consequences from their employer. Qin Huai followed the bodyguard with his peripheral vision and soon heard a piercing scream from a nearby corner booth, the voice of a rotund man crying out in terror. "Please stop hitting me. I understand my mistake. I should not have violated your rules. My hand. Oh, my hand." Upon hearing this, Qin Huai grasped the reality of the situation. The bodyguard's so-called request was merely an excuse to deliver a thorough beating before dragging the person down. His gaze returned to Fu Yi, who was even more decisive than he had anticipated. After all, a man capable of running such a large club in Kyoto could hardly be characterized as soft-hearted. A mere lesson would suffice. There was no intention of causing a fatality. Fu Yi was well aware of his limits. With a smile, Fu Yi explained to Qin Huai that he had dealt with such clientele more than 100 times, if not 1,000. "As long as you know your limits," he added. If someone were to die, even with his status as a prince, he could not shield himself from the repercussions. In the corridor, Jiang Shi forcefully pushed past He Ting, tears streaming down his face as he dashed towards Fu Yi and Qin Huai, quickly seeking refuge behind Qin Huai. Glancing anxiously at the frowning He Ting, He Ting clicked his tongue in annoyance before releasing Jiang Shi's wrist, allowing him to flee without having the chance to ask Jiang Shi to be his pillow. Fu Yi raised an eyebrow at He Ting, teasing. "When did you develop a penchant for teasing the waitstaff?" Who was teasing him? He Ting, a tall figure with his hands in his pockets, approached Fu Yi, glancing at Qin Huai. He had heard from Fan Sheng that Fu Yi was married, and to Qin Huai no less. Initially skeptical, witnessing Fu Yi embrace Qin Huai, who did not push him away, left him with no choice but to believe. Qin Huai, under He Ting's scrutiny, remained unperturbed, briefly adjusting his shirt, which was casually fastened only at the bottom two buttons, presenting a relaxed demeanor. He glanced back at the frightened Jiang Shi. He Ting, towering at an estimated 195 centimeters, made it understandable why the 170-centimeter Jiang Shi would seek refuge beside him. After all, who wouldn't he feel intimidated in the presence of such height and commanding presence? I finally found the perfect pillow. Don't ruin it for me. He Ting remarked to Fu Yi before pulling Jiang Shi from behind Qin Huai and hoisting him over his shoulder. Jiang Shi, taken aback by He Ting's unexpected action, cried out in protest, "Let me go! Let me go!" Seeing this, Qin Huai attempted to intervene, but Fu Yi held him back, assuring him that He Ting would not harm or bully Jiang Shi, but merely carry him back as a pillow. Before Qin Huai could inquire about the meaning of pillow, Fu Yi clarified, explaining that after He Ting's transformation, his pheromones became unstable, and without the calming presence of an Omega's pheromones, he was unable to find rest. For the past 5 years, he has been in search of an Omega whose pheromones resonate with his own, yet his quest has proven fruitless. It is likely that the pheromones emanating from Jiang Shi alleviate his insomnia, which is why he chose to take Jiang Shi away. The young man is quite generous and would not skimp on compensating Jiang Shi. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai felt a sense of relief. It seems that the rumors circulating about Fu Ye's associates being indifferent to human life are unfounded. Could it be that he himself has propagated these tales to mislead others? Habitually, Qin Huai glanced up at Fu Yi. Why does he always look up at his husband? Does he wish for a kiss? Fu Yi began to jest again. Qin Huai swiftly swatted away Fu Yi's hand that encircled his waist and walked ahead, choosing to ignore him. Fu Yi, with a playful grin, quickly followed, saying, "Don't walk so fast, my dear. You're not familiar with the way." Indeed, Qin Huai was unfamiliar with the path, so he slowed his pace. In the next moment, Fu Yi's strong arm encircled his waist once more, guiding him towards the spacious private room at the end of the corridor. Qin Huai was speechless. This was the same room he had come to fetch Fu Yi from last time. Inside, the music blared, and the vibrant lights of the dance floor flickered as a throng of alphas and omegas danced exuberantly, while beta servers knelt beside the coffee tables, adeptly pouring drinks. "This way, dear," Fu Yi said, protecting Qin Huai from the throng of dancers as they made their way to a corner of the sofa. Qin Huai assumed Fu Yi intended for them to sit on the corner sofa, but to his surprise, Fu Yi led him into another spacious room that resembled an office. "Sister-in-law, you've arrived. Come, have a seat," exclaimed Fan Sheng, who was seated on the sofa, immediately rising to greet Qin Huai at the door. The others on the sofa quickly stood as well, hastily clearing away clothes from the seats, and warmly called out in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." The volume of their greeting nearly startled Qin Huai. He scrutinized Fan Sheng and the others, who appear to be of similar age to Fu Yi, all looking bright and clean, with endearing smiles that made it hard to reconcile them with the ruffians described in the outside world. Chapter 16. Fu Yi personally feeds Qin Huai juice. Why shout so loudly? You frighten my wife, Fu Yi said, closing the office door to muffle the sounds from the private room. Yes, it's our fault. We'll be quieter next time. Come, sister-in-law, sit on this sofa. It's clean. Indeed, it's clean. We're here in the club to divert attention for Brother Yi, not to engage in the indiscretions rumored outside. The people you saw outside are also our own, meant to keep up appearances. Please don't let the rumors make you dislike us. Fan Sheng and the others cleared the way for Qin Huai on the sofa, their chatter overlapping. They would not explain themselves to others. But since Qin Huai is Fu Yi's wife, they feared he might misunderstand. All right, my wife is quite astute. Upon arriving at the club, she recognized it as my establishment, Fu Yi said as he settled Qin Huai onto the sofa. Is that true? Fan Sheng exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he looked at Qin Huai. The club has been established for 8 years, yet no one knows who the elusive owner is. However, upon the arrival of their sister-in-law, the truth was revealed. Truly, she is remarkable. Her intellect surpasses our own. Zhouing expressed his admiration with applause for Qin Huai. Unlike my family, who incessantly chastises me for merely indulging in leisure and neglecting my responsibilities, They claim that following Yi Ge will only lead me to further decline, and that I will inevitably regret it. I find their concern amusing. The wealth we have amassed alongside Yi Ge over the past few years far exceeds what they could ever imagine. My elder brother and my father's illegitimate son are embroiled in a bitter struggle for a meager inheritance, yet their liquid assets pale in comparison to mine. My elder brother toils away at the company, exhausted as a hound, yet he earns less in a year than my dividends from Yi Ge. The brothers grew increasingly animated, their disdain for their elder brother evident in their expressions. Fu Yi, pouring juice for Qin Huai, remained silent with a slight smile. The brothers, having chosen to forge their own paths rather than rely on family, now possess over $1 billion in assets, each managing their own small businesses. Qin Huai accepted the juice from Fu Yi, unfazed. The club generates substantial daily profits, and the dividends for Fan Sheng and the others should be considerable as well. Yi Ge, let us distribute the profits. Fan Sheng and Zhou Ying, seated across the sofa, along with the 5 brothers standing behind, looked at Fu Yi with eager anticipation. "What's the rush?" Fu Yi asked, retrieving his phone to call his bodyguard. "Bring it in." 5 minutes later, a dozen bodyguards entered the office, each carrying black briefcases. They placed the cases in neat rows on the coffee table, bowing respectfully before retreating. "Ha ha ha, profits have arrived." Fan Sheng and the others rubbed their hands together in excitement. "Let us do this one by one." Fu Yi picked up a briefcase and stated, "Inside is $6 million in cash. The remaining $4 million will be in checks." "All right, no problem." The group signaled in agreement. Qin Huai paused mid-sip. Did that mean each person's share was $10 million a month? That totals to $120 million a year. No wonder they had just expressed disdain for their family's modest enterprises. However, it seemed to pertain to some individuals, as Fan Sheng and Zhou Ying had not disclosed the specifics, implying their family's assets were substantial. "What about He Ting? Is he in the lounge or at the hotel upstairs?" Fu Yi inquired after distributing the dividends. Fan Sheng glanced toward the lounge and replied, "He just brought back a bunny girl waitress. She's sleeping in there." Zhou Ying settled on the sofa, saying, "Just leave the money here. He'll take it himself when he wakes up." Fu Yi said nothing but placed the cash and check on the coffee table for He Ting. The other brothers, having received their dividends, joyfully waved goodbye to Qin Huai on the sofa. Sister-in-law were heading out to work. Qin Huai watched them depart, leaving the private room. It is no wonder that Fu Yi is the owner here. The mystery remains intact. After all, who could have guessed that the seemingly playful room was, in fact, an office? Fan Sheng and Zhou Ying remained seated on the sofa opposite Fu Yi and Qin Huai, eagerly gulping down water. They had likely been dancing outside and were now fatigued. Both Fan Sheng and Zhou Ying hailed from affluent families and had grown up alongside Fu Yi and He Ting, fostering a deep camaraderie. "Saozik, I heard you have started a management company?" Fan Sheng inquired, setting down his cup and wiping his mouth as he turned to Qin Huai. "Yes, the company was established 3 years ago," Qin Huai replied. "Fan Sheng, my family also runs a management company. MC is part of our family enterprise." Surprised, Qin Huai noted that MC was the most renowned management agency, boasting numerous high-profile stars and several award-winning actors. "My family has invested in various shows and dramas. If your artists need assistance, I will be happy to make introductions," Zhou Ying added after setting down his water cup. Indeed, Zhou Ying has invested significantly in the entertainment industry. If your artists wish to connect with his company, I'm certain he will provide you with valuable resources." Fan Sheng affirmed, giving Zhou Ying a nod. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai glanced at Fu Yi, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a phone call. It became evident that bringing him to the club today was aimed at introducing him to the connections of Fan Sheng and Zhou Ying. Fan Sheng, noticing Qin Huai's realization, lowered his voice and chuckled. "That rascal Fu Yi mentioned this to us last night, and even reminded us to bring it up with you, so you and T catch on. Yet here you are, clever as ever." Zhou Ying gave Qin Huai a thumbs up. Don't be misled by Fu Yi's carefree demeanor. In truth, he carries a heavy burden. As the only heir of the main branch, he faces immense pressure, especially with nearly 20 cousins from the other branches and their watchful uncles. He fears that if he shows his true potential, it might provoke his uncles to act against his grandparents and parents. "What are you saying?" Zhou Ying scolded Fan Sheng. worried about alarming Qin Huai. Ah, forgive me, Saojuk, I was merely rambling. Please don't take it to heart. Fu Yi is quite capable, so you need not worry. Fan Cheng fumbled to retract his words, casting cautious glances towards the distant window, anxious that Fu Yi might overhear and retaliate. At that moment, Fu Yi happened to glance towards the sofa, locking eyes with Fan Cheng. Oh no, Fan Cheng thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. He hastily pulled Zhou Ying to his feet, saying, Saojuk, we're heading out for a bit. Please take your time. Qin Huai, well aware of Fan Cheng's apprehension towards Fu Yi, did not attempt to stop him. He sat quietly on the sofa, gazing at Fu Yi, who stood with his back turned, engaged in his call. So, Fu Yi bore such heavy burdens. Qin Huai had previously assumed he lived a carefree life. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Yi, holding the phone to his ear, remained oblivious to Qin Huai's watchful gaze, his expression grim as he listened to his subordinate's report. Due to the reports from his subordinates, Fu Yi learned that Qin Huai's father, after taking his half-brother abroad for summer vacation, had completely disregarded Qin Huai. Upon returning from the trip, he intended to send Qin Huai to an older man as a stepping stone for his company. Fu Yi was infuriated, veins bulging with rage. He questioned why his wife suddenly ceased visiting her uncle's house, only to discover that her shameless father had gone there seeking her out. Young master, are you still listening? His subordinate inquired tentatively over the phone, having reported for quite a while without receiving any response. Fu Yi suppressed his anger and instructed his subordinate to closely monitor Qin Sheng and his associates, to ascertain their recent activities and to gather any incriminating evidence. If none existed, they were to provoke them into making mistakes. Understood, the subordinate acknowledged, fully aware that Fu Yi aimed to entrap Qin Sheng and his cohort, thereby facilitating his wife's claim to the Qin family enterprise. In truth, Qin Huai also anticipated his father's missteps, yet his father remained vigilant, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. Fu Yi's strategy stemmed from his position as an outsider, affording him ample opportunities to set traps for Qin Sheng. Young master, do you have any further instructions? The subordinate asked, noticing Fu Yi had not yet ended the call. Fu Yi, with narrowed eyes, replied, create some troubles for the companies under the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th branches, ensuring they lack the time to focus on the main company. With that, the subordinate hung up. Fu Yi exhaled slowly, realizing that by causing disruptions for the other branches, his wife would be able to find some stability within the main company. Just then, Qin Huai unexpectedly approached Fu Yi, handing him a glass of juice. Pensive, Fu Yi promptly tucked his phone away, his serious demeanor replaced by a playful smile. Thank you, my dear, but mere words are insufficient, he jested, lifting Qin Huai into his arms. Startled, Qin Huai instinctively grasped Fu Yi's shoulders with one hand while letting his long legs dangle at either side of Fu Yi's body, with one arm supporting Qin Huai. Fu Yi beamed at him before leaning in for a quick kiss. You wanted me to drink juice. Why are you hugging me? Qin Huai retorted, trying to suppress his irritation. Fortunately, only half of the juice remained in the cup, preventing any spills. Darling, feed me, Fu Yi said, holding Qin Huai tightly with one arm while playfully pinching his waist, a smile brightening his face. Qin Huai, seething with frustration, regretted approaching Fu Yi to express his gratitude, as it had turned into an opportunity for Fu Yi to take advantage of him. If you want to feed me, then I shall take it myself, Fu Yi declared, seizing the juice from Qin Huai's hand, tilting his head back to take a sip, then capturing Qin Huai's lips in a kiss. Unprepared for the sudden act, Qin Huai swallowed the juice in surprise, only to have it spill down his chin as Fu Yi deepened the kiss. Chapter 17. Jiang Shi rinsed himself out to He Ting. This insufferable boy, Qin Huai pushed against Fu Yi, who was holding him and kissing him, his eyes brimming with tears. Though the kiss lacked the fervor of their first encounter, it left him breathless, teetering on the edge of suffocation. Fu Yi, aware of his still developing kissing skills, worried for Qin Huai's well-being and quickly pulled away, allowing him to breathe. Finally able to breathe, Qin Huai leaned against Fu Yi's shoulder, gasping for air, nearly unable to regain his composure. With a gulp, he looked up at Fu Yi, swallowing hard. Qin Huai's long hair, tied at his shoulder, had become somewhat disheveled from the affectionate encounter. His eyes reddened as he struggled to catch his breath, yearning for more. Upon hearing the sound of Fu Yi swallowing, Qin Huai's hair seemed to bristle with indignation, and he immediately raised a hand to cover Fu Ye's mouth. With Qin Huai's hand over his mouth, Fu Yi, grinning mischievously, playfully kissed the palm, prompting Qin Huai to swiftly retract his hand, gritting his teeth in annoyance, cursing inwardly at the audacity of this impudent boy. "Put me down this instant," Qin Huai commanded, irritation lacing his tone. Yet, Fu Yi continued to hold him, aware that he might attempt another surprise kiss. Fu Yi, well aware of Qin Huai's thoughts, chuckled softly. He indeed wished to steal another kiss. But having already succeeded twice today, he feared that pushing his luck would truly provoke his beloved wife. "Are you deaf?" Qin Huai scolded Fu Yi. "Not deaf. Just let me be," replied Fu Yi, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. He leaned in and planted a light kiss on Qin Huai's lips before turning and carrying him toward the sofa. Clinging to Fu Ye's shoulder, Qin Huai refrained from moving, concerned that Fu Yi might not be able to support him and he would tumble down. Yet, it appeared his worries were unfounded. Fu Yi held him securely with one arm while balancing a glass of juice in the other, walking with remarkable steadiness. How could he possess such strength? This was indeed the vigor one would expect from a dominant alpha. Furrowing his brow, Qin Huai reflected on the past few days spent with Fu Yi, realizing that everything about him seemed extraordinary. Could it be that Fu Yi, like himself, was a 3S level alpha? What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Fu Yi inquired, placing Qin Huai on the sofa and meeting his gaze with curiosity. Qin Huai longed to ask if Fu Yi was truly a low-tier alpha, but having already posed the question before, he could see no deceit in Fu Ye's expression. Suddenly, he thought of Fu Ye's grandfather, who must know something, perhaps even concealing the truth from Fu Yi, leading him to believe he was indeed a low-tier alpha. Unbeknownst to Qin Huai, there existed a fourth gender, Enigma. Had he known, he might have suspected Fu Yi to be an Enigma, hastily departing, for Enigmas surpass alphas and can even mark them or transform them into omegas. What's with the staring? Why the silence? Fu Yi felt a shiver run down his spine under Qin Huai's intense gaze. "Nothing," Qin Huai replied, pulling a tissue from the coffee table to wipe the juice from his chin. He realized that questioning Fu Yi would yield no answers. It would be wiser to wait until they returned to the ancestral home to inquire with Fu Ye's grandfather instead. "Or have you suddenly realized how handsome your husband is?" Fu Yi teased, narcissistically leaning his face closer to Qin Huai with a shameless grin. Qin Huai, visibly disgusted, pushed Fu Ye's face away, tossing the used tissue into the trash bin beneath the coffee table. Unperturbed by the dismissal, Fu Yi nestled closer to Qin Huai, burying his face in the crook of Qin Huai's neck, inhaling deeply. "Darling, you smell so wonderful." In the Qin Huai region, Fu Yi engaged in frivolous chatter, despite not having applied any perfume. How could he possibly exude a pleasant fragrance? "Do not cling to me," Qin Huai admonished, pushing Fu Yi away once more as he retrieved his phone to check the artist's schedule sent by his secretary. Fu Yi, with his audacious demeanor, was not so easily dismissed. He naturally wrapped an arm around Qin Huai's waist, glancing at the schedule on the screen. "Fan Cheng and Zhou Ying have both ventured into the entertainment industry. You might consider conversing with them when you have the time." Unbeknownst to Fu Yi, Qin Huai had already discussed this matter with Fan Cheng and Zhou Ying during his earlier call. Qin Huai refrained from voicing this, lifting his gaze from the phone to meet Fu Ye's eyes. At last, having captured his wife's attention, Fu Yi leaned down to press his lips against Qin Huai's. With veins standing out in anger, Qin Huai gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed Fu Yi away, delivering a sharp slap to his face. My dear wife, that hurts. Be gentler." Fu Yi whimpered, covering his cheek with a pitiful expression directed at Qin Huai. Qin Huai was infuriated. What kind of person was he, getting slapped without retaliating, and yet acting so woefully? Was there something wrong with his mind? Suddenly, the door to the lounge swung open with a creak. A flustered Jiang Shi attempted to escape, but before he could step out, he was hoisted back inside the lounge by the towering He Ting, who had just awakened, still clinging to Qin Huai. Fu Yi glanced at the firmly shut door. Qin Huai also turned his attention there, adjusting his glasses. "Let go of me," I do not wish to keep you company while you sleep. Release me. The sound of Jiang Shi's sobs filled the lounge. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi furrowed his brow, pondering why He Ting had not yet resolved matters with Jiang Shi after an hour of being inside. Qin Huai continued to scrutinize the artist's schedule in silence, as Jiang Shi had not sought help, leaving him reluctant to intervene. In the lounge, Jiang Shi found himself enveloped in He Ting's embrace, utterly unable to break free, his eyes brimming with tears. An hour prior, He Ting had carried him back and, without uttering a word, had fallen into a deep slumber with him cradled in his arms. Just as Jiang Shi thought he could escape, he was once again seized and returned to the lounge. Now, He Ting held him tightly, burying his head in Jiang Shi's neck. The supervisor will not find me. I shall surely be dismissed tomorrow, Jiang Shi lamented, wiping his tears and feeling utterly disgraced. If he were to be fired, how would he afford the special suppressants for his brother's illness? You shall not lose your job. Just sleep, He Ting commanded irritably, his head nestled against Jiang Shi's neck. Jiang Shi, fearing punishment, obediently refrained from moving, but before long, he found himself weeping softly in He Ting's arms, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. Since his freshman year, he had juggled classes while working part-time to earn money for his brother's special suppressants, leaving him utterly exhausted. After lying down with He Ting for an hour, his weary body was no longer under his control. When Jiang Shi groggily awoke, the lounge was aglow with neon lights, some of which had already dimmed, signifying the late hour. His mind cleared in an instant, and he abruptly sat up in panic, his face a picture of alarm. I actually fell asleep? What the hell? He Ting was jolted awake, irritably covering his ears with a pillow, yearning to drift back into slumber. Yet, with Jiang Shi no longer in his embrace, sleep eluded him. He tossed aside the pillow and, clutching his hair, sat up beside Jiang Shi, his expression betraying his morning grumpiness. Jiang Shi immediately blushed and lowered his gaze. He Ting, bare-chested, with his well-defined abs illuminated by the neon lights streaming through the window, was a sight to behold. It was merely a lack of a shirt. Had he not seen other men shirtless before? He Ting muttered under his breath, but nonetheless pulled on a shirt. Once dressed, he leaned over to grab his watch from the bedside table, only to freeze in shock. It was already past 11 at night. Had he truly slept for 5 hours? Since his differentiation 5 years ago, he had never slept for such an extended period. I need to go to work, Jiang Shi declared, attempting to rise from the bed, only to have his wrist swiftly seized by He Ting. I have already kept you company. Let me go, Jiang Shi implored, tears welling in his eyes, his gaze resembling that of a frightened rabbit. 100,000 a month, He Ting stated, tightening his grip on Jiang Shi's wrist to prevent his escape. Jiang Shi mistakenly believed He Ting viewed him as someone easily won over, struggling to free himself while weeping. I'm not that kind of person. Go find someone else. 300,000. All you need to do is let me hold you while you sleep. 300,000 for a month? Jiang Shi could hardly believe it. Simply allowing He Ting to hold him while he slept warranted such a sum? You're not deceiving me, are you? Jiang Shi stifled his tears and cautiously glanced at He Ting, a hint of fear in his eyes. He Ting was not one to squander words. He picked up his phone from the bedside table and calmly stated, bank card number, account name. Jiang Shi was taken aback by He Ting's decisiveness. However, he was not blinded by the allure of money. Grasping the blanket tightly, he nervously sought clarification. So, it's really just for you to hold me while I sleep? Upon hearing this, He Ting scrutinized Jiang Shi, who wore a high-cut bunny outfit, his clean features and gentle demeanor evident. He replied bluntly, you're not my type. Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson, wishing to disappear into the ground. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. As long as He Ting held no romantic intentions, he was assured that nothing inappropriate would occur. With his hands gripping the blanket tightly, Jiang Shi managed to suppress his fear and relayed his bank card number and name to He Ting. Without hesitation, He Ting promptly transferred 300,000 to Jiang Shi. As Jiang Shi lifted his phone, he was greeted by a notification of the arrival of the 300,000. It felt surreal. Coming back to his senses, he quickly counted the zeros on his phone, confirming the amount was indeed 300,000, and a smile broke upon his lips. With this money, He could send his brother to a specialized hospital for treatment, no longer forcing him to endure the confines of a regular hospital. Seated beside Jiang Shi, He Ting rested his elbow on his thigh, observing Jiang Shi as he propped his chin on his hand. This modest sum of money brought him such delight. If it were any other Omega, they would certainly negotiate for a better price. Yet Jiang Shi did not. Chapter 18. The inebriated Fu Ye's distorted intentions. How should I cooperate with you? Or should I simply follow you? Jiang Shi tightened his grip on his phone and looked up at He Ting. I still have my internship at the Fu Corporation during the day, so I can only make time in the evening. Jiang Shi stated his position clearly. You are interning at the Fu family's company? He Ting scrutinized Jiang Shi from head to toe. Yes, indeed. Is there a problem? He Ting was merely surprised. He found nothing amiss. The Fu Corporation is not easily accessible to anyone, even for those with connections, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals like Jiang Shi, who lacks a prominent background, to secure an internship there. You excel academically? He Ting suddenly inquired. Jiang Shi hesitated before nodding. He had gained admission to university solely through scholarships. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity for education. Being accepted into the Fu Corporation indicates a level of intelligence that is far from ordinary. Jiang Shi's face flushed suddenly. It was the first time someone had praised his intellect. Others often labeled him a bookworm, a mere scholar. I can only accompany you in the evening. If you find that unacceptable, I will refund your money. Jiang Shi hastily shifted the topic, not wanting He Ting to see his flushed face. I don't sleep during the day. You can go about your work and meet me at the club after your shift. He Ting remarked before getting out of bed and heading to the bathroom for a shower. After 5 hours of sleep, he felt invigorated and his head no longer throbbed. Jiang Shi, seated on the bed, breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that He Ting might object, leaving him no choice but to return the money. Jiang Shi curled up, his head resting on his knees, uncertain if he was making the right decision. Yet his brother truly needed the funds. Jiang Shi, you have not erred. It is not shameful to accept assistance from others, for you have rendered your labor in return. Quickly wiping away his tears, Jiang Shi dialed the hospital to speak with his brother's attending physician. Recognizing Jiang Shi's voice, the doctor reassured him, do not worry too much about your brother. He has just received a sedative and is now asleep. It is not about that. Last time, you suggested I transfer my brother to a specialized hospital, mentioning there were available beds. I would like to inquire if that is still the case, as I intend to transfer him. The attending physician, taken aback by Jiang Shi's decision to transfer, hesitated for a moment before responding, his tone tinged with concern. A specialized hospital would indeed be beneficial for your brother's condition, but the monthly hospitalization fee is around 100,000. The suppressants used there are superior to those at our hospital, costing approximately 70 to 80,000 each. Can you truly afford this? Jiang Shi was taken aback by the exorbitant costs. Fortunately, He Ting provided him with 300,000 a month. Otherwise, he would not even cover the hospitalization fees, let alone the cost of the suppressants at that facility. Our hospital is also researching your brother's condition. Perhaps in a year or two, we may find a solution for his pheromone-related issues. You might want to wait a little longer. The attending physician was aware of Jiang Shi's family situation. There were just 2 brothers, with their parents and grandparents having passed away. My brother suffers greatly each time he awakens. I do not wish to wait any longer. Please assist me in contacting the specialized hospital and facilitating my brother's transfer. I will cover the costs as well as your fees. You child, what fees are you speaking of? The transfer to another hospital is a straightforward matter. Earning money is not an easy endeavor, so do not squander it. The attending physician has been treating Jiang Shi's brother for several years and is quite familiar with Jiang Shi, making it difficult for him to accept any payment. Little Shi, you haven't done anything to harm yourself, have you? The sudden influx of money from Jiang Shi has left the physician feeling uneasy. Moreover, as an Omega, if Jiang Shi were to take drastic measures, the quickest way to obtain funds could lead him down a perilous path. The physician is concerned that Jiang Shi might feel cornered and resort to foolish actions. No, I haven't harmed myself. You know I'm currently interning at the Fu Group, and if I perform well, I will receive a substantial commission. Jiang Shi hesitated to lie, yet felt compelled to do so. I see, that's a relief. The attending physician felt reassured. In a moment, I will assist you with the transfer paperwork for your brother, and I will ensure that the new attending physician is briefed on his condition. They will also reach out to you, and when you have time, you can visit your brother in the hospital. Although the hospitalization fees are high, there will be dedicated staff providing one-on-one care, so you need not worry about your brother being unattended. Thank you, Uncle Wei. There is no need for such formality. I feel sorry for you. After all these years of treatment, we still haven't identified the cause for your brother's pheromone crisis, leading you to spend so much unnecessarily. However, rest assured, the hospital I am recommending is the most prestigious in Kyoto, and they have been researching the fourth gender. Perhaps they will uncover the true nature of your brother's affliction. All right, I will leave the transfer arrangements to you, Uncle. Very well, you focus on your responsibilities. The attending physician concluded the call, believing Jiang Shi was at work and did not wish to intrude. Jiang Shi stared at the dark screen of his phone, exhaling a long sigh of relief. With a lead on his brother's condition, he felt a significant weight lifted. Meanwhile, having just finished a shower, He Ting, who had been listening from the bathroom doorway, realized that Jiang Shi came to the club to earn money for his brother's medical expenses. He had previously thought Jiang Shi was foolish for not negotiating better terms. He Ting opened the bathroom door, clad in a white bathrobe with the collar undone, drying his damp hair as he walked toward the large bed. Jiang Shi, seated on the bed, immediately felt flustered and uncertain about how to proceed. Earning 300,000 a month merely to be held while sleeping seemed disproportionately favorable to He Ting. I can dry your hair for you. Jiang Shi rose from the bed, searching for the hairdryer. He Ting moved toward the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, drying his short black hair with a towel. The hairdryer is in the bathroom. All right. Jiang Shi hurried into the bathroom, retrieved the hairdryer, and made his way back to the sofa. Uncertain where to plug it in, he was grateful when He Ting assisted him with the connection. Holding the hairdryer, Jiang Shi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly added, I will familiarize myself with the environment. Please give me some time. As long as you are content. He Ting replied nonchalantly, engrossed in his phone. Sitting on the sofa with his back turned to Jiang Shi. Why should he dry his own hair when he had someone to do it for him? By nature, he was inherently lazy, preferring sleep over any other activity. Jiang Shi swiftly approached He Ting from behind, activating the buzzing hairdryer to assist him in drying his hair. While doing so, his gaze inadvertently fell upon He Ting's phone, where he glimpsed a message from his father in their chat, stating, How did the He family produce such a useless child like you, incapable of even managing your own pheromones? What purpose do you serve? Return home tomorrow for a blind date, and if you fail to charm the Omega from the Nangong family, you shall never return to the He household. He Ting, as if oblivious to the message, carelessly tossed his phone onto the coffee table. Jiang Shi, who was drying He Ting's hair, immediately lowered his head, suppressing his breath. He had assumed that a wealthy young master like He Ting led a carefree life, but he was taken aback to learn of the harsh words from his father, demanding him to return from matchmaking. All right, it's done, Jiang Shi said as he finished drying He Ting's hair and turned off the hairdryer. He Ting faced the coffee table, lit a cigarette, and remained silent, his lighter clattering onto the table. Jiang Shi jumped in surprise and quickly placed the hairdryer in the bathroom. Upon returning from the bathroom to the side of the sofa, he fidgeted with his clothes, caught in indecision as to whether to stand or sit. He Ting looked up and exhaled a puff of smoke towards Jiang Shi. The latter, standing anxiously, met He Ting's gaze and quietly inquired, Is there anything else you need me to do? Not necessary, He Ting replied, his eyes drifting away from Jiang Shi as he stared out of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The familiar skyline, adorned with shimmering lights, suddenly felt overwhelmingly intrusive to him, as if he wished to shatter it all. Jiang Shi could discern that He Ting's mood was quite dismal. If it were him who received such a message, he too would feel a weight on his heart. You've finally woken up, Fu Yi announced as he entered the lounge, accompanied by Qin Huai. Greetings, Prince. Greetings, young mistress. Jiang Shi promptly turned and bowed in acknowledgement. Fu Yi replied, leading Qin Huai towards the sofa and settling across from He Ting. Your father is upset with you again, Fu Yi asserted confidently. He Ting, irritated, exhaled smoke and extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray on the coffee table, responding nonchalantly, That's just his usual demeanor. I've grown accustomed to it. Let me know if you need assistance. It's nothing serious. He merely likes to vent. He Ting refrained from divulging the truth to Fu Yi. Currently, Fu Yi was biding his time to deal with others from rival factions, and He Ting wished to avoid burdening him. At most, he would attend a blind date, endure a few reprimands if he faltered. It wasn't as if he would lose a limb over it. This lounge is too crowded for me to bring him to rest. Reserve a room for me on the top floor. After voicing this, He Ting rose from the sofa. Fu Yi, along with Qin Huai, followed suit. There are no extra rooms on the rooftop, but I do have 2 vacant rooms in my presidential suite, one for Fansheng and Zhou, and the other for you two. Agreed, He Ting said, taking Jiang Shi by the hand as they departed. Fu Yi led Qin Huai through the raucous karaoke room, taking the elevator alongside He Ting and Jiang Shi to the 30th floor. The rooftop housed only 3 suites, each a spacious 3-bedroom layout. Amenities included a public swimming pool, a gym, several quaint restaurants, an open-air tea room, and billiard tables, among others. Fu Yi used fingerprint recognition to unlock the presidential suite, conveniently allowing Qin Huai and He Ting Jiang to register their fingerprints for ease of access. With a click, the lights illuminated the space, revealing a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of Kyoto's nightscape. However, the grand hall felt rather desolate, furnished only with an exquisite leather sofa worth hundreds of thousands and a television embedded within the wall, spanning 5 to 6 meters. Flanking the room were 2 potted plants, creating an air of simplicity and monotony. Qin Huai glanced to the left of the hall, where a pristine and organized kitchen awaited. Adjacent to it was the dining area, which contained merely a rectangular marble dining table and 6 upholstered European-style chairs. The suite comprised 3 bedrooms, 2 located on the ground floor adjacent to the hall, and 1 situated upstairs in the duplex. My wife and I will occupy the upper floor. You may choose from the 2 rooms downstairs, Fu Yi informed He Ting Jiang. He responded with a nod and, alongside Jiang Shi, casually selected a room for themselves. As Qin Huai made his way toward the staircase, Fu Yi unexpectedly embraced him from behind, playfully whining, "Wife, I'm hungry." We barely ate while drinking in the private room. Qin Huai rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the brightly lit kitchen, feeling a bit peckish himself. Fu Yi, grinning, followed him, stating there are some raw steaks, vegetables, and plenty of pasta in the fridge. Upon opening the double-door refrigerator, Qin Huai was greeted by an ample supply of vegetables and meats, along with an array of fruits. He gathered the necessary ingredients and moved to the cleaning counter, turning on a faucet. Having had a few drinks, Fu Yi wrapped his arms around Qin Huai's waist from behind, planting a kiss on the nape of his neck and playfully nibbling at his gland. A thrill of excitement coursed through him for reasons he could not quite comprehend. "Why would you dare to bite? I'll knock your teeth out," Qin Huai warned, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Yi as he washed the vegetables. "I was thinking about your gland, I swear." Fu Yi quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Qin Huai, aware of Fu Yi's deceit, turned back to continue washing the vegetables, though he couldn't completely ignore the playful banter. Relieved to have evaded suspicion, Fu Yi exhaled deeply and then flashed a smile, gently brushing aside Qin Huai's long hair to plant a kiss on the back of his neck. He believed that one day his wife would fully embrace him. Once she did, a mere bite of the gland would surely be permissible. After all, such an act would not mark her, and if she initially resisted, he would persist until she acquiesced. "Is there anything you need help with?" Jiang Shi suddenly appeared at the kitchen door, hesitant to step forward. Fu Yi, Qin Huai, turned back and raised an eyebrow, questioning why Jiang Shi was not accompanying He Ting. Jiang Shi replied softly, explaining that He Ting was in a poor mood and had not permitted him to join. His gaze, cautious and tentative, reflected his trepidation towards Fu Yi, rendering his legs nearly unresponsive. As Qin Huai washed the vegetables, he glanced back at Jiang Shi, who had just finished his bath and donned nightgown, and assisted by peeling some garlic. "All right, I shall," Jiang Shi said, approaching Qin Huai with a sigh of relief. He feared that both Fu Yi and Qin Huai would dismiss him as useless, which caused him considerable anxiety. With Jiang Shi present, Fu Yi no longer dared to cling to Qin Huai. He plucked a freshly washed tomato from the plate, took a bite, and inquired of Jiang Shi, who was busy peeling garlic, whether He Ting had scolded him over the phone or via text. Taken aback by Fu Yi's question, Jiang Shi confessed that it was indeed a text message urging He Ting to return for a blind date, the prospective partner seemingly bearing the surname Nangong. The mere mention of the Nangong family caused Fu Yi, who was leaning against the countertop, to squint his eyes. Even Qin Huai, busy with the vegetables, paused momentarily. The Nangong family was among the elite, known for producing exceptional omegas. Many alpha suitors vied for the opportunity to marry a Nangong omega, leading to fierce and clandestine rivalries. Given that children born to Nangong's female omegas were either superior alphas or omegas, suitors were eager to wed into the family to secure a lineage of excellence. As Qin Huai recalled, prior to his engagement with Fu Yi, rumors had circulated in the capital that Fu Yi would marry the favored omega daughter of the Nangong family. However, the elder Fu had never clarified whether these rumors held any truth. It was only when the elder Fu approached him, requesting him to marry Fu Yi, that he could scarcely believe that the elder would forego a prized Nangong omega in favor of him. Despite his intellect and capabilities, the reality remained that he was an alpha, and in the capital, no prestigious family would willingly accept an alpha into their fold. While there were instances of alphas marrying into wealthy families, these were often individuals cast aside by their own families, relegated to amuse other alphas. What's wrong? The atmosphere suddenly shifted, leaving Jiang Shi at a loss as he gazed between Fu Yi and Qin Huai. It's nothing, Fu Yi replied, leaning down to plant a kiss on Qin Huai's lips. I'll head upstairs for a shower. Qin Huai remained silent, but turned to watch Fu Yi exit the kitchen. He had heard tales of the Nangong Omega lady, who had grown up alongside Fu Yi. Was Fu Yi's decision to flee from their wedding rooted in the fact that he was not the favored Nangong lady? Regardless of her, Qin Huai reminded himself that his marriage to Fu Yi was solely a means to leverage the Fu family's influence to reclaim his grandfather's will. Fu Yi's affections for anyone else were of no consequence to him. Steeling himself, Qin Huai resumed his stoic demeanor as he continued washing the pots and cooking. Having grown up in his uncle's household, which had once been financially constrained and unable to afford a cooking aid, he had learned to prepare meals. Finding no difficulty in the task at hand, Qin Huai simply prepared a few dishes and asked Jiang Shi to summon He Ting for dinner, while he himself went to call Fu Yi. However, before he could reach Fu Yi, the latter had already finished his bath and descended the stairs. Upon entering the dining room, he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "How delightful! My dear wife, how is it that you excel at everything?" Fu Yi flattered the Qin Huai, who chose to ignore him, sitting down at the table and beginning to eat without a word. Confused, Fu Yi scratched his head, pondering why she had suddenly grown distant. Could it be that she was upset over the kiss he had stolen before his bath? Sitting beside Qin Huai, he ate while stealing glances at her. Throughout the meal, Qin Huai never met Fu Yi's gaze, quietly savoring her food. He Ting, having slept the entire day, was ravenous and focused intently on his meal. Jiang Shi, sitting at the table with a sense of discomfort, hesitated to serve himself, feeling out of place among Fu Yi, Qin Huai, and He Ting. He felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, afraid to make sound. After finishing her meal, Qin Huai took her bowl and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen before leaving the dining room. "Wait for me, my dear," Fu Yi exclaimed, hastily finishing his rice. Pushing his chair back and quickly following Qin Huai, Jiang Shi sighed in relief. Without Fu Yi present, his tension eased. "I'll take care of the dishes," he offered, standing up to stop He Ting from washing. However, He Ting did not pause, taking both his and Fu Yi's dishes along with several plates into the kitchen. Jiang Shi hurriedly followed, clutching the plates and bowls. He was taken aback to see He Ting washing the dishes with hot water and detergent, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't it said that young masters from affluent families had their every need catered to? How could he be washing the dishes himself, and with such ease? Once the dishes were cleaned, Jiang Shi quickly followed He Ting into the spacious room that showcased the neon-lit night view of Kyoto. He Ting plopped down onto the sofa, grabbing the remote from the coffee table to turn on the television and watch a movie as a means of relaxation. Jiang Shi, small in stature, sat upright beside him like a little tail. He Ting glanced at Jiang Shi, who was sitting stiffly with his hands resting on his knees, resembling a wooden figure. "Aren't you tired sitting like that?" he inquired. Jiang Shi was surprised that He Ting had noticed him and even engaged him in conversation. "No, not at all," he replied quickly. "I usually sit like this in class, just without resting my hands on my knees because I need to write." Intrigued by Jiang Shi's response, He Ting propped his chin on his hand and continued to observe him, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He had often heard wealthy young men and women speak of poor children as greedy and ugly, solely wishing to cling to the affluent, even agreeing to behave like dogs for their favor. Yet Jiang Shi, also from a poor background, seemed different from what he had been led to believe. "Is there something on my face?" Jiang Shi suddenly asked, wiping his cheeks. He Ting, resting his chin on his hand, did not answer the question, but instead locked eyes with Jiang Shi. "You are sitting too far away. I cannot perceive your pheromones." "Oh, all right," Jiang Shi replied obediently. Shifting closer to He Ting, now only a fist distance apart, he dared not glance at He Ting, focusing instead on the large television in front of the sofa, sitting upright with his hands resting on his knees. It was the first time He Ting had encountered someone like Jiang Shi, an omega who neither sought to ingratiate himself nor clung to him. "You are unaware of the He family?" He Ting fixed his gaze on Jiang Shi, voicing his curiosity. He pondered whether Jiang Shi was oblivious to his lineage, which might explain his lack of sycophancy. Yet, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Shi looked up with a clear gaze and replied, "I am aware. There is likely no alpha family in Kyoto that does not recognize you." He Ting nearly blurted out, "Then why not seize the opportunity to curry favor with me?" But suddenly recalled that Jiang Shi had come to work at the club solely to earn medical expenses for his younger brother, thus refraining from speaking. Gradually, he realized that Jiang Shi was indeed different from other omegas. Would you like some fruit? I could prepare a small platter for you in the kitchen." The atmosphere had grown overly quiet, prompting Jiang Shi to seek a topic for conversation. He Ting diverted his gaze from Jiang Shi, lazily resting his chin on his hand while changing the movie on the remote. "I don't want any. Just sit quietly." The moment Jiang Shi departed and the scent of his pheromones dissipated, He Ting felt a dull ache return to his mind. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shi, who assumed He Ting simply disliked fruit, he obediently remained seated beside him. Suddenly, his face flushed, and he quickly lowered his head. The film playing on the television depicted an intimate scene between an omega and an alpha, the sounds resounding clearly. Jiang Shi's ears and neck turned crimson, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. He Ting observed Jiang Shi's blushing face, recognizing that he likely had never had a boyfriend or experienced a kiss. Although He Ting himself lacked experience in such matters, he certainly did not blush at the mere sight of a film. "See, could you change the movie?" Jiang Shi, with his head bowed and hands gripping his pants, quietly asked He Ting, his face aflame. The film was becoming increasingly explicit, edging toward a home run. He Ting deliberately refused to turn it off, propping his chin on his hand as he watched Jiang Shi. "This is merely an educational film about the three genders, not an adult film." Jiang Shi was well aware, yet this educational film covered everything: how to reproduce correctly, how to mark one's partner, and the compatibility of pheromones, accompanied by colorful illustrative diagrams, all quite explicit. Suddenly, Jiang Shi caught a whiff of an unfamiliar pheromone, his face a picture of shock as he looked up at He Ting. He Ting himself was momentarily taken aback. While watching an educational film, he found himself entering a sensitive period in response to Jiang Shi. His pheromones were in disarray, and his sensitivity was chaotic, but it was the first time he had experienced such a reaction toward an omega. "Why you? Hurry and take an inhibitor." Jiang Shi sprang from the sofa, covering his nose as he dashed towards the dining room, taking refuge behind the glass door, eyeing He Ting warily. Alpha pheromones could trigger an omega-S cycle. He dare not remain so close to He Ting. He Ting's expression darkened, feeling slightly vexed. Did Jiang Shi regard him as some kind of monster? Why flee so far? Despite his irritation, He Ting swiftly strode towards his room, his long legs carrying him quickly to retrieve the inhibitor that Fu Yi had prepared. After administering the injection, he frowned and glanced toward the door. Jiang Shi hesitated at the door, his expression a mix of apprehension and curiosity as he peered in. He Tian felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. After all, with Jiang Shi's slight frame, he had never regarded him as a threat. Yet here he was, acting as if he needed to guard against him. Moreover, he identified as a straight man, and his mother was certainly not one to encourage any ambiguity. In Chapter 20, Fu Yi escorted Qin Huai out of the car, delivering a sharp rebuke to the Qin family. "My dear, what troubles you? Why have you suddenly withdrawn from me?" Fu Yi lay on the bed, wrapping his arms around Qin Huai from behind, utterly oblivious to what he might have done wrong. "If you're not going to sleep, then I certainly will," Qin Huai retorted coldly, discarding his grip around her waist and turning away. Had it been anyone else treating him in such a manner, Fu Yi would have erupted in anger. However, faced with Qin Huai, he felt no ire. Instead, he found himself introspecting, questioning whether he had unwittingly caused her displeasure. Fu Yi pondered throughout the night, only succumbing to slumber as dawn approached. When he finally awoke to the sounds of commotion, Qin Huai was already dressing, preparing for work. Supporting his forehead, Fu Yi shook his head and hurriedly rose to wash up, eager to accompany Qin Huai to her workplace. Upon arriving at the office and settling onto the sofa, Fu Yi yawned repeatedly. Lin, the secretary, stood at the desk, passing documents to Qin Huai, and unconsciously glanced at Fu Yi. Alongside Lin, Jiang Shi, burdened with a stack of files, also stole a look at Fu Yi, his expression one of confusion. After all, the young master had returned to the second floor with the lady of the house rather early the previous night. It was baffling to see him appear so fatigued. Recalling the events of the prior evening, Jiang Shi felt his cheeks flush. He too was perplexed by He Ting's sudden vulnerability, the way he had fixated on him throughout the night, and how he had nearly frightened him when he woke to find him staring. To add to the confusion, He Ting had unexpectedly touched his waist, only to frown and turn away, leaving Jiang Shi utterly bewildered. "Is everything all right? Are you unwell?" Lin inquired softly as she turned to Jiang Shi. No, he quickly shook his head. "Then why is your face so flushed?" Jiang Shi dared not reveal that his embarrassment stemmed from thoughts of He Ting. "How are things at the club? No one is giving you a hard time, I hope?" Lin asked. Jiang Shi blushed anew. "No one is troubling me. I've just unexpectedly gained a benefactor." He was hesitant to let Lin know about this, fearing she might think him the sort to seek out wealthy patrons, and he hastily reassured her, "I assure you, Lin Jie, no one is giving me a hard time." "That's a relief. If you have any issues, do let me know." "Yes, certainly." Jiang Shi nodded earnestly, grateful for Lin's concern. Seated at the desk reviewing documents, Qin Huai refrained from exposing Jiang Shi's fib. She lifted her gaze to hand the documents to Lin, confirming that everything was in order for distribution. "Good," Lin replied as she accepted the papers. "Today, the old master is celebrating his 60th birthday and will invite individuals from high society. However, the true purpose is to introduce the lady of the house to the public. I must ask, are you prepared for this?" Qin Huai paused in her perusal of the files. It was an opportunity for her to reconsider. Meanwhile, Fu Yi, who had been yawning on the sofa, suddenly closed his mouth and listened intently. He is currently quite anxious, fearing that Qin Huai might refuse. However, Qin Huai is contemplating the situation. Having already boarded Old Master Fu's ship, he does not regret his decision, believing that Old Master Fu would consent to his departure. Informing the Old Master that everything remains unchanged seems prudent. "Very well," Secretary Lin acknowledged, yet refrained from messaging Old Master Fu, indicating that the Old Master had already surmised that Qin Huai would not retract his decision. "Fortunately, my wife has not changed her mind," Fu Yi thought, patting his chest in relief, realizing it was merely a false alarm. He continued to message his subordinates, inquiring about the progress of the tasks he had assigned. His subordinate responded, "We have indeed created troubles for others as you instructed. They are now preoccupied with their own companies and lack the time to attend to the headquarters." "Good, keep following them," the subordinate affirmed. "By the way, the third house has opened a club, emulating your club's model, yet their omegas have been lured through illicit means. Should we consider reporting them?" Upon hearing this intriguing development, Fu Yi smirked. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as he felt drowsy. While contemplating how to deal with the other houses, The third house had conveniently handed him an opportunity. Send someone to infiltrate that club and gather sufficient evidence until I give the word. Understood. The subordinate ended the call. Fu stretched comfortably, a smile gracing his face as he rose from the sofa and approached his desk. Pulling out a chair, he sat beside Qin Huai, leaning down to plant a kiss on Qin Huai's cheek, declaring, "I have come to keep you company, my dear wife." Qin Huai, engrossed in his documents, cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yi, shoving the papers into Fu Ye's hands, insisting that he read them. "Very well, as you command." Fu Yi saluted and began to study the documents earnestly. Secretary Lin, observing from outside the desk, wore an expression of disbelief. Typically, the old master would struggle to pry open their young master's eyelids, who would hardly spare a glance for the papers, squirming like a pig destined for slaughter. Now, however, upon receiving a file from the young mistress, he was actually reading. Jiang Shi, unaware of Fu Ye's illustrious reputation within the company, found his reading behavior entirely reasonable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Qin Huai's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, realizing it was his father, and promptly hung up, turning off his phone. "That damn boy!" Qin Sheng fumed, enraged by the abrupt disconnection, and redialed Qin Huai, only to be met with the message. "The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later." "Ah, this is infuriating." Qin Sheng, in a fit of rage, raised his phone as if to smash it on the ground. But remembering it was his own device, he halted abruptly. "Father, why are you even dealing with that insufferable fellow? Come here and help me see if this suit is appropriate for attending old Master Fu's 60th birthday celebration," Qin Yang exclaimed, holding up a suit in front of himself, eagerly asking Qin Sheng for his opinion. "This one is perfect, son. Once you wear it, it will surely catch the crown prince's eye." Qin Sheng's earlier anger dissipated, replaced by uncontainable delight. Zhu Hong echoed his sentiments, praising Qin Yang, stating, "My son is so handsome. As long as the crown prince isn't blind, he will undoubtedly be drawn to him. That is hardly idle talk. Given my appearance, who would not be enamored? Otherwise, old Master Fu would not have taken the trouble to send an invitation to our family. Such treatment has never been afforded to us before. It is undoubtedly because I have reached the age of 20 this year, the legal marriage age for an Omega, that old Master Fu is so eager to extend an invitation to our family, fearing that I might be claimed by an alpha from another clan." Qin Yang spoke with unwavering conviction. Qin Sheng, curious about how their family had managed to obtain an invitation from old Master Fu, found Qin Yang's explanation rather plausible, stirring excitement within him. If his son could become the wife of the crown prince, their family, the Qins, would surely rise to greatness. What does it matter that Qin Huai is handsome? As an alpha, he cannot marry, unlike me, who has been chosen by old Master Fu to be his granddaughter-in-law, ascending to great heights. When I see him in the future, I shall ensure he is beneath my feet, begging for mercy like a dog. Yes, son, you must give him a proper lesson and avenge your mother. Zhu Hong's eyes glinted with malice. She had suffered at Qin Huai's hands time and again and had long desired to eliminate him. Yesterday, she devised a plan to send something to old Alpha Li for Qin Huai, but to her dismay, Qin Huai simply did not return home, thwarting her scheme. The mere recollection of it now made her teeth grind in frustration. But setting him aside for now, the priority is for you to prepare yourself. Son, Qin Sheng interjected. All right, I will prepare immediately and wait at the hotel entrance once ready. Qin Yang's face was alight with eagerness. Clad in his suit, he, along with Qin Sheng and Zhu Hong, proceeded to the hotel hosting old Master Fu's grand birthday celebration, alighting from the car and merrily heading toward the entrance. The bodyguards at the hotel gazed at the trio as if they were fools. The grand celebration was not set to commence until 6 o'clock in the evening, yet it was only 1 in the afternoon. Their excitement had rendered them impatient. After standing for 2 hours without a single car arriving, regret began to seep in. They should not have come so early. However, having arrived, they could not possibly turn back, and so they endured until 6 o'clock. As soon as the event began, they attempted to enter the hotel, only to be halted by the Fu family's steward at the entrance. "We have an invitation. Why are we not allowed to enter?" Qin Yang demanded angrily. Before the steward could respond, other guests waiting at the hotel began to stifle laughter, covering their mouths as they observed Qin Yang and his family. Surely, they could not be ignorant of the fact that entry to a Fu family event typically requires the presence of Old Master Fu himself. They clearly had never attended a Fu family gathering. What a rustic bunch. Qin Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, and Qin Sheng and Zhu Hong also turned crimson, quickly stepping aside, too ashamed to remain at the entrance. Though Qin Yang was seething with anger, he knew they could not contend with these people. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Isn't it strange? Why has Old Master Fu suddenly decided to celebrate his 60th birthday? Weren't we told there would be no grand celebration? Someone quietly inquired of those nearby. The respondent glanced around at the other guests, lowering their voice. I heard that Old Master Fu has already chosen a wife for the crown prince. It's likely that this sudden birthday celebration is to introduce the future granddaughter-in-law. Is that true? Indeed, my husband remarked that the young prince was involved in a car accident last week, which delayed matters. Oh my, could it be true then? Is the young prince's betrothed an Omega from the Nangong family? It seems plausible, as they are well matched in status. Qin Yang, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but scoff. It is I who am the Omega from the Nangong family. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet several female guests overheard him, casting curious glances before stifling their laughter, oblivious to their own worth and status. What a delusion. I speak nothing but the truth. Who is living in a fantasy? Qin Yang retorted angrily. However, the crowd disregarded him and hurriedly turned to face the parking lot at the hotel entrance, for Old Master Fu's vehicle had arrived, accompanied by a long convoy of black cars. They watched with a mix of anxiety and curiosity as the car came to a halt. Initially, they anticipated that Old Master Fu would be the first to alight, but to their surprise, it was Fu Yi who emerged, clad in a sleek black leather jacket. Fu Yi stepped out, turning to extend his hand towards the back seat. The guests collectively held their breath, eager to see which fortunate Omega was graced by Fu Ye's personal welcome. Yet, to their astonishment, the individual who exited was none other than Qin Huai, an alpha. The most shocked were Qin Sheng, Qin Yang, and Zhu Hong, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they stared at Qin Huai, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? How can it be? Chapter 21. Only then did he realize it was his own unrequited affections that had led him astray. Surely, he must have seen incorrectly. It could not possibly be Qin Huai. Qin Yang, in a state of self-deception, gazed at Qin Huai, who was being escorted by Fu Yi, shaking his head vigorously. Mom, Dad, did I see that wrong? Is that not the case? He urgently inquired of Qin Sheng and Zhu Hong, still clinging to a thread of hope, though his complexion had paled. For deep down, he understood that he had not erred. The one being let out by Fu Yi was undoubtedly Qin Huai. Qin Sheng remained frozen in place, his pupils dilated as he stared blankly at Qin Huai, oblivious to what Qin Yang was saying. Zhu Hong clenched her fists tightly, casting a venomous glare at Qin Huai, who was surrounded by admirers, unable to accept the reality. It must be someone who merely resembles him. It cannot be Qin Huai. It cannot be him. After all, he is the heir of the Fu family. How could he be so fortunate? Zhu Hong's anger caused her lips to tremble, her malevolence wishing to manifest as a blade to sever Qin Huai's throat. Nearby guests exchanged glances at Zhu Hong and Qin Yang, thinking this family had gone mad. Who knows? Such nonsensical chatter. Forget about them. Let us see which alpha could possibly command the prince's personal attention. The guests surged towards the parking lot, eager to catch a glimpse of Qin Huai's features. Yet, before they could approach, the Fu family's bodyguards emerged from the vehicle, shutting the doors with a resounding thud, quickly forming a line to block the guests on either side, urging them to step back. The guests, intimidated, complied and stood aside, creating a 3-meter-wide passage leading directly to the hotel entrance. As some guests near the vehicle finally discerned the appearance of Qin Huai as he alighted, they gasped in astonishment. Could this be the same Qin Huai who, after graduating from T University, transformed his uncle's nearly bankrupt company into a publicly listed enterprise in just 2 short years? Could it truly be him? There was no mistaking it. I had seen his photograph, and with his long hair and striking features, he was indeed unforgettable. Good heavens! If he is indeed Qin Huai, it is entirely plausible that he would catch the eye of Old Master Fu. The entire city of Kyoto is aware that the crown prince lacks business acumen, and since Old Master Fu is reluctant to entrust the Fu family to anyone else, choosing Qin Huai seems quite reasonable. The crown prince has indeed struck a stroke of luck. When Qin Huai graduated from T University, he was in high demand, with numerous large corporations vying to offer him opportunities. Yet, he spurned all those offers to join his uncle's company, which has since flourished and achieved a market valuation in the billions. It is worth noting that his uncle's business, once merely a small factory with a handful of employees, has now expanded to over 10 factories employing more than 100,000 people. My word, is Qin Huai truly that remarkable? A genius from T University. How could he not be? Has he established his own company? Indeed, he has. It appears to be a talent agency. Although lacking major star power, the artists under his management receive good opportunities, frequently appearing on television and garnering excellent reputations. With such prowess, why would he opt to run a talent agency? But you might be unaware. His mother and grandfather built their fortune through a talent agency, and now that he has graduated, it is only natural for him to follow in his mother's footsteps. Moreover, the Qin family remains in the talent agency business, indicating he is preparing to take over the family enterprise. Yet, given his impressive credentials, why would he choose to marry the crown prince? Those questioned were left bewildered, exchanging glances filled with confusion and uncertainty. Indeed, how could such an outstanding individual suddenly marry into the Fu family? Being an alpha, he would be even less inclined to wed the crown prince. Guests looked at one another, each reflecting the mutual bewilderment in their eyes. Standing by the front of the car, waiting for his grandfather to disembark, Fu Yi overheard the guest conversation. At first, when he heard remarks about Qin Huai's past, he proudly smirked, internally praising his wife's brilliance. However, it was not long before someone insinuated that Qin Huai had merely stumbled upon good fortune, which soured his expression. What do they mean by good fortune? Was he truly so lacking? Yet, Fu Yi was secretly insecure. Had it not been for his fortunate birth and his powerful family, he might never have won her heart. He imagined that had he encountered his wife on the street, she might not even have acknowledged his presence, merely passing him by. Standing beside Fu Yi, Qin Huai also absorbed the guest dialogue without offering any explanation, his gaze fixed on Old Master Fu as he was assisted out of the car by his secretary. As soon as Old Master Fu steadied himself, the guests on either side immediately bowed in unison, greeting him with a chorus of "Good day, Old Master Fu." Upon looking over, it was clear that not a single guest failed to bow, their movements synchronized to perfection. Standing on the steps at the entrance of the hotel was Qin Sheng, who had never attended a banquet hosted by the Fu family. Observing the guests bowing their heads in greeting to the elderly Mr. Fu, he hastily pressed down on Qin Yang and Zhu Hong's heads, urging them to follow suit. Qin Yang and Zhu Hong dared not voice their objections. They obediently lowered their heads, fully aware that offending the Fu family was beyond their means. Yet, Qin Yang bit his lip, a look of defiance etched on his face. The Fu family had indeed sent them an invitation and even dispatched a servant to deliver it personally, suggesting that they had taken a liking to him. But why then? Was that insufferable Qin Huai arriving in the Fu family's car, being escorted out by the crown prince? He felt an insatiable resentment. All of this should have rightfully belonged to him. Zhu Hong, also pressed down by Qin Sheng, bit her lip in frustration. This honor should belong to her son. Why was it Qin Huai who received it? Having regained his composure from the shock, Qin Sheng kept his head lowered, eyes filled with malice. That young man had latched onto the Fu family, undoubtedly seeking to leverage their connections to recover the deceased old man's will. No, I cannot remain passive. That boy must be eliminated. Everyone look up. As the elderly Mr. Fu descended from the vehicle, he approached Fu Yi and Qin Huai, addressing the guests. A collective sigh of relief swept through the guests as they raised their heads to observe the elderly Mr. Fu alongside Fu Yi and Qin Huai. Mr. Fu said no more, striding towards the hotel entrance. With a playful smile, Fu Yi immediately wrapped his arm around Qin Huai's waist, following closely behind Mr. Fu. The slender Qin Huai, with his long hair tied back and glasses perched on his nose, walked quietly beside Fu Yi, allowing him to embrace his waist. From this moment on, Regardless of whether he acknowledged Fu Yi as his husband, the world would recognize him as Fu Ye's wife. What significance was there in resisting Fu Ye's hold now? The guests, witnessing Fu Ye's casual embrace of Qin Huai, widened their eyes in astonishment. The familiarity of the gesture suggested it was not their first encounter. A torrent of questions brewed within the guests. Yet, daunted by Mr. Fu's presence, they remained silent. A crowd of hundreds standing in stillness. However, one individual felt they were an exception. As soon as Mr. Fu reached the steps of the hotel entrance, Qin Yang pushed past the restraining Qin Sheng, stepping forward with reddened eyes, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Huai as he questioned Mr. Fu. "Didn't you wish for me to become your granddaughter-in-law? Why is Qin Huai here?" At this proclamation, the guests collectively gasped, astonished by his audacity. Who did he think he was, daring to speak to Mr. Fu in such a manner? Wait, wasn't he that half-brother of Qin Huai? What? That family comprised an estranged father, a mistress, and an illegitimate child? I am not an illegitimate child. You're all talking nonsense. Qin Yang shouted angrily, pointing at the guests, discussing him. However, each guest present held a status that surpassed Qin Yang's, and they showed no leniency. With a father who had intruded into the Qin family's affairs, and a mistress who had disrupted a family, how could he deny being an illegitimate child? Indeed, did he truly believe that because his father had seized the Qin family's assets, he was entitled to be a young master? A few pitiful country bumpkins, thinking themselves to be significant figures. You all. Qin Yang continued to point at the guests, so enraged he could scarcely find words to retort. Are you truly just going to stand there and watch your brother being bullied? Qin Sheng, having shielded Qin Yang behind him, chastised Qin Huai, unable to vent his anger on the guests, thus directing it towards his son instead. Qin Huai gazed at his father with an icy stare, his face betraying an unmistakable hatred. Startled by Qin Huai's expression, Qin Sheng instinctively took a step back, yet he resolutely kept Qin Yang and Zhu Hong protected behind him. Fu Ye's eyes narrowed immediately. He was aware that his wife's father harbored ill feelings towards her, but he never anticipated the extent of such disdain, especially in front of his wife, while safeguarding the mistress and the illegitimate child. Father, it's all his fault. He is the one who has taken my engagement away. Qin Yang wept behind Qin Sheng, appearing utterly wronged, leading one to believe that Qin Huai had indeed usurped his marriage. My wife has stolen your engagement? Who do you think you are? Fu Yi stepped forward, shielding Qin Huai, towering over Qin Yang with a condescending sneer. Qin Yang looked up at Fu Yi, his face flushing with embarrassment. So tall and so handsome. Is this truly the heir of the Fu family? Son, quickly tell him, who are you? Zhu Hong, misinterpreting Fu Ye's question as directed at Qin Yang, excitedly nudged him with her elbow. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yang blushed and declared, I am the wife chosen for you by your grandfather. Ah, Fu Yi appeared to have stumbled upon a rather amusing jest, incredulous that his grandfather would ever select him. Young master, please disregard his nonsensical claims. When has the old man ever chosen him as a young lady? The butler hastened to clarify for Fu Yi. Qin Yang, feeling indignant, brandished the invitation. You are the one speaking nonsense. Old Master Fu personally sent us an invitation. The butler, rendered speechless, remarked that it was because their young lady belonged to the Qin family that the old master had sent an invitation to old Master Qin. No, that is impossible. It cannot be. Flustered, Qin Yang turned to old Master Fu. Is what he said not true? Did you not have your eye on me? When did I ever say such a thing? Did I personally call you? Old Master Fu's face bore no expression, yet his anger was palpable. Qin Yang's face turned pale in an instant. Was it all just a figment of his imagination? Chapter 22. Qin Huai vs. Fu Yi's White Moonlight. Nangong Wan? What an entertaining spectacle. The guests could not suppress their laughter, gazing at Qin Yang as though he were a mere jester. Woo, Dad. Qin Yang buried himself in Qin Sheng's embrace, his face a picture of victimization. If faced with ordinary people, Qin Sheng would certainly have demanded that the guests kneel and apologize to Qin Yang. However, none present could be trifled with. He could only comfort Qin Yang, patting his back gently. It's all right. Dad will buy you a new car when we get back. Normally, The prospect of receiving a new car would have thrilled Qin Yang to no end. Yet now, he could not muster any joy. Sobbing in his father's embrace while casting a fierce glare at Qin Huai, who was sheltered behind Fu Yi. The laughter and humiliation were no longer his concern. Jealousy had consumed him entirely. From a young age, he had always had everything he desired, with his parents readily fulfilling his every whim. The alphas around him would obediently indulge him with food, drinks, and extravagant gifts at the slightest display of his affection. He considered himself to be faring better than Qin Huai, able to look down upon him. Yet he never anticipated that Qin Huai would catch the eye of Fu Yi, which infuriated him. "What are you staring at? Do you dare to believe I would gouge your eyes out?" Fu Yi glutted at Qin Yang. Startled, Qin Yang burst into tears, clinging to Qin Sheng like a giant baby. Qin Huai had grown accustomed to this behavior. When Qin Yang was younger, he was rather well behaved. But as he matured, he fell under the influence of Qin Sheng and Zhu Hong, becoming foolish yet self-satisfied. Was there something wrong with him? Fu Yi pointed to his own head and gestured toward Qin Yang, inquiring of Qin Huai. Qin Huai did not respond. Instead, he adjusted his glasses and followed the elderly Mr. Fu into the hotel. "Wait for me, my dear wife." Fu Yi immediately chased after Qin Huai. A throng of guests hurried behind them, and within a minute, only Qin Sheng, Qin Yang, and Zhu Hong remained at the hotel entrance. "Is this really how it ends?" Zhu Hong exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. The elderly Mr. Fu truly did not regard her son favorably, shattering her dreams of becoming the mother-in-law of the crown prince. "All right, let's head back. It's embarrassing enough as it is," Qin Sheng scolded Zhu Hong, holding the still-sobbing Qin Yang in his arms. "Why should we return? There were so many prominent figures from high society at the banquet, and we could never get in before." "Fool! Do you think Mr. Fu genuinely invited us to celebrate his 60th birthday?" Qin Sheng was nearly livid. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "He summoned us here to humiliate us, to avenge that little brat Qin Huai." What? How could this be? Zhu Hong was incredulous. Had Qin Huai truly established himself so quickly within the Fu family? How could this be possible? "Is that all you can say? Go home. I, Qin Sheng, cannot afford to lose face." He tugged at the still-crying Qin Yang, descending the hotel steps. "No, I refuse to go back. I want to find the crown prince. If I can win his favor, he will surely like me." Qin Yang protested, struggling to follow Qin Sheng while frequently glancing back into the hotel lobby, as if waiting for Fu Yi to come looking for him. "Win his favor? At this point, I would gladly kick you to please Qin Huai." Qin Sheng snapped. "Enough with the nonsense. Get in the car." He forcefully ushered Qin Yang and Zhu Hong into the vehicle and instructed the driver to head home, brutally slamming the gift for Mr. Fu into the passenger seat. His teeth clenched in anger, he muttered, "Ah, Qin Huai, I underestimated you. Who would have thought you could climb to the heights of the Fu family as crown prince? Oof. Do you think that by associating with Fu Yi, you can reclaim the Qin family as company? If the will were to be found, I, Qin Sheng, would have my name written backward." The cold smile on Qin Sheng's face was unmistakable, laced with mockery. Meanwhile, in the spacious and luxurious banquet hall, the elderly Mr. Fu instructed his guests to make themselves comfortable while he allowed his secretary to assist him upstairs for a rest. After a long day at work, he could hardly endure another celebration. Fu Yi accompanied Qin Huai upstairs, choosing not to disturb his grandfather's rest. He settled down on a sofa near the glass railing, beckoning Qin Huai to join him. "Sit here, my dear." Fu Yi patted the space beside him. Qin Huai silently took a seat next to Fu Yi, instinctively glancing down at the banquet hall below. From this vantage point, one could behold the entirety of the banquet hall, and anyone inside could easily catch a glimpse of those above. Fu Yi deliberately chose this conspicuous location to showcase the affection he lavishes upon his wife. A subtle warning for those who might wish to cross him. "My dear, let us begin with a sip of tea." Fu Yi poured a cup of tea for Qin Huai and presented it to her. She accepted the cup, casting her gaze upon the brightly lit banquet hall below, where a lengthy buffet table was laid out. "My dear, why do you keep looking down? Do you recognize someone?" Fu Yi embraced Qin Huai from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as they both peered downwards. The guests in the banquet hall, glancing surreptitiously upwards, were filled with tumultuous emotions. This young master was even more enamored with Qin Huai than they had anticipated. Not only did he personally pour her tea, but he also held her close. Typically, during family gatherings, Fu Yi would sit coldly on the sofa, engrossed in playing with his large dog, paying little heed to anyone else. After a brief appearance, he would retreat, hands in pockets, indifferent to the world around him. Many among the guests had begun to recalibrate their perceptions, reminding themselves to be courteous to Qin Huai in future encounters, striving to be on amicable terms and avoiding any potential offense. "My dear, why are you so aloof today?" Fu Yi tightened his embrace around her waist, observing her profile with a tone that bordered on pitiful. Qin Huai took another sip of tea, her voice cool and detached. "You think too much." Fu Yi sensed her disinterest, a peculiar shift that had begun the previous evening. She was now fixated on the banquet hall below, seemingly awaiting someone at the entrance. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. "Are you waiting for the Qin family?" he inquired. "Surely, they have fled in disgrace. Too frightened to enter the hall. If you wish to punish them, I can have my bodyguards retrieve them for you, so you can give them a proper reprimand. I'm not interested in them. I find the idea of striking them distasteful," Qin Huai replied, her tone remaining frosty as she set the teacup down on the table. "What is it then? Have I done something to upset you?" Fu Yi softened his tone. At his words, Qin Huai placed the teacup down and turned her gaze upon Fu Yi, who clung to her. She studied his face in silence. Aside from being somewhat youthful, his appearance was undeniably appealing to young women. "Have you grown tired of my visage, or is it simply unappealing to you? Would you prefer I undergo some alterations?" Fu Yi's words were startling, as he began to ponder where he might improve his looks. Qin Huai continued to observe Fu Yi, the vexation within her growing rather than dissipating. She chastised herself for being overly sensitive, yet even if their relationship did not conform to the traditional notion of a couple, she could not bear the thought of her husband harboring feelings for someone else, an unsettling notion indeed. The sight of Fu Yi only intensified her irritation, making her wish to escape his embrace. "Butler, please contact a plastic surgeon for me," Fu Yi commanded abruptly. Gazing down at the banquet hall, the butler stood to the side, somewhat bewildered. "Why contact a cosmetic surgeon?" "Of course, to enhance my visage. My wife has grown weary of it." Fu Yi's expression was wholly earnest. The butler was taken aback and hastily glanced at Qin Huai. "Please disregard his nonsense," Qin Huai instructed the butler. A sigh of relief escaped the butler. He had feared that Qin Huai truly intended for his young master to undergo surgery. With Fu Yi's romantic mindset, if it were Qin Huai's request, he surely would comply. There would be no stopping him. "Then you're no longer angry with me, are you, my dear wife?" Fu Yi asked Qin Huai with a cheerful grin. "Who is angry with you?" Qin Huai shot a sidelong glance at Fu Yi, his demeanor less than amiable. Although Qin Huai still bore a displeased air, Fu Yi sensed a slight softening. Otherwise, Qin Huai would not have deigned to acknowledge him. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the first-floor banquet hall. "Here they come, the young masters from the Fan and Zhou families, along with the heir from the He family. They must be here to celebrate old Master Fu's birthday." Fu Yi and Qin Huai turned in unison to observe as Fan Cheng, Zhou Ying, and He Ting entered the banquet hall, accompanied by other gentlemen from their club. Sisters-in-law. Upon spotting Qin Huai seated by the glass railing on the second floor, Fan Cheng and his companions waved enthusiastically in greeting. The atmosphere in the banquet hall, accompanied by soft music, was suddenly filled with gasps of astonishment. Even those close to the crown prince maintained such a close camaraderie with Qin Huai. The wives marveled, while the more reserved young ladies and gentlemen, having always remained in the shadows, cast envious glances at the second floor, their eyes gleaming with jealousy. Having grown up alongside Fu Yi and his circle, they had always struggled to integrate, unable to even converse with him. Yet here was Qin Huai, mingling effortlessly with Fu Yi's friends and even being favored by old Master Fu as a prospective granddaughter-in-law. In this banquet hall, few possessed a status superior to that of the Qin family. It seemed old Master Fu was indeed blind, choosing Qin Huai over those of them who boasted formidable familial backgrounds. Had they not feared Fu Yi's wrath, they would have long since confronted Qin Huai. Qin Huai was acutely aware of the dissatisfaction emanating from the young ladies and gentlemen below, who would gladly seize the opportunity to replace him as Fu Yi's partner. "Look, Look, Nan Gong, Wan has arrived. Nan Gong Wan, utterly infatuated with the crown prince, had previously driven away many of his admirers. Ha ha, this time, Qin Huai has competition. The youthful elite in the banquet hall eagerly turned their gazes toward the entrance, anticipating the unfolding drama. Hearing the name, Nan Gong Wan, Qin Huai lifted his head towards the entrance. He immediately spotted her at the forefront of a group of young ladies, her lips curved in a haughty smile. Clad in a stunning gradient aquamarine, strapless mermaid gown, adorned with jeweled tassels and a sapphire necklace. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, her features bold and captivating, her figure tall and graceful. It became clear that Fu Yi was drawn to such a type of girl. He certainly could not compete, as he lacked her alluring physique. No wonder he had fled from the wedding on the day he was meant to marry Nan Gong Wan. Chapter 23. Nan Gong Wan's provocation. Ah, how delightful. In the banquet hall, the alpha guests suddenly tilted their heads back as if intoxicated by some euphoric substance, entranced and mesmerized. Damn that woman. Fu Yi swiftly covered Qin Huai's nose, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance toward Nan Gong Wan on the first floor. Qin Huai felt utterly bewildered, questioning the necessity of covering his nose. However, he did observe the alphas below, their faces painted with confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Damn it! That wretched Nan Gong Wan has begun to release her pheromones again. Fan Chung, who had finally ascended to the second floor with the others, cursed while tightly pinching his nose. Following Fan Chung, Zhou Ying and the other brothers also covered their noses, their brows knitted tightly as if they could crush a fly. Yi Ting, unperturbed, glanced down at Nan Gong Wan with a frown, his expression rife with displeasure. "My dear, are you all right? Is your health intact?" Fu Yi anxiously inquired of Qin Huai, his face etched with worry. "Yes, sister-in-law, are you fine?" Nan Gong Wan's pheromones were notoriously bizarre, devoid of a specific scent. They possessed a beguiling quality that could ensnare the hearts of alphas. Any alpha who encountered her pheromones would find themselves hopelessly enamored, unable to escape their obsession. Taking a seat on the opposite sofa, Fan Chung, with his nose pinched tight, began to explain to Qin Huai. This was the first time Qin Huai had heard of such pheromones, and he turned his gaze back to Nan Gong Wan in the banquet hall below. At that moment, Nan Gong Wan was smiling gracefully, greeting the guests with a charming demeanor. The guests, in turn, gazed at her with an uncontrollable infatuation. Sensing that someone on the second floor was observing her, Nan Gong Wan tilted her head upward, her smile still intact. However, upon seeing Fu Yi covering Qin Huai's nose, her eyes momentarily turned cold before she quickly masked it with a smile, nodding in Qin Huai's direction. Despite the distance, Qin Huai detected the icy disdain in her gaze. He chose to feign ignorance and nodded in acknowledgement. "Do not pay her any mind," Fu Yi warned, still holding Qin Huai's nose, visibly irate. Qin Huai turned to Fu Yi, his expression one of skepticism. Did Fu Yi not harbor feelings for Nan Gong Wan? Why then the sudden hostility? Unbeknownst to Fu Yi, Qin Huai misinterpreted their relationship. He spoke gravely to Qin Huai. Although her pheromones do not induce alphas into a susceptible state, they compel them to obey her like bewitched puppets. You must not be alone with her. Indeed, sister-in-law, Nan Gong Wan has likely used this method to ensnare countless alphas. Every alpha she has set her sights on, except for Yi Gu, has fallen under her spell. It is precisely because Yi Gu remains unaffected that she has become particularly fixated on him, seizing every opportunity to ensnare him. It's utterly nauseating. The brothers joined in, their voices laced with anger, each one gritting their teeth. They had previously nearly fallen under Nan Gong Wan's control, but fortunately, Fu Yi was present, using his pheromones to intimidate her, allowing them to escape her grasp. Qin Huai, who had been listening quietly, coldly inquired of Fu Yi, "Do you not harbor feelings for her?" "What? Me? Have feelings for her?" Fu Yi's expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he had just tasted something revolting. "I must be out of my mind to like her. Isn't it rumored that you two are childhood sweethearts and that you will be betrothed to Nan Gong Wan?" "Who said that?" Fu Yi was infuriated, ready to lash out at the baseless slander. Fan Chung and the others were equally perplexed, covering their noses and asking Qin Huai, "Is that truly what they are saying outside?" They spent each day at the club, drinking and losing track of time, completely oblivious to the gossip surrounding them. He Ting and Zhou Ying were also in the dark. One was perpetually on the verge of slumber, while the other accompanied Fan Sheng and the rest in their nightly revelries. Upon observing the expressions of Fu Yi and Fan Sheng, Qin Huai discerned their genuine ignorance. Thus, it seemed someone had deliberately spread false information. Looking down again, Qin Huai's gaze met that of Nangong Wan, who was staring intently at him. Nangong Wan smiled at him, yet her heart brimmed with a desire to see him utterly destroyed. This was because Fu Yi had been holding Qin Huai from behind, covering his nose to prevent him from inhaling her pheromones. Who was that detestable man, and why was Fu Yi so close to him? Nangong Wan's chest began to heave, struggling to maintain her composure and elegance. Fearing her own loss of control, she quickly diverted her gaze from the second floor and suppressed her inner turmoil. Casually inquiring of the young ladies and gentlemen surrounding her, that individual next to the crown prince seems quite unfamiliar. Is he a new addition to the crown prince's entourage? Though he appears somewhat older. The alpha gentlemen, already ensnared by Nangong Wan's pheromones, eagerly raised their hands, exclaiming, I know. Let me explain. He is not a new member of the crown prince's group. He is the spouse chosen for the crown prince by old Master Fu. What? A spouse? Nangong Wan's eyes widened in shock, her nails digging fiercely into her flesh. That old man. After I pursued Fu Yi for so long and offered countless benefits to the Fu family, he still dismissed me. I am a rare 3S level Omega. How dare he overlook me? And now, he has chosen an alpha for Fu Yi as his bride. It's nothing short of slap in my face. The Omega young ladies and gentlemen, unaffected by Nangong Wan's pheromones, witnessed her expression twist into a grimace and couldn't help but smirk. She usually feigned grace and poise. But now, it seemed one Qin Huai had struck a nerve. While they were envious that Qin Huai had caught old Master Fu's attention, the thought of infuriating Nangong Wan was equally delightful. Perhaps they would see them tear each other apart, leaving an opening for them to approach the crown prince in the future. One Omega young lady, feeling the need to provoke Nangong Wan further, with a glint of mockery in her eyes, remarked, the true purpose of old Master Fu's 60th birthday celebration today is to introduce the crown prince's intended bride. What a pity. We all thought you, Miss Nangong, were the one chosen to be the young mistress of the Fu family. With a sharp slap, Nangong Wan raised her hand and struck the Omega young lady fiercely. Miss Omega, struck and covering her cheek, stood in a daze. Inside, Nangong Wan seethed with anger, yet wore a smile as she clapped her hands. Just now, I noticed a mosquito on your face. I hope I didn't hurt you. Though her laughter was incessant, her gaze upon the Omega was venomous. No, it doesn't hurt. Thank you, she stammered, trembling as she bowed her head, suppressing her sobs. Nangong Wan cast a disdainful glance at the Omega, her face a mask of scorn. How audacious of an A-level Omega from a minor and noble family to mock her. Utterly oblivious to the danger. The Omega gentlemen and ladies nearby, eager for entertainment, quickly lowered their heads, their faces drained of color. In their moment of arrogance, they had forgotten that Nangong Wan was not one to be trifled with. Sisters, let us ascend to the second floor, Nangong Wan declared, elegantly unfurling her black lace fan and glancing towards Fu Yi and Qin Huai on the upper level. The Omega ladies, trailing behind her, eagerly followed suit, concealing their noses with their fans as they smiled. They delighted in witnessing Nangong Wan discipline those unruly alphas. Ah, that wretched woman is coming up. Fan Sheng and his companions panicked, clutching their heads. They were merely ill-level alphas, utterly incapable of resisting Nangong Wan's pheromones. He Ting remained unfazed, lounging beside Fu Yi and nonchalantly yawning against the sofa's backrest. As a 3S level alpha, he had no fear of her pheromones. Zhou Ying, sitting next to He Ting, frowned but was similarly unaffected, being an SS level alpha who, with resolute will, could not be swayed by Nangong Wan's allure. Quickly, over there! Fan Sheng pinched his nose and sprang from the sofa, dashing behind Fu Yi. The other brothers, mimicking his actions, hurriedly followed suit, hearts racing as they watched Nangong Wan and her entourage ascend stairs. No need to pinch my nose, Qin Huai dismissed Fu Ye's hand. I am a 3S level. Her pheromones have little effect on me. Fu Yi, momentarily forgetting, had been overly concerned about his wife being ensnared by Nangong Wan's charms. Suddenly, Qin Huai turned to Fu Yi. If Fan Sheng claimed Fu Yi could withstand Nangong Wan's pheromones, then surely Fu Yi was not an inferior alpha. Could it be that a fourth gender, unknown to me, had been discovered? As Qin Huai pondered, he had no inkling that this fourth gender would challenge his understanding entirely. Chapter 24. Locked in the alpha room, long time no see, Your Highness. Is it convenient to sit with everyone? Nangong Wan, her black lace fan obscuring the lower half of her face, smiled at Fu Yi, simultaneously releasing a torrent of pheromones. Throughout her life, Nangong Wan had never failed to obtain what she desired. She was convinced that this time, her close-range pheromone release would overwhelm Fu Yi's defenses. Leave, Fu Yi replied tersely, his patience wearing thin with Nangong Wan. Nangong Wan furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why, despite emitting such a copious amount of pheromones, Fu Yi remained unaffected. Could it be that her grandmother's conjecture was not mistaken? That Fu Yi was more than just an alpha? Goodness, I am on the verge of losing my sanity. Standing behind the sofa, Fan Sheng and the others quickly shook their heads, feeling dazed and as if they might wag their tails upon seeing Nangong Wan. Didn't I tell you to leave? Are you deaf? Fu Yi exclaimed, slamming his teacup down before Nangong Wan, unfazed by his words. The thick-skinned Nangong Wan shielded her nose with a black lace fan, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at the composed Qin Huai, her expression souring further. From downstairs, she couldn't discern Qin Huai's features, but now, up close, she realized he was exceptionally handsome, so much so that it incited her jealousy. Bodyguards, the irate Fu Yi shouted, intent on having the bodyguards throw Nangong Wan and her companions down the stairs, only to be halted by Qin Huai's raised hand. He placed the teacup on the coffee table and gestured for Miss Nangong to sit on the sofa opposite him. As he spoke, he released his own pheromones to counter Nangong Wan's, providing some relief to Fan Sheng and the others behind him. Indeed, they felt much better, exhaling in unison and no longer needing to pinch their noses. They scoffed at Nangong Wan, standing behind Qin Huai with hands on their hips, their faces radiating a smug expression that seemed to say, "Come on, keep releasing your pathetic pheromones." Nangong Wan gritted her teeth in frustration, taken aback that Qin Huai could withstand her pheromones. "Let us go," she snapped, closing her black lace fan in a fit of anger as she led the other Omega ladies away. The Omega ladies wore puzzled expressions, and one of them, covering her mouth with her fan, hurried after Nangong Wan and whispered, "Are we really just going to let Qin Huai off the hook?" "Huh, let him go." "Impossible," Nangong Wan replied, her gaze dark and menacing. "There are plenty of alphas here, and I have an abundance at my disposal. I fear not dealing with him." Upon hearing this, the Omega ladies displayed eager smiles, relishing the prospect of the drama to unfold. Since he enjoys mingling with alphas so much, why not offer him a few? Indulge him. Once he has sullied, will the Crown Prince still want him? Even if he does, Old Master Fu would never accept the tarnished granddaughter-in-law of the Fu family. Indeed, it required her intervention to subdue him effortlessly, flattered by their praise. Nangong Wan's lips curled into a smile. "Prepare your dogs well, follow my commands, and I shall grant Qin Huai an unforgettable night." "Yes, at your command," the Omega ladies replied with eerie smiles. The dogs Nangong Wan referred to were the alpha suitors of these Omega ladies. In her eyes, alphas were merely playthings for the Nangong family. As a matriarchal clan, the Nangong family held all power and wealth in their hands, leading her to regard the flattering alphas, including the unflattering Fu Yi, as beneath her. Her desire for Fu Yi was akin to that of a child yearning for a toy. She simply had to possess it. Fu Yi understood this, which fueled his disdain for Nangong Wan. In her childhood, Nangong Wan had once remarked that she wished to place him among her collection of dolls, a notion that greatly displeased Fu Yi. "So, Nangong Wan is left just like that?" Fan Sheng pointed towards the banquet hall on the first floor, where Nangong Wan was seated on a sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, her expression one of disbelief. "She is exceedingly cunning. You should keep your distance from her in the future," Qin Huai earnestly advised. "Those who can adapt and endure are the most formidable and ruthless." Goodness, if you, sister-in-law, say such a thing, she must be a mad and venomous serpent. Fan Sheng had no doubts about Qin Huai's words. The others believed him too, taking the warning to heart. Fu Yi looked at Qin Huai with pride. His wife was truly remarkable, not swayed by that woman, and immediately discerning of her devious nature. Qin Huai continued sipping her tea, indifferent to Nangong Wan's identity. As long as she did not provoke him, he would act as if she did not exist. However, should she choose to instigate, he would not hesitate to respond harshly. He Ting, leaned back against the sofa's armrest, yawning, still appearing quite drowsy. Originally, he was meant to go on a blind date today, but due to the sudden grand celebration for the old Master Fu, his unappreciative father had insisted he make an appearance. Otherwise, he would have to contend with Nangong Wan's sister, a thought that vexed him. He retrieved his phone, illuminating the screen, resting his chin on his hand while staring at it. Prior to arriving at the banquet, he had messaged Jiang Shi, instructing him not to seek him out at the club just yet. Jiang Shi had replied affirmatively, but had not followed up. Ting frowned at the lack of new messages on his phone. It was perplexing that someone so in need of financial support would not attempt to curry favor with him. If it were any other Omega, they would have already texted him, inquiring about his activities and whether he needed company. Yet Jiang Shi, after an hour, remained silent. Having finally found the time to visit his brother in the new hospital, Jiang Shi had little bandwidth to consider Ting. He anxiously queried his brother's attending physician. "How is my brother? Will he recover?" The doctor, standing beside the bed of Jiang Shi's brother, who lay asleep, made notes in the observation chart and replied, "At present, we cannot ascertain the issue with his pheromones, but we have drawn blood for analysis. Results will be available in a few days. Once we have them, we can provide targeted treatment." Good. Jiang Shi sighed with slight relief. The specialized hospital was indeed different. The doctor's response was reassuring, devoid of the ambiguity that characterized the previous establishment. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Jiang Shi received a text message. With a rush of anxiety, he took out his phone, anticipating it to be from Ting. As expected, it was a message from Ting instructing him to wait for him at the club's top-floor room at 10 o'clock that evening. Jiang Shi stared at the message, biting his lip in hesitation for a while before typing back. "May I take a day off? My brother is in the hospital, and I am worried about him. I wish to stay with him tonight." Upon reading Jiang Shi's reply, Ting's frown deepened. After just one night's shift, he sought to take leave. Jiang Shi sent another message. "Just for tonight? I promise I'll be available whenever you need me after this." Ting's expression soured, yet he refrained from insisting that Jiang Shi accompany him to the club. Seated beside Ting, Zhou cast a furtive glance at Ting's phone, feeling a twinge of surprise. This lad is capable of reading messages? Judging by his expression, it must be that waiter he has been seeing. Could it be that the waiter no longer wishes to share his bed? He constantly proclaims himself a straight man, yet consistently invites male Omegas to his side. What sort of straight man is that? Zhou yearned to voice his thoughts, but hesitated, fearing Ting's ire. Indeed, Ting was a straight man, and his preference for male Omegas stemmed from the belief that, being of the same gender, there was nothing amiss in sharing a bed. However, with female Omegas, the notion of inviting them to sleep alongside him seemed to tarnish their innocence, jeopardizing their future prospects for marriage. What if they were to blame him for their misfortune? At last, they could return to the comfort of the sofa. Fan Sheng, accompanied by his companions, settled onto the opposite couch and cast a glance towards Nangong Wan in the banquet hall below, exclaiming in disdain, "Truly indulgent. To the untrained eye, one might mistake her for the protagonist of this gathering." The others followed Fan Sheng's gaze, witnessing several A-grade alpha gentlemen half-kneeling before Nangong Wan, attending to her with foot massages. Wherever she went, she seemed to bring along the reputation of the Nangong family's pampered male companion, sullying the atmosphere. Fan Sheng, munching on fruit, spoke with evident distaste. Qin Huai regarded Nangong Wan with a neutral expression. Yet, Nangong Wan suddenly raised her glass towards him, making a toasting gesture across the room, her gaze fixed on him, smiling. Qin Huai sensed malice and expectation lurking within her smile. Fu Yi also noticed, narrowing his eyes. "Your Highness, the old man wishes to speak with you." A waiter approached respectfully, addressing Fu Yi. With his arm around Qin Huai's waist, Fu Yi frowned and inquired, "Just me?" "Indeed," the waiter replied, lowering his gaze. Fu Yi scrutinized the waiter, recognizing him as one assigned to serve his grandfather. Assuming there was something of importance to discuss, he leaned in and kissed Qin Huai gently, stating, "I shall see what he wants." "All right," Qin Huai replied calmly. "Ensure no one approaches us," Fu Yi instructed He Ting before rising from the sofa. He had been gone for approximately 5 minutes when the waiter returned. Bowing to Qin Huai, "The old man requests your presence." Qin Huai scrutinized the waiter for a moment, then rose from the sofa without uttering a word, following the waiter. "Do you require my company?" He Ting expressed concern, standing up. "No need. You all remain here," Qin Huai declined, adjusting his glasses as he departed with the waiter. Unaware of his grandfather's location, Qin Huai navigated through the corridors, finally halting before a resting room. "Please, enter." The waiter opened the door, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Qin Huai peered inside, noting the brightness of the room. As he stepped in, the door suddenly slammed shut behind him, followed by the unmistakable sound of it being locked from the outside. "Oh, the beauty has arrived." A group of 7 or 8 alphas emerged from the balcony restroom, swiftly shattering several crystal vases, instantly filling the room with an overpowering, saccharine scent of omega pheromones. Qin Huai furrowed his brow, pressing his fingers against his nose as he retreated, realizing that they intended to exploit the omega pheromones to induce his susceptibility. "Don't retreat, my beauty, let's revel together," the alphas exclaimed eagerly, surrounding Qin Huai with lewd expressions, intent on capturing him. Qin Huai began to feel dizzy, his breathing becoming labored, and he pressed his hand tightly against his nose, hastily retreating toward the doorway, his mind consumed by thoughts of Fu Yi. Chapter 25. The astonished Fu Yi and the unconscious alphas in the banquet hall on the first floor. A server approached the sofa near the floor-to-ceiling windows, carrying tea. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he bent down to place the tea on the coffee table and whispered to an Omega lady accompanying Nangong Wan. It worked. "Really?" the Omega lady exclaimed with excitement. The server nodded affirmatively. "I saw that person trick Qin Huai into that lounge and lock the door before I came down to report to you." "Good job." The Omega lady removed a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands from her wrist and graciously offered it. "Here, take this as a reward." "Thank you, Miss Zhao." The server accepted the bracelet and retreated with the tray, careful not to attract attention. "Did it work?" Nangong Wan, observing the conversation between the Omega lady and the server while eating grapes fed to her by an alpha, inquired with a smile. The smiling Omega lady nodded eagerly. "As long as we take someone upstairs now, we can definitely catch them in the act, and Qin Huai will have no way to defend himself." "All right." Nangong Wan rose from the sofa, her lips curving into a broad smile. With a swift motion, she opened her black lace fan to cover her mouth and instructed the alphas serving her, "I'm tired. Let us go to the lounge on the second floor to rest." "Of course. We'll accompany you right away." The alphas promptly followed Nangong Wan as she left the sofa, trailed by a large crowd. On the second floor, He Ting watched this scene unfold with a furrowed brow. Nangong Wan's sudden ascent with so many people seemed suspicious. Zhou Ying also sensed something amiss and exchanged glances with He Ting, immediately rising from the sofa. "What's going on?" Fan Sheng, who was sitting across from them with his brothers, looked confused at the sudden movement of He Ting and Zhou Ying. He Ting quickly exited the sofa, urgently advising Fan Sheng, "Go find Fu Yi immediately. Something seems to have happened to your sister-in-law." "What? Something happened to sister-in-law?" Fan Sheng's pupils dilated. "I'll go find Fu Yi at once." "We'll go too." The brothers, abandoning their fruit, swiftly rose from the sofa to follow Fan Sheng in search of the server, inquiring about the location of the old master Fu's lounge. Zhou Ying, meanwhile, hastily followed He Ting, dialing Fu Yi's number, but went unanswered. "Damn it!" Zhou Ying, frustrated, dialed again, holding the phone to his ear as he hurried behind He Ting. With a grim expression, He Ting pushed through the crowd in pursuit of Nangong Wan and her entourage, forcefully shoving his way forward, determined to catch up with her. "Who the hell pushed me?" As an alpha nearly stumbled in a fit of rage, He turned to find a stern-faced He-Ting and quickly stepped aside, trembling as he greeted, "Master He." He-Ting had no time to acknowledge the alpha, forcefully kicking aside other alphas in his path as he pressed forward. The bewildered alphas, who had been unceremoniously shoved aside, were on the verge of venting their anger when they caught sight of the fierce He-Ting and Zhou-Ing, prompting them to hastily cover their heads and yield, not daring to utter a word. They were well aware that He-Ting and Zhou-Ing, who were close to Fu Yi, were formidable fighters. Provoking them would lead to dire consequences. "Do you smell that? The potent Omega pheromones," remarked the Omega ladies at the forefront, deliberately covering their noses as they peered ahead. Accompanying them were other Omega gentlemen and ladies, who, unaware of Nangong Wan's intentions for ascending the stairs, sniffed the drifting pheromones. Their cheeks flushing with embarrassment as they covered their noses, realizing that an Omega was entering their heat phase, intertwined with the scent of an Alpha entering their sensitive period. Such audacity, to dare engage in such activities with Alphas, and not just one, at the grand birthday celebration of Old Master Fu. Nangong Wan, with her black lace fan pressed against her nose, felt a surge of satisfaction. She could discern among the alpha pheromones the unmistakable scent of Qin Huai. If she could just catch a glimpse of Qin Huai entangled with those alphas, it would be quite the spectacle. Eagerly, she quickened her pace. However, before she could reach the lounge where Qin Huai was located, He-Ting and Zhou-Ing had already pushed her aside, covering their noses with unpleasant expressions as they approached the lounge door. They had both recognized Qin Huai's pheromones and were aware that several unfamiliar alpha and omega scents lingered within. Holding their noses tightly, they stood in unison before the lounge door, barking at Nangong Wan and her entourage, "Get lost." He-Ting and Zhou-Ing dared not kick the door open to rescue Qin Huai, fearing they might witness something they ought not to see. They could not allow anyone accompanying them to realize that Qin Huai was inside. They could only block the door and wait for Fu Yi to arrive and handle the situation. How could young Master He and young Master Zhou be blocking that door? Some onlookers questioned, curiosity piqued as they approached. "Did you not hear our command? Get lost." He-Ting bellowed again, firmly obstructing the door. The young ladies and gentlemen, now terrified, retreated in fear. Nangong Wan, nearly losing her balance for being shoved aside, was caught by her Omega friends, incensed. Had it not been for their quick reflexes, she would have surely fallen flat. Suppressing her fury, she pushed away her supportive friends and approached He-Ting and Zhou-Ing, her black lace fan concealing her lower face as she taunted, "Young Master He, young Master Zhou, are you so anxious because there is someone you know inside?" As soon as these words escaped Nangong Wan's lips, everyone immediately turned their attention to He-Ting and Zhou-Ing, whispering among themselves. Could it be that the crown prince was inside? Good heavens! The young prince, despite his lack of knowledge and skills, has gone so far as to indulge in frivolities with an Omega during the grand celebration of Old Master Fu's birthday. What an occasion of such significance! Wait, was it not said that Qin Huai was the marriage prospect Old Master Fu had chosen for the prince? How could the young prince be entangled in such indiscretions? It is truly lamentable for Qin Huai, such a wonderful person, to be caught up with this debauched air. Nangong Wan, who had been listening intently, felt her lip twitch and veins throb in frustration. How could these fools involve Fu Yi in such matters? She attempted to steer the conversation back to Qin Huai, hoping to tarnish his reputation. Yet, she abruptly halted, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she looked upward. Fu Yi had arrived. Any speculation regarding him would soon crumble. Upon seeing Fu Yi, the gathered crowd widened their eyes in surprise. It was not the young prince who stood in the lounge. Then who could it be? Fu Yi, having learned of Qin Huai's predicament, hurriedly made his way to the lounge with a pale complexion. He detected Qin Huai's pheromones mingled with those of other alpha and omega individuals. "Clear the area," Fu Yi commanded as he strode toward the lounge door. Swiftly shedding his coat, he and Zhou-Ing immediately made way, narrowing their eyes as they and Fan Chung blocked Nangong Wan and her companions, forcing them to retreat. Nangong Wan, with a smile, did not resist, but patiently awaited the unfolding drama. With a fierce spinning kick, Fu Yi violently kicked open the locked lounge door. The pheromones within the room surged towards the entrance without the barrier of the door. Fu Yi raised his arm to cover his nose, turning his head aside to avoid the overwhelming scent. He repeatedly reassured himself, "My wife will be fine. She is a 3S, level alpha. She cannot be harmed." Yet, despite his internal affirmations, he still dreaded what he might witness inside. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself psychologically, he dared to glance into the lounge. Upon doing so, he was rendered motionless. The floor was strewn with unconscious alphas, all rolling their eyes in defeat. They bore injuries on their faces, their arms and legs broken, and some had wet themselves, the stench of urine permeating the air. Meanwhile, Qin Huai sat on the sofa, calmly bandaging his injured palm. His suit remained impeccably arranged, and even his long hair, tied at the shoulder, showed no signs of disarray. Chapter 26. Fu Yi wishes to let Qin Huai go, but first seeks a kiss to reclaim what is rightfully his. After tending to his palm, Qin Huai raised his gaze to the lounge door, catching sight of Fu Yi, who stood there, bewildered and blinking, holding a coat. Suppressant, Qin Huai calmly addressed Fu Yi. "Oh, yes, I've brought it," Fu Yi replied, resembling a novice as he stepped over the unconscious alphas, glancing at them as he approached Qin Huai, offering the suppressant. Receiving the suppressant, Qin Huai lifted his shirt and administered the injection to his abdomen. Once completed, he lowered his shirt, returning to his previously immaculate appearance. Upon entering the room, Qin Huai found himself profoundly affected by the omega pheromones emitted by the alpha presence around him. To maintain his lucidity, he removed his tie pin and sharply drew it across his palm, which enabled him to fend off the alpha's intentions. It was evident that these individuals were aware of his elevated rank. One vial of omega pheromones would not suffice to incapacitate him. Hence, they shattered 8 vials in an attempt to render him defenseless. Fortunately, he managed to inflict harm upon himself in time, preserving his rationality. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Strangely, in that moment of dizziness, the first person that came to his mind was Fu Yi. Reflecting on it now, he found it rather perplexing. Qin Huai discarded the empty suppressants into the trash bin and looked up to see Fu Yi, who was kicking at the groaning alphas. Truly, he was remarkable, his beloved indeed. Fu Yi delivered another kick to the alphas before turning to praise Qin Huai, seated on the sofa. However, the next moment, a frown replaced his smile as he hurried around the coffee table and into the sofa, grasping Qin Huai's bandaged palm. "Darling, are you hurt?" Qin Huai gazed at the anxious Fu Yi in silence. Fu Yi's desire to escape marriage was not for Nan Gongwan. What then could it be? Observing Fu Yi's expression now, it appeared genuine, filled with concern for him. "How dare they harm my beloved?" Fu Yi angrily rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the unconscious alphas, but was halted by Qin Huai's hand on his wrist. "Let go of me, dear. If I don't deal with them, I might as well write my name backwards. And what happens after you deal with them? You'll end up in prison?" Fu Yi was instantly silenced. How could he possibly go to prison? What would become of his beloved? Furthermore, there was something exceedingly strange about this. The waiter, who had always served his grandfather, had betrayed him today, deliberately spilling juice on his trousers to distract him while they ambushed his beloved. Fu Yi's brow furrowed tightly. It seemed that those around his grandfather had been bribed. If it weren't for his beloved's quick thinking tonight, who could say what might have transpired? "I know who is behind this. Do not interfere." Qin Huai rose from the sofa. "Is it that accursed woman, Nan Gongwan?" Fu Yi seethed with fury. Yet, his rationality remained intact as he calmly analyzed the situation with Qin Huai. The waiter by the old man's side had indeed been compromised, but Nan Gongwan lacked the capacity to corrupt those close to the old man. Qin Huai instantly grasped the implication. He suspected it was individuals from another faction. Who else could it be? Fu Yi clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. "If we cannot hold our wedding, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to drive you away, preventing our union. The old man's sudden celebration of his birthday is meant to introduce you to the public, solidifying your identity as my wife. They recognize that this is their last chance to thwart our marriage and will surely resort to underhanded tactics. And Nan Gongwan is merely the point of entry. Before coming here, I inquired of the old man, who claimed he had not invited anyone from the Nan Gong family to the celebration. Thus, it must be the other faction that has intentionally lured Nan Gongwan to us. Nan Gongwan, with her ruthless disposition, upon learning of your impending marriage to me, will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you in order to take your place. Those who manipulate from the shadows, aware of Nangong Wan's intentions, will naturally facilitate these schemes. Otherwise, she would not have succeeded so effortlessly. Upon hearing Fu Ye's analysis, Qin Huai's expression turned cold. To drive him away, she resorts to such despicable and underhanded tactics. Initially, he believed it to be mere jealousy on Nangong Wan's part, a spontaneous ploy. Only now does he realize that she is but a pawn on this chessboard. Or perhaps, she is fully aware, yet still meddles? Qin Huai considered this possibility highly likely, for Nangong Wan is the sort who would stop at nothing to attain her desires. My dear wife, I am truly sorry. It is because of me that you have been drawn into this turmoil and have suffered. Fu Yi bowed his head, resting it against Qin Huai's shoulder. He seemed resolute, suppressing his discomfort, and spoke to Qin Huai in a hushed tone. I will inform the old man shortly and urge him to retract this marriage alliance. I have already dispatched someone to investigate your grandfather's will, and I shall inform you as soon as I receive news. After speaking, Fu Yi embraced Qin Huai tightly, fearing that if he did not hold her now, he may never have another opportunity. Had this been mere days prior, Qin Huai would have unhesitatingly withdrawn, unwilling to wade through such murky waters. Yet now, she found herself hesitating. Fu Ye's distress was unmistakable, and prior to arriving at the hotel, old Master Fu had already sought his opinion. It was too late for him to backtrack now. Should he provoke old Master Fu's anger, he might well be deemed untrustworthy and face ostracism in the industry. Do not worry about the old man. If he refuses, I shall threaten to jump from the building. He cares for me deeply and would never gamble with my life. Fu Yi proclaimed, lifting his head from Qin Huai's shoulder to smile at her, though the smile bore a hint of forced cheer. He could not bear to part with Qin Huai. Letting her go would mean that their paths would irreversibly diverge. Yet, he could not selfishly keep her by his side, for that would endanger her. If anything were to happen to her because of him, he would never forgive himself. After all, we are husband and wife. Shall I not receive a farewell kiss from you? Fu Yi jested, attempting to maintain a casual demeanor. He was mentally prepared for Qin Huai to slap him. Yet she simply looked at him silently. Why aren't you hitting me? Fu Yi scratched his head, perplexed. Typically, when he made such remarks, his wife would at least roll her eyes, but now she merely gazed at him in silence. Was she so overjoyed at her newfound freedom that she had become foolishly ecstatic? Fu Yi teased Qin Huai with a smile, yet his eyes reflected a sense of melancholy. It appeared that his wife was eager to leave him. Is your head merely a decoration? Qin Huai shot Fu Yi a sidelong glance, and with that, she turned to stride toward the lounge door. Fu Yi, uncertain of her intentions, realized that if he did not kiss her now, he might never have the chance again. He hastened to catch up with Qin Huai, grasping her wrist and pulling her into the restroom. Once inside, he closed the door with a decisive slam, positioning her against the sink, and immediately captured her lips with his. Forced to tilt her head in compliance with Fu Ye's kiss, Qin Huai struggled uncomfortably, pushing him away, imploring him to stop. Her resistance stemmed from the omega pheromones of those alphas that had been unleashed in the lounge, mingled with unsavory substances. The more Fu Yi kissed her, the more she feared losing control. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Yi was captivated by Qin Huai's sweet and melodious voice, unable to restrain himself as he leaned in closer. As he lowered himself, he inadvertently made it difficult for her to breathe. With her back against the sink, Qin Huai could only tilt her head back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she endured Fu Ye's fervent kiss. Her glasses, precariously perched on her nose, fell to the ground, and her tied-up hair became disheveled. Chapter 27. Qin Huai sharply slapped Nangong Wan twice. Breathless from the kiss, Qin Huai struggled to push Fu Yi away from her forehead. Yet, he was as unyielding as super glue, refusing to budge, which infuriated her further. Fu Yi longed to continue kissing her, but, sensing her irritation, released her lips and embraced her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck. His voice heavy with reluctance, expressing his desire to keep her close. His wife was so beautiful and intelligent. Should she return to singlehood, countless suitors would undoubtedly pursue her. The mere thought filled him with jealousy. Finally able to breathe, Qin Huai leaned into Fu Ye's embrace, torn between anger and the urge to retaliate. Every kiss felt like an attempt to smother her, leaving her gasping for air. As Fu Ye awaited her response, his disappointment grew palpable. He felt as though his wife held no affection for him, having made no effort to retain him. However, Qin Huai was too preoccupied to notice Fu Ye's melancholy. Having already inhaled a significant amount of omega pheromones, her body was still reeling when Fu Ye unexpectedly kissed her again, pushing her closer to a sensitive state. Fu Ye finally sensed something amiss, releasing Qin Huai and placing his hand on her forehead, startled by her warmth. "Why are you so hot?" he questioned, recalling how she had been shedding tears and exhaling heated breaths during their earlier kiss. Initially, he assumed her distress was merely due to a lack of air, but now it appeared far more serious. Irritated and struggling to catch her breath, Qin Huai snapped, "Did you not hear me when I asked you to stop?" Fu Ye, undeterred by her outburst, was instead focused on the temperature of her forehead, furrowing his brow in concern. "Did those alphas use an inducing agent laced with omega pheromones on you?" The inducing agent, a substance employed by unscrupulous companies for profit, targeted alphas. The moment an alpha caught a whiff of its scent, they would fall into a heightened state of sensitivity. Although this agent had been banned from sale, some companies still secretly manufacture it for gain. Moreover, the ingredients in such agents often contained unsavory elements that lingered in the body, even with the use of suppressants. No wonder she resisted my kisses. If this escalates, we could lose control, and the people outside the lounge might witness an embarrassing scene. A cold sweat broke out on Fu Ye's brow. "I'm sorry, my dear wife. I was unaware that the omega pheromones in the room acted as an aphrodisiac." Fu Ye cradled Qin Huai's flushed face in his hands, hastily offering his apologies. Having remained in an air-conditioned environment, his hands were still cool, and he sought to alleviate Qin Huai's discomfort. Qin Huai leaned against Fu Ye, gasping for breath, devoid of the strength to speak. Were it not for the lingering pain in the wound on his palm, he might have succumbed to the moment with Fu Ye in the restroom. "I shall take you to the hospital at once, to have an foredrip to flush out those residual medications. Your hand is injured and requires attention as well." Fu Ye bent down, poised to lift Qin Huai, but was halted by Qin Huai covering his nose, who grimaced uncomfortably, insisting, "You must first contain the pheromones." "Pheromones?" Fu Ye was momentarily bewildered, only realizing after Qin Huai's reminder that he had inadvertently released them during their kiss. "Very well, I shall contain them immediately. If you feel any discomfort, you must inform me." As he gathered the escaped pheromones, he gently touched Qin Huai's still feverish forehead. Despite his disordered breathing, Qin Huai did not resist Fu Ye. His cool touch was quite soothing against the skin. "Do you feel any better?" Fu Ye asked, his concern evident. "Yes." Qin Huai exhaled, the discomfort easing somewhat, though the pain in his palm intensified. Thankfully, the dizziness had subsided, and the heat on his face was gradually diminishing. "About what I said regarding our annulment, it still stands, but my dear wife, your hand is injured. Once we deal with those alphas outside and ensure your wound is properly rebandaged at the hospital, we could discuss further." Fu Ye's gaze flickered nervously elsewhere. Unable to meet Qin Huai's eyes, his tone awkward and evasive. The reason for his reluctance was the realization that he had just consented to let Qin Huai go, yet now found himself reneging on that promise, feeling ashamed to face him. However, Qin Huai did not take it to heart. Since he had agreed to collaborate with Fu Ye's father, there was no turning back. Moreover, as Qin Huai lifted his gaze to Fu Ye, he recognized that Fu Ye was not without merit. "My dear, I have cleaned your glasses." Fu Ye retrieved the spectacles from the floor, using a tissue from the sink to wipe the lenses clean before presenting them to Qin Huai. The thought of their passionate kiss causing the glasses to fall stirred a desire within him to repeat the act, for kissing his wife had indeed become an addiction, leaving him yearning for more. As Qin Huai donned the glasses upon his nose and noticed Fu Ye's gaze fixated on his lips, he shot Fu Ye a warning glare in irritation. This only caused Fu Ye's heart to swell with delight. His wife looked exquisite even in anger. "Damn it, I shall protect my wife with my very life," Fu Ye quickly recanted, revealing his inability to uphold his resolve. Unaware of Fu Ye's inner turmoil, Qin Huai turned to the sink to wash the uninjured hand and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. He observed that his lips were swollen and his brow furrowed, as if ready to crush a fly. Feeling guilty for his misdeeds, Fu Yi swiftly turned away from Qin Huai, hands in his pockets, whistling to mask his unease. Qin Huai, suppressing the urge to strike Fu Yi, applied cool water to his lips. What on earth is happening? Why are all these alphas sprawled on the ground? Suddenly, a voice belonging to Fan Chung resonated from outside the bathroom. It seemed that after a prolonged absence, Fu Yi had brought Qin Huai out of the lounge, concerned about potential issues, prompting a check on the situation. It appeared as though their limbs had been severed. Another comrade's voice echoed, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. Could it be that it was the sister-in-law who did this? Without a doubt, it had to be the sister-in-law. Fu Yi had been in the lounge for quite some time, and none of us had heard any sounds of conflict. It was undoubtedly the work of the sister-in-law. Goodness, all 8 A-grade alphas have had their limbs incapacitated. Truly impressive. But where are the sister-in-law and Fu Yi? Why are they not in the room? The brothers stood beside the unconscious alphas, their eyes scanning the lounge and peering out towards the balcony. Fan Cheng's gaze fixated on the tightly shut bathroom door, sensing that someone was inside. With a click, Fu Yi opened the bathroom door, followed by Qin Huai, whose long hair was neatly tied back, and clad in a pristine suit. Fu Yi, Brother Yi. Fan Cheng and the others hurried towards Fu Yi, their anxious eyes darting to Qin Huai behind him. Upon seeing that Qin Huai was unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief, their admiration for her growing immensely. Even they could not have taken on so many alphas. Yet their sister-in-law had accomplished it effortlessly. Sister-in-law, you're truly remarkable, single-handedly facing 8 foes. Fan Cheng and his companions all gave Qin Huai a thumbs up. We were just worried about you, sister-in-law. Indeed, we have never encountered such prowess before. Right, the combat skills of our sister-in-law are simply unparalleled. Qin Huai listened quietly, for the first time realizing that Fu Ye's brothers were quite innocent and endearing, willing to tarnish their own reputations to support him. For this reason alone, they were worthy of deeper friendship. Bind them all and take them to the police station, Fu Yi commanded coldly. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the alphas lying on the ground, still unconscious. Understood, we will ensure they cannot move. Anyone who dares to touch our sister-in-law is truly courting death. Fan Cheng and the others fiercely kicked the incapacitated alphas before searching for ropes to bind them. Outside the lounge, He Tingzhou stood coldly at the forefront of the crowd, blocking Nan Gongwan and her companions, his gaze intimidating enough to deter them from advancing. Moments ago, they had faintly heard Fu Ye's voice from within the lounge and were curious to see what was happening. Yet they dared not leave for fear that Nan Gongwan might lead her group to the upper lounge. Standing at the front of the crowd, Nan Gongwan, who was shielding her lips with a black lace fan while smiling, continued to wait for the unfolding drama. The Omega ladies accompanying her did the same. Suddenly, footsteps approached the lounge door, and Nan Gongwan instinctively glanced towards it, curious about who was emerging. To her astonishment, it was Qin Huai, impeccably dressed, her long hair tied back, wearing glasses, and donning a light-colored suit. Nan Gongwan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why was Qin Huai perfectly fine? At this hour, she should have been at the mercy of those alphas. Standing at the doorway of a lounge, Qin Huai cast a glance to the left of the corridor, locking eyes with the wide-eyed Nan Gongwan. He took a step forward towards her. Sister-in-law, He Tingzhou, who turned to see Qin Huai unharmed, let out a sigh of relief and called out. Qin Huai responded with a brief acknowledgement, advancing towards Nan Gongwan, and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap that echoed throughout the corridor. The gemstone earrings flew off, and Nan Gongwan struck on one side of her face, swiftly turned away, incredulous as she looked at Qin Huai. You dare to hit me? With a cold expression, Qin Huai raised his hand again, delivering another resounding slap to the other side of her face. Surrounding onlookers gasped in horror, wide-eyed, taken aback by the scene before them. Could they truly witness such a spectacle? Chapter 28. Fu Yi, who sought to avenge Qin Huai, smirked. Let us send her back properly. Nan Gongwan, now disheveled and clutching her face, shrieked in agony after receiving yet another blow. When had she ever endured such humiliation? He Ting and Zhouing, standing over a meter away from her, covered their ears in disgust, nearly overwhelmed by the cacophony. It wasn't just the two of them. Others standing behind Nangongwan also grimaced and shielded their ears. The corridor amplified her already shrill voice, inducing sheer terror. Yet, they dared not voice their opinions. Given Nangongwan's esteemed status, the Omega ladies accompanying Nangongwan stood in stunned silence, gazing at Qin Huai, who had calmly delivered 2 slaps. Then quickly darted their eyes back to the still screaming Nangongwan, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal illusion. This was none other than the most favored Nangongwan of the Nangong family. How could Qin Huai so audaciously strike her? Hearing the commotion from upstairs, the adults who ascended to the 2nd floor covered their ears as they moved towards the corridor. Among them was old Master Fu, who walked ahead of the group, his expression unperturbed by Nangongwan's frantic screams as he strode purposefully towards the young masters and mistresses above. The young masters and mistresses quickly parted to make way, bowing their heads in greeting. "Good day, old Master Fu." "Good," old Master Fu replied succinctly, continuing through the throng. Upon seeing old Master Fu approach, Nangongwan, still covering one side of her face, angrily pointed at Qin Huai and shouted, "He dared strike me. I want him dead. I want him dead." At this moment, Nangongwan was beside herself with rage, her face twisted, completely abandoning her cultivated persona as a young lady. Old Master Fu, uninterested in her outburst, halted in front of Qin Huai and inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Nothing is amiss," Qin Huai replied. "Where's that lad?" Old Master Fu asked, noting the absence of Fu Yi, his brow furrowing. "I didn't let him out. He tends to be impulsive," Qin Huai explained. Upon hearing this, old Master Fu scrutinized Qin Huai a moment longer. His grandson was indeed prone to impulsiveness. Perhaps restraining him from acting rashly would earn Qin Huai his respect. "Why do you ignore me? I am the one who has been struck." Nangongwan yelled furiously at old Master Fu, still clutching her face. Old Master Fu's gaze sharpened as it fell upon her. "You intruded without an invitation. I haven't even asked why you are here, and yet you dare to accuse me first." Nangongwan bit her lip, brimming with indignation, yet hesitant to voice it. Despite her favored status within the Nangong family, she dared not confront old Master Fu any further. "Do not presume I am unaware of your actions." Old Master Fu shot a penetrating glance at Nangongwan. However, she felt her hands were clean. Even if there were any traces of wrongdoing, those Fu family members lurking in the shadows would ensure she was not implicated. With an air of haughtiness, she replied, "I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. It matters not whether you understand. What is essential is that the other party recognizes you," old Master Fu retorted, signaling to the butler beside him. Upon receiving the cue, the butler raised his hand, and in the blink of an eye, 2 bodyguards restrained 2 waitstaff, leading them toward old Master Fu. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, while Nangongwan's pupils widened in alarm. Why were those 2 waitstaff still present in the hotel? Hadn't the individuals behind this promised to extricate them without leaving a trace? "Please, Miss Nangong, save us. We do not wish to languish in prison." The 2 waitstaff knelt before Nangongwan, clutching her exquisite gown and weeping uncontrollably. Infuriated, she could hardly believe these 2 imbeciles had the audacity to implicate her. "We followed your instructions and lured the young mistress to the lounge, allowing those alphas to take advantage of her. You must rescue us." They continued to wail, grasping at her skirt. The surrounding spectators gaped in disbelief at Nangongwan. Was she truly intent on tarnishing Qin Huai's reputation? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she hastily lifted her gown and kicked the 2 waitstaff, vehemently declaring, "I do not even know you. What nonsense are you spouting? How could you not recognize us? This necklace was a reward from your circle of friends." One of the waitstaff exclaimed, producing the necklace obtained from the Omega lady and holding it aloft for Nangongwan to see. The Omega lady was now in a state of panic, never anticipating that this necklace would serve as incriminating evidence. Nangongwan glared at the Omega lady with a fierce intensity, wishing to dismember her for her incompetence. "You had an agreement with the 2nd young master of the 2nd branch. as long as I assisted you in bringing the young mistress to the lounge. You would grant me a reward of 1 million. The waitstaff cried out once more. Upon hearing mention of the second young master, Qin Huai's expression tightened. Had the mastermind surfaced so swiftly? Was this unfolding too conveniently? Old Master Fu regarded the waitstaff with a piercing gaze. Are you implying that this matter is connected to the second branch? Indeed, old master. It was the second young master, Fu Xing, who instructed me to assist Miss Nangong. Every word I speak is truth. The waitstaff raised a hand to the heavens, swearing with the fervor of one who fears for their life. Oh, what would compel him to orchestrate such a scheme? Old Master Fu inquired calmly. The waitstaff promptly replied, on the day of the Crown Prince's accident. It was Fu Xing who struck him, having learned that the Crown Prince had lost his memory of the incident. Fu Xing feared that the Crown Prince might eventually recall him as the driver responsible for the collision, which is why he enlisted my cooperation with Miss Nangong to ensnare the young mistress. Master Fu, after all you have said, what is the connection to Qin Huai? There is indeed a connection, for young Master Fu expressed that had it not been for the fact that the young madam was to marry the Crown Prince, instilling in him a sense of crisis, he would not have recklessly crashed into the Crown Prince. Therefore, he harbors resentment towards the young madam and seeks to join forces with Miss Nangong to ruin her. The logic appears sound. Sound logic? The waiter gazed up at Master Fu, perplexed by his calm demeanor after hearing so much. Shouldn't he be enraged and dispatch someone to apprehend young Master Fu immediately? The onlookers, too, were baffled by Master Fu's tranquility, as he was known to dote on the Crown Prince. It was indeed amusing. Could the simpleton Fu possess such a meticulous scheme, daring to collaborate with Nangong Wan? Leaning against the wall in the lounge, Fu Yi chuckled derisively. Fan Chung and the others were well acquainted with young Master Fu. He was merely a cowardly fool, lacking the intellect for such machinations. Brother Yi, young Master Fu has been set up as a scapegoat. One of the brothers whispered to Fu Yi, who stood with arms crossed against the wall, listening intently. Wait, when did the accident occur? How come we are unaware? Fan Chung was the first to react, raising his head to inquire of Fu Yi. Fu Yi, leaning against the wall, turned a glance at the lounge door. Stay silent and observe what tricks they are playing. Understood. Fan Chung and the others ceased their chatter, straining their ears to catch the commotion outside. Indeed, Master, I speak the truth. This is the video of young Master Fu crashing into the Crown Prince that day. The kneeling waiter promptly presented his phone, hands extended towards the butler. The butler, standing beside Master Fu, accepted it, opened the video for inspection, and then handed it to Master Fu. Upon viewing the footage, Master Fu confirmed it was indeed young Master Fu. After the collision, Fu appeared flustered and terrified, hastily reversing to flee. It was evident that the crash was impulsive, and in the aftermath, fear had taken hold of him. Thus, today, young Master Fu was merely a scapegoat. Master Fu remained silent, suggesting the video was authentic. My heavens, is the Fu family in such disarray? I once envied the Crown Prince's fortune. Now I find my own lot quite favorable. At least it does not entail a perilous existence. The crowd buzzed, no longer envious of Fu Ye's status, as it seemed that such a position could be fraught with danger. Master, I am truly just following orders. This is not my doing. I implore you, show me mercy. The waiter bowed deeply, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground. Another waiter, who had taken a necklace, joined in, crying and knocking his head. I was merely obeying young Master Fu's commands. It was not my intent. I beg you spare us. TSK. Such audacity, someone in the crowd remarked. Master Fu did not bother to identify the speaker. He handed the phone back to the butler and turned to Nangong Wan. Is it the second son of the second household who conspired with you? It is indeed him. He instructed me to tarnish Qin Huai's reputation, she replied. Naturally, Nangong Wan would not miss an opportunity to let another take the blame. Yet, she felt displeasure within, as she did not know who the mastermind was. She merely perceived that this individual had reached out to her and could facilitate Qin Huai's downfall, prompting her collaboration. Little did she anticipate that this person would seize the chance to eliminate young Master Fu. If today's matter is resolved, it would not only eliminate the troublesome Qin Huai, but also remove Fu Xing as one of the candidates for the heir, achieving a remarkable twofold victory. The more Nan Gongwan pondered, the more infuriated she became. The mutual exploitation was her concession to the other party, yet they retaliated in such a manner. Once she discovers who is behind this, they shall face her wrath. Due to today's private affair, the banquet will conclude here. I shall have the butler personally deliver a gift tomorrow as an apology, announced old Master Fu to the onlookers. No need, it is too troublesome. Please attend to your family matters. We shall take our leave. The gentleman nodded to old Master Fu, hastily escorting their children away, leaving Nan Gongwan with the Omega ladies accompanying her. Old Master Fu suddenly cast a sharp glance toward the lounge door, irritably calling out, "Why aren't you out yet? Send Miss Nangong back." "On my way." Fu Yi smirked as he emerged from the lounge, addressing the captain of the bodyguards. "Accompany Miss Nangong and the Omega ladies back. Remember, ensure they return safely." "Understood." The captain nodded and approached Nan Gongwan. Instantly, Nan Gongwan, brimming with pride, turned to Qin Huai, stepping forward to taunt him in a lowered voice. "Did you see that? The crown prince still cares for me, and old Master Fu is on my side, not punishing me for setting a trap for you. Qin Huai, a mountain chicken can never become a phoenix. You would do well to bring up the matter of annulling our engagement with old Master Fu yourself. And as for the 2 slaps you delivered today, I, Nan Gongwan, shall repay them 100-fold. Just wait." With those venomous words, Nan Gongwan stepped back, replacing her fierce demeanor with a polite smile for old Master Fu. "I shall take my leave now." After casting a confident glance at Fu Yi, she followed the captain of the bodyguards and the group of Omega ladies towards the exit. Observing Nan Gongwan's departure, Qin Huai reflected on how little she understood Fu Yi. As long as Fu Yi was smiling, it signified that trouble was brewing. Oblivious to this insight, the triumphant Nan Gongwan departed the hotel in her vehicle. The captain of the bodyguards trailed behind Nan Gongwan's car with 5 vehicles, while the remaining bodyguards were instructed to escort the other Omega ladies home in pairs. "Miss, you shouldn't have laid hands on Qin Huai. After all, she is the granddaughter-in-law favored by old Master Fu," the bodyguard driving remarked. "What is there to fear? I am a lady of the Nangong family. Surely old Master Fu won't truly punish me," Nan Gongwan scoffed, glancing at her manicured nails with indifference. "I believe this matter is more complicated than it appears. It would be wise to avoid further contact with other branches of the Fu family to prevent any unnecessary trouble." The bodyguard persisted, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Yet Nan Gongwan coldly retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" "Of course not," the bodyguard hastily clarified. "Then be silent," Nan Gongwan snapped. The bodyguard dared not speak further, quickly focusing on the road, internally sighing. The young lady has truly been spoiled, daring to provoke the Fu family. If the old matriarch were to find out, she would surely be furious. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as their vehicle was jolted from behind. The pain was excruciating. Would the one in the back actually drive? Unprepared, Nan Gongwan's head collided with the backrest of the driver's seat, and she clutched her forehead, cursing loudly behind her. But scarcely had her invectives concluded when the captain of the bodyguards violently rammed their vehicle's rear. "Ah!" Nan Gongwan shrieked, her hands gripping the car door. The bodyguard's complexion turned pale in an instant. He realized that the Fu family would not easily let go of their young lady. "Miss, brace yourself. I must accelerate," he shouted as he pressed the accelerator. "Stop talking nonsense and drive." Nan Gongwan roared, her grip on the door tightening, her face paling. It dawned on her that Fu Ye's earlier smile had been a signal for the captain to deal with her. With a resounding crash, the rear of the car was struck again, followed by a series of collisions from surrounding vehicles, all relentlessly assaulting Nan Gongwan's car. The bodyguard from the Nangong family pressed the gas pedal, attempting to break free from the encirclement, but Fu Ye's bodyguards were not about to grant him that opportunity. They surrounded their vehicle, continuing the barrage of impacts. Ah! The car jolted violently as Nan Gongwan was tossed from side to side, her screams echoing. The other Omega ladies, also returned by Fu Ye's bodyguards, experienced the same terror, filling the deserted night streets with their cries of alarm. An hour later, at the Nangong residence. Inside the car, Nangong Wan's hair was a disheveled mess. Her haute couture gown wrinkled beyond repair, the jeweled necklace around her neck vanished, and her makeup smudged, resembling a wild woman. "Miss, are you all right?" The concerned bodyguard, having halted the vehicle, turned to her anxiously. Gagging, Nangong Wan collapsed onto the back seat, clutching her mouth as her stomach churned violently. Throughout the ordeal, Fu Ye's bodyguards had not actually harmed her. Instead, they toyed with her like a cat with a mouse, colliding with her car, while video calling Fu Yi, allowing him to witness her panic and screams. "What do you want?" shouted the Nangong family bodyguard, unbuckling his seatbelt and rushing to the door where the captain stood. Without responding, the captain opened the door, seized Nangong Wan by the arm, and yanked her from the back seat. He delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face, and after doing so, he addressed her respectfully. "I have delivered our young master's regards. I shall not disturb your rest any further." With that, he and his bodyguards closed the car door with a resounding bang, departing from the Nangong residence. Left in a state of disarray on the ground after the 2 slaps, Nangong Wan could no longer contain her anguish and clutched her head, screaming, "Ah, ah, ah. Qin Huai, this is all your fault. Just you wait." Chapter 29. Why do you keep clinging to him? Is there something wrong? What is all this noise downstairs? The elderly matriarch of the Nangong family in her study on the 2nd floor inquired, frowning at the housekeeper standing by her desk. "I'll go take a look." "Please wait a moment," she replied, swiftly exiting the study. As the matriarch watched the housekeeper leave, she lowered her gaze to continue perusing photographs of various esteemed alpha families, selecting a suitable future husband for Nangong Wan. The marriages of the Nangong women were all orchestrated by the matriarch, carefully chosen to benefit the Nangong family and solidify their enterprise and status. In the photograph, not only are there the alphas from noble families, but also the alpha sons of government officials. Old Madam Nangong harbors grand ambitions, desiring both wealth and power. The esteemed Omega young ladies of the Nangong family serve as crucial assets for solidifying their influence. Suddenly, a message pinged on Old Madam Nangong's phone. Lifting her gaze from the photo, she reached for the device on the table, initially thinking it was a staff member seeking her guidance. Upon opening the message, however, she was confronted with an unfamiliar number, accompanied by a video and a note. "If you cannot manage your granddaughter, I suggest you use a leash to keep her from barking everywhere." Fury ignited within Old Madam Nangong upon reading the caption. Since her ascendance as the matriarch of the Nangong family, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Suppressing her anger, she clicked on the video, only to witness her most cherished granddaughter, Nangong Wan, in a state of disarray inside a car, screaming as if terrified to the point of embarrassment, desperately calling for help. "Get in here," she bellowed, summoning the maid waiting at the study door. The maid promptly entered. "Fetch the 10th young lady at once," Old Madam Nangong commanded, pointing downstairs. "Yes, ma'am." The maid had never seen her so furious and hurriedly left the study. However, before she could descend, the butler returned, accompanied by the bodyguard who had escorted Nangong Wan to the grand birthday celebration. The maid immediately informed the butler of the situation concerning Nangong Wan. "There is no need to go. I will explain to the matriarch," the butler replied. The maid exhaled in relief and retreated. The butler, along with the bodyguard, hastened into the study, casting a sharp glance at the bodyguard, urging him to divulge the truth. The bodyguard, fearing repercussions, quickly reported to Old Madam Nangong. The 10th young lady, influenced by the machinations of the other branches of the Fu family, secretly attended the 60th birthday celebration of Old Master Fu without your knowledge. Initially, her intention was merely to extend her congratulations, but upon arrival, she discovered that Old Master Fu intended to announce the selection of the Crown Prince's wife. Realizing this, the 10th young lady conspired with the other branches of the Fu family to ruin Qin Huai's reputation, only to be caught red-handed by the Fu family. "What did you say?" Old Madam Nangong gasped, her hand pressed against her chest in disbelief. Who had given her the audacity? The bodyguard, intimidated by her outburst, lowered his head in submission. Old Madam Nangong was seething. Nangong Wan was her most promising granddaughter, the one she had meticulously groomed to marry into the government, paving the way for the Nangong family. Yet now, A video of her screaming in terror from a car had surfaced. If this footage were to leak, who would dare to marry her as the future matriarch? Old Madame Nangong felt an overwhelming urge to break Nangong Wan's legs, her frustration reaching its zenith. The only recourse left was to resolve the matter with wealth. She recognized that the sender of the video was Fu Yi, for only he would dare to address her in such a manner. Fu Yi did not possess her contact information, but old Master Fu did. The mere fact that Fu Yi could send her the video indicated that this was all tacitly approved by old Master Fu. Confine the 10th young lady. No one is to release her without my permission. Old Madame Nangong commanded furiously to the butler. Yes, ma'am. The butler, accompanied by a bodyguard, bowed and retreated. Matriarch Nangong pressed her hand against her chest, gasping for breath as she stifled her anger, before messaging Fu Yi, "Name your price." In the hotel lounge, Fu Yi, seated on the sofa, chuckled upon receiving the reply. Did he, Fu Yi, truly lack the meager funds of the Nangong family? Wait a moment. My wife's assets are limited. Perhaps I could demand compensation for emotional distress. Casting a glance at Qin Huai, who was conversing with his grandfather beside him, Fu Yi replied to Matriarch Nangong, I have heard that last year you gifted Nangong one a hot spring resort, which I estimate to be worth around 10 billion. I shall generously acquiesce and reluctantly claim that hot spring resort. Upon reading the message, Matriarch Nangong trembled with rage. The value of that resort far exceeded his estimation. Fu Ye's proposition was clearly an attempt to secure the resort. If she refused, who knew what outrageous actions that madman would take? As expected, another message from Fu Yi arrived. You know me well. I enjoy my escapades. Should my phone happen to be misplaced and someone inadvertently stumbles upon the videos, and they were to be leaked, it would be quite unfortunate, would it not? Matriarch Nangong was on the verge of exploding with fury. If she could only suppress her ire and respond, I will give you the resort, but you must delete the videos. Fu Ye's lips curled into a smirk. The matriarch was indeed wise. I thank you for your generosity on behalf of my wife. Please ensure that the transfer of the resort to her name occurs by tomorrow. If it is not finalized by then, I may have to share with the online community a glimpse of the Nangong family's young lady. As Matriarch Nangong read his reply, her gaze darkened with malevolence, and she attributed this grudge toward Qin Huai. When had she ever been threatened in such a manner, especially by someone younger? Fu Ye, sensing her wrath directed at Qin Huai, sent yet another message. If anything were to happen to my wife in the future due to my impulsiveness, the face of your precious granddaughter could very well be marred by a sudden accident or disfigurement. You must carefully consider your actions. Matriarch Nangong immediately quelled her anger, fully aware that Fu Yi would follow through on his threats. Furthermore, today's incident indeed originated from Nangong Wan's own missteps. No matter how furious she felt, she could not act against Fu Yi or Qin Huai. Moreover, Fu Yi had the backing of old Master Fu. I will send someone to meet with your representative tomorrow. Exchanging the resort for the deletion of the videos, she replied. After sending her message, Fu Yi turned off his phone, unconcerned about any potential change of heart from Matriarch Nangong. She was an individual who placed immense value on self-interest and would not easily forsake Nangong Wan without reaping any benefits. Speak. Which faction has bribed you? Old Master Fu, seated in the primary position on the sofa, coldly inquired of the two kneeling service staff by the coffee table. Upon hearing this, the two service staff members looked up, their pupils dilating in shock. Had the old master always been aware of their bribery? Without the old master's leniency, could the others have so easily approached and corrupted them? They were truly oblivious to their own worth. The butler, standing behind old Master Fu, berated the kneeling service staff. Two servers initially attempted to maintain their defiance, but upon hearing the butler's words, they realized that this entire affair had been orchestrated by the old master himself. They fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads in a fervent plea for mercy, exclaiming their newfound understanding of the old master's influence, declaring their fear. They confessed that they had only received a sudden text message, prompting them to cooperate with Miss Nangong, and they were utterly unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Still, they dared to lie. The butler, filled with indignation, demanded the truth. No, we truly did not lie. The other party told us nothing except that they would send a text when there was something to discuss, promising payment upon completion of the task. Beyond that, we genuinely know nothing. The two servers, now completely terrified, wept profusely as they continued to bow in supplication. The butler instinctively glanced at the venerable Mr. Fu, seated at the head of the table, sensing that the servers were indeed speaking truthfully. Mr. Fu, too, was not oblivious to the unfolding events and questioned the servers. Is Fu Xing's involvement also fabricated? They responded, the burden of today's blame is indeed false. But the video of your encounter with the young master is authentic. You may have it verified, as it is certainly not a forgery. Mr. Fu had already instructed the butler to send the video to a reliable verifier, thus rendering the server's reminder unnecessary. Before long, the butler received a reply on his mobile device. Upon reading it, he immediately reported to Mr. Fu that the video was indeed genuine. With an authoritative demeanor, Mr. Fu showed no hesitation in dispatching the video to the police station of his acquaintance, ordering them to apprehend the culprits forthwith. The butler complied without delay. Reaching out to the police, seated on the sofa, Qin Huai was taken aback that Mr. Fu would resort to calling the police to arrest Fu Xing for the sake of Fu Yi. After all, Fu Xing was also Mr. Fu's grandson. In other families, such matters would typically be handled privately, never leading to police involvement. Anticipating his grandfather's decision to alert the authorities, Fu Yi rose from the sofa, stating, "My wife needs to go to the hospital for treatment. I shall not linger. Ensure that the unconscious alphas in the lounge are also taken away by the police." After speaking, he extended his hand towards Qin Huai. Qin Huai did not place his hand in Fu Yi's palm, instead rising from the sofa himself. "Go on. Call me if you need anything." Mr. Fu calmly sipped his tea. "Very well." Fu Yi took Qin Huai's hand and exited the lounge. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, He Ting, Zhou Fan, and other companions have been waiting for some time. Fu Yi and Qin Huai enter the bodyguard's vehicle, heading to the hospital. "How is it? Does your hand still hurt?" Fu Yi inquired, lifting Qin Huai's bandaged palm with concern. "It's nothing," Qin Huai replied, withdrawing his hand. Fu Yi, aware that Qin Huai was not angry but merely unaccustomed to such gestures, smiled and lifted Qin Huai onto his lap, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Qin Huai, with his long hair tied back, gazed at Fu Yi through his glasses with a frown. "You constantly pick me up and kiss me. What is wrong with you?" "My wife is upset again." How lovely you are." Fu Yi, lost in the throes of infatuation, began to revel in delight, convinced that even if Qin Huai kicked him, it was merely a flirtation. Chapter 30. After kissing his wife, Fu Yi hurried to the restroom. "Did you know about your grandfather's grand birthday celebration in advance? Or did you only find out after work?" Qin Huai inquired of Fu Yi, with his hands playfully gripping Qin Huai's waist. Fu Yi looked up and replied with a smile. "So you noticed, did you? My grandfather is using his birthday as bait to provoke trouble from others in the family." Qin Huai fell silent, confirming Fu Yi's deduction was indeed correct. "My wife is truly astute, able to see through it all at a glance," Fu Yi said, leaning in for another kiss. Irritated, Qin Huai swatted his hand away, insisting, "Speak normally without being so touchy." Fu Yi responded unabashedly, "Is it a crime for me to be affectionate with my wife?" Qin Huai was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling both angry and unable to retort. Frustrated, he attempted to slide off Fu Yi's lap, only to be held in place. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Although I lack memories from the day of our wedding, it stands to reason that my grandfather would notify He Ting and the others about my marriage. That day was likely a setup to see how the others would react upon learning about our union. Unexpectedly, that fool Fu Xing ended up knocking me out, and not only did we fail to uncover the mastermind, but I also lost my memory. Today's sudden birthday celebration is probably another attempt by my grandfather to draw out the hidden schemer. However, it appears they are more patient than we anticipated, merely sacrificing 2 waitstaff as decoys. Qin Huai did not disagree, as he shared Fu Yi's suspicions. "Do not fear, my wife. I shall protect you. Wherever you go, I shall follow," Fu Yi promised, kissing Qin Huai once more. Qin Huai glared at Fu Yi, exasperated by his insistence on kissing him while speaking. Sensing the advantage, Fu Yi quickly embraced Qin Huai tightly, nuzzling and inhaling the scent at his neck. He was utterly enamored with his wife's fragrance. Each whiff ignited a primal urge to bite into her scent glands. Yet, fearing her ire, he refrained, at least for now. Unbeknownst to Qin Huai, Fu Ye's gaze lingered on his scent glands with relentless desire, casting Fu Yi a warning look to behave himself. Qin Huai took out his phone to inquire about work matters with the secretary. Fu Yi, embracing Qin Huai, did not intrude, occasionally sniffing at Qin Huai's neck and playfully nibbling his ear. As Qin Huai sat on Fu Ye's lap, typing with both hands, he struggled to suppress his rising irritation. He had never encountered someone so bothersome, always hugging, kissing, or nibbling with no other pursuits. Fortunately, Fu Yi did not overstep, nibbling only for a while before holding Qin Huai close, watching him coordinate work with the secretary. Meanwhile, in the hotel lounge, old Master Fu awaited the police's arrival, ready to hand over the alpha who had attempted to harm Qin Huai, along with the two traitorous waitstaff. "No, old master, please save us. We truly didn't mean any harm," one of the apprehended waitstaff pleaded, attempting to soften old Master Fu's heart. However, if he could send his own grandson Fu Xing to the police station, he certainly wouldn't show leniency to two outsiders. Old Master Fu took a sip of tea, placing his cup down on the saucer with a sense of concealment. He had set traps thrice, yet not a trace of the elusive figure had been revealed. The butler, standing nearby, hesitated before inquiring, "Shall we continue to draw out the mastermind behind this?" However, excessive caution may provoke unforeseen consequences. "Very well." The butler stepped aside. Old Master Fu poured himself another cup of tea and asked, "I have heard that the properties under the other branches have encountered difficulties." Indeed, it was the young master who took action. He must be concerned that the other branches within the main company could pose trouble for the young mistress. Hence, he has meddled with their holdings. Now, aside from his second branch, the others are preoccupied with managing their respective assets, undoubtedly overwhelmed with tasks. You cannot imagine my astonishment when my subordinates reported this matter to me. I had no idea the young master had his own people operating in the shadows. The butler remarked, his tone laced with amusement and approval. It is said that men become more stable once they start a family, and it seems this holds true. Old Master Fu, sipping his tea in silence, grunted, "That little rascal is hiding something from us." "Hiding something from us?" The butler was puzzled by this statement. Old Master Fu did not elaborate, instead instructing him to ensure that the others did not discover the young master's schemes. "You need not worry. The young master's subordinates are quite efficient in their tasks. I had initially intended to assist him in tidying up, but it appears his people have already completed the cleanup, and those from the other branches will not suspect him. Regarding today's confrontation with the mastermind behind the young mistress, I wonder if it is the same individual who previously attempted to assassinate the young master." Old Master Fu fixed his gaze on his teacup, remaining silent, yet displaying a grave expression. The day Fu Yi returned to the ancestral home from the hospital was also when he deliberately lured the mastermind. Yet, the mastermind had remained exceedingly cautious. Even on that day when he set the trap and monitored the area, the two assassins managed to escape. He had believed that with so many arrangements in place, his men would apprehend the assassins the moment they revealed themselves. However, he had not anticipated that the two assassins would vanish as if they had never been there, eluding capture entirely. Increased the number of personnel discreetly following Xiao Yi and his companions. Old Master Fu instructed the butler, his unease palpable. "Understood," the butler replied, exiting the lounge to assign a team of bodyguards for the task. At that moment, in the old residence within the second branch's villa, Fu Xing was being placed into a police car, crying out, "Dad, brother, save me, save me. Master, please save our son," the second madam pleaded, tears streaming as she called for the second master. The second master stood at the villa entrance, fists clenched, watching the police car depart without taking any action. "How can you be so heartless? You are just like your father, cold-blooded and unfeeling." The second madam struck the second master in despair. "Our son is his own grandson. How could he send our son to prison?" The second madam continued to weep, her anguish escalating. Fu Fei, the eldest son of the second branch, turned to his mother after watching the police car drive away, stating, "Perhaps my younger brother will be safer in prison than out here." "Are you speaking sensibly? That is your own brother." The second madam gazed at Fu Fei, fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. "Listen to your son. Do not interrupt." The elder master reprimanded the second mistress and turned to Fu Fei. "Have you received some news?" Fu Fei nodded. "Today, on grandfather's birthday, someone conspired with Nangong Wan to tarnish Qin Huai's reputation, and they were caught red-handed. 2 waiters were bribed, allegedly under the direction of your second brother. Impossible. Your brother would never do such a thing. He lacks the courage." The second mistress immediately wiped her tears and vehemently retorted. The elder master shared her sentiments. His second son was simple-minded and physically strong. How could he dare to collaborate with the Nangong family against Qin Huai? "Fu Fei, I also believe your second brother is merely a scapegoat, but it does indicate that someone wants to eliminate him. That is why I say he is safer in prison than outside. After all, he is grandfather's own grandson. The most grandfather would do is confine him for a few months to teach him a lesson before releasing him. But how torturous it must be in there. Your brother has never endured hardship." The second mistress began to cry again. "Enough of your tears. Enduring hardship is not as important as preserving one's life." The elder master thundered. The second mistress immediately ceased her crying, hastily controlling her tears. Seeing his mother no longer weeping, Fu Fei spoke to his father. "Last time, when Fu Yi returned from the hospital to the ancestral home, he was ambushed by assassins, yet they failed to accomplish their task. This indicates that grandfather is probing the mastermind behind it. It is better for us to refrain from unnecessary actions. Your father understands. I will heed your advice." The elder master felt a lingering trepidation. This acknowledgment from his father spared Fu Fei the need to persuade him further. Over the years, he had been observing Fu Yi and had even sent people into the club to monitor him. However, every report indicated that Fu Yi was indulging in pleasures, drinking to excess daily, posing no threat. But was this the entire truth? The last time, the eyes and fingers of the assassin delivered to their home were indeed sent by the club owner. He suspected Fu Yi but lacked evidence, leaving him no choice but to instruct his father to refrain from action. Ha ha ha! Another competitor eliminated. It would be a shame not to celebrate with a drink. The young masters from the 4th house rejoiced upon learning of Fu Xing's arrest, each more delighted than the last. The young masters from the 5th house were equally pleased, as one less contender meant a greater share of inheritance. They speculated whether their father had a hand in it, but dared not ask for fear of rebuke. Finally arriving at the hospital, Fu Yi accompanied Qin Huai as she had her palm bandaged. The doctor carefully rewrapped the wound, advising, "Avoid water and refrain from spicy foods." "Understood," Fu Yi replied earnestly. After administering N4 to eliminate the residual sedative from Qin Huai's body, the doctor departed the room. "I'm fine. You all should return and rest. It's quite late." Qin Huai addressed Fan Sheng, Zhou Ying, He Ting, and the brothers gathered by her bedside. "All right, sister-in-law, take care. We'll head back now." Qin Huai watched them leave. "Dear, I will keep you company." Fu Yi lifted the covers and slipped into bed, shamelessly pulling Qin Huai into his embrace. Exhausted from the day's events, Qin Huai, too weary to scold Fu Yi, allowed herself to be held and closed her eyes. Fu Yi immediately broke into a smile, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Qin Huai's lips, watching as Qin Huai lay asleep in his embrace. Qin Huai feigned sleep, unwilling to engage with Fu Yi. Fu Yi reached out to caress Qin Huai's face, a grin spreading across his lips, thinking how his wife became more beautiful with each passing moment. Qin Huai continued to pretend to be asleep, feigning ignorance. However, Fu Yi suddenly brushed his lips, leaning down to kiss him repeatedly, an endless stream of affection. Qin Huai, furrowing his brow, felt an overwhelming urge to bite Fu Yi. Yet, before he could act, Fu Yi released his lips, warm breath fanning across his face. "This is a disaster. My wife is too sweet when kissed, and I find myself wanting to act foolishly." With his eyes closed, Qin Huai clenched his fists at the thought. If Fu Yi dared to go too far, he would kick him out. But Fu Yi did not act upon such impulses. Instead, he hurriedly jumped out of bed and dashed to the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within, accompanied by muffled, suppressed sounds. Qin Huai, lying in the hospital bed, opened his eyes in disbelief, his face flushed with anger. Did that brat think he was either dead or deaf? Chapter 31. The stunning beauty with long hair, Qin Shuyan. Was there something wrong with his head? Qin Huai swiftly covered his ears, feeling as though his eardrums had been contaminated by what he heard. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Yi continued his activities in the bathroom, oblivious to the fact that Qin Huai was still awake. After half an hour passed, Fu Yi emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and clad in a white robe provided by the VIP ward, looking revitalized. Meanwhile, Qin Huai lay on his side in the hospital bed, eyes closed. Minta likarsin Fu Yi ese anchistos. Fu Yi dried his hair and approached the bed, leaning down to plant another kiss on Qin Huai, cheerfully, startled from his anger. Qin Huai's eyes flew open. Oh, what the hell? Fu Yi was taken aback, jumping back in surprise, his voice cracking. Wife, you're awake? He gasped, patting his chest, his voice still trembling with shock. Qin Huai glared at Fu Yi in silence, his anger simmering. Every time he closed his eyes, the sound from the bathroom replayed in his mind, fueling his desire to throw Fu Yi out of the window. What's wrong? Fu Yi, bewildered, touched his own face. Why was his wife looking at him like that, with such evident anger? Qin Huai, filled with rage, chose not to respond. Glaring at Fu Yi before getting out of bed and striding toward the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him, Fu Yi scratched his head, watching Qin Huai enter the bathroom with confusion. Oh no, could it be that my wife overheard what I was doing in there? Fu Yi's eyes widened, cradling his head in embarrassment. This was utterly humiliating. This is social death. My wife won't think I'm revolting, will she? He felt a desperate urge to disappear, utterly mortified. It was over. His wife already disliked him, and now that she had heard this, she would surely loathe him even more. With his head in his hands, Fu Yi cast a woeful glance at the bathroom door. No, I must apologize first. He promptly headed towards the bathroom, but just then, a knock sounded at the ward door, a bodyguard informing him, Young master, someone has come to visit the young mistress. Fu Yi halted his steps, casting a glance toward the entrance of the hospital room, muttering to himself, it's nearly 11 at night. Why is there still someone visiting my wife? Despite his confusion, he approached the door and opened it. The moment the door swung open and he beheld the figure outside, he was momentarily taken aback. The man standing before him appeared to be in his early 30s, sharing the same long hair tied at the chest as his wife. Clad in a dark suit, he possessed a tall frame and fair complexion, undoubtedly a strikingly handsome gentleman. Qin Shuyan, who was waiting, paused upon noticing Fu Yi, then revealed a gentle smile, introducing himself. I am the cousin of Xiao Huai. My name is Qin Shuyan. So, he is my wife's cousin. No wonder he bears a slight resemblance to her. Yet, while my wife appears cold and distant, her cousin exudes a warm demeanor. Unperturbed by Fu Yi's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Shuyan raised the fruit basket in his hands, asking, May I come in? Of course, please do. Fu Yi quickly pressed the door against the wall, clearing the way for Qin Shuyan. This was his wife's cousin. How could he possibly deny him entry? Moreover, with only his uncle's family remaining as his wife's relatives, this cousin must surely be the son of his wife's uncle, and it was essential to cultivate good rapport. My wife is taking a shower. Please have a seat on the sofa and wait for a moment. Fu Yi gestured toward the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon hearing Fu Yi refer to his wife so naturally, Qin Shuyan couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at him. He had heard from his business partner that his cousin had married Fu Yi, and he found it hard to believe. However, a photograph had been provided, taken by him during the grand celebration of the Fu family's patriarch. Upon seeing it, he realized it was indeed his cousin, with Fu Yi affectionately holding her waist. Having learned of this earlier in the evening, he had contemplated sending a text to inquire about the situation, wondering if it was a forced arrangement. Yet, his cousin had not reached out to him, leaving him uncertain whether to intervene, and thus he refrained from calling. However, unexpectedly, after work, his partner contacted him, informing him that his cousin had sustained an injury and was in the hospital, prompting him to rush over for a visit. Initially anxious, he felt relieved after confirming with the nurse at the front desk that his cousin's injury was merely a minor one. Please, make yourself comfortable. Fu Yi continued to encourage Qin Shuyan. Thank you, Qin Shuyan replied, placing the fruit basket on the coffee table, just as he was about to sit on the sofa. The bathroom door creaked open. With her long hair cascading down and dressed in a white bathrobe, Qin Huai emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing her cousin Qin Shuyan, she initially thought she was mistaken. Understanding her surprise, Qin Shuyan smiled. "I heard about your situation from my business partner and came to see how you were doing." After a brief glance at Fu Yi, he turned his attention back to Qin Huai, asking, "Was this your choice?" Fu Yi, who had been preparing to approach Qin Huai, instantly held his breath. What if his wife replied that it was not her decision? Would Qin Shuyan take her away? Qin Huai, noti Qingfu yes sudentention, averted her gaze and replied, "No one is forcing me." A sigh of relief washed over Fu Yi. Thank goodness his wife had not claimed to be coerced. Fu Yi let out a sigh of relief and coughed lightly before asking Qin Huai, "Do you need me to vacate the space for you?" His reputation was somewhat tarnished, and he worried that remaining here might lead Qin Shuyan to disdain him for being unworthy of his wife. Where could you possibly go at this late hour? Qin Huai shot Fu Yi a glance of annoyance. Fu Yi immediately broke into a smile, appreciating that his wife still cared for him. However, Qin Shuyan was taken aback. His cousin, typically indifferent to anyone outside of family, who seldom bestowed even a glance, was now showing kindness to Fu Yi. Moreover, Fu Yi bore little resemblance to the rumored arrogant heir. He was quite courteous. "Let us sit for a while before heading back," Qin Huai suggested as he moved towards the sofa. "All right," Qin Shuyan agreed, following him to the couch. "I'll go wash some fruit," Fu Yi promptly declared, carrying a bowl of fruit towards the sink on the balcony. Qin Shuyan's gaze followed Fu Yi as he remarked to Qin Huai, "He is different from the rumors." Qin Huai poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Shuyan, explaining that the Fu family's dynamics were intricate, and he was also acting out of self-preservation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyan took the teacup, suddenly fixating on the tea within, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Qin Huai quickly noticed and realized he had misspoken. His cousin once had a partner, also entangled in a complex family situation, and for reasons unknown, they had parted ways. It was known that his cousin remained in Omega, and prior to his failed differentiation into a Beta, they had often been seen together. Back then, his cousin wore a perpetual smile and radiated vitality, often adorned with remnants left by that person. However, when his cousin turned 19, he unexpectedly failed to differentiate, descending from a lofty S-class Omega to the lowest tier of Beta. From that day forth, the vibrant smile that once graced his cousin S' face had vanished. It seemed that his cousin had also severed ties with that individual, choosing to isolate himself in his room. Only after that person left the country did his cousin begin to resume his life, thereafter remaining unattached. "I'm fine," Qin Shuyan reassured with a smile, attempting to dispel the concern reflected in Qin Huai's gaze. That incident had occurred over a decade ago, and his wounds had long since healed. The man had likely married another Omega by now, forgetting about him entirely. After all, it was he who had initially lured him in, and what feelings could he have held for him other than a mere desire for his body? As Qin Shuyan gazed back into the teacup, the depth of his melancholy deepened. He blamed himself for being too naive in the past, daring to provoke anyone, and ending up with scars. Suppressing the discomfort within, Qin Shuyan finished his tea, placed the cup back on the table, and stood from the sofa. "It's quite late now, so I won't disturb your rest. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Qin Huai also stood, accompanying Qin Shuyan out of the hospital room. "I'll be discharged tomorrow morning, and I'll return home after work." "All right, my parents are quite worried about you," Qin Shuyan replied as he reached the doorway. Suddenly, he felt a jolt and quickly turned to the left down the corridor. A tall, familiar figure clad in a white coat had just walked past. "What's wrong?" Qin Huai noticed Qin Shuyan's unusual reaction and followed his gaze, but there was no one at the end of the corridor. "Oh, it's nothing." Qin Shuyan forced a smile, uttering that everything was fine, yet her hands clenched tightly, anxiously reassuring herself. "Qin Shuyan, you must have misinterpreted. That was merely a silhouette reminiscent of him. It cannot possibly be him. He is likely still abroad studying medicine. How could he be here?" Chapter 32. The Enigmatic Beauty Who Flirts and Flees Versus. The angry husband. "Are you truly all right?" Qin Huai inquired with concern. "Of course I'm fine." Qin Shuyan hastily composed herself, striving to present a smile. Qin Huai furrowed his brow. If memory served him correctly, his cousin's partner was indeed studying medicine. Could it be that he happened to be at this private hospital? However, his cousin did not attend university in Kyoto, but in S City. So how could this man be in a hospital in Kyoto? He was abroad. There was no way he would be here, and besides, he was not a local from Kyoto. Although Qin Shuyan spoke to alleviate Qin Huai's worries, her tone conveyed a hint of bitterness. Desiring to shield her from painful memories of the past, Qin Huai instructed a nearby bodyguard, "Please escort my cousin." "Understood, young madam," the bodyguard replied respectfully. "No need. I will drive myself back." Qin Shuyan declined, adding, "Call me before you finish work tomorrow. I will return home with you. Then I shall take my leave. Rest well," he said. "All right." Qin Huai watched as Qin Shuyan entered the elevator. He had yet to meet his cousin's partner in person, only seen photographs. The man did not appear to be a scoundrel. It was surprising that he would abandon his cousin simply because he was not an Omega. "What's the matter? Has our cousin returned?" Fu Yi suddenly appeared behind Qin Huai, holding a plate of washed fruit. Qin Huai felt an urge to punch Fu Yi, who had startled him by leaning over. "Why is your cousin back so soon?" Fu Yi, oblivious to his fright, plucked a strawberry from the plate and offered it to Qin Huai. Qin Huai, uninterested, turned to retreat to the ward. "Don't go, dear. At least have a strawberry first." Fu Yi pursued him with the fruit plate. Qin Huai climbed into the hospital bed, ignoring the strawberry. He had just brushed his teeth. Eating a strawberry would require another brushing. Realizing this, Fu Yi placed the fruit plate on the bedside table, climbed onto the bed, and embraced Qin Huai. Planning a kiss on him, Qin Huai frowned as he looked up. "Will your lips get chapped if you don't kiss me?" "Don't say it like that. It's quite alarming." Fu Yi felt a chill run down his spine, adjusting his arm to support Qin Huai's head, playfully declaring, "I just find that kissing you is incredibly sweet. I wish to do it more." Qin Huai scoffed, "You must be joking. I am not candy." Fu Yi was quite transparent in his intentions, clearly wishing to take advantage. "By the way, my dear, you are a 3S level alpha. Yet your cousin seems more like a beta." I haven't detected even a hint of pheromones from him. Qin Huai had no intention of divulging this information to Fu Yi, slapping away the large hand that rested on his waist. "Why are you asking so much? Just sleep." "All right, let us sleep then." Fu Yi once more embraced Qin Huai, habitually leaning down to plant another kiss on him. Enraged, Qin Huai decided to simply close his eyes and sleep, believing that ignorance would bring him peace. After all, even if he forbade Fu Yi from getting too close, Fu Yi would inevitably cling to him, rendering any words wasted and only serving to further aggravate himself. Meanwhile, Ji Qi, having completed his rounds in the hospital, returned to his office, where he found his nephew He Ting seated on the sofa, frowning as he typed a message. Ji Qi closed the door and inquired, "What brings you here at this hour?" He Ting, tall and clad in a white coat, with glasses perched on his nose and dark hair framing his sharp brow, was currently messaging Jiang Shi, but had yet to receive a response. Suppressing his irritation, he greeted, "Hello, uncle. What brings you here?" Ji Qi's tone was cool, yet devoid of anger. "I came to visit you since Fu Yi's wife is currently at our hospital," He Ting replied, referring to Ji Qi's family rather than his own, as he had long since ceased to consider the He family his true home after the passing of his mother. Spurred by his father's infidelity, the Ji family, including Ji Qi and his other uncles, had always treated him with kindness. As Ji Qi walked towards his desk, placing the patient log down, he asked, "Has Fu Yi married?" "It's settled. His father arranged the match," He Ting answered. Ji Qi did not press further, for Fu Yi was a younger generation, and he held little interest in his choice of bride. "How have your pheromones been? Still in turmoil?" Ji Qi, now seated, glanced over at the sofa. He Ting initially intended to respond nonchalantly, but, recalling Jiang Shi, modified his reply, "There's an Omega whose pheromones can soothe my turmoil. My headaches have lessened, and I can now sleep for a few hours peacefully." "Indeed, there exists an Omega capable of calming you? Bring him by some day, so I might assess his pheromones and perhaps develop a suitable suppressant for you." In the past, He Ting would have eagerly agreed, but for reasons he could not articulate, he felt compelled to decline, stating, "No, I wish to observe his pheromones further to ascertain their true efficacy." If they indeed prove effective, I will inform you. Make sure he remains unharmed, lest any mishaps occur, Ji advised, before resuming his perusal of the patient log. He turned to a page detailing Jiangju and remarked, I currently have a patient whose pheromone turmoil closely resembles yours. His condition is even more severe, exhibiting uncontrollable agitation upon waking, requiring tranquilizers to manage. While waiting for Jiangshi's response, He Ting was only half listening, muttering an absent-minded his focus elsewhere as he furrowed his brow at his phone. 2 hours had elapsed without a reply. Were it not for his understanding of Jiangshi's nature, he might have suspected him of playing hard to get. Do you have someone special? Ji observed He Ting's distracted demeanor, setting aside the patient log to regard him. He Ting did not respond. Instead, he abruptly stood, hastening toward the office door. Uncle, I must take my leave. In truth, it was not a genuine return, but rather Jiangshi responding to his message, precisely while he was at the hospital, hastening to find Jiangshi to rest. Ji stood there, watching the office door slam shut, his gaze lingering for an extended period, unable to withdraw his eyes. From He Ting, he discerned a reflection of himself from over a decade ago. Just like the current He Ting, a mere text from the other could render him restless, compelling him to rush over. Yet the other party, after initiating contact and surrendering himself to Ji, inexplicably declared a cessation of their engagement, branding him as coarse and uninteresting. Ji clenched his fists, suppressing the raging fury within, his tendons taut. He was incensed at himself for behaving like a dog, at the beck and call of the other, who could simply dismiss him with a casual remark and abandon him, not even attending to see him off when he left the country. You had better continue to hide. Do not let me find you. Beneath the lenses of Ji's glasses lay a simmering wrath. Should he encounter that individual again, he would assuredly break his legs, and see how he would flirt and then flee. Chapter 33. Stubborn words, but unruly feet. He Ting buys late-night snack for Jiangshi downstairs, in room 1206. He Ting hastily descended the elevator from his uncle's office to find Jiangshi, arriving breathlessly at the door of Jiangshi's brother's room. Yet, upon reaching the door, he suddenly frowned, questioning himself inwardly. Why did I come down so quickly? Am I in a rush to reincarnate? It was the first time He Ting found himself at a loss for words. He must have been greatly vexed by Jiangshi, his mind apparently in disarray, especially when he recalled sending numerous messages to Jiangshi that evening, only to receive no response. His displeasure grew. After all, he was providing Jiangshi with 300,000 a month, not merely 30. He did not expect Jiangshi to cater to him like other omegas. But a simple reply should not be too much to ask. The more He Ting pondered, the more irritable he became, contemplating turning back. He certainly had his temper. However, just as he tilted his body to take a step towards the elevator, he overheard Jiangshi's voice from within the room, speaking on the phone. My wealthy uncle. Over the years, my brother has needed suppressants, and I have troubled you greatly, borrowing quite a bit of money. I feel quite guilty. My cousin is now in university, and the tuition and living expenses are substantial. Please do not return the money I owe you. Just accept it. He Ting, intending to leave, halted abruptly and swiftly turned back towards the door, peering through the small glass window. Jiangshi's brother was accommodated in a standard single room, and through the small window, He Ting could see Jiangshi seated beside the bed, illuminated by a dim light, his head bowed as he spoke on the phone. After ending the call with his uncle, he brought the phone back to his ear and dialed another number. A moment later, he said, Is this Uncle Village Chief? This is Xiao Shi. I have some money from my internship now, and I would like to repay a portion of the money I borrowed from you earlier. As for the remaining 50,000, may I delay the repayment for a while? Jiangshi hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. This money had been borrowed for several years without repayment to the village chief. Awakening from sleep, the village chief, upon hearing Jiangshi's words, immediately regained his senses. Child, I have already told you that money need not be returned. It was provided by our village for your brother. In recent years, the village has faced challenges, with the goose houses yielding little profit, leaving everyone struggling. Jiangshi, gripping his phone tightly by his ear, spoke urgently. No. If it weren't for your parents financially supporting our village's guest house initiative, our situation would be even more dire. With your parents gone, how could we possibly neglect you and your brother? Do not worry too much. Focus on your studies. The village elders will collectively find a way to manage your brother's medication and hospital expenses. If necessary, we will pool our resources as a family to ensure your brother receives stable treatment. Upon hearing this, Jiangshi's eyes glistened with tears, his voice trembling. But since my parents passed, the ghost houses are no longer profitable. Child, the lack of profit is our concern as adults. We will figure it out. You, as a student, should not burden yourself with such matters. Concentrate on your education. Outside the hospital room, He Ting overheard the entire conversation clearly, as Jiangshi's phone quality was poor, allowing every word to seep through. Through the small glass window of the door, He Ting observed Jiangshi, slender and tearful, sitting by the bedside. He instinctively tightened his grip, unsure of his feelings, simply watching Jiangshi cry. Do not worry about repaying the money for now. Save it for your brother's medication. It's too late. Uncle truly cannot endure any longer. I must hang up. The village head hurriedly ended the call, leaving no opportunity for Jiangshi to return the money. Jiangshi had indeed wanted to repay it, but as he opened his mouth, the call was already disconnected. He understood the village head's good intentions, bowing his head as tears streamed down his face, falling onto a small notebook. Panicking, he quickly wiped his tears, fearful of smudging the notes written in ballpoint pen, which contained the debts he had accrued over the years from relatives and villagers. If the ink blurred, repayment would be impossible. Watching from the doorway, He Ting's irritation towards Jiangshi gradually faded. Unaware of He Ting's presence, Jiangshi carefully placed the notebook aside and rose to head towards the restroom. Moments later, he returned with a basin of water, tending to his younger brother, who lay in a drug-induced slumber. He Ting observed as the petite Jiangshi struggled to wash his larger brother, diligently changing the water multiple times. After half an hour, Jiangshi finally finished cleaning his brother and changing him into a fresh hospital gown, panting heavily as he stood by the bedside, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Despite the air conditioning, he felt overheated. Suddenly, a growl echoed from Jiangshi's stomach. He patted his belly, sitting on the chair beside the bed. From the bedside table, he picked up 2 steamed buns, nibbling on them delicately, wrapped in plastic. He Ting frowned. With a stomach growling like that, he could only eat 2 buns? Frustrated and inexplicably irritable, He Ting stormed away from the hospital room. As Jiangshi munched on his buns, he heard footsteps outside the room and curiously glanced toward the door, but He Ting was nowhere to be seen. He initially assumed it was merely a passing nurse and did not dwell on it, redirecting his gaze to his brother in the hospital bed. He gently moistened his brother's lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. 10 minutes later, after consuming 2 buns, Jiangshi tucked his brother in with the blanket and cast a puzzled glance toward the door of the ward. Hadn't he mentioned he would come to find me, claiming he couldn't sleep otherwise? Why had it been nearly an hour without any sign of him? Perhaps it was because I was preoccupied with caring for my brother and failed to respond to his messages promptly, which might have angered him. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiangshi as he picked up his phone to text He Ting. If He Ting was indeed upset and no longer wished to see him, his brother would have to be transferred back to the previous hospital next month. Driving to the food street, he spotted He Ting at the entrance amidst the bustling crowd, his brow furrowed tightly. Why were there so many people? Goodness, was it the alpha from the prestigious family? He Ting, arriving in his luxury car, drew astonished gazes from many. It was indeed remarkable for such a distinguished alpha to wander into a food street frequented by ordinary folk. In a world dictated by gender norms, the elite alpha represented the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, making encounters between ordinary betas and esteemed alphas exceedingly rare. He Ting paid no heed to the surrounding stares and took out his phone. Just as he was about to message Jiangshi, it was Jiangshi who inquired first. Have you arrived? Now he seemed anxious. He Ting replied, though his fingers continued to type. What do you want to eat? Jiangshi, seated by the hospital bed, found himself momentarily bewildered. Wasn't He Ting upset with him? Why was he responding so slowly? Standing in front of the luxury car, He Ting scrutinized his phone with a furrowed brow. He did not wait for Jiangshi's reply and turned to a passing male beta, asking, what do ordinary people usually eat for a late-night snack? Why are you re-asking me? The male beta pointed at himself, astonished and flattered. He Ting spoke no further, extracting several hundred yuan from his wallet and handing it to the man, instructing him to buy late-night snacks for the ordinary folk, one serving each. Okay. The male beta, elated, rushed toward the entrance of the food street. Goodness, he had achieved something remarkable, actually conversing with the noble alpha. The other betas nearby watched with envy and jealousy, lamenting why it wasn't one of them who had been approached. Some contemplated surreptitiously recording a video for clout, only to be hushed by their companions, admonishing, "That's an alpha from a prestigious family. Are you out of your mind?" The chastised man quickly stowed his phone away. The tall figure of He Ting leaned against his luxury car, exhaling a plume of smoke while reviewing Jiang Shi's response, which consisted of just 4 words: "I'm not hungry." If you're not hungry, why eat buns? He Ting furrowed his brow again while puffing out smoke. He had intended to buy steak for Jiang Shi, but now that it was already midnight and the restaurants were closed, he could only peruse the nearby food street. The male beta returned, panting heavily, bearing a portion of fried noodles, a roasted sweet potato, and a cup of milk tea. "Here you go." "Thanks," He Ting replied, accepting the items, bending slightly to enter the driver's seat, and with the smoke in one hand, he drove away. The male beta blinked anxiously before rushing towards the intersection, calling out to the departing vehicles, "Noble sir, I haven't repaid you yet." He had received several hundred yuan from He Ting, yet he had scarcely spent 100. He Ting, unbothered by such trifling amounts, casually flicked his cigarette out of the car window before taking another drag, his gaze fixed on the long road leading to the hospital. "Why did you suddenly ask me what I wanted to eat and then not respond?" Jiang Shi, sitting beside the hospital bed with his phone in hand, appeared utterly perplexed. Suddenly, with a click, the door to the ward swung open. He looked up in haste to find He Ting entering, carrying food. Jiang Shi, bewildered, stared at He Ting in disbelief. "Is this food for me? No, that couldn't be true. It must be his own late-night snack. Why would he buy food for me?" Jiang Shi quickly dismissed the thought in his mind. After all, He Ting was not someone he could claim as his own. Chapter 34. Jiang Shi's tears. "This is my first kiss. What are you still doing sitting there?" He Ting remarked as he walked towards the sofa with the late-night snacks. "Oh, coming." Jiang Shi promptly rose from the chair beside the bed and hurried towards the sofa. Due to the single occupancy of the room, there was only one ordinary sofa, barely one, 7 meters in length. As He Ting sat down, he glanced around, noting the discomfort of the hard sofa. Jiang Shi quickly discerned that He Ting was not accustomed to it, but this was the only accommodation available. He sat somewhat stiffly beside He Ting, hesitant to move or even glance in his direction. He Ting pointed to the late-night snacks on the small coffee table. "This is for you." "For me?" Jiang Shi looked up in astonishment at He Ting. He Ting had already taken out his phone, leaning back against the sofa, engrossed in a game, urging Jiang Shi to eat and get some rest. "Oh, all right." Jiang Shi remained somewhat dazed. The late-night snacks were indeed meant for him. Upon opening the bag, he discovered his favorite stir-fried noodles and roasted sweet potatoes. He also enjoyed milk tea, but it had become too expensive for him to indulge. The roasted sweet potatoes sold outside were a luxury he could not afford. They seemed priced as though they were made of gold, costing several dozen yuan each, an outrageous expense. While He Ting played his game, he discreetly observed Jiang Shi's every move. When he saw Jiang Shi take out the stir-fried noodles and eat with delight, he resumed his gaming. After consuming half of the noodles, Jiang Shi tore open the packaging for the straw and inserted it into the milk tea. Cradling the cup with both hands, he took a sip. The familiar taste of the milk tea brought a wave of relaxation to his fatigued body. Since the passing of his parents several years ago, he had not indulged in milk tea. He could not recall whether it had been 4, 5, or even 6 years. It felt like an eternity. In the wake of his parents' demise, he often cried, but now he no longer did so, for he had a younger brother to care for. He needed to be strong. If he faltered, his brother would suffer from hunger. After just a few sips of milk tea, he felt quite full, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. Previously, in order to save money for his brother's medication, he had refrained from eating to satiety. Eating too much would stretch his stomach and create a habit he could not afford to maintain. "Would you like some?" Jiang Shi offered half of the roasted sweet potato to He Ting. As He Ting took a moment away from his gaming, he glanced over and, despite his initial reluctance to eat, was drawn in by the enticing aroma, leading him to take a bite of the roasted sweet potato held by Jiang Shi. Immediately, Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson, his nerves rendering him motionless. "What is this?" He Ting inquired. Jiang Shi, flustered, quickly responded, "Roasted sweet potato." Having never tasted sweet potatoes before, especially not those roasted outside, He Ting found the flavor rather delightful. He took the half that he had bitten from Jiang Shi's hand, munching on it while returning to his game. Jiang Shi exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his face turned red again as he continued to eat the sweet potato. Was He Ting truly oblivious to the implications of his actions? It wasn't ignorance. It was simply an instinctive behavior. "Do you usually eat so little?" He Ting asked, finishing the sweet potato in a few bites and resting his phone against the sofa, propping his chin on his hand as he looked at Jiang Shi. Noticing the half-eaten stir-fried noodles and the half-finished milk tea on the coffee table, Jiang Shi nodded. "I don't have a large appetite." Without uttering another word, He Ting grabbed the leftover stir-fried noodles from Jiang Shi and consumed them within 2 minutes, draining the milk tea with just a few sips. As Jiang Shi watched He Ting devour his remnants, he nearly dropped the roasted sweet potato he held. This was his uneaten food, and the chopsticks had been used by him as well. He Ting simply abhorred waste. Despite his affluent background, he would never indulge in extravagance. However, Jiang Shi had merely intended to save it for breakfast the next day, never contemplating waste. "I'm going to wash up quickly. I'm absolutely exhausted," He Ting declared before taking the trash to the hallway outside the ward. He then ascended to his uncle's lounge to shower, leaving Jiang Shi in a daze, still processing the earlier events. Could it be that a wealthy young master would consume leftovers? Jiang Shi was baffled. In the next instant, he felt his cheeks heat up again. After all, those were his leftovers. They hardly knew each other well. He Ting was entirely unperturbed by the thought of alarming Jiang Shi. He sent a message to his uncle, Ji Qi, to borrow his lounge for a shower before stepping into the bathroom. Ji Qi, glancing at the message from his office, recalled that He Ting had mentioned returning home an hour and a half prior. Confused, yet not overly inquisitive, he assumed He Ting had quarreled with his father once more and returned to the hospital, continuing his work reviewing patient files. After finishing his shower, He Ting donned a bathrobe and descended to find Jiang Shi, who had also completed his own shower. He adjusted the sofa, transforming it into a small bed measuring 1.50 meters in width and 1.70 meters in length. Jiang Shi felt a pang of anxiety. At over 190 in height, would He Ting be comfortable sharing such a small bed? Yet before he could devise a plan, He Ting entered the ward, gathering him into his arms and lying down on the small bed, burying his head in Jiang Shi's neck. Startled, Jiang Shi froze, lying stiffly in He Ting's embrace. He Ting rested his arm beneath Jiang Shi's head, feeling the lack of space behind him, and pulled Jiang Shi closer. The proximity alarmed Jiang Shi, who dared not breathe. "Why are you so tense while trying to sleep?" He Ting asked, lifting his head from Jiang Shi's neck, a frown creasing his brow. Jiang Shi's face burned with embarrassment. It was only natural for him to feel tense when being held so tightly. "You should release a bit of your pheromones," He Ting suggested to Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi had just finished a shower, the scent of shower gel nearly overpowering the pheromones emanating from him. I cannot," he stammered, his lips pressed tightly together as he nervously met He Ting's gaze. No one had taught him how to release his pheromones. He only knew that during his cycle, he needed to take suppressants. Upon hearing this, He Ting furrowed his brow, a frown etched across his face. Yet, realizing that Jiang Shi was merely an ordinary person, unlike the children from prestigious families who had been trained from a young age to control their pheromones, He Ting felt a wave of sympathy. Exhausted, he buried his head back into the crook of Jiang Shi's neck, murmuring that he would teach him next time. Jiang Shi had not anticipated He Ting's desire to instruct him, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. If that were the case, even if he unexpectedly entered his cycle while out, he could manage his pheromones in a timely manner. What are you doing?" Jiang Shi exclaimed, flustered as he covered the nape of his neck. He Ting had suddenly leaned closer to his gland, even biting it lightly. Breathing heavily, He Ting reassured him, "I am merely marking you temporarily. It will fade in a week." "I don't want that," Jiang Shi cried, clutching his neck. He was unwilling to be marked by an alpha. He had witnessed many omegas marked by alphas seemingly losing themselves, revolving around the alpha and living in constant anxiety over their indifference, as if they had transformed into a different person altogether. He did not want that fate. Yiting, nestled in Jiang Shi's neck, took deep breaths, striving to suppress his own instincts. He realized that simply holding Jiang Shi while sleeping made him susceptible to his own cycles, rendering him unable to control himself. Yet he did not want to force Jiang Shi. A kiss could also help manage a sensitivity without the need for a temporary mark. Lifting his head, his breath warm against Jiang Shi's skin, he presented him with a choice: a temporary mark or a kiss. A kiss? Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. I want to take advantage of you. I will offer you compensation instead, Yiting stated, suppressing his inner turmoil. Jiang Shi was on the verge of tears. This was not about compensation. Kissing was something that should be shared with someone one cherished. If you do not choose soon, I may lose control and have to bite your gland, Yiting warned, his tone serious. He was not trying to frighten Jiang Shi. He was genuinely struggling to maintain his composure. At that moment, his pheromones were in disarray, and he was suffering from a pounding headache. Why you wait a moment? Jiang Shi stammered, sitting up from Yiting's embrace, flustered and unsure of how to respond. Glancing helplessly towards the nearby hospital bed, he wondered if his brother was conscious. What if he heard them? Noticing Jiang Shi's concerns, Yiting effortlessly lifted him and promptly made his way to the bathroom, slamming the door shut before capturing Jiang Shi's lips with his own. Jiang Shi's eyes widened in shock. This was his first kiss. At least he deserved some preparation. Yiting, breath already erratic, could not wait any longer. With both hands supporting Jiang Shi's legs, he raised him higher, deepening their connection, leaving Jiang Shi teary-eyed and breathless. Damn, why are his lips so soft? Yiting thought, losing himself further in the kiss, growing more fervent as Jiang Shi whimpered, tears streaming down his face. And he refused to relent. Chapter 35. Ji Qi burst from the elevator, missing Qin Huai as he turned around. Half an hour later, cradled in Yiting's embrace, Jiang Shi finally freed from the constraint of being kissed, inhaled deeply, his hands resting on Yiting's shoulders, tears brimming in his eyes, leaving him in a daze. His long lashes dampened. Upon witnessing Jiang Shi's disheveled appearance, Yiting's gaze ignited with fervor. He had never known that a man could be so delightful to kiss. Jiang Shi's softness made him not only a comfort to hold, but also incredibly addictive to kiss. He tightened his embrace around Jiang Shi, exhaling softly, leaning closer to Jiang Shi's lips, yearning to kiss him once more. Jiang Shi promptly covered his mouth with both hands, his face flushed crimson, stammering that they could not continue after half an hour of kissing, fearing his lips would swell further. Yiting longed to remove Jiang Shi's hands and fiercely capture his lips, yet he refrained from coercing Jiang Shi. Instead, he buried his head in the crook of Jiang Shi's neck, regulating his breath in an attempt to suppress his desires, while his hands firmly supported Jiang Shi to prevent him from slipping away. Jiang Shi, enveloped in Yiting's arms and nestled in his neck, felt as if he were a ripe tomato, his body radiating heat. He had just shared a kiss with Yiting for an extended period. Although their kisses were intermittent, Yiting hardly strayed from his lips the entire time. The more Jiang Shi thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. To have his first kiss with someone he had only known for a few days, and to have it be so passionate, made him wish to dig a hole and bury himself. Yiting, with his head nestled in Jiang Shi's neck, remained oblivious to Jiang Shi's current embarrassment, focusing instead on controlling his own breathing. He refrained from releasing his pheromones, knowing that if they escaped, Jiang Shi, in his embrace, would be easily influenced, potentially forcing him into his cycle. If Jiang Shi entered his cycle, Yiting would also be affected, making it nearly impossible for Jiang Shi to leave the hospital room for a week. Given Jiang Shi's petite frame, he worried for his well-being during that time. Are you feeling any better? Jiang Shi, still blushing, noticed Yiting's silence, only daring to ask cautiously while clinging to him, taking shallow breaths. Just wait a moment. Yiting exhaled warmly, brushing against Jiang Shi's neck. All right, Jiang Shi obediently remained still, allowing He Ting to hold him, his legs dangling on either side of He Ting's body, shyly gazing at the top of He Ting's head. Viewing someone taller from this angle felt novel. Usually, when conversing with He Ting, he had to look up, straining his neck, but now he could lower his gaze to He Ting's crown. And no, stop, Jiang Shi panicked, covering his gland as He Ting began to lean closer to it. Unperturbed by the rejection, He Ting restrained his teeth. Previously, he had little interest in marking an omega. However, after meeting Jiang Shi, he found himself curious about what it felt like to mark one, but Jiang Shi was not forthcoming. Please let me down. Jiang Shi's voice trembled as he anxiously covered his gland, fearing He Ting might lose control while holding him. He Ting, being significantly taller, made any attempt at resistance futile. Reluctantly, He Ting released Jiang Shi, placing him gently on the ground. Jiang Shi steadied himself and immediately distanced himself from He Ting, regarding him with a wary expression. He Ting, visibly displeased, questioned whether he resembled a ferocious beast. You should leave first, Jiang Shi said, covering his mouth with a hand and pointing towards the restroom door, wary of any potential ambush. He Ting turned and walked away, his back still radiating irritation. Jiang Shi, unconcerned with He Ting's feelings, leaned against the sink and exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he turned to face the mirror above the sink, releasing his hand from his mouth, and was met with a blush that crept across his cheeks. He was aware that his lips must be rather red, though he hadn't anticipated such a vivid hue. Hastily, Jiang Shi bent over the sink to splash cold water on his face, attempting to wash away the embarrassment. It would have been one thing if He Ting were merely his boyfriend, but the fact remained that their relationship was not of that nature. He Ting sat cross-legged on the small bed, resting his chin on his hand as he awaited Jiang Shi's emergence. As moments ticked by, Jiang Shi remained inside, the sound of running water the only indication of his presence. He Ting furrowed his brow. Could he be crying? Was a mere kiss so traumatic? Frustration bubbled within him. This was his first kiss, yet he felt it was met with disdain. Suddenly, the door to the restroom creaked open. He Ting's gaze fixated on Jiang Shi. Initially angry, believing Jiang Shi found him unappealing, he was taken aback as he saw Jiang Shi's flushed face and tightly pressed lips, his hands grasping his clothing as he approached him timidly. Realization dawned on He Ting. He had misinterpreted the situation, and his mood visibly lightened. Without waiting for Jiang Shi to reach the bed, he grasped Jiang Shi's wrist and pulled him towards himself. Jiang Shi's eyes widened as he stumbled into He Ting's embrace, his forehead colliding with He Ting's chin. I am so sorry. Are you all right? Jiang Shi exclaimed, bracing himself against He Ting's chest, sitting on his lap, gazing up with uncertainty. He Ting, still holding Jiang Shi's wrist, locked eyes with him. I pulled you first. What do you have to apologize for? Jiang Shi blinked, momentarily taken aback, as if finally processing the exchange. He Ting, however, chose not to dwell on it, instead focusing on Jiang Shi's delicate hand still ensnared in his grasp. How could a man's hand be so slender, appearing as though it might break with the slightest pressure? He felt as if Jiang Shi would float away, as if malnourished. Suddenly recalling how Jiang Shi only consumed 2 buns for a late-night snack, He Ting's brow furrowed again. With such a meager diet, it was no wonder he was so slight. In contrast, the younger brother in the hospital was robustly built, easily standing at 190 centimeters. Releasing Jiang Shi's wrist, He Ting picked up his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to him. Upon seeing the transfer notification, Jiang Shi immediately shook his head in refusal. You don't need to give me this money. You already provide me with 300,000 a month. That is more than sufficient. Take it as you will. He Ting replied, placing his phone aside. He then lay back, pulling Jiang Shi in his arms and closing his eyes to sleep. Jiang Shi clutched his phone tightly, obediently lying in He Ting's embrace, remaining still. He Ting adjusted his arm beneath Jiang Shi's head, while the other encircled his waist, burying his face in the crook of Jiang Shi's neck, inhaling his pheromones, and promptly drifting into a deep slumber. Listening to He Ting's steady breathing, Jiang Shi let out a soft sigh of relief. He suddenly looked up at the sleeping He Ting, his cheeks slightly flushed, lips pressed together in contemplation. He Ting appeared rather unkind and impatient at first glance. Yet upon closer acquaintance, one discovers that he possesses a commendable character, even bringing him food. Perhaps he is indeed a good person. Jiang Shi reassured himself as his eyelids finally succumbed to fatigue, and he fell asleep in He Ting's embrace. The next morning, early on, Ji Qi, who was coming to conduct the final room check before his shift change, was taken aback to find He Ting asleep with Jiang Shi in a small bed. His motion of reviewing the room check record came to an abrupt halt. He Ting, who had already heard the sound of the door opening, wished to linger in bed a bit longer, but the gaze directed at him was impossible to ignore. Irritably, he opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of his uncle, causing the anger on his face to dissipate instantly. His uncle. He hastily released Jiang Shi from his embrace and sat up in the small bed. Ji Qi glanced at the curled-up figure of the still-sleeping Jiang Shi before turning to He Ting, inquiring about the Omega who could soothe his pheromone surges. He Ting nodded in affirmation without hesitation. Ji Qi was somewhat surprised. He anticipated that the Omega mentioned by his nephew would be a relative of his patient. Please do not harm him, He Ting urgently implored as he shielded Jiang Shi with his body, fearing that Ji Qi might take Jiang Shi to extract pheromones for producing suppressants. As long as you do not consent, I shall do nothing, Ji Qi replied while examining the various health indicators of Jiang Shi's brother. After marking several checks on the room record, he turned and exited the ward. He Ting exhaled in relief and lay back down, continuing to hold Jiang Shi as he drifted back to sleep. It was still just past 7, and with over an hour until Jiang Shi's shift began, he could afford to indulge in a bit more slumber. Meanwhile, Ji Qi, having left the ward, entered the elevator to return to his office. Along the way, someone else entered the elevator, prompting him to cast a glance outside. It was that fleeting look that caused his pupils to dilate sharply as he abruptly pushed the newcomer aside and rushed out of the elevator. What the hell? That hurt, the person exclaimed, clutching their arm and directing a remark toward Ji Qi, who stood anxiously at the elevator door, scanning the corridor in haste. However, the figure with long hair had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I must be too exhausted from staying up late to be seeing things, Ji Qi scolded himself, exasperated as he pressed the button for the elevator and re-entered. He had experienced such hallucinations several times already. At the very moment Ji Qi stepped back into the elevator, Qin Huai emerged from a nearby emergency exit, answering a phone call as he made his way toward the opposite Qin Huai ward. The two men, one frowning while holding a room check record inside the elevator, were enveloped in a palpable low pressure, while another stood at the ward entrance, gently smiling as he offered breakfast to Qin Huai. Chapter 36. Qin Huai encountered Ji Qi, and both were astonished. What brings you here at this hour? Qin Huai inquired, puzzled as he accepted the breakfast from Qin Huai. I was passing by on my way to the company and thought to bring you breakfast, Qin Huai explained, glancing into the ward. Is Fu Yi not awake yet? Not yet, Qin Huai replied, intending to invite Qin Huai into the ward, but Qin Huai declined, stating, I want to go in. I'll head to the company first. Qin Huai nodded, standing at the ward door, watching Qin Huai walk toward the elevator. Wife, he called out, and just as he turned to close the ward door, Fu Yi embraced him from behind, appearing as though he had just awoken. Don't cling to me, let go. Qin Huai playfully elbowed Fu Yi in the abdomen, clinging to him so tightly that he could hardly walk. Just let go. Don't be angry, he said. Fu Yi lowered his head and planted a quick kiss on Qin Huai's lips, obediently releasing him to wash up in the restroom. Qin Huai carried the breakfast to the coffee table, placed it down, and settled onto the sofa. Once Fu Yi finished washing up, he swiftly darted to the sofa, lifted Qin Huai onto his lap, and cheekily stole another kiss. We're having breakfast. Why are you still holding me? Qin Huai pushed Fu Yi's face away with his hand, his irritation rising. Why can't you just sit still? We need to eat breakfast, all right? Fu Yi, however, refused to let go, and instead tilted his head toward Qin Huai, playfully signaling him to feed him. Qin Huai had no intention of indulging Fu Yi and promptly shoved a meat bun into his mouth. Fu Yi almost choked, quickly pulling the bun from his lips, coughing. Wife, are you trying to murder your husband? Qin Huai ignored him, swatting away the large hand resting on his waist. and got off Fu Ye's lap, glancing at his phone while munching on the meat bun. Fu Ye, chuckling, ceased his clinginess and also began to eat a meat bun while taking out his phone. As he lit up the screen, he saw a report from his subordinate. Boss, someone infiltrated our club last night, inquiring about the identity of the owner. After reading, Fu Ye took a bite of the meat bun and smirked, typing a response. Do you know whose man it is? The subordinate quickly replied, Without your orders, we dared not detain him for questioning. But our people have been monitoring him and know his residence. We can apprehend him whenever you wish. No need to catch him just yet. It will be better to wait until he returns to the club tonight. We would want to alert any accomplices outside, Fu Ye instructed. Understood. Will you be coming to the club tonight? Some young masters from notable families mentioned they want to visit you. Fu Ye smiled wryly, realizing that merely sending someone to monitor him wasn't sufficient. They were also probing whether he truly indulged in a life of excess at the club. It seems they intend to take you to the casino, and they've spoken quite disrespectfully, the subordinate added. Fu Ye finished the last bite of his meat bun and typed deliberately, Let them know I'll be at the club tonight. By the way, the second young master from the third household is among them. He's the one inciting the others to go to the casino. Fu Ye scoffed, recognizing the scheme to lead him into debt, hoping to disappoint his elder. Noticing the reply, the subordinate asked with concern, Should we avoid him? The second young master from the third household may have already set a trap for you at the casino, just waiting for you to fall in. Fu Ye replied, Why avoid him? We must follow the script he has laid out. How can we assist you? The subordinate inquired. I will inform you later. For now, maintain security at the club. After sending the message, Fu Ye turned off his phone and leaned down to kiss Qin Huai. As Qin Huai lifted his gaze from his phone, he noticed Fu Ye's lips curled into a satisfied smile and asked, Do the other households have any further actions? My wife is truly clever. Fi lowered his head and gently kissed Qin Huai, pretending to lift her into his lap, only to be met with her stern gaze. All right, I won't carry you, he said, raising his hands in mock surrender with a smile on his face. Sir, madam. The captain of the bodyguard team entered the hospital room after knocking, striding towards the sofa and bowing his head. There's been a call from the old man. He requests that you stay in the hospital for another day. There's no rush to go to the company. I told you, the old man wouldn't let you discharge so soon, especially since your injury is on your right hand, rendering you unable to sign any documents, he added. Qin Huai hesitated, having only just returned to the company, and taking leave now would surely stir up gossip. Rest assured, madam, the old man has already notified the company, and there will be no idle talk, the captain noted, sensing her concern. Thank him for me, she replied. Of course. The captain turned to leave, but suddenly returned halfway. Informing Fi regarding the assassins from the last ambush, the old man has yet to apprehend them. He advises you to be cautious in the coming days. The old man failed? Fi expressed disbelief. The setup that day had been meticulous, akin to a spider's web. Indeed, it was a failure. The two assassins vanished as if they had never existed. No trace to be found, the captain confirmed. Qin Huai furrowed his brow, contemplating that the assassins must either reside in that area or have someone aiding them. The captain nodded in agreement, stating, The old man suspects as much and has dispatched people to investigate the local residents. But with so many people, it will likely take considerable time. Qin Huai remained silent, recalling the image of the female assassin standing atop a tall building, her long hair billowing in the wind. After a moment, he said, I can sketch. I could depict the female assassin's likeness for you. Excellent. The captain's face lit up with joy. Having a rough image would spare them the hassle of searching blindly. Fi, resting his chin on his hand, looked at Qin Huai with a smile. Indeed, my wife is clever. She can even sketch. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly scooped Qin Huai into his arms, drawing the curtains shut just as the sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. A bullet whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in the wall with a resounding thud. Damn, how does that guy react so quickly every time? The male assassin on the opposite building seethed in frustration. The female assassin, clad in high heels and a black leather outfit, pressed her earpiece while striding towards the hospital entrance. The male assassin has been targeted since childhood. His instincts are sharper than most, making him difficult to catch. I'll handle it from here. You need to leave quickly. If you're caught, don't blame me for silencing you, she warned. Damn it, I understand, the male assassin replied, hastily retreating. Back in the hospital room, Phi held Qin Huai tightly, his teeth clenched as he glared at the shattered window. His fury was palpable. It must be the same assassins as last time. There's no doubt about it. Go after them. Don't let them escape. The captain, accompanied by the bodyguard stationed outside the room, swiftly departed. You're safe now, Phi reassured, tempering his anger as he looked down at Qin Huai. Emerging from his embrace, Qin Huai once again questioned whether Phi possessed an entirely new form of perception, perhaps even surpassing her own. Why the silence? Are you hurt? Fu Yi anxiously patted Qin Huai's back. I am fine, Qin Huai said, as he drew back the curtains to gaze across at the building opposite. It was a large shopping center, accessible to anyone, bustling with a crowd, making it rather challenging to locate a concealed assassin. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? Outside the hospital room, bodyguards were stationed to protect Fu Yi and Qin Huai, blocking Ji Qi and his bodyguard. Ji Qi's bodyguard immediately responded, I'm a bodyguard from this private hospital, and my employer's surname is Ji. We heard gunshots and came to check on the patient. Upon hearing the surname Ji, which belonged to a prominent family in the capital, the bodyguard knocked on the door to inquire, Young master, is he from the Ji family? Fu Yi, who had been listening from the sofa, shouted towards the door, instructing them to let them in. Yes. The bodyguard opened the hospital room door. Ji Qi strode into the room, his face ablaze with fury. How dare anyone wield firearms on his family's territory? Ji Qi, initially seething with rage, was rendered speechless upon seeing Qin Huai seated beside Fu Yi. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Shuyan. Qin Huai, too, was taken aback, surprised to encounter his cousin's scoundrel ex-boyfriend here. But how could this be? Wasn't he his surname Xiao? Why was he using Ji? Chapter 37. Fui shamelessly, acts lecherously. Only to be kicked by Qin Huai. Uncle? Fu Yi remarked, somewhat astonished, as he looked at Ji Qi, who had entered the room with his bodyguard. You call him uncle? Qin Huai scrutinized Fu Yi. Fu Yi's surname was Fu, yet this person bore both the surnames Ji and Xiao. How could he be Fu Yi's uncle? He is my mother's uncle from the He family. We have always called him that since childhood, Fu Yi explained, referring to himself and including Fan Sheng and Zhouing. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai realized that this was the uncle they referred to when mentioning He Ting, and his gaze returned to Ji Qi, who was staring at him, a look of astonishment and shock on his face. Qin Huai was not surprised by Ji Qi's reaction, for he could still see the striking resemblance to his cousin. Uncle, why do you keep staring at my wife? Do you know her? Fu Yi asked, perplexed. Ji Qi was jolted back to reality by Fu Yi's voice. He did not respond to Fu Yi's inquiry, his hands clenched tightly by his thighs. As he looked at Qin Huai on the sofa, frowning, and asked, what is your surname? He sought to ascertain whether this person, who resembled Qin Shuyan, also bore the surname Qin. Qin Huai understood that Ji Qi wanted to confirm if he was related to his cousin, and with a cold expression, he casually offered a surname as a ruse. Fong, is there a problem? In Qin Huai's eyes, Ji Qi was nothing but a scoundrel, and he had no intention of revealing his true surname. Since when did my wife take the surname Fong? Fu Yi stared blankly at Qin Huai. Qin Huai, behind his glasses, shot Fu Yi a sideways glance, conveying a silent message for him to be quiet. Fu Yi dared not speak, promptly falling silent. Frustrated at not receiving the answer he desired, Ji Qi's hands tightened once more by his thighs, his expression a blend of disappointment and agitation. Perhaps he believed he was about to catch Qin Shuyan and break his legs, only for Qin Huai to suddenly claim he was a Fong, dashing his hopes and leaving him enraged. Ji Qi suppressed the turbulent fury within him, turning to instruct his bodyguard to assist the Fu family's guards and ascertain who possessed the audacity to wreak havoc on Ji's territory. The bodyguard promptly departed from the hospital room. Having only just fallen asleep after a sleepless night, Ji Qi found himself abruptly awakened, his resolve to remain calm dissipating as he forced himself to avoid glancing at Qin Huai, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Shuyan. He addressed Fu Yi, stating that if additional personnel were required, he would deploy his own, assuring that he would brief them in advance. After uttering these words, he attempted to disregard Qin Huai and exit, yet his gaze inexplicably returned to Qin Huai once more. The resemblance was striking. From a distance, He could easily mistake him for Qin Huai. Could it be that the silhouette he glimpsed in the elevator belonged to Fu Ye's wife as well? His anxiety resurfaced, a dull ache throbbing in his head. Over the years since returning from abroad, he had visited S City numerous times, under the pretense of visiting his grandparents. Yet he had never encountered Qin Huai, despite having returned to the city they once shared. He had awaited her for countless years, yet that infuriating Qin Huai never materialized. Ji Qi clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to take deep breaths to contain his rage before turning to leave the hospital room. He was determined to see whether Qin Huai could elude him for a lifetime. Wife, what is going on? Why did you deceive your uncle into thinking your surname is Fong? As Ji Qi departed, Fu Yi immediately inquired. Qin Huai opened a notebook on the coffee table and began sketching a female assassin with a ballpoint pen, unwilling to elaborate, thinking that if he wanted to deceive, then let him do so. Why concern oneself with it? Fu Yi, no fool himself, sensed the underlying complexities and cautiously probed. Wife, do you know your uncle? No. Qin Huai replied, focused on her drawing. To be so agitated, you must be deceiving someone, he countered. Oh, by the way, it seems your uncle has a penchant for men with long hair. He often stares at them dreamily. I suspect he was mesmerized by you because you two have long hair. For over a decade, it appeared that her uncle had been searching for someone, likely connected to his fascination with long-haired men. Qin Huai, hastily sketching, paused and looked up at Fu Yi. Who is he searching for? I don't know. We asked him, but he remained silent. However, he visits S City every year. S City? Isn't that where your cousin attends university? Qin Huai's brow furrowed in concern. She pondered the implications of abandoning her cousin only to seek someone else. Has he always gone by the surname Ji? She questioned, voicing her confusion. Presumably, yes. After all, your uncle is a member of the Ji family. It would be peculiar if he had a different surname. Fu Yi replied uncertainly, moving closer to embrace Qin Huai. However, prior to turning 19, your uncle resided with his grandmother in S City, so it's possible he might use her surname. Qin Huai immediately furrowed her brow, meeting Fu Yi's gaze. Isn't her surname Xiao? How do you know that? Fu Yi asked, astonished. Qin Huai refrained from explaining her knowledge, her frustration intensifying. To date, her cousin, while using her grandmother's surname, was truly indicative of a cad. My wife is genuinely upset. It seems she truly knows her uncle. Fu Yi harbored a conjecture in his heart, but dared not pursue the inquiry further. If there were anything to disclose, his wife would not conceal it from him. He snapped a photo of the sketch and sent it to the head of the bodyguards and the other guards. The bodyguard captain, who had already reached the main road outside the hospital, heard his phone chime repeatedly. Upon inspecting their devices, they were filled with admiration. The sketch of the female assassin, with her demeanor, physique, and the length of her flowing hair, was depicted with remarkable detail. Wait a moment. Why do I feel like I've seen this person before? One bodyguard scratched his head, staring intently at the sketch on his phone, recalling the likeness he had just encountered. Oh, my boss, just as I exited the hospital lobby, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit walked past me. I found her figure captivating and glanced at her a bit longer. In hindsight, she bears a striking resemblance to the assassin depicted in the sketch. The bodyguard captain halted abruptly. Are you certain? Absolutely. It's quite similar, the bodyguard affirmed with conviction. The captain's complexion paled instantly. This is bad. The sniper was merely a decoy. We must return to protect the young master. The captain hurried back to the hospital, and the other bodyguards, understanding the urgency, quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the male assassin, observing the bodyguard captain's return from across the building, anxiously pressed his earpiece to inform the female assassin. Damn it, you've been compromised. Retreat immediately. Having just incapacitated a nurse and donned her uniform, the female assassin frowned. This target is proving to be more challenging to eliminate than anticipated. Hurry up and retreat. If you get caught, I want to come to your rescue. The male assassin scolded as he dashed down the stairs. Suppressing her frustration, the female assassin discarded her clothing into the nurse's lounge trash bin and elegantly strode out, making her way toward the corridor. Spotting a small cart filled with medical supplies at a patient's room entrance, she deftly pushed it along, striding purposefully toward the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. She froze momentarily, The elevator was filled with hospital bodyguards. Yet, she maintained her composure, pushing the cart inside. "First floor, thank you," she casually remarked to Ji Qi's bodyguard. The bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement and pressed the button for the first floor. Thus, the female assassin, clad in the nurse's uniform, descended to the hospital's ground level without arousing suspicion. Disposing of the small cart, she swiftly exited through the back door. Wait, those are not the right shoes for a nurse. Ordinary nurses do not wear high heels. The bodyguard who had assisted her in the elevator suddenly realized and promptly rallied his team to pursue the female assassin. But it was too late. The female assassin had already mounted a heavy motorcycle, donned a black helmet, and accelerated with a roar, propelling the vehicle several meters forward before seamlessly merging into the crowd on the street, vanishing from sight. Failed to apprehend her? Ji Qi, freshly emerged from the shower, received a call from the bodyguard, his brow furrowing in frustration. "The adversary is too cunning. She remained composed in our presence, and we were caught off guard, allowing her to escape. Who could have anticipated that an assassin would dare to engage them in conversation?" Fu Yi and Qin Huai were already aware of the female assassin's escape. Qin Huai was not particularly surprised. Those two assassins were evidently of a high caliber, and it was entirely reasonable that they could not be captured. They decided to retrieve the hospital surveillance footage from the bodyguard of Fu Ye's uncle and print out a photo of the female assassin. Fu Yi instructed the head of the bodyguards, who promptly exited the ward. In a sudden surge of good spirits, Fu Yi lifted Qin Huai onto his lap and affectionately kissed him, exclaiming that once they obtained a clear photograph of the female assassin, they could hire other assassins from within that world to pursue her without dirtying their own hands. Qin Huai was taken aback by Fu Ye's unexpected turn of events and gazed at him intently. "Isn't your husband quite clever?" Fu Ye teased, pinching Qin Huai's waist and looking up at him with a face that seemed to plead for praise. Qin Huai found the display childish and swatted Fu Ye's hand away, getting up to head towards the restroom. Although he intended to wash his hands, Fu Ye immediately followed him, playfully asking, "Wife, do you need to go? Let me help you." He reached for Qin Huai's zipper, only to receive a sharp kick in response, leaving Fu Ye wincing in pain against the wall, his face pale. "Dear, your hand is injured. I merely wanted to assist you. I meant no harm. Do you really expect me to believe that?" Qin Huai retorted angrily, slamming the door shut. He knew that allowing Fu Yi into the restroom would only lead to further mischief on his part, as if he were oblivious to it all. Chapter 38. Damn it, is he trying to seduce me? In the evening, Qin Shuyan finished work and drove to the hospital to pick up Qin Huai. Qin Huai was already waiting at the entrance, and as soon as the car stopped, he climbed into the back seat with Fu Yi, heading to Qin Shuyan's home. He Ting, who had spent the day napping in Ji Qi's lounge, exited the hospital yawning just in time to see Fu Yi get into the car and recognize Qin Shuyan at the wheel, momentarily taken aback. "That person bears an uncanny resemblance to my sister-in-law," he thought, but he quickly dismissed it, lazily yawning as he ambled towards a restaurant across the street. He entered a steakhouse, ordered 2 steaks to satiate his hunger, and settled into a seat by the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping juice while awaiting Jiang Shi's arrival. Not long after, he noticed Jiang Shi rushing into the restaurant, breathless and clutching a large black bag, frantically scanning the room for him. He propped his chin on his hand, remaining seated as Jiang Shi finally spotted him, unable to miss him amidst the curious glances from other patrons, many of whom were swooning over He Ting's presence. Arriving at He Ting's side, Jiang Shi gasped for breath and asked, "What is going on?" He had hurried over without pausing, responding to He Ting's sudden summons. "Sit down," He Ting simply instructed, gesturing to the waiter. The waiter promptly nodded, and within 5 minutes, 2 plates of steak and a glass of juice were delivered to their table. He Ting, resting his chin on his hand, pushed 2 plates of steak in front of Jiang Shi. "Eat up," he urged. "Is this for me?" Jiang Shi asked, a hint of confusion in his voice as he pointed to himself. Who else is here? He felt self-conscious, acutely aware of his lean physique. As if he could be easily lifted, a flush crept onto Jiang Shi's cheeks. He too desired to gain some weight, but after years of insufficient meals, where would the flesh come from? He placed his black bag on the chair beside him and, with a hint of embarrassment, picked up the knife and fork, glancing shyly at He Ting across the table. "Well, I won't be polite then. There's no need for that, He Ting replied, resting his chin on his hand as he continued to gaze at Jiang Shi. He pondered whether Jiang Shi needed guidance on how to use the utensils. But to his surprise, Jiang Shi was not only adept but also quite skilled. As Jiang Shi cut a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, a familiar flavor enveloped his palate. Before his parents passed away, his family was relatively well off, and he often indulged in steak, traveling with his parents and younger brother. He Ting, unable to impart any lessons to Jiang Shi, felt a twinge of disappointment, though he kept his thoughts to himself, fixated on Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi, delicately slicing his steak and savoring each bite, began to feel uneasy under He Ting's unwavering gaze. "Did you want some?" he stammered, offering a small piece of steak towards He Ting. Without hesitation, He Ting opened his mouth and accepted the offering. Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson, and he quickly retracted his fork, bowing his head to continue his meal. The sight of Jiang Shi's rosy cheeks inexplicably reminded He Ting of the kiss they shared the previous night. The memory of Jiang Shi's soft, alluring voice lingered in his ears. He had encountered many omegas with porcelain skin and striking features, yet none possessed the purity reflected in Jiang Shi's gaze. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, He Ting reached out to wipe a smudge of sauce from the corner of Jiang Shi's mouth. Startled, Jiang Shi looked up at He Ting in alarm. Momentarily taken aback, He Ting quickly wiped his fingers with a napkin, questioning his own sanity for wiping Jiang Shi's mouth. Jiang Shi, now blushing fiercely, thought to himself, "Is his pheromone unstable? Does he want to kiss me again?" He sought refuge in the notion that He Ting's actions could be justified, darting his eyes around to see if anyone was watching them. Upon noticing glances from other diners, he felt too shy to lean in for another kiss, hastening his eating in hopes of leaving the restaurant and returning to the hospital across the street. Seeing Jiang Shi's rapid consumption of food, He Ting misinterpreted the gesture as anger, assuming Jiang Shi wished to distance himself from him, which further soured his mood. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom," Jiang Shi announced as he finished his meal and rose from the chair, heading towards the restroom. He Ting promptly followed him, trailing behind. Unaware of He Ting's presence, Jiang Shi continued on his way. The restroom was dry and immaculate, devoid of any scent save for a hint of fragrance. As Jiang Shi pushed open one of the stalls to enter, he was suddenly shoved from behind, caught off guard as a figure sealed his mouth with theirs, and the stall door clicked shut behind them. Jiang Shi mistakenly believed that another man was assaulting him, and immediately turned pale, pushing back with all his strength in resistance. It was only when he recognized the familiar kiss that he realized it was He Ting, and the tears in his eyes receded. He breathed a sigh of relief and released the small knife from his pocket, trembling lashes fluttering as he tilted his head back. Eyes closed, inviting He Ting to kiss him. Deep down, he understood that He Ting's gesture of giving him money stemmed from a disruption in his pheromones, and his role was merely to soothe He Ting. After all, they had already kissed the previous night. One more time was inconsequential. He Ting, taken aback by Jiang Shi's obedience, released Jiang Shi's lips, his breath ragged as he gazed intently at him. Jiang Shi, gasping for air, met He Ting's eyes and asked, "Are you feeling better?" He Ting furrowed his brow, wondering if Jiang Shi misinterpreted his pheromone disorder as a reason for the kiss. "Not yet?" Jiang Shi inquired again, tilting his head. The youthful and vigorous He Ting could hardly withstand such sweet and tender words, leaning down to seal Jiang Shi's lips once more. Jiang Shi, believing He Ting's pheromones were still in disarray, clutched He Ting's shirt, rising on tiptoe to facilitate the kiss. Frustrated, He Ting felt himself on the brink of losing control. He grasped Jiang Shi's waist, which was nearly small enough to fit entirely in his hand, and kissed him intermittently for over 10 minutes. Only releasing him when Jiang Shi struggled to breathe. Panting heavily, Jiang Shi clutched He Ting's shirt, his face flushed with urgency as he stammered, I need to use the restroom." He Ting had momentarily forgotten about this matter and released Jiang Shi, yet he did not leave the cubicle. Jiang Shi tilted his head back, his face now as red as a cooked shrimp. "You should wait outside. There's no need for modesty between men," He Ting stated matter-of-factly. Yet, had the situation involved Fan Sheng and the others, he would have expressed disdain, never uttering such words. "No, you go outside," Jiang Shi pleaded, tears brimming in his eyes. If He Ting lingered any longer, he would lose control. He Ting noted Jiang Shi's distress, feeling an overwhelming urge to assist him. Acknowledging his own irrationality, He Ting swiftly exited the cubicle and lit a cigarette to clear his mind. By the time Jiang Shi emerged from the cubicle, He Ting stood by the window, having already smoked 2 cigarettes. Jiang Shi cast a glance at He Ting. His face flushed and flustered as he hurried to the sink to wash his hands. He Ting, exhaling smoke, kept his gaze fixed on Jiang Shi, internally vexed and thinking, damn it, is he trying to seduce me? Chapter 39. Locking the bathroom door. Guarding against Fu Yi. Why is he staring at me? Is there something wrong with me? As Jiang Shi washed his hands, he felt increasingly uncomfortable under He Ting's intense gaze from the window. Yet he dared not turn around to inquire. He Ting continued to exhale smoke, watching Jiang Shi as he focused on washing his hands, his ears and face flushed, his eyes reflecting an aggressive intensity. Unbeknownst to He Ting, he remained oblivious to the way he scrutinized Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi, however, noticed the way He Ting's gaze seemed to devour him whole, leaving him feeling exposed. No longer daring to remain alone with He Ting in the restroom, he hurriedly turned off the water and exclaimed, I've finished washing my hands. Let's go. He then hastily fled, his entire being aflame with embarrassment. Would he really devour him? He Ting exhaled the last puff of smoke, extinguished the cigarette, and discarded it into the trash bin before washing his hands and exiting the restroom. His tall stature and long limbs allowed him to catch up with Jiang Shi in no time. Upon returning to the dining table, as Jiang Shi bent down to retrieve his backpack, he turned around only to collide with He Ting's chest, instantly retreating in alarm. He looked up to apologize. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? With a smirk, He Ting replied, with your light frame, who could you possibly injure? He then reached out to take the backpack from Jiang Shi's hands and strode towards the restaurant entrance, momentarily stunned by the sudden loss of his bag. Jiang Shi quickly regained his composure and hurried after He Ting. Once they exited the restaurant, a commotion erupted among some betas inside. Oh my gosh, that Omega, just a regular person, right? How did he end up with a wealthy alpha boyfriend? The chatter continued. A domineering young alpha paired with a delicate, soft Omega. What a delightful match. The height difference is simply adorable. The situation was amusing. To the affluent alphas, an ordinary Omega was merely a plaything, and yet they found it entertaining. A disdainful female Omega remarked, it's just a toy. When that alpha tires of him, he might just pass him on to someone else. Her beta friend nodded in agreement. The others, hearing their words, exchanged incredulous glances, their jealousy distorting their expressions, utterly oblivious to their own folly. Upon returning to the hospital room, Jiang Shi instinctively reached out to feel his brother's forehead, checking for a fever. He Ting glanced at the still unconscious Jiang Ju on the hospital bed before making his way to the sofa and plopping down. However, before he could settle in, he received a text from his uncle requesting his return to the office. He Ting did not inquire further about the matter. Instead, he stood up and informed Jiang Shi, I need to head upstairs for a bit. There's something I need to address. Okay, Jiang Shi replied, watching as the door to the hospital room closed behind He Ting. He had grown accustomed to He Ting's impetuousness by now. Entering his uncle Ji Qi's office, He Ting found Ji Qi engrossed in the information gathered by the bodyguards regarding Qin Su. With a fiery gaze, Ji Qi looked up and asked, does Fu Ye's wife have a surname Fong or Qin? Confused by the sudden shift to family matters, He Ting replied, it's Qin, the eldest son of the Qin family. The confirmation only fueled Ji Qi's anger further. Did Qin Huai intentionally deceive me by claiming her surname was Fong? Or did Qin Shuyan instruct Qin Huai to meet me and play these games? Suddenly, Ji Qi's phone buzzed. Suppressing his irritation, he answered, what is it? Startled by Ji Qi's tense demeanor, the bodyguard quickly reported, the young master's wife indeed has a brother, but he is not a biological brother. He is a cousin named Qin Shuyan. Upon hearing this, Ji Qi's fury intensified. So, Qin Shuyan was from Kyoto and had been hiding there all along. It was no wonder he couldn't find him in S-City. What was the address of his residence? Ji Qi gritted his teeth. The bodyguard appeared perplexed. Qin Shuyan. Oh, right. I'll send it to you immediately. The bodyguard, not daring to delay, promptly sent the address of Qin Huai's residence to Ji. Ji received the address and, with a simmering fury restrained within him, swiftly rose from his chair, not even pausing to remove his white coat before storming out. Ji, left in the office, was bewildered but followed closely behind. At the same time, in the Qin household, Qin's parents cast anxious glances at Fu Yi, who sat on the sofa opposite them, too nervous to utter a word. Their son had mentioned that their nephew was bringing his husband home, leaving them utterly perplexed. When had their nephew gotten married, and how had they remained unaware? As they paced anxiously, they were surprised by the unexpected arrival of the heir of the Fu family. Fu Yi, their disbelief palpable. Now, seated on the sofa, he appeared somewhat dazed. "Ah, please, have some tea," Qin's father offered, pouring a cup for Fu Yi, still too anxious to breathe freely. After all, this was a prince of the capital's elite, someone he would never have expected to encounter. Yet here he was, sitting directly across from him. Fu Yi's lips twitched slightly. Did he really appear that intimidating? Just treat him as a younger generation, Qin Huai calmly suggested to his father. No, that would be akin to courting disaster. Qin's father quickly waved his hand in denial, fully aware that he could not dare regard Fu Yi as a mere junior. Given Fu Yi's status, even the head of the Qin family could not presume equality. Your uncle is right. We must adhere to propriety and not overstep our bounds, Qin's mother added, equally flustered. She had heard tales of Fu Yi's notorious temper. Any family that displeased him would find it difficult to navigate life in the capital, and she dared not offend him. She was also concerned, wondering if her nephew was being coerced by the Fu family into marrying Fu Yi. Otherwise, given her nephew's qualities, why would he willingly lower himself to be Fu Yi's wife? Xiao Huai, why don't you show him around for a bit? Dinner will be ready shortly. Qin Shu Yan suggested to Qin Huai, recognizing the tension in the air with Fu Yi present. All right, Qin Huai replied, rising from the sofa and leading Fu Yi toward the stairs. As they ascended, Fu Yi lowered his voice. Am I truly that frightening? Qin Huai rolled his eyes. Are you not aware of your own reputation? Fu Yi felt a wave of regret wash over him. He should not have allowed his reputation to become so tarnished that even his wife's family feared him. Is this your room? Fu Yi inquired as they reached the second floor, entering a spacious, well-lit room adorned in cool tones. Indeed, Qin Huai said, moving toward the sofa by the open window. Why are there so many books in your room? Fu Yi remarked, glancing around at the bookshelves lining the walls filled with volumes. Qin Huai allowed Fu Yi to explore. Taking a seat on the sofa, Fu Yi settled beside him, picking up a photograph from a nearby shelf. The image depicted a young boy, perhaps 11 or 12, holding a trophy while dressed in a crisp white suit, his long hair tied back, and his expression aloof. Who would have thought you were so unapproachable as a child? Fu Yi chuckled at the photograph. Qin Huai cast a fleeting glance at the picture, but remained silent. This photo was taken by my aunt. She always urged me to smile, but I could never manage it, resulting in this expression, he finally remarked. That night, Qin Huai decided to stay there, telling Fu Yi that if he wished to leave, he could do so on his own. Rising to fetch his bathrobe from the wardrobe, he made his way toward the bathroom, contemplating that someone of Fu Yi's stature, being a young prince, would never spend the night at another's residence. Assuming Fu Yi would return home, he closed the bathroom door without awaiting a response. Fu Yi, staring intently at the bathroom door, wondered why he heard the sound of the lock engaging. Could it be that my wife is inviting me? Surely, with a cheerful disposition. Fu Yi promptly rose from the sofa, preparing to remove his clothing, only to be met with the unmistakable sound of the lock clicking into place. His smile faltered. One must not be overly joyful, lest they be met with disappointment. Inside the bathroom, under the shower spray, Qin Huai exhaled in relief, having almost forgotten to lock the door, thus preventing Fu Yi from seizing the opportunity. He was certain that had he not secured the lock, Fu Yi would have shamelessly joined him for a shower. Chapter 40. A reunion after long separation. Seizing his wife with boldness in the first-floor hall, Qin's parents, seated on the sofa, were eager to inquire, "Son, what on earth is happening? How did Xiao Huai end up marrying the young prince?" Qin Shuyan succinctly explained that Qin Huai sought to leverage the Fu family's connections to uncover his grandfather's will, and that this decision was entirely voluntary, with no coercion involved. Upon hearing this, Qin's father clenched his fists in anger. I warned you about Qin Sheng. He is untrustworthy. We should have never allowed him to enter our home. Now, look at what has happened. Our company and villa have been usurped by Qin Sheng, and Xiao Huai has been caught in the fray. Meanwhile, Qin's mother dabbed her tears, lamenting that now everyone in their circle was aware of Xiao Huai's marriage to the young prince, and countless individuals were gossiping behind her back. Reveling in Xiao Huai's misfortune, such a dignified alpha reduced to being someone's wife. Qin Shuyan remained silent. From Fu Ye's demeanor, it was evident that he held a deep affection for his cousin and would never allow him to be ridiculed. How does the young prince treat Xiao Huai? He wouldn't bully our Xiao Huai, would he? Qin's father turned to Qin Shuyan, his voice laced with urgency. He will not. He is not, as the rumors suggest. Really? Qin's father was slightly skeptical, understanding that mere words would not suffice. Qin Shuyan believed that only through interaction with Fu Yi could his parents truly grasp his intentions. Once you spend time with him, you will see. If he ever truly mistreats Xiao Huai, I will not stand idly by. You must help Xiao Huai. He has suffered enough in his life. I can't bear to see him hurt again, Qin's mother sobbed, wiping her tears. Qin Shuyan nodded in agreement. Although Qin Huai was his cousin, he regarded him as a brother, and he would not allow Fu Yi to mistreat him. Having experienced pain himself, he would not permit Qin Huai to tread the same path. Son, Xiao Huai is younger than you and is already married, Qin's mother remarked, glancing at Qin Shuyan. Hesitating to voice her thoughts, she found herself perplexed by her son, who, after graduating from S-City, had shown no interest in finding a partner or marrying, instead dedicating himself to the company. She could understand his relentless work ethic when the company was unstable, but now that it had stabilized, he still refused to marry or even consider blind dates. Even if you found a male partner, I would be supportive. Worried, Qin's father joined in the persuasion, saying, Son, you spend all your time at the company without any social interactions. How can you possibly find a partner? If you wish, your mother and I can help you. He continued, Moreover, you are no longer an omega. There is no need to marry or seek a female alpha. As long as you are interested, even if it's a beta, regardless of gender, your parents will support your decision to bring them home. The words you are no longer an omega pierced deeply into Qin Shuyan's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was precisely because he had failed to differentiate and had become a beta that Shao Qi had rejected him. I'll go check if dinner is ready, Qin Shuyan said, rising from the sofa and swiftly leaving the hall. Son, Qin's father and mother called out as they stood up, wanting to persuade him further. But Qin Shuyan had already entered the kitchen. What is wrong with this child? He becomes unwilling to talk whenever marriage is mentioned, Qin's mother fretted. Could it be that he has suffered from heartbreak? Qin's father frowned, pondering, is it possible? Well, has our son ever had a partner? Qin's mother recalled carefully. After all, their son had always been single. He went to S-City for university. Perhaps he found someone there, but hasn't he told us? Panic set in for Qin's mother. When he went to S-City, he was still an omega. Could it be that our son has been abandoned by someone? That must be it, otherwise. Why would he be so resistant whenever marriage is brought up? The more Qin's father thought about it, the angrier he became, convinced he was not mistaken. Sir, there is someone looking for young master outside the main gate. A security guard reported as he entered the hall. Someone is looking for Xiaoyan? Qin's father asked, bewildered. His son had grown up without any friends knocking at their door. However, Qin's mother was delighted and quickly inquired, is it a male or a female? A male. He said his surname is Xiao and that young master would know who he is. Male. Is he a beta? The security guard immediately shook his head. No, he is an alpha, tall in stature and exuding a formidable presence. Qin's father and mother exchanged glances. The description suggested a person of significant background. After a moment of hesitation, they instructed the security guard, please let him in. He may be a business partner from the company, and we wouldn't want to offend him. Understood. The guard nodded and quickly retreated. Before long, he returned with the tall, bespectacled Ji Qi, whose demeanor radiated an air of authority, into the brightly lit villa hall. Qin's father and mother, seated on the sofa sipping tea, were were taken aback by Ji Qi's formidable aura and instinctively rose from their seats, hesitantly asking, "Who are you?" They were certain they had never encountered Ji Qi before, nor had they seen him in elite circles. Ji Qi did not respond to their inquiry. Instead, he clenched his fists and scanned the hall for Qin Huai, yet found no trace of him. "You are looking for Xiaoyan, aren't you? He is in the kitchen," Qin's father interjected. Ji Qi immediately nodded at Qin's father and strode purposefully towards the direction of the delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen. Qin's father and mother watched Ji Qi head towards the kitchen, thoroughly perplexed. Upon entering the kitchen, Ji Qi did not see Qin Huai, his anger intensifying. As he suppressed his anger and turned to exit the kitchen, he unexpectedly caught sight of a slender hand holding a cigarette emerging from the back door. Enraged, he hurried outside. Leaning against the wall, the familiar figure with long hair tilted back, exhaling smoke, immediately filled Ji Qi with fury. It was indeed Qin Huai, who had been on the run for over a decade. "Why aren't you with your husband? Why do you have time to seek me out?" Qin Huai thought he was approaching her, but suddenly halted upon realizing it was Ji Qi. His face paled rapidly, and the cigarette fell from his hand. "Xiao Shaoqi," he blurted out, disbelief etched in his eyes, his legs weakening. How could someone who was supposed to be abroad be at his home? Ji Qi, initially brimming with rage, found half of it doused the moment Qin Huai uttered his name. Yet, he still simmered with annoyance. He quickly closed the distance to Qin Huai, grasping her wrist tightly. "You still remember my name. You certainly know how to hide, don't you, Qin Huai?" The sudden pain jolted Qin Huai back to her senses, and she shook off Ji Qi's grip, trembling with anger. "Why are you here? To watch me make a fool of myself? I must be insane to come all this way for your amusement." Ji Qi could no longer contain his fury. Suddenly, he froze, lowering his head to sniff at her neck. "What is going on? Why has your pheromone vanished?" "None of your business," Qin Huai retorted, pushing Ji Qi away in a panic, swiftly covering her neck, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You think I wanted to care?" Ji Qi seethed, his expression one of rage, as he felt Qin Huai had betrayed him. Qin Huai found it absurd that he would question her in such a tone. Turning her face away to wipe her tears, she angrily headed back to the kitchen, but Ji Qi forcibly pulled her toward the dimly lit backyard. "Shaoqi, you bastard! Let me go!" Qin Huai shouted, unwilling to follow Ji Qi, but she was no match for his strength. Once in the shadows, Ji Qi quickly silenced Qin Huai with a kiss, wishing to avoid hearing the words that would further infuriate him. Qin Huai's pupils dilated as tears streamed down her face. Struggling with her disheveled hair, she fought back against Ji Qi, crying out in anger, "You bastard! You never care whether I want this." Chapter 41. Causing his wife to cry. Yet feeling heartbroken, where is he? Where could he have gone? Concerned about any potential mishaps, Qin's parents enter the kitchen only to find not only their son missing, but also Ji Qi absent, leaving them perplexed as they surveyed their surroundings. "Where is the young master?" Qin's father inquired of the housekeeper, who was busy preparing dinner. The housekeeper, setting down a cucumber, quickly approached Qin's father, glancing at the back door of the kitchen and scratching his head in confusion. Just a moment ago, the young master was standing by the back door smoking. How could he have disappeared? "Have you seen the young master?" The housekeeper could only ask a passing servant. The servant, who had been moving about, might have seen something. Indeed, this servant had seen something and quickly replied respectfully, "Just now, a gentleman spoke to the young master and then took him away." "Did they get into a fight?" Qin's mother asked nervously. The servant quickly shook his head. "No, there was no fight." "Was it the young master who willingly followed him?" Mr. Qin inquired swiftly. He had just contemplated in the hall and suspected that the one seeking his son might be an ex-paramour, prompting him to investigate. "The young master must have followed willingly. Didn't he call out for our assistance?" A servant responded truthfully. The noise from the kitchen's exhaust fan was so overwhelming that the servant did not hear Qin Huai cursing Ji Qi. Upon witnessing Ji Qi pulling Qin Huai away, he assumed it was voluntary. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qin raised her gaze towards Mr. Qin, pondering if they had misjudged the situation. If it truly is our son's former partner, how could he willingly follow him? They should be in a confrontation instead. Mr. Qin considered his son's temperament. Despite his gentle demeanor, He possessed a fiery temper. If he had indeed been harmed by this person, he would have retaliated immediately, rather than acquiescing to follow. With a sigh of relief, he concluded, "We must have misunderstood. It is likely just a matter of ordinary friendship." In a dim corner, Qin Huai, forced to look up with his mouth covered, was desperately trying to fend off Ji Qi, who was leaning in to kiss him. Panic surged within him as he heard his parents' voices by the kitchen door. If they were to witness him being kissed by a man, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. With tears welling in his eyes, Qin Huai struck Ji Qi's chest, his long hair messily tangling as he struggled. Ji Qi, having faced repeated rejection, felt a surge of anger, wishing to claim Qin Huai right there. However, he understood the inappropriateness of the location and reluctantly released Qin Huai's lips, only to receive a sharp slap across his left cheek. The blow caused his head to turn away, his cheek stinging with pain. Yet, he found no anger within himself as he turned back to face Qin Huai, who was gasping for breath and glaring at him. Ji Qi swiftly leaned down to silence Qin Huai once more, but he was pushed away, resulting in another resounding slap. Having been struck twice, Ji Qi finally felt the flames of anger ignite within him. If it was to be a fight, then let it be. Yet, he could only endure the pain on one side of his face. He touched his aching cheek and looked at Qin Huai, whose chest heaved with fury. Suppressing his own anger, "I retaliated too. That should suffice to quell your rage. Do I wish to strike you, you bastard?" Qin Huai cried out, his eyes reddening with tears. Upon seeing him weep, Ji Qi's anger dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion. He defiantly raised his hand to wipe Qin Huai's tears, only to have it forcefully brushed away as Qin Huai shouted, "Do not touch me." This resurgence of anger within Ji Qi flared again. Why could they not converse calmly without resorting to shouting? Taking a deep breath, he sought to quell his wrath and used his sleeve to dab at Qin Huai's tears. Just as Qin Huai prepared to strike him once more, Ji Qi warned, "Do not compel me to discipline you here." Qin Huai was well aware of the implication behind those words, and his tears flowed more fiercely. Feeling disdain for his status as a beta, he questioned why Ji Qi still sought to touch him, treating him as a mere lodging to come and go as he pleased. The more he pondered, the more distress overcame him. He turned his face away, wiping his tears in resistance to Ji Qi's touch. Ji Qi, feeling rejected once again, was engulfed in his own sorrow. It was Qin Huai who had once pursued him, the one to willingly share his bed. What does it mean to not let him touch you now? Had it not been for the inability to harden his heart, he would have long since broken Qin Huai's legs and taken him home to lock him away. "You are not welcome in my home. Leave at once." Qin Huai pushed Ji Qi away. Yet Ji Qi seized Qin Huai's hand with fervor and questioned, his voice laced with anger, "Why must we part ways? What have I done wrong? How dare you ask me?" Qin Huai looked up at Ji Qi, tears streaming down his face. The breakup not only lacked his involvement, but also saw his grandmother humiliating him with money. He would never forget that day in the restaurant when Shao Qi's grandmother slapped $1 million check in his face, commanding him to leave Shao Qi and cease his advances. While disdainful glances and whispers surrounded him, they might as well have pointed at him and called him a common prostitute. He still vividly remembers the expression on Shao Qi's grandmother's face that day, scrutinizing him from her elevated position, saying, "When you were in S-Class Omega, I could tolerate your association with my grandson. Even if it meant keeping you on the side, my grandson would still have some glory. But now that you have transitioned into a beta, my grandson no longer sees you as worthy. It would be wise for you to take this million and leave him. Do you think I sought you out of my own volition? You seriously overestimate your worth. You are nothing but a lowly beta, unworthy of my grandson. Our family has already chosen a suitable Omega from a prestigious family for him, a match arranged long before you entered his life. You are the one who pursued my grandson. He owes you nothing. Young people should learn to cherish themselves." Each word crushed his self-esteem beneath the weight of scorn. He trembles with anger at the mere recollection. "Leave." Qin Huai no longer wished to engage with Ji Qi, pointing towards the grand iron gates of the villa and shouting in fury. Ji Qi did not budge, as long as Qin Huai remained there. He could not bring himself to leave. He studied Qin Huai's expression for quite some time, discerning that a lack of emotion could only indicate some misunderstanding. If Qin Huai truly no longer had feelings for him, he would not be crying. Qi inexplicably felt a sense of relief. A misunderstanding was certainly preferable to the notion that Qin Huai genuinely no longer cared for him. Qi took out his phone and texted his subordinate, asking him to investigate what transpired over a decade ago and to uncover who Qin Huai had seen before he went abroad. After sending the message, he tucked his phone away and reached up to wipe Qin Huai's tears. Still fuming, Qin Huai turned away, refusing Qi's touch. Qi furrowed his brow. I haven't seen you in over 10 years. You would do well not to test my self-control. The fact that he had not directly demanded Qin Huai's presence was a testament to his restraint. Qin Huai, overwhelmed with anger, looked up at Qi, tears flowing down his face. You just know how to threaten me. Chapter 42. Qin's father glared at Qi as they sat down to eat, seething with anger. Why can't you just be good? Ich geweibt gewinns years. The Qin Huai from over a decade ago was nothing like this. He was like a sprite, always flirting with him, his smile both enchanting and alluring. Now, seeing him, he was either crying or cursing, and yet Qi found himself unable to express his own frustration. Regardless of what anyone may have told you in the past that prompted your sudden desire to end our relationship, I can assure you that it was not my suggestion. Qi stated solemnly to Qin Huai. Enraged, Qin Huai could not bring herself to believe him. I understand your skepticism. I will uncover the truth behind this matter myself. Should you attempt to flee again during this time, mark my words, I will break your legs. Qi's gaze was fierce, his demeanor serious. Yet his hands deftly worked to tidy Qin Huai's disheveled hair, securing it with a hairband tied in a knot. Qin Huai bit her lip, lifting her gaze to Qi with red-rimmed eyes. At that moment, she could no longer discern whether the words spoken by this person before her were genuine or fabricated. Qi, on the other hand, found it difficult to tear his eyes away from the matured and more captivating version of Qin Huai. After more than a decade apart, her long hair only enhanced her beauty. Gone was the youthful innocence. She now radiated a gentle softness, her aura transformed. Qi reached out, brushing his fingers against Qin Huai's face. It was warm, a confirmation that he was not merely hallucinating from sleepless nights. Qin Huai did not push Qi's hand away. Instead, she fixated nervously on his fingers, yet there was no wedding ring adorning them as she had imagined. The realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Hadn't Xiao Qi Long had an Omega partner he intended to marry? Why was there no ring? What, did you think I was married? Qi raised his own hand, allowing Qin Huai to see more clearly. Caught in the act, Qin Huai quickly averted her gaze, chastising herself for her lack of composure. Qi, however, showed no hesitation. He grasped both of Qin Huai's hands to examine them. Fortunately, there was no ring. Had there been, he would have removed it and discarded it without a second thought. He cared not whether Qin Huai was wed. What belonged to him was his alone, and he would reclaim it if taken by another. Let go, Qin Huai said, pulling her hands away from Qi's grasp. Qi, in a good-natured manner, refrained from forcibly reclaiming her hands. Instead, he bent down and lifted Qin Huai, pressing his lips against hers. Heaven knows how long he had yearned for her. Despite her initial irritation, Qin Huai attempted to turn away, only to have Qi expertly block her mouth once more, playfully tapping her on the back, as if to coax her into compliance. Her face flushed with anger. Qin Huai found herself unable to push Qi away, as he persistently captured her lips. Meanwhile, at the window on the second floor, Fu Yi, who had been embracing Qin Huai from behind, stood in stunned silence. He had merely been enjoying the breeze with his wife, unaware that he would witness Qi pulling Qin Huai into the shadows, followed by a kiss. Initially, Qi had been met with resistance, yet moments later, Qin Huai was kissing him back, leaving Fu Yi utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that the person your uncle is looking for is actually your cousin? Is that why you told your uncle you have a surname Fong? Fu Yi, slowly piecing things together, asked Qin Huai in astonishment. Standing at the window, allowing Fu Yi's embrace, Qin Huai gazed toward the back door of the kitchen, furrowing his brow. He had never anticipated that his cousin's ex-boyfriend would pursue him here. It was evident that Ji had grown suspicious and investigated him due to their striking resemblance. Qin Huai's deduction was not erroneous. Initially, Ji had not given it much thought, believing Qin Huai merely bore a passing resemblance to Qin Shuyan. After all, they both sport long hair and possess striking good looks, making their similarities quite ordinary. However, upon reflecting quietly, he realized that Qin Huai seemed to harbor animosity toward him, and upon seeing him, appeared momentarily taken aback. He promptly sensed something was amiss and dispatched his subordinates to investigate Qin Huai. It was likely that his wife had exhibited hostility towards his brother-in-law, and upon regaining composure, he had traced this matter back here. Fu Yi quickly grasped the situation. Qin Huai had also recognized that his own antagonism had soured things. In that moment, he ought to have maintained a stoic expression, refraining from revealing any excessive emotion. Little did he anticipate that his cousin would be the person his brother-in-law had been searching for over a decade. Fu Yi clung to Qin Huai's waist, constantly glancing towards the back door downstairs, feeling a sense of melancholy. His brother-in-law had been frantically searching for his cousin for years, unyielding and filled with resentment. It seemed that his cousin still held feelings for his brother-in-law. How could they have been apart for so long? Qin Huai had more questions to ask. He understood his cousin's character. If he truly despised Ji, he would not have been so affectionate towards him. When his cousin was still in Omega, he had learned Taekwondo for self-defense. Even if he could not defeat Ji, he would not have been vulnerable to a forceful kiss. "Young Master Qin, dinner is ready," came the voice of a servant from outside the door. Understood. Dressed in a bathrobe, Qin Huai gently pushed Fu Yi, who was clinging to him, towards the wardrobe. "Don't worry, my dear, I won't peek," Fu Yi assured, covering his eyes. Qin Huai did not look back. He opened the wardrobe and took out a set of white casual attire. Oh wow, those long legs, Fu Yi thought, peeking through his fingers. Before he could see the view above the thigh, he was abruptly covered by a bathrobe thrown by Qin Huai. Fu Yi's lips twitched. No wonder he had been warned not to look. Alas, it seems I must wait a little longer to see my wife's figure. He sighed, tightly covering his eyes and obediently calling out to Qin Huai, "Let me know when you're dressed." Having changed into his clothes, Qin Huai rolled up his sleeves and turned to glance at Fu Yi by the window. He initially thought Fu Yi might try to peek again, but was surprised to find him covering his eyes. He shut the wardrobe door and approached Fu Yi, taking the bathrobe from his hands and placing it on the nearby sofa. Fu Yi immediately dropped his hands from his eyes, laughing as he embraced Qin Huai from behind, planting a quick kiss on the nape of his neck, and then fixating his gaze on Qin Huai's gland. Qin Huai covered his gland, frowning as he turned to look at Fu Yi. "What are you doing?" "I have no intention of biting, truly," Fu Yi exclaimed, raising his hands in a panicked vow. Qin Huai did not believe a word of Fu Yi's assurances, casting him a sidelong glance as he proceeded towards the door to head downstairs for dinner. Fu Yi followed behind with a mischievous grin, contemplating, "One day, I shall intoxicate my wife and take a bite to see." Entering the dining hall, Qin Huai remained oblivious to Fu Yi's intentions. He glanced at his uncle and aunt seated at the long dining table, along with his cousin and Ji, before taking a seat beside his uncle. Fu Yi pulled out a chair and sat next to Qin Huai, raising an eyebrow at the opposite table. How brazenly had his brother-in-law entered the dining hall, taking a seat beside his cousin. Fu Yi stole a glance at Qin's father, who had gripped his chopsticks tightly, glaring fiercely at Ji goodness. What a battleground! Fu Yi served vegetables to Qin Huai, reveling in the spectacle. At the dining table, Qin's mother surreptitiously scrutinized Ji across from her, her gaze imbued with an evaluative intensity. Upon concluding her assessment, she deemed him not only handsome and composed, but also a 3S level alpha capable of safeguarding her striking son. Qin Shuyan, whose lips bore the mark of a kiss, kept his head bowed over his meal, too timid to glance up, let alone introduce the person beside him to his parents. Ji, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny, continued to serve Qin Shuyan with dishes, while the latter wished fervently to vanish. He was baffled by Xiao Qi's audacity when summoned for dinner. Xiao Qi shamelessly followed him into the dining hall, persistently serving him food, much to his father's growing irritation. Chapter 43. Qin Shuyan, flushed with memories of the past. Darling, eat more, Fu Yi urged, offering more food to Qin Huai. Though he was eager to witness Ji Qi's performance, he felt it was inappropriate to refer to Ji Qi as his sister-in-law. Thus, he broke the oppressive silence that enveloped the dining room. Qin Huai, fully aware of Fu Ye's intentions, allowed him to continue serving while he ate. Xiao Huai, you've lost weight recently. You must eat more meat, Qin's mother added, serving Qin Huai generously. Her concern for him was genuine. He was managing not only his own company, but also working at the Fu Group. Even the strongest among them would struggle under such pressure. In the future, just tell Annie what you want to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. She offered Qin Huai several pieces of meat, anxious that he might grow too thin. All right, Qin Huai responded, accepting without protest. Fu Yi observed the interaction between Qin's mother and Qin Huai, a smile slowly forming on his lips. As anticipated from his findings, this family truly cherished his wife. Under normal circumstances, Qin's father would have been the one serving Qin Huai, but now, as he ate, he glared furiously at Ji Qi, who was constantly serving his son, wishing he could toss Ji Qi out of the window. Since his son returned through the back door, he had been evasive, head down, seemingly unable to meet their gaze. With lips that appeared to be chapped, being a man of experience, he understood well the implications of chapped lips. His previous suspicions were confirmed. This man before him was unmistakably his son's former partner. Throughout the meal, Ji Qi continued to serve Qin Shuyan, and under the piercing gaze of Qin's father, he finally turned to acknowledge him with a polite nod. This only fueled Qin's father's fury. What good was a nod? He was eager to understand the man's intentions in seeking out his son. Was he attempting to harm him once more? Just eat, Qin's mother urged quietly, serving Qin's father a piece of meat. Do you think I want to eat in peace? I'm already full of anger, Qin's father retorted in a hushed, furious tone. Qin's mother, hearing this, glanced at Ji Qi, who was again serving their son, and then at Qin Shuyan, who shot back an indignant look after receiving more food. She smiled at Qin's father, saying, "You see, our son hasn't pushed him away, which indicates he must have some affection for him. We should simply observe. Our son is grown now. Why should we worry about him being bullied?" Qin's father wished to argue. Yet the undeniable fact remained that their son had neither pushed Ji Qi aside nor sent him away. He could only swallow the bitter discontent lodged in his throat. I observed his fingers devoid of a wedding ring, indicating his single status. He even served our son, suggesting he holds affection for him, Qin's mother whispered. From the moment Ji Qi took a seat across from us, she watched him intently. Upon hearing her words, Qin's father lifted his gaze, confirming that Ji Qi's hands, wielding chopsticks, bore no signs of ever having worn a wedding ring. Qin's mother served herself some dishes and continued. Our son is currently at a loss for how to explain their relationship to us. Let us assume they are merely friends. If our son wishes to share more, he will do so in his own time. What sort of ordinary friends would share a meal? Qin's father muttered under his breath as he glanced at Ji Qi. Yet he obediently adhered to Qin's mother's wishes, refraining from asking too many questions to spare their son any discomfort. Understanding her husband's harsh exterior masked by a tender heart, Qin's mother smiled warmly at Ji Qi across the dining table, remarking on the homely dishes, uncertain if they would suit his palate. Suddenly, she addressed Ji Qi, prompting an anxious response from Qin Shuyan, who was unsure how to introduce Xiao Qi Ji Qi since Qin Shuyan's unease. Despite feeling somewhat displeased that Qin Shuyan had not introduced him to his parents, he recognized the importance of not placing too much pressure on him. He replied to Qin's mother, expressing his enjoyment of the meal, mentioning he had come empty-handed but would make amends on a later occasion. Oh, no need for that. Qin's mother quickly gestured dismissively. Eat up, don't be polite with Annie. As she served Qin Shuyan more food, while encouraging Ji Qi, her satisfaction with Ji Qi grew. He appeared youthful and accomplished, an impressive alpha, alleviating her worries about her son being unprotected from the powerful and influential. Her son's striking appearance had caused her great concern during his Omega days, fearing he might be bullied by alphas unbeknownst to her. Now that her son had found someone with strength, how could she possibly object? Although Qin's father remained silent, he harbored similar thoughts, which is why he refrained from throwing Ji Qi out. Qin Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. His parents did not inquire about Xiao Qi's identity, allowing him to relax somewhat. Most surprisingly, the typically domineering Xiao Qi had not revealed their relationship. In the past, Xiao Qi would never have been so restrained. Qin Huai took a few bites of rice, desperately wanting to glance at Xiao Qi's expression, yet fearing it might expose his infatuation. He ultimately stifled the impulse. Having faced humiliation from Xiao Qi's grandmother for his previous advances, he had no intention of repeating that mistake. The thought of Xiao Qi's grandmother reignited Qin Huai's frustration, leading him to lose his temper with Xiao Qi as well. Ji Qi's gaze remained fixed on Qin Huai, clearly noticing his sudden anger. As he shifted away from Ji Qi, distancing himself, furrowing his brow, Ji Qi wondered why Qin Huai was upset when he had done nothing wrong. He served Qin Huai more food, advising him that avoiding meat could only contribute to his current frailness. Upon hearing the words, Qin Huai felt a surge of anger and wanted to retort dismissively. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found himself confronted by the mature and handsome face of Ji Qi, causing him to bite his lip and quickly lower his head, internally chastising himself. He is nothing but a scoundrel, and yet I cannot seem to forget him. Still feeling the sting of his betrayal, Ji Qi, having managed to control his temper, no longer threatened Qin Huai. Instead, he served him his favorite dishes. Qin Huai's gaze fixated on the sweet and sour pork in his bowl, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Ji Qi remembered everything he loved to eat. Yet why did he have to be so cruel at the time of their breakup? If they had parted on good terms, he wouldn't be suffering so now. Goodness, this is the first time I've seen my uncle humbled, being ignored, commented Fu Yi, who was enjoying the meal and the spectacle. Qin Huai, quietly serving himself, did not glance at Ji Qi after nearly an hour. Qin's mother promptly stood up, pulling Qin's father from the dining table, and cheerfully addressed Fu Yi, Qin Huai, and Ji Qi. You young ones take your time. We shall retire to our room. With that, she tugged at Qin's father, who was glaring at Ji Qi, and they exited the dining hall without regard for his willingness, simply dragging him away. Once Qin's parents departed, the dining hall was left with merely a butler. Two female servants, Fu Yi, Qin Huai, Ji Qi, and Qin Huai. What are you all dawdling for? Clear the table, commanded the butler. Yes, sir, responded the two female servants, efficiently clearing and wiping the table. The butler then hastened to the kitchen, emerging with a fruit platter and placing it in the center of the long dining table. Darling, Fu Yi said, picking up a silver fork and offering a piece of kiwi to Qin Huai's lips. Qin Huai, instinctively opening his mouth while checking the schedule of the company's artists on his phone, received the fruit. Fu Yi chuckled and fed him another piece, leaning down to plant a quick kiss on Qin Huai's lips. Qin Huai, reclining in his chair with his phone, frowned and looked up. All right, I want to kiss you. Fu Yi obediently refrained from further affection. Watching this scene unfold from across the table, Qin Huai's astonishment was palpable. His usually aloof cousin was being kissed by Fu Yi, merely responding with a warning glance. There's no need to envy them. You have your own. Ji Qi remarked before leaning down to plant a kiss on Qin Huai's lips. What is wrong with you? Qin Huai exclaimed, pushing Ji Qi's face away in frustration. Ji Qi's eyes narrowed beneath his glasses, filled with an assertive gaze directed at Qin Huai. If you continue to be disobedient, I might just take matters into my own hands. Qin Huai was rendered speechless by anger, his face flushed. After over a decade apart, Ji Qi had become even more domineering. Suddenly, Qin Huai's cheeks burned. Ji Qi had always been this way when he bullied him, often resorting to lewd remarks that were increasingly embarrassing. Reflecting on those moments made him wish to disappear into the ground. Ji Qi relished in his pleas for mercy, demanding he utter such shameful words. Flushing with embarrassment, Qin Huai hurriedly grabbed a glass of iced juice, attempting to cool his face and suppress any signs of his flustered state, fearful that Ji Qi would detect his inner turmoil. Chapter 44. My darling is too well-behaved. I can't help myself. Why is your face so red? Ji Qi inquired, reaching out to touch Qin Huai's forehead, his brow slightly furrowed. No, you need not concern yourself, Qin Huai stammered, hastily swatting Ji Qi's hand away, his face growing even warmer. He truly has reached a point where he reflects upon past events. Yet, In the next moment, Qin Huai tightened his grip on the juice cup, anguish flickering in his eyes. Despite Qi's current single status, who could assure him that Qi had not engaged with others over the past decade, nor shared intimate moments with anyone else? Lowering his head, the more Qin Huai pondered, the more discomfort he felt, his eyes growing red. The very thought of Qi entwined with another Omega, as he was with himself, felt like a gaping wound tearing through his heart, unbearable in its pain. It seemed Qi could see right through Qin Huai's thoughts, straightforwardly stating, "Aside from you, I have not been with anyone else." Upon finishing his words, he gazed intently and seriously at Qin Huai, as if silently inquiring whether Qin Huai had been involved with anyone but him. Qin Huai was taken aback by Qi's sudden declaration, momentarily stunned. Following this shock, a shameful exhilaration coursed through him. After more than a decade, it was astonishing to realize that Qi had not been with anyone else besides him. "It's fine. Later when you return to your room, I shall verify it personally." Qi unexpectedly interjected, his distinct and robust hand firmly gripping Qin Huai's thigh. Qin Huai's face flushed with indignation. Verify personally? What kind of relationship did they share that would warrant Qi to verify anything? If Qi truly wished to verify it, given his character, escaping would be out of the question. In a fit of anger, Qin Huai cast off Qi's hand from his thigh, determined not to be the naive one who would passively cater to Qi's whims any longer. Unfazed, Qi simply took a sip of water, neither angry nor scolding Qin Huai. No matter how much Qin Huai lamented, he would remain resolute. After all, Qin Huai had run away for over a decade. Surely, he deserved a modicum of recompense. Qi remained silent, leading Qin Huai to believe that his attitude had dissuaded Qi from pursuing him further. Little did he know, this was merely the calm before the storm. "My dear, do you have a show to attend tomorrow?" Fu Yi, who was clinging to Qin Huai and feeding him fruit, glanced at his phone schedule. Yes, Qin Huai admitted without reservation. This engagement had been arranged long before he collaborated with Old Master Fu. It was a cooking-themed live broadcast, where the director was drawn to his persona and invited him as the lead guest for initial viewer attraction. Initially, he had declined, reluctant to step into the public eye. However, with many newcomers in the company needing exposure, he ultimately acquiesced. It was merely a 2-day, 1-night affair, conveniently located in the outskirts of Kyoto, allowing him to return to work at Fu's group by Monday. "My dear, take me with you," Fu Yi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. A live broadcast would provide him the perfect opportunity to openly display affection and perhaps even indulge a bit, thereby lowering the guard of hidden adversaries. After all, participating in such shows was often viewed by aristocratic families as a sign of irresponsibility and lack of ambition. "Are you going?" Qin Huai pulled his gaze from the phone, turning to look at Fu Yi. "Of course. It'll be as if I'm accompanying my wife on a delightful outing. Besides, spending the night away might just allow me to get closer to my wife. Why wouldn't I go?" Fu Yi, with a mischievous grin, was calculating in his mind how to take advantage of the situation. He was keen to join, and naturally, Qin Huai would not refuse. After all, Fu Yi was the crown prince of the Fu family, bringing with him a significant following. Should the show gain traction, his artists would become regular guests. Among his talent, there were many young male performers, all quite handsome, perfectly suited for male-male dramas. Currently, there was a thriving market for such dramas, and he could first expose his artists on the show to build a fan base before purchasing male-male novels for production. "Darling, you must be in dire need of traffic, right? How about I bring He Ting along with me?" Fu Yi presumed that Qin Huai would decline his request to accompany him, so he promptly mentioned He Ting. Although he did not closely follow the entertainment industry, he was aware that some stars relished in promoting queer narratives. With He Ting's connection to Jiang Shi, having them both on the program would surely drive the fans wild. Unexpectedly for Qin Huai, he found himself acquiring 2 additional sources of popularity for free, especially since the director had asked him to find popular guests. He handed his phone to Fu Yi, explaining that the director was a newcomer and the show was fresh. Hence the remuneration was not substantial, 50,000 each for 2 days. Ask them beforehand and clarify everything. "All right, no problem. Leave it to me." Fu Yi made an okay gesture as he accepted the phone, cheerfully texting He Ting. At that moment, He Ting was dozing on the couch in Jiang Shi's brother's hospital room. His phone chimed, and groggily, he reached for it, squinting at the screen. The message was from Qin Huai, but he recognized Fu Yi's tone. After reading it, he sat up, glancing at Jiang Shi, who was gently wiping his brother's face, then back at the text. The payment of 50,000 was not particularly enticing to him, but Jiang Shi desperately needed the money. Come here for a moment, He Ting called out to Jiang Shi. Okay. Jiang Shi quickly placed the towel in the basin, wiped his hands on his clothes, and approached the couch, his face slightly flushed as he asked, did your pheromones act up again? He Ting wanted to respond that if his pheromones were indeed acting up, Jiang Shi would have to kiss him. However, it was not the right moment for such discussions. He handed the phone to Jiang Shi, saying, if you agree, I'll take you with me. Jiang Shi, puzzled, took the phone, and after reading the message, he was utterly bewildered. Someone wanted them on a show, and they could earn 50,000 in just 2 days? Fu Ye's wife is on the program. You just need to show your face. You won't have to do anything. He Ting yawned lazily. Really? Just by attending that show, we can earn 50,000? Jiang Shi eagerly looked down at He Ting. Yes, if you want to go, I'll tell Fu Yi right now. He Ting propped his chin on his hand. Watching Jiang Shi, 50,000 was no small sum. It was a figure he could not earn in several years. If they saved this money, they could purchase better and more effective inhibitors for Jiang Shi's brother. I'll ask him. He Ting took the phone from Jiang Shi and confirmed that Fu Yi would return to Jiang Shi's side, departing at 6 o'clock the following morning. All right, Jiang Shi replied, promptly heading to the balcony to gather the drying clothes. He had already moved into the hospital room, having relinquished his rented apartment long ago. He Ting rested his chin on his hand, observing Jiang Shi as he busied himself. Outside on the balcony, Jiang Shi retrieved the clothes and went to the cupboard to fetch his backpack, neatly folding 2 sets of clothing to place inside. He hesitated, glancing toward the bathroom. No need to bring toiletries. They provide them at the accommodation, He Ting remarked. Oh, all right, Jiang Shi replied obediently, zipping up his backpack and setting it down by the coffee table before intending to return to the hospital bed. He Ting, seated on the sofa, suddenly grasped Jiang Shi's wrist. What is the matter? Jiang Shi turned back, perplexed, his beautiful eyes shining brightly. Sitting cross-legged, He Ting looked up at Jiang Shi, lying without a hint of embarrassment, yet his pheromones surged uncontrollably. Jiang Shi's face flushed instantly. He glanced anxiously at his younger brother, who was still in a deep slumber on the bed, concluding that he need not retreat to the bathroom to avoid him. He redirected his gaze back to He Ting, blushing as he asked, how should I cooperate with you? Upon hearing this, He Ting felt no need for Jiang Shi's cooperation. He pulled Jiang Shi beneath him and leaned down, sealing Jiang Shi's lips with his own. Having kissed He Ting numerous times, Jiang Shi had grown accustomed to him. Suppressing his blush, he willingly raised his hands to embrace He Ting's neck, tilting his head to return the kiss. He Ting, already on the brink of losing control, found Jiang Shi unbearably compliant, making it impossible for him to restrain himself. Chapter 45, Jealousy over his wife, unconsciously. Jiang Shi, breathless from the kiss, pushed against He Ting's chest, tears escaping his eyes. They had not been kissing for even 10 minutes, and He Ting was still hungry for more. Yet concern for Jiang Shi's well-being compelled him to break away, gasping for air while his gaze remained fixed on the enchanting figure beneath him. At that moment, Jiang Shi's tears cascaded down the corners of his eyes. His eyelids reddened as he gasped for breath, utterly alluring. He Ting exhaled heavily, his eyes glimmering with a predatory intensity. How could a male omega be more enticing than a female omega, especially when he cried at the slightest kiss? It was utterly unfair. Jiang Shi, struggling to breathe, suddenly noticed He Ting's intense gaze upon him, causing his face to flush even deeper as he quickly covered his mouth. No more kisses, my lips hurt. Goodness, speaking in such a seductive manner. Do you want me to turn into a beast? He Ting's internal turmoil surged, his desire spiraling out of control as he fought to regain composure. He regretted not factoring in such matters when he initially provided Jiang Shi with financial assistance. Now, he could only admire but not indulge, The teasing kiss is akin to a cat scratch, driving him to the brink of madness. You should get up first, Jiang Shi urged, sensing He Ting's loss of control. Though he did not dislike He Ting, he was aware that their relationship was merely transactional. He was not foolish enough to surrender himself without caution. He Ting was unaware that his gaze upon Jiang Shi was too conspicuous, and Jiang Shi had noticed. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Jiang Shi. Lying flat as he gazed at He Ting, Jiang Shi felt his face flush crimson, as if it might bleed. Although their relationship was not of that nature, He Ting's kiss felt akin to that of a husband. Damn it! Why was he blushing at such a moment? Did he think he was not sufficiently out of control? He Ting took a deep breath to suppress his pheromones, fearing he might enter a sensitive period and inadvertently take advantage of Jiang Shi. Unaware of the inner turmoil He Ting was enduring, Jiang Shi's adorable face bore a tinge of red as he softly uttered, "See, can you get up?" Lying on the sofa was somewhat uncomfortable. He Ting longed to say no, but wished not to frighten Jiang Shi away. Swiftly, he rose from Jiang Shi, seated himself on the sofa, and contemplated lighting a cigarette to calm his nerves. However, realizing they were in a hospital room, he irritably tossed the cigarette and lighter onto the coffee table, casting a forlorn glance at Jiang Shi. As Jiang Shi stood up from the sofa, He Ting's gaze made him slightly anxious. What's wrong? He Ting remained silent, his large hands encircling Jiang Shi's legs, lifting him onto his lap. He tilted his head to nuzzle into the crook of Jiang Shi's neck, inhaling his pheromones to quell the turmoil within. Suddenly being pulled onto He Ting's lap startled Jiang Shi, rendering him motionless and causing his entire being to flush a deep red. I am not his partner. Why is he holding me on his lap? Jiang Shi, blushing profusely, yearned to voice his thoughts but dared not do so. Clutching He Ting's shirt, he sat awkwardly on his lap, feeling both helpless and stiff. Sensing Jiang Shi's tension, He Ting was convinced that Jiang Shi had never had a boyfriend. If he had, how could that boyfriend allow him to suffer for his brother's medical expenses? Surely, he would have arranged everything for him. After all, Jiang Shi was so well-behaved and handsome. Any man who possessed him would inevitably fall deeply in love. He Ting pondered this while holding Jiang Shi's waist, feeling his flat abdomen and excessively slender waist, as if one hand could encompass it entirely. Damn, every part of him was enticing. He Ting could hardly contain the rush of blood within him. Jiang Shi, perched on He Ting's lap, was utterly perplexed, unsure of the reason behind He Ting's grip on his waist. Was it because I am too thin? Is it uncomfortable for him to hold me? Jiang Shi recalled the late-night snacks from last night and the steak from tonight, realizing that He Ting might indeed be dissatisfied with his lack of flesh, which prompted him to feed him more vigorously. Jiang Shi thought that his lack of weight might have affected He Ting's sleep, failing to consider that He Ting simply wished to nourish him. Can I get off your lap? Jiang Shi tentatively inquired. He had been in the midst of tending to his brother and had not yet finished. He Ting, aware that Jiang Shi wished to care for his brother, felt an inexplicable discontent. Since entering the hospital room, Jiang Shi had been entirely focused on his brother, not sparing him a single glance. Were it not for a text from Fu Yi, inquiring if he would attend a show, Jiang Shi would still be preoccupied with his brother. The water will get cold soon, Jiang Shi lamented. Upon hearing this, despite his dissatisfaction, He Ting released Jiang Shi from his lap. Jiang Shi sighed in relief. Upon first acquaintance with He Ting, I had not realized his clinginess. I had just finished assisting my younger brother with his bath, and was preparing to wash up myself. Jiang Shi rose from He Ting's lap, and made it clear that he needed to wait a moment. He Ting, having already completed his shower, lay on the sofa in anticipation of sleep. With a furrowed brow, He Ting wondered why there was no caregiver present to tend to his needs. Jiang Shi reassured him. He felt uneasy leaving his brother in the hands of a caregiver and preferred to look after him himself. Understood. Go attend to your brother, He Ting replied, clutching a pillow and returning to his slumber on the sofa. Jiang Shi observed He Ting sprawled on the sofa, blinking in confusion. Was he upset? Scratching his head, he walked toward the hospital bed while glancing back at He Ting. They had agreed that he would come to the hospital to care for his brother. Last night, when he broached the subject with He Ting, he had readily acquiesced. Now, however, He Ting regretted that decision. Last night, in a state of drowsiness, when Jiang Shi mentioned he would be residing in the hospital, He Ting, too weary to ponder deeply, had simply agreed. Now, he found it too late to retract his consent. Although Jiang Shi was unaware of the reasons behind He Ting's displeasure, he hastened to finish drying off his brother and quickly exited the bathroom. He Ting had already lowered the sofa when Jiang Shi reached the bedside. With a swift motion, He Ting pulled Jiang Shi into his embrace. No longer startled as he had been the previous night, Jiang Shi nestled against He Ting, resting his head on his arm. With his eyes closed, He Ting enfolded Jiang Shi in his arms, burying his face into the crook of Jiang Shi's neck. He had grown accustomed to the scent of Jiang Shi's pheromones, often succumbing to sleep in their comforting presence. Jiang Shi lay facing He Ting, eyes wide open, remaining still in silence. After some time, unable to sleep, he retrieved his phone to check the time. Noticing it was just past 8 in the evening, he felt a moment of disbelief. Typically, he would be at the restaurant, tirelessly washing dishes and responding to the stern demands of his boss. Since meeting He Ting, life felt surreal. No longer burdened by the need to juggle 2 jobs, he could now enjoy ample food and restful sleep. Placing his phone behind him, his gaze returned to the slumbering visage of He Ting. He mused that He Ting's future spouse would undoubtedly be fortunate, having nothing to worry about. With a hint of envy, he watched He Ting for a prolonged moment before slowly closing his eyes to drift into sleep. He had never imagined himself becoming He Ting's partner, as they belonged to different worlds, and he would not dare to covet what did not belong to him. Chapter 46. The fearful and weeping Qin Huai in the residence of Qin Huai, seated on the sofa, he glanced sideways at Ji Qi, who was sitting next to him, and inquired with a furrowed brow, "Aren't you planning to return home?" Was this man intending to take up residence in his abode? After several cups of tea, Ji Qi placed his cup on the table and, ignoring the question, responded, "Have you finished your meal? Why is that any of your concern? My home has no guest room. You should return from whence you came," Qin Huai retorted, offering Ji Qi no warmth. However, Ji Qi was unfazed and continued. "Over a decade ago, it was someone who, in an effort to coax me out of my home, sent me those kinds of selfies." Upon hearing the entire conversation, Qin Huai felt utterly mortified, his face burning with embarrassment. He anxiously glanced at Fu Yi and Qin Huai, seated across from him, fearing they might overhear. At that moment, Fu Yi, cradling Qin Huai, and Qin Huai, engrossed in his phone, both lifted their gazes to meet Qin Huai's. In that instant, Qin Huai wished fervently for the ability to vanish from sight. "Oh dear, quite the lively play, isn't it?" Fu Yi teased with a mischievous grin. Qin Huai's face reddened further, yet he refrained from retorting. In his youthful indiscretion, he had indeed been adventurous with Shao Qi, and now, the mere thought of it was mortifying. Ji Qi, disliking the notion of being a subject of ridicule, rose from the sofa and swiftly scooped Qin Huai into his arms, his tone leaving no room for dissent, even though they were several floors up. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai felt a mix of panic and ire, struggling and cursing. "Who said I wanted to take you to my room? Put me down." Ji Qi tightened his grip, preventing Qin Huai from slipping away. His voice calm, yet laced with danger. "If you don't mind being seen, I have no qualms about punishing you here." Qin Huai's face flushed with anger, but he dared not disobey. He was well aware of Shao Qi's temperament. He was capable of anything. Previously, when they stayed at a hotel, a server had knocked on the door to deliver food, and Shao Qi had half opened the door to retrieve it without letting him go, nearly exposing them. The server had even inquired if Shao Qi needed assistance, which had only added to Qin Huai's humiliation, suggesting he had overheard something. Noticing Ji Qi's threat towards Qin Huai, Qin Huai furrowed his brow in displeasure. He was about to instruct Fu Yi to throw Ji Qi out when Qin Huai hastily wrapped his arms around Ji Qi's neck. Gritting his teeth in anger, second floor, right side, last room, his voice dripped with reluctance. He understood that once Shao Qi carried him upstairs, he would not let him off easily, yet he could not afford to provoke the volatile Shao Qi without a moment's hesitation. Ji Qi scooped Qin Huai into a princess carry and strode out from a sofa. "Wait, just like that? Had you made up?" Fu Yi stared in disbelief at Ji Qi carrying Qin Huai upstairs, utterly stunned. a mix of envy and resentment washing over him. Feeling unbearably sour, he quickly turned to Qin Huai, saying, "Darling, let us hurry back to our room to rest." Qin Huai, aware of Fu Ye's intentions, glanced at the time. It was 9 in the evening, and by the time Fu Ye finished a shower, it would be nearly bedtime, so he rose from the sofa. He had an early program to attend in the morning and wished to avoid staying up late. However, Fu Ye misinterpreted Qin Huai's movement as an invitation and eagerly trailed him upstairs. Upon returning to their room, Qin Huai resumed his conversation with his secretary about bringing artists onto the program, completely ignoring Fu Ye. "Why are you standing there instead of showering?" Qin Huai said, looking up at Fu Ye. Fu Ye felt a surge of frustration. They were cousins. Yet how was it that his older cousin could blush so easily while his own wife was as oblivious as a straight man? Suddenly, an enraged cry erupted from the adjacent room. "Shao Qi, you bastard, get away!" It seemed something had shattered as well. Qin Huai glanced at the wall, his brow furrowing. As long as his cousin called for him, he would not hesitate to throw Ji Qi down the stairs. However, after waiting for some time, he was met with an awkward silence that caused his brow to knit into a frown. "Is this truly what I can listen to?" Fu Yi exclaimed, though his ears perked up with interest. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" Qin Huai, seated on the sofa, promptly remarked. Fu Yi, eschewing the shower, earnestly replied to Qin Huai, "If I am affected later, my dear, you must not hold it against me. Blame it on my little uncle." Qin Huai regarded Fu Yi calmly, yet her words were chilling. "If you wish to become a eunuch, I shall not stand in your way." "Is it really that cruel?" Fu Yi exclaimed, swiftly distancing himself from Qin Huai. What kind of good wife would wish for her husband to become a eunuch? Qin Huai paid little heed to Fu Ye's antics, instead sending a text to the director of the Tianyuan program. Fu Yi, wary of provoking Qin Huai further, hastily retreated to the bathroom. He had not forgotten that his wife could easily handle multiple adversaries if she truly became enraged. She might very well carry through with her threats. Qin Huai typed away, undeterred by the commotion next door. Initially, she managed to ignore it, but as Ji Qi's noise escalated, it felt as if her home had turned into a no-man's land, causing her to frown. She paused her typing, waiting for her cousin to call out to her. As time ticked by, her cousin not only failed to summon her, but allowed Ji Qi to wreak havoc unabated. Qin Huai donned her night robe from the wardrobe, climbed into bed, donned her headphones, and closed her eyes in slumber. If her cousin chose not to call her, there was no reason for her to concern herself with the chaos. Fu Yi emerged from a shower, cheerfully thinking that his wife had likely been influenced by the prolonged noise, thus paving the way for his intentions. However, upon glancing at the bathroom door, he was taken aback to find his wife already asleep, headphones in place. Fu Yi's lips twitched. How was it that his wife consistently surprised him? Alas, another day devoid of intimacy. With a sigh, he turned off the light, obediently climbed into bed, and embraced Qin Huai from behind. Though Qin Huai lay with her back to him, wearing her headphones, she was not truly asleep, merely cultivating the drowsiness. Listening to music while sleeping was not good for the ears. Fu Yi gently removed the headphones from Qin Huai's ears and planted a kiss on her neck. Qin Huai, without chastising him, opened her eyes to listen for the noise next door. The sounds had ceased, likely due to the windows being closed, preventing any further disturbances. "Darling, turn to face me while you sleep. I wish to gaze upon you," Fu Yi suggested, patting the space beside him. Qin Huai did not refuse. Rolling over to face Fu Yi, a smile instantly blossomed on Fu Ye's face as he leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her lips. Qin Huai had grown accustomed to Fu Ye's affectionate gestures, her senses dulled to their frequency. Fu Yi caressed Qin Huai's face, his lips curving into a smile as he declared, "My wife is truly beautiful." Qin Huai shot him a look that suggested he was being ridiculous. "Ahem, my dear wife. May I steal a kiss?" Fu Yi cleared his throat, seeking her consent. Qin Huai simply regarded him silently, neither granting nor denying his request. She wanted to see if Fu Yi would dare proceed without her verbal approval. "Let us pretend I said nothing and simply sleep," Fu Yi suggested, undeterred, as he positioned his arm beneath Qin Huai's head, pulling her close and shutting his eyes. Qin Huai understood that as long as she remained silent, Fu Yi would respect her boundaries. It seemed that both Fu Laoyi and Fu Ye's parents had imparted some excellent lessons to him. Qin Huai gazed at Fu Yi for considerable time before closing his eyes, surrendering himself to Fu Ye's embrace as he drifted into slumber. Once Qin Huai succumbed to sleep, Fu Yi opened his eyes. He tenderly caressed Qin Huai's face, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at his beloved. Now that he held his wife in his arms, he no longer feared being pushed away. It was merely a matter of time before he could touch her freely. Thus, he remained patient, unhurried. Damn, he envied his brother-in-law. Once he found his wife, he could indulge in his desires. The thought of Ji made Fu Yi feel a pang of jealousy. Qin Shuyan, on the other hand, was in a dire predicament, terrified and attempting to flee. Yet every time, Ji caught him, leaving him in tears, calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. Chapter 47. Awakening, thinking it was a dream, and unintentionally benefiting Ji the following morning at 6:30, Ji awoke to find Qin Shuyan still asleep in his arms. His long hair disheveled and his eyes red-rimmed, giving him a look of utter vulnerability. Ji lowered his gaze upon Qin Shuyan, reaching out to gently touch the tear-stained visage. The previous night, he had gone too far, releasing Qin Shuyan only around 4 a.m. Throughout the night, Qin Shuyan had wept, scolding and kicking him in anger. Seeing Qin Shuyan cry softened Ji heart, and he yearned to relent. However, the thought of Qin Shuyan's distrust, having fled for over a decade, ignited a persistent fury within him, compelling him to be somewhat harsh. By the time he regained his composure, Qin Shuyan had already fainted. Why was he so stubborn? Ji wiped the tears from Qin Shuyan's cheeks, furrowing his brow. If only Qin Shuyan would utter a single phrase. Promising never to run away again, he would have certainly released him long ago. Yet, Qin Shuyan did not say such words. Instead, he continuously urged Ji to leave, making it all the more astonishing that he could contain his anger. Despite his frustration, Ji lifted the covers to inspect Qin Shuyan's body, relieved to find that nothing was amiss. Suddenly, he felt the glands at the nape of Qin Shuyan's neck, his brow knitting in concern. He had only learned the previous night that Qin Shuyan had transformed into a beta. Regardless of how he released his pheromones, Qin Shuyan could not perceive them. He had seriously questioned Qin Shuyan about the situation, but the latter had only cried, displaying a clear aversion to him, rendering Ji unable to extract any answers. Logically, before his transformation, Qin Shuyan had already been an S-level Omega. It was inconceivable that he could have failed his transformation to become a Beta. Moreover, prior to his transformation, Ji had already conducted examinations on Qin Shuyan, and all indicators had suggested he would likely develop into an SS-level Omega. What had transpired more than a decade ago? Ji caressed Qin Shuyan's sleeping face, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. He could not believe that no one had meddled in this matter. Suddenly, his phone on the nightstand buzzed twice. Ji withdrew his arm from beneath Qin Shuyan's head, rising shirtless to lean against the headboard as he answered the call. On the other end, his subordinate reported, "Boss, I have investigated the matter you requested. Over a decade ago, just before your departure abroad, the last person to have contact with Mr. Qin was your grandmother." The mention of his grandmother sent a chill coursing through Ji's entire being. It was indeed his grandmother's family who had taken him, still an infant, to reside in City S. On the surface, it is said that after the death of his mother, he was left vulnerable in the complex Ji family, susceptible to hidden dangers. However, the truth lies in a more sinister intention, to cultivate him as a contender for the Ji family's inheritance. The head of the Ji family, his father, has married 3 Omega wives, with his mother being the youngest, who tragically died during childbirth. Following her demise, his maternal grandmother hurriedly took him away, neglecting to even bury his mother, as if she were merely a vessel for his existence, discarded once her utility had expired. When his grandmother approached Mr. Qin, she did so under the guise of his grandmother's name, humiliating Mr. Qin with a check on that day. The restored surveillance footage reveals Mr. Qin appeared to shed tears. His subordinate continued to report. Ji, listening intently on the phone, felt a fury rising within him. Despite all precautions, he was stabbed in the back by those he considered family. The depths of their deceit were truly astonishing. Ji Qi clenched his teeth in anger, his hands trembling with rage. His uncle's greed was blatantly apparent, requiring no guesswork to discern. He had believed his grandmother to be different, as she often chastised his uncle for prioritizing profit and exploiting him for the Ji family's advantage. He had thought her discerning, only to discover she was merely a cunning actress. His beloved grandmother must have disdained Qin Huai's family background, seeing no advantage in it, which compelled her to drive Qin Huai away. The surveillance footage has been restored. Would you like to see it? His subordinate inquired tentatively. Ji Qi remained silent, engulfed in fear. Suppressing his fury, he coldly commanded, "Send it over." The subordinate hung up and promptly forwarded the repaired video to Ji Qi upon receiving it. Ji Qi opened the file without delay. Although the footage had been restored, its age rendered it somewhat unclear. Nonetheless, he could still discern the image of Qin Huai, humiliated by his grandmother, with tears streaming down his face, his frail body trembling. That so-called good grandmother not only humiliated Qin Huai with a sum of 1 million, but also deceived him, claiming that Qin Huai had transformed into a beta and that he had abandoned Qin Huai, insisting that their relationship was merely a fleeting amusement. Ji Qi's eyes turned crimson with rage. No wonder Qin Huai cried upon seeing him and harbored such disdain. He must have believed Ji Qi orchestrated it all. What a despicable act. Ji Qi exited the video and immediately called his assistant to terminate all medical collaborations with the Xiao family. How dare they trample on the blood of his family while forcing Qin Huai away? Who gave them the audacity? Understood. Although the assistant was unaware of the full context, he complied without question. The restless Qin Huai was awakened by Ji Qi's angry voice. He opened his eyes, gazing at Ji Qi in confusion. Ji Qi promptly set his phone on the nightstand and laid down beside Qin Huai. Still in a daze, Qin Huai looked at Ji Qi, reaching out to touch his face as if dreaming of him. "It's too early. Sleep a little longer," Ji Qi said softly as he grasped Qin Huai's hand, leaning down to kiss his fingers. Knowing the events that transpired over a decade ago, his heart ached for Qin Huai with an intensity that was almost unbearable. As the drowsy Qin Huai awoke, he found himself momentarily disoriented, mistaking reality for a dream. Frequently, he envisioned Xiao Qi by his side, tenderly kissing him and engaging in soft conversation, so it was only natural for him to believe he was still ensnared in a dreamscape. Overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streamed down his face as he buried his head in Ji Qi's embrace, silently weeping. His longing for Xiao Qi was so profound it bordered on madness. With tear-filled eyes, he lifted his gaze from Ji Qi's embrace and, unable to restrain himself, leaned in for a kiss. Ji Qi was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Qin Huai was still in a state of sleep-induced confusion. Rather than pushing him away, Ji Qi shifted to position himself atop Qin Huai, deepening their connection as he lowered his head. Dazed by the kiss, Qin Huai continued to believe he was dreaming, wrapping his arms around Ji Qi's neck and tilting his head back in acquiescence. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table buzzed to life, displaying the name of his grandmother. Ji Qi, reveling in teasing Qin Huai, was disinclined to answer, fully aware that the call stemmed from his severed ties with the Xiao family, and his grandmother would undoubtedly be seeking an explanation. The phone call soon transitioned into a flurry of text messages, each one proclaiming, "My dear grandson, did your uncle upset you? Surely, he has been pestering you for money again. Rest assured, I shall have a word with him on your behalf. Regarding the hospital collaboration, perhaps you should inform your subordinate to retract it. I promise your uncle will not trouble you again." Engrossed in attending to his beloved, Ji Qi paid no heed to any of the messages. Meanwhile, Qin Huai, with wide eyes, observed Ji Qi, who was taking advantage of the moment. Finally realizing that he was not dreaming, embarrassed and flustered, he desperately attempted to push Ji Qi away, but to no avail. Ultimately, in a moment of folly, he inadvertently surrendered to Ji Qi's advances. Chapter 48. Fu Ye's lips twitched in frustration. Am I truly so unpresentable? In the early morning, he pondered for whom these displays of affection were intended. Upon rising, he was met with the sounds of activity from the neighboring room. filling him with a sour disposition. Dressed and refreshed, Qin Huai disregarded Fu Ye's envious remarks and proceeded to the wardrobe to change. Fu Ye yawned widely and entered the bathroom to freshen up, his hair disheveled from sleep. 10 minutes later, Fu Ye followed Qin Huai downstairs, where they shared breakfast before departing. It was Saturday, and with both Qin father and mother still asleep, Qin Huai chose not to disturb them as he left. The head of the bodyguard team was already waiting outside the large iron gates of the Qin villa. As Fu Yi and Qin Huai stepped outside, he promptly opened the rear door of the car. Qin Huai settled into the back seat, and a still groggy Fu Yi followed suit, yawning as he draped himself over Qin Huai's legs, resting his head against Qin Huai's neck, seeking comfort. Qin Huai made no effort to push Fu Yi away, instead handing his phone to the bodyguard in the driver's seat, instructing him to head to a specified address. Understood, the bodyguard responded, starting the car and leaving the Qin residence, flanked by several other bodyguard vehicles. "My dear, I am so tired," Fu Yi murmured, still clinging to Qin Huai. Qin Huai turned to him with an exasperated look. "Did you go out thieving last night? It was all your uncle and his friends. They were making such a ruckus in the latter half of the night that I couldn't help but hear them," Fu Yi complained, leaning against Qin Huai's back. Last night, he contemplated calling for an ambulance, truly believing that Qin Shuyan might be harmed by his uncle. Qin Huai slept soundly, oblivious to the situation. "Young master, we have a vehicle following us," the captain of the bodyguard suddenly alerted. Holding Qin Huai, Fu Yi, who had initially appeared drowsy, instantly hardened his gaze upon hearing the captain's words. Qin Huai, seated on Fu Ye's lap, immediately sensed the ominous aura emanating from him, as Fu Ye's grip around his waist tightened, altering the atmosphere entirely. "It's broad daylight, and the roads are under surveillance. We cannot act against them here," the captain added. With a face like frost, Fu Yi coldly instructed them to follow the vehicle and deal with it once they were out of the suburbs. Understood, the captain promptly responded, communicating with the other bodyguards through his earpiece. The bodyguards trailing behind did not notice the pursuers, continuing to follow Fu Ye's car. Seated on Fu Ye's lap, Qin Huai glanced into the rearview mirror of the passenger seat. Indeed, there were vehicles tailing them, and not just one. Most likely, since Fu Yi had not gone to the club as usual the previous night, others were anxious and had ventured out early to gather information. Fu Yi dismissed these individuals with a glance, leaning down to plant a kiss on the nape of Qin Huai's neck, inquiring of the bodyguard captain whether the bounty on the female assassin had been posted. The captain, observing the road ahead, quickly responded, "I was just about to inform you. We have captured a clear image of the female assassin's face from the hospital surveillance. The bounty was posted on the dark web last night, and this morning, a hitman has already taken the job. We should receive news shortly." Fu Yi narrowed his eyes. "Make sure she is captured alive. We need to uncover who is behind her." Rest assured, the bounty notice clearly states that, the captain assured, demonstrating his competence without needing Fu Ye's directives. Fu Yi said no more, embracing Qin Huai and planting another kiss on him, returning to his usual playful demeanor. Qin Huai sat quietly on Fu Ye's lap, gazing out the window. They had now exited the suburbs and were en route to the show, surrounded by fields and woods, lush with both fruits and vegetables. "I wonder if He Ting has left yet," Fu Yi pondered, one hand around Qin Huai's waist and the other tapping on his phone to message He Ting. In the driver's seat, He Ting handed his phone to Jiang Shi in the passenger seat. "Could you respond for me?" "Oh, sure," Jiang Shi replied, taking the phone to reply to Fu Yi's message. After sending, he returned the phone to He Ting, saying, "All set." He Ting remained silent, placing the phone aside to continue driving. Jiang Shi took a sip of water, still somewhat bewildered. Why would He Ting pass his phone to him for a reply? Was it due to the inconvenience of driving? Meanwhile, Fu Yi was astonished to see that He Ting's message indicated he was currently driving and that they had also set off. It was evident Jiang Shi had written it, having known that young man for so long. It was the first time he had handed his phone to someone else for a response. Quite interesting, Fu Yi thought, displaying an expression of amusement as he observed the unfolding events. He Ting consistently professed his aversion to male omegas, yet he quickly extended special treatment to Jiang Shi. They were already en route, with approximately half an hour remaining in their journey. Qin Huai was engaged in a phone call with his secretary, inquiring whether all the artists had arrived. "They are all here, currently at the courtyard house," came the reply. "All right, I shall be there shortly." Half an hour later, Qin Huai and his companions arrived at a quaint courtyard house on the outskirts of a village. A row of two-story wooden houses stood before them, accompanied by a sizable expanse of concrete. Beyond the open space lay vast fields of rice and ponds, seemingly stretching into infinity. The captain of the security team assisted Fu Yi in opening the car door. Once Fu Yi and Qin Huai exited, he quietly informed Fu Yi, "Everything has been taken care of regarding our people." Fu Yi replied coolly, wrapping his arm around Qin Huai's waist. Suddenly, a chubby director burst forth from the large wooden door of the courtyard house, clutching Qin Huai's thigh and weeping, "Senior, none of the artists I invited are paying me any heed. You must save me. I offered them 3 million in remuneration, yet they still refuse to come. My program is doomed." Qin Huai could hardly bear to watch, well aware of his junior's unreliability. Fortunately, he had brought along several prominent stars. "Who are you?" Fu Yi kicked the director's leg, preventing him from clinging to Qin Huai. The sobbing director, sniffling, looked up at Fu Yi, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is that the young master of the Fu family? I must be hallucinating," he exclaimed, pinching his own face. "Ouch, that hurts." Suddenly, the sound of 2 doors slamming echoed as Ting and Jiangshi arrived, approaching Fu Yi and the others. The director, covering his face, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Is that Ting, the second young master of the He family? This is unbelievable. Has fortune truly smiled upon us?" He pinched his cheek again in disbelief. "My goodness! The boss has brought his husband to help us gain traction." On the second floor of the courtyard house, the artists from Qin Huai's company, having just finished tidying their rooms, peered out from the windows towards the entrance. "Is this for real?" Secretary Li, brimming with excitement, abandoned his suitcase and rushed to the window. Upon confirming that it was indeed Fu Yi, his face broke into a radiant smile. "Ha ha! Our artists will undoubtedly soar to fame now. Please prepare a room for us," Ting instructed Jiangshi, glancing at the still-dazed director. "Oh yes, of course." Though bewildered, the director promptly dispatched an assistant to arrange accommodations for Ting. Ting, holding Jiangshi's hand, followed the assistant upstairs to their room, then collapsed onto the bed, cradling Jiangshi. The bewildered Jiangshi wondered if they were not there to record a program. Yet for Ting, it was merely a change of scenery to embrace Jiangshi in slumber. "Oh, senior, you are truly wonderful. Not only did you allow the artists to join my program, but you also brought the young master along. I adore you." The tearful director attempted to embrace Qin Huai, but Fu Yi, holding Qin Huai, placed his long leg on the director's abdomen to maintain distance, disdainfully admonishing him, "Keep your distance from my wife. Don't you dare come near my wife." The director stared in disbelief, rapidly glancing between Qin Huai and Fu Yi, his face a mask of incredulity as he pointed at Fu Yi, questioning Qin Huai. "Senior, you are married to the crown prince? Are you unwell? Or were you coerced? If you're forced, just blink." Fu Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. Why was it that everyone reacted this way upon learning of his marriage? Was he truly so unpresentable? Chapter 49. Fu Ye's wife is ambushed and left in tears. "Do not be afraid, senior. If you are genuinely threatened, just blink and I will call my father right away." Wu Yuquan promptly took out his phone, comically gesturing to Fu Yi as if to say, "Stay back. I am not to be trifled with." Fu Yi was rendered speechless, humorously inquiring, "Who is your father that he could possibly intimidate the Fu family?" "My father is Wu Yuqian. Although he lacks substantial power, he does have some connections. He may not be able to do much against the Fu family, but he could buy a few trending topics to expose your family." Wu Yuquan changed his gestures, his stammering yet resolute tone betraying his determination. "Oh, so your father, who has suddenly amassed wealth in real estate over the past few years, is Wu Yuqian? You know my father?" Wu Yuqian's astonishment was palpable, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could someone of Fu Ye's stature be aware of a mere commoner like his father? "Just a bit. I've seen in the news." Fu Yi replied with a smile, his previous animosity towards Wu Yuquan dissipating. For the sake of his wife, Wu Yuquan dared to stand against the Fu family, and thus Fu Yi found no reason to harbor any dislike for him. You actually read the news? Wu Yuquan exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. Everyone says that the crown prince merely indulges in revelry. Who would have thought you actually keep up with current events? Fu Ye's lips twitched again. It appeared he would never shake off this notorious reputation. You've only seen the news, yet you can recall your father's name and his business? Qin Huai fixed his gaze on Fu Yi. If his memory served him correctly, the news of Wu Youquan's father becoming wealthy was from 7 or 8 years ago. Remarkably, Fu Yi remembered it even now. Your husband possesses an extraordinary memory, Fu Yi declared, pointing to his head, straddling the line between jest and boast, leaving the truth ambiguous. Yet, Qin Huai believed half of it. At only 23, Fu Yi had transformed a vast club into the most popular establishment in all of Kyoto, raking in substantial profits, indicating his exceptional capabilities. Wow, Crown Prince, you possess such an incredible memory? Wu Youquan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed up at Fu Yi. He struggled academically. And now, venturing into entrepreneurship, his father was always on edge, fearing he would squander the family fortune. Initially, he had invited Qin Huai to join in, worried that his program would fail, believing that with Qin Huai's presence, they would at least avoid total ruin. I was merely deceiving my wife, and you believed it. Fu Yi chuckled, revealing his jest. So it was all a ruse. Wu Yuquan felt a twinge of disappointment. However, Qin Huai shot Fu Yi a meaningful glance. Often, Fu Yi's playful remarks carried an underlying truth. Shoo! Fu Yi raised his finger, signaling Qin Huai to silence, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. Qin Huai chose not to expose the moment, instead glancing at Wu Yuquan, inquiring when the live stream would commence. Wu Yuquan opened his mouth to respond, anytime, but abruptly halted, scrutinizing both Fu Yi and Qin Huai. A sudden thought crossed his mind, reminiscent of He Tingjiang's insight from the farmhouse, igniting a mischievous grin within him. How much more entertaining would it be if I secretly streamed live right now? The farmhouse is riddled with hidden cameras, and no one would suspect a thing. Ha! Let them perform freely. It would surely be amusing, and perhaps even attract viewers. My wife is speaking to you, Fu Yi interjected, addressing Wu Yuquan. Oh well, the cameras are not quite ready yet. I estimate it will be evening before we can start. Senior, feel free to wander around the farmhouse to familiarize yourselves. Wu Yuquan stated earnestly, betraying no sign of nervousness. Fu Yi expressed disdain. You're planning a live stream, yet the cameras aren't set up? What kind of stream is that? It's not that no one wants to come. I simply lack the motivation to set it up, Wu Yuquan lamented, feigning tears. Qin Huai had been observing Wu Yuquan closely. The latter's act of faux crying made Qin Huai feel a pang of guilt, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Goodness, the senior is so astute. Could he have discerned that I'm lying? After a prolonged gaze at Wu Yuquan, Qin Huai remained silent and walked toward the large wooden door, entering the farmhouse. Wait for me, my wife. Fu Yi promptly followed suit. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought the senior had seen through me, Wu Yuquan exclaimed, patting his chest. Ha ha ha, this wave of viewers will be mine to seize without hesitation. Wu Yuquan excitedly instructed the assistant director to initiate the live stream. He didn't even inform Secretary Li of the ongoing broadcast, merely sending a brief text stating that the equipment was not ready and instructing him to take the artists around the perimeter of the farmhouse. Secretary Li, unsuspecting, led the artists who had just finished packing their bags downstairs. Upon reaching the lobby, he greeted Fu Yi and Qin Huai, saying, "Good day, boss. Good day, young master. Yes, go outside and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Avoid any conflict with the villagers." Qin Huai instructed Secretary Li, understood. We shall take our leave now. See you soon. Young master, Secretary Li waved to Fu Yi as he led the artists outside. The artists trailing behind, Secretary Li couldn't help but glance back at Fu Yi. Their eyes filled not with ambition for power, but with curiosity about this living young master. Enough staring. Go get acquainted with the environment. You will be regular guests here. Secretary Li reminded them. All right. The 7 or 8 male and female artists promptly followed Secretary Li. Meanwhile, viewers scrolling through videos stumbled upon this scene, murmuring, "What kind of live stream is this? Why is there a whole group of handsome men and beautiful women? Farmhouse. What on earth is a farmhouse? The viewers found themselves utterly perplexed. Suddenly, the camera shifted, revealing a spacious hall adorned with large floor-to-ceiling windows, where two men sat. One individual, adorned with a wolf tail and clad in a loose black leather jacket over a black V-neck outfit, casually sports a necklace around their neck. Their slender fingers are adorned with several distinctive rings, while they wear ear studs and are accompanied by a stunning beauty with long hair. I must say, the audacity of this dandy with a wolf tail, alongside a mature and ethereal beauty, is quite striking. Has the standard for hosts engaging in flamboyant performances truly escalated to such heights? It seems this is not merely a flamboyant broadcast, as someone mentioned a regular guest, suggesting it could be part of a live program. Indeed, it is a live show titled Countryside House. It appears there's a surge in viewership. In the background, Wu Yuquan, witnessing the barrage of comments, is ecstatic. Within merely 5 minutes of the broadcast, hundreds are already tuning in. Qin Huai, present in the hall, realizes that they are indeed live, and upon pushing away Fu Yi, who is clinging to him, he furrows his brow and takes a seat. No, I just want to stick with you, my dear. Fu Yi, unabashedly affectionate, wraps his arms around Qin Huai, nuzzling against his neck. Concerned that Fu Yi might act impulsively in the hall, Qin Huai quickly rises from the sofa and heads upstairs. He reasons that the second floor likely lacks cameras, and Wu Yuquan hasn't yet descended into madness. Ascending now surely signals his desire for a kiss. Fu Yi, jovially following Qin Huai, slams the door shut behind him, lifting Qin Huai as he blocks his mouth with a kiss, heading towards the grand bed. Taken by surprise, Qin Huai's eyes widen in shock, angrily pushing Fu Yi away. Yet he is promptly kissed again, leaving him astonished, tears welling up in his eyes. The viewers, unable to see the scene by the bed, frantically flood the comments with pleas for a camera switch, exclaiming their desire to witness the beauty being kissed to tears. Surely, witnessing such an intimate moment would be delightful. Chapter 50. Capturing the kiss while proclaiming one's straightness. The viewers yearn for a glimpse of the kiss, but Wu Yuquan is not inclined to grant their wishes. He has no intention of exposing the sight of Fu Yi kissing Qin Huai, even suppressing the audio. While he craves traffic, he is unwilling to reveal everything to the audience. To his surprise, he did not expect Fu Yi to kiss his senior the moment they entered the room. Fortunately, he had positioned the camera to avoid the grand bed. Otherwise, the broadcast would have faced closure. How stingy, the viewers lament. Come on, show us what is happening. We're not withholding our tips. They urge for a change in perspective, overwhelming the chat with their fervent requests. Ignoring the comments, Wu Yuquan delights in the rising viewership, now reaching 100,000. Suddenly, the assistant director urgently calls over the intercom. Director, there's a problem. In the live room of young Master He, there's a camera aimed directly at the bed, and it's already broadcasting. What? It's broadcasting? Wu Yuquan panics, hastily searching for He Ting's live room. He knows of He Ting's notorious temper. Quickly logging into the room, he breathes a sigh of relief to find He Ting merely asleep with Jiang Shi, having done nothing inappropriate. What should we do now, director? Should we cut the feed? The assistant director inquires again via intercom. Wu Yuquan glanced at the live stream room, which had already amassed an audience of 100,000. He then looked over at He Ting, who was sleeping soundly while cradling Jiang Shi. And after a moment of hesitation, he resolutely stated, "You keep an eye on the broadcast for a while. If anything seems amiss, immediately cut the stream." Understood. The assistant director nervously monitored He Ting's live stream, which was filled with bewildered comments from viewers, all wondering what sort of live stream it was. Where one could simply sleep on air. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shi, nestled in He Ting's embrace, the live stream had commenced. Feeling anxious, he bit his lip and gently nudged He Ting, whispering, "We've been compensated for this. Is it really appropriate to sleep here? If there is something happening, someone will call us, but if no one does, it means nothing is going on." He Ting continued to hold Jiang Shi close, his eyes remaining shut. Still troubled by the situation, Jiang Shi sat up from He Ting's warm embrace, casting a worried gaze out at the azure sky and white clouds. The moment He Ting felt the absence of Jiang Shi's soft form, he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, turning to look at him. Jiang Shi's gaze returned to He Ting's face, and he spoke softly, "We can't accept the program as payment and then not participate." He Ting, feeling increasingly irritated, nevertheless scratched his head and sat up, yawning widely. "Let us head downstairs. The live stream should be happening there," Jiang Shi encouraged him. He Ting dropped his hand and suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiang Shi, remaining silent. Confused, Jiang Shi met He Ting's eyes and asked, "What is wrong?" He Ting still did not respond, his attention now on Jiang Shi's lips. Jiang Shi's face flushed instantly. "No, we can't. You always kiss for too long, and my lips will swell. We'll get caught during the live stream." He Ting had not intended anything of the sort, but hearing Jiang Shi's shy and gentle protest nearly overwhelmed him with desire. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were captivated, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, this Omega's voice is so soft and melodious. Are they a couple on the show? They're talking about kissing, so they must be a couple, right? Oh my, is such an adorable Omega real? I'm so envious of that Alpha. No, I envy that Omega. That Alpha looks incredibly handsome, exuding a unique languid charm, like a lion that has just awakened, exuding both wildness and an air of dominance." Amid the flattery from viewers, He Ting suddenly picked Jiang Shi up and carried him toward the bathroom. He wanted to kiss Jiang Shi, yet an instinctive awareness told him that this was not the place for such a display. "Wait, why are we suddenly leaving? Where's the camera? Quickly, follow us. They're not really going to kiss that Omega somewhere else, are they?" The viewers, reluctant to leave the now empty live stream room, began to chatter amongst themselves. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Shi's face was already crimson. He did not hurriedly climb down from He Ting's hold, as he mistakenly believed that He Ting's pheromones were merely surging. He Ting offered no explanation, for he simply wished to kiss Jiang Shi. If Jiang Shi did not question it, then it was permissible to proceed. He lifted his head, intending to seal Jiang Shi's lips, but Jiang Shi was quicker, covering his mouth instead, blushing and stammering that they could only kiss for a moment, not too long. His eyes were filled with Jiang Shi's visage as He Ting exhaled. 5 minutes, not a second longer. Jiang Shi, blushing profusely, nodded in consent. Upon witnessing Jiang Shi's demeanor, He Ting could hardly contain himself and immediately pressed his lips against Jiang Shi's. Jiang Shi, suppressing his shyness, placed his hands firmly on He Ting's shoulders, obediently offering his lips for a kiss. With breaths becoming erratic, He Ting swiftly lifted his head, embracing Jiang Shi and bestowing frequent deep kisses. Jiang Shi was irresistibly sweet, and the more they kissed, the more addictive it became, as He Ting wished he could seize every hour of the day to kiss Jiang Shi until he cried. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shi, He Ting harbored such thoughts as he continued to grip He Ting's shoulders, lowering his head to part his lips, his eyes shimmering with moisture. In another room, Qin Huai kicked away Fu Yi, angrily wiping his lips and cursing, "You dog." After so many kisses, he still bit him each time. Fu Yi did this intentionally, relishing the act of kissing Qin Huai. Yet, he dared not let Qin Huai discover this. He leaned over, caressing Qin Huai's face with a smile. "Darling, even when you curse, you look lovely. Keep it up. I enjoy hearing it." "You're insane," Qin Huai fumed, pushing Fu Yi away and sitting up on the bed. Fu Yi, grinning cheekily, ceased his clinginess and raised an eyebrow at Qin Huai. "Isn't Wu Yuquan already live streaming?" Qin Huai, pausing as he cleaned his glasses, looked up at Fu Yi. Fu Yi, being an outsider to this circle, should not have noticed. "I'm not foolish. You suddenly came upstairs, worried I might kiss you in the hall, and it would get streamed." Fu Yi grinned, continuing, "You know your own nature well." Qin Huai shot a glance at Fu Yi, adjusting his glasses that had been tousled by Fu Ye's earlier antics. Just then, a staff member knocked on the door, announcing, "The director wants you both to come downstairs to prepare a dish and rehearse, so everything can proceed smoothly for the live broadcast tomorrow." In truth, Wu Yuquan feared Fu Yi might engage in indiscretions in the room, using this as an excuse to get Fu Yi and Qin Huai downstairs. "Let's go now." Qin Huai rose from the bed, tidying his clothes and hair that had been disheveled by Fu Yi. Fu Yi also straightened his attire, leaning down to plan a quick kiss on Qin Huai before following him out of the room. At that moment, He Ting was guiding Jiang Shi towards Fu Yi and Qin Huai, and the two couples encountered each other. Jiang Shi looked up to greet them, only to notice Qin Huai's lips were quite red. Instantly realizing what had transpired, and quickly lowered his head, his face flushed. He had just shared at least 10 minutes of kisses with He Ting, so his own lips were undoubtedly red as well. Fu Yi, with his arm wrapped around Qin Huai's waist, immediately discerned that Jiang Shi had been kissed by He Ting, and not just a fleeting peck. He cast a disdainful glance at He Ting, still a straight man, and he nearly chafed his lips to the point of injury. Chapter 51. The disgusting young master of the third household sets his sights on Qin Huai. Receiving Fu Ye's scornful gaze, He Ting offered no explanation, nor did he exhibit any embarrassment. Being publicly shamed was inconsequential. It wouldn't cost him a thing. Fu Yi let out a chuckle. The sound of his laughter was distinctly resonant. However, he refrained from openly belittling He Ting, as he was, after all, a dear friend. Fu Yi scrutinized Jiang Shi from head to toe. The young man's skin was fair, and his features were endearing, exuding an aura of fragility that seemed to beckon protection. Truth be told, he was more attractive than the average Omega, easily stirring the protective instincts of alphas, and it was no surprise that He Ting would be captivated. Most significantly, Jiang Shi's gaze was untainted, devoid of any avarice for power. Thus, Fu Yi felt no compulsion to intervene in He Ting's affections for Jiang Shi, unless the latter was merely feigning weakness with the intent to harm He Ting in the future. Why does the young master keep staring at me? Jiang Shi grasped his clothing and looked up nervously at Fu Yi. Do not frighten him. He Ting immediately shielded Jiang Shi behind himself. Fu Yi almost rolled his eyes. He had merely cast a few glances at Jiang Shi, yet the boy appeared terrified. Suddenly shielded by He Ting, Jiang Shi froze, gazing in bewilderment at He Ting's broad back. It was the first time someone had protected him since his parents passed away. In that moment, a ripple of emotion stirred within Jiang Shi's heart, only to be quickly subdued. He was acutely aware of his own worth and limitations. A person of He Ting's stature was far beyond his reach. Should he become entangled, only he would suffer the consequences. Jiang Shi bit his lip and quickly lowered his head, unwilling to stare at He Ting's reassuring back any longer. He feared that prolonged gazing might lead to an unhealthy dependency. Just a glance, and look at you, such a treasure, Fu Yi teased He Ting. He Ting, a man of few words and little inclination for debate, turned to Jiang Shi. What are you afraid of? He won't bite. I know he won't bite. Jiang Shi replied in a barely audible voice, his head bowed in retort. He had simply heard too many tales of Fu Ye's exploits, like unleashing dogs upon people or breaking limbs and tossing them into the sea, or binding others for torment. After hearing so many stories, it was only natural that he would feel trepidation upon encountering Fu Yi in person. He Ting realized that Jiang Shi's fear stemmed from the rumors surrounding Fu Yi. Yet now, in public, he could not divulge that Fu Ye's notorious reputation was a concoction of their own making. Let us ignore those two and head downstairs, Fu Yi said, leading Qin Huai down the stairs. Currently live streaming, he had to project the persona of an impatient spouse. In any case, a foul reputation was a badge they wore with pride. Qin Huai complied, allowing Fu Yi to wrap his arm around his waist as they descended toward the kitchen. He Ting and Jiang Shi followed closely behind. As Jiang Shi was pulled along, he glanced up once more at He Ting's imposing figure. After a moment, he lowered his gaze, pressing his lips together tighter than before. The dragon in the sky and the loach in the mud were never meant to intersect. The ingredients in the refrigerator are for your use, along with the juices, fruits, and red wine. All have been prepared for you. The staff member guiding Fu Yi and Qin Huai towards the refrigerator explained, hesitating as he looked toward Fu Yi and Qin Huai. You both can cook, right? It won't do to attempt it if you can't. What if you set the kitchen ablaze? The staff were apprehensive, hesitant to voice their concerns due to Fu Ye's status. It was merely cooking, after all. How trivial. He Ting, let us showcase our skills, Fu Yi declared, rolling up his sleeves and beckoning He Ting to open the refrigerator before him. To his surprise, He Ting complied, releasing Jiang Shi's hand and rolling up his sleeves as well, assuring Jiang Shi that he would accompany him shortly. Jiang Shi blushed, feeling somewhat foolish, and quickly averted his gaze. He reminded himself not to be swayed, yet He Ting's every action sent his thoughts spiraling. Qin Huai, observing Fu Yi, furrowed his brow. Are you certain you can cook? If not, you can always learn. He jested. Darling, just wait to enjoy the meal, Fu Yi replied confidently, gathering the ingredients and heading towards the central washing station in the kitchen. Although He Ting had little interest in cooking, he was willing to support Fu Yi in his endeavor. Once they had washed the ingredients, they simultaneously grasped a knife larger than a paring knife, placing the tomatoes on the cutting board. With a swift motion, the knife struck down, producing a resounding thud, followed by a crack as the cutting board split in two. A viewer watching the live stream erupted with laughter, spewing their milk tea all over their tablet screen. Are these two strength giants? I can't believe they split the cutting board just by slicing a tomato. What talent! The audience roared with laughter, initially drawn in by the couple's dynamic, only to be entertained by this unexpected hilarity. What kind of cutting board is this? Its quality is abysmal, Fu Yi complained, oblivious to his own strength. The onlooking staff could barely contain their amusement. While the board's quality was indeed lacking, their strength was undeniable. Qin Huai, exasperated, thought to himself, how could Fu Yi possibly cook? He rolled up his sleeves and approached Fu Yi, instructing him to step aside. All right then, Fu Yi obediently handed over the small knife, having intended to prepare a simple tomato and egg dish, only to see his plans thwarted before they even began. Qin Huai deftly took the knife and chopped the tomatoes into perfectly uniform pieces. Fu Yi wrapped his arms around Qin Huai's waist from behind, a smile gracing his lips as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Qin Huai's cheek, admiring his partner's skills. His wife was truly remarkable, capable of anything. Qin Huai continued to chop the tomatoes, ignoring Fu Yi's affections, knowing that pushing Fu Yi away would only result in him sticking closer. I can do this. Let me cut, Jiang Shi interjected, moving beside He Ting to take the knife from his hand. He Ting swapped places with Jiang Shi, watching as Jiang Shi skillfully sliced the tomatoes. Initially focused on Jiang Shi's precise movements, He Ting soon found himself fixated on Jiang Shi's slightly flushed lips, his gaze unwavering. Oh my, the domineering young master and the adorable one make such a perfect pair, the viewers exclaimed, amused by He Ting's intense stare. Look at how he gazes at those lips. It's as if he wants to claim him right then and there. Go for it. We promise to cover our eyes and not peek. Meanwhile, the other mischievous viewers chimed in, pledging to ensure that no one would disturb their moment. I addressed those above. This is a live broadcast room, not a desolate zone. Do you not wish to watch? The culinary delights have piqued my interest, causing me to chuckle. The atmosphere within the live room is exceedingly jubilant, and Wu Yuquan, whose viewership has soared into the hundreds of thousands, is grinning from ear to ear. Starting a business isn't all that difficult, is it? With hands on his hips, Wu Yuquan revels in his success, completely oblivious to his previous pitiful state when he encountered Qin Huai. Meanwhile, the second young master of the third house, Fu Hong, is seething with rage as he hurls objects in frustration. Curse be Fu Yi, who had the audacity to stand me up last night. D, he bellows, smashing things around him. He had meticulously set a trap at the gambling den for Fu Yi, eagerly awaiting his descent into addiction, hoping to earn his grandfather's disdain. Yet, Fu Yi has been absent from the club since last evening, leaving Fu Hong fuming. Do not fret, second young master. Fu Yi might visit the club tonight or in a few days. We could bribe the bodyguards there, and when Fu Yi arrives, we can confront him alongside other young masters from esteemed families. Once we provoke him, he will undoubtedly wish to join us in gambling for the sake of his pride. His subordinate attempts to soothe him. Fu Heng's chest heaves with rage as he grits his teeth. I cannot wait that long. Send someone to eliminate him now. However, no orders have been issued from the eldest brother. My elder brother is preoccupied with the troubles of his companies and lacks the time to oversee this matter. Listen to me. Arrange for someone to go to Fu Ye's live broadcast location and deal with him. After a moment's hesitation, the subordinate nods. Very well. I shall dispatch someone immediately. With that, he exits the office and closes the door behind him. Fu Yi, tonight shall be your last. Fu Hong glares at the live broadcast, focusing on Fu Yi, who is embracing Qin Huai. Once you are gone, I shall gladly accept your wife. I will ensure she is well cared for. Fu Heng's gaze lingers on Qin Huai's face as he licks his lips, his eyes filled with unrestrained desire. Chapter 52, Wife. You are finished. You have developed affections for me. Embracing Qin Huai, Fu Yi discreetly glances at his phone, his brows knitting in concern. Wife, I'm stepping out for a cigarette. He leans down to kiss Qin Huai before addressing a staff member. Come with me. Of course, the staff member responds, visibly anxious. Fu Yi casts a cold glance at the staff member, lowering his voice. Take me to a spot where the cameras cannot capture us. The staff member, astonished that the young master is aware of the ongoing broadcast, suppresses her fear and replies, I will take you there at once. She quickly leads Fu Yi to a corner by the kitchen's back door, saying, There are no cameras here. You can smoke freely. Very well, Fu Yi replies coolly, taking a cigarette and moving towards the designated corner. Meanwhile, Fu Hong, fixated on the live broadcast, grows tense when Fu Yi suddenly departs, fearing he might have discovered something. It is not until Fu Yi lights a cigarette away from the cameras that he scoffs, with that bear-like demeanor. What could he possibly uncover? The disparaged Fu Yi exhales smoke as he answers a call. Report back immediately. The second young master, Fu Hong, has begun to make his move. It seems you did not visit the club last night, which thwarted his plans. In desperation, he is now sending someone to your live broadcast location with intentions to harm you. The expression on Fu Yi's face remained unchanged as he exhaled smoke. He had long anticipated that Fu Hong would not simply wait to be ensnared. Shall I send someone to intercept them? Fu Yi exhaled another puff of smoke, dismissing Fu Hong with a wave of his hand. He enjoys making moves against others. Let us extend him a warm welcome. The aide instantly understood the implication. They intended to cripple Fu Hong, rendering him incapable of escape. Ensure it is handled discreetly, leaving no trace. Rest assured, there will be no evidence left behind. What about the individuals heading your way? Should I send someone to deal with them? The aide asked again. Leave them be. Let them celebrate the new year, the aide replied awkwardly before hastily ending the call. Fu Yi lowered his gaze, sifting through the contacts of another subordinate, and soon placed a call. Upon recognizing Fu Yi's number, the subordinate promptly answered, Young master. Have you completed the investigation? It is complete, and I was just about to report. The subordinate picked up the documents, reading as he spoke. I meticulously examined the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the young Madam's mother and grandfather. It was officially ruled an accident by the police, not orchestrated by Qin Sheng. The young Madam, like you, is skeptical about the lack of connection between her mother and grandfather's demise and Qin Sheng. Having conducted her own investigations multiple times after reaching adulthood, only to encounter the same conclusion of an accident. However, whether it was truly an accident requires further inquiry. Initially, after graduating from university, the young madam aimed to reclaim her mother and grandfather's estate, but it seems someone has been covertly assisting Qin Sheng, thwarting her efforts at every turn. With no recourse, she sought the will left by her grandfather. By the way, there is something peculiar. On the day her mother and grandfather passed away, the elder visited the police station to inquire about the incident, questioning whether the accident was accidental or intentional. Fu Yi paused, taken aback. How could the old man involve himself in such matters? He had never heard the elder mention any acquaintance with old Master Qin. After the young madam graduated, during the period she helped her cousin's family expand their business. The elder had begun to take notice of her, observing her for several years. It was only this year that he initiated contact, persuading her to enter into a union with you. Listening intently, Fu Yi furrowed his brow. He had assumed the elder's interest in his wife began this year, but it turned out he had been watching her for years. No, it must have been after her mother and grandfather's passing that the elder began to monitor her movements. Only when she demonstrated her worth did he choose to collaborate with her, solidifying this union. Fu Yi's tone turned cold. I will clarify this matter with the elder in due course. For now, investigate whether there were individuals covertly assisting Qin Sheng in stabilizing the Qin family's company after the demise of old Master Qin, facilitating Qin Sheng's ascent to the position of president. I anticipated your inquiry and have already gathered the information. There are indeed individuals discreetly aiding Qin Sheng in securing the shareholder support within the Qin family's company, allowing him to swiftly seize control. Fu Yi frowned once more. Those who assisted Qin Sheng might very well be responsible for the deaths of his wife's mother and grandfather. But what motive could they have for aiding Qin Sheng? The old man inquired about the demise of old Master Qin. Was it possible that the perpetrator behind my wife's family and the one who has been sending assassins after me are the same individual? The old man must have sensed something, which is why he has been fixated on the Qin family. Fu Yi felt he might be onto something. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why his grandfather would choose Qin Huai as his wife. By placing two significant targets together, he could provoke the unseen enemy and draw them out. Why is it taking so long to smoke a cigarette? Qin Huai suddenly appeared behind Fu Yi. Fu Yi quickly extinguished his cigarette, hastily exhaling the smoke, waved his hand to disperse it, and turned around. Darling, why are you out here? Qin Huai frowned. I've been waiting for you to have lunch for ages. I've finished my smoke. I'm heading back now. Fu Yi tossed 2 pieces of gum into his mouth to mask the lingering odor of smoke. Qin Huai noticed his hasty phone call termination and asked, had the other rooms taken action? Yes, a few lackeys were sent over to deal with me. But I've arranged for them to be handled, Fu Yi replied, lifting Qin Huai up playfully, smiling as he planted a kiss on her cheek. Qin Huai instinctively frowned. Fu Yi had now progressed from kissing her while holding her legs to lifting her entirely, and he was becoming quite adept at it. Fu Yi suddenly gazed intently at Qin Huai. He desired to ask her if she had investigated the causes of his grandfather's and mother's deaths. But fearing it would trouble her, he held his tongue. Regardless, he would conduct his own inquiries and inform his wife once he had results. Are you hiding something from me? Qin Huai, in his embrace, narrowed his eyes at Fu Yi, her long black hair cascading onto his chest. How could that be? Your husband is a model spouse, utterly devoted to you, without any extramarital affairs or mistresses, Fu Yi stated solemnly, raising his hand to the heavens in a vow. Who asked you about that? Qin Huai replied, speechless. She had intended to inquire if there were further actions from the other rooms that Fu Yi was concealing. If not that, then what is it? Are you worried about me, dear? Fu Yi chuckled mischievously. It was rare for his wife to express concern for him. Caught off guard by the question, Qin Huai's expression tightened. How could she possibly worry about Fu Yi? You're done for. You've developed feelings for me, Fu Yi teased, enjoying the playful banter. Qin Huai's face darkened. Would she truly harbor feelings for Fu Yi? Don't deny it. When I kiss you, you shut your mouth. Qin Huai interrupted. Her cheeks flushed, fully aware of Fu Yi's intent. Having been interrupted, Fu Yi ceased his remarks and instead flashed a cheeky smile at Qin Huai. The first time he had kissed her, she had resisted, but now, after many kisses, she no longer pushed him away and even shed tears. What else could it mean if not that she was moved by him? Chapter 53. If you dare to act lewdly again, I shall render you a eunuch. Put me down, Qin Huai commanded, fearing Fu Yi might utter something utterly embarrassing. With a grin, Fu Yi leaned down, kissed her lips once more, and then set her back on the ground. His wife must certainly be feeling shy, that is for sure. Qin Huai found Fu Yi's smile quite irksome. Casting a sidelong glance at him, he attempted to walk away, only to have Fu Yi grasp his wrist. What are you doing? Qin Huai turned back, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Wait for me a moment. Fu Yi flashed a grin, expelling the minty flavor of his gum into the wrapper before swiftly encircling Qin Huai's waist with his large hand and leaning down to seal Qin Huai's lips with his own. The moment Qin Huai, who had been foolishly awaiting Fu Yi's words, felt the kiss, his eyes widened in surprise, his indignation rising to the surface. Yet Fu Yi tightened his grip around his waist and deepened the kiss, leaving Qin Huai momentarily speechless, his words trapped in his throat. Initially, Qin Huai was quite furious, but after Fu Yi kissed him for what felt like 2 or 3 minutes, he found himself lacking the strength to resist, his back pressed against the wall, a glimmer of moisture pooling in his eyes as he surrendered to the kiss. Fu Yi chuckled softly. There is nothing that a kiss cannot resolve. If one is insufficient, then 2 shall suffice. He could hardly believe that he could dazzle his wife with kisses and still have her remain upset. In the secluded corner of the kitchen's back door, the lingering sounds of their passionate embrace echoed, growing increasingly fervent. Online viewers, engrossed in the live broadcast, fixated their gaze on the camera positioned at the back door of the kitchen. Suddenly, 2 indistinct figures appeared on the glass. One with flowing hair tilted back and the other with a tousled head leaned down, seemingly locked in an intimate embrace. Oh my gosh! That beautiful couple seems to be secretly kissing at the back door. Where? Where? How come I can't see them? Look at the glass. You can see their reflections. Prompted by the comments, viewers squinted at their screens, eventually spotting the hazy figures, one leaning back and the other bending down, indeed appearing to share a kiss. I see it, though it's not very clear. Ah, I see it too. How sweet. Isn't this far better than the industrial sugar next door? This is utterly captivating. Absolutely. This live stream's couples are unquestionably genuine, devoid of any artificial sweetness. Unlike the neighboring show, which is laden with manufactured drama. Exactly. Both of them look stunning. Yet they insist on creating a false narrative to attract our attention. I'm going to call my friends to come support this live stream. Me too. Good food is best enjoyed with good friends. Haha, let's hurry. The success of our program depends on you all. In the background, Wu Yuquan couldn't contain his delight as he observed the live broadcast. The assistant director, staring at the viewership numbers that had already surpassed 100,000, gaped in disbelief. Is it really this easy to host a live stream nowadays? That's because our couples are exceptionally attractive, Wu Yuquan remarked with self-awareness. Indeed, the assistant director nodded vigorously in agreement. He had seen other couples on various streams, and, as the comment suggested, the artificial sweetness was all too palpable, rendering it painfully contrived and inauthentic with unimpressive looks to boot. Meanwhile, Fu Yi, still absorbed in kissing Qin Huai, remained blissfully unaware of the burgeoning popularity of their live stream, pulling Qin Huai closer for yet another deep kiss. Leaning against the wall, Qin Huai tilted his head upwards, his eyes reddened to an alarming degree, barely able to maintain his stance. Fu Yi wished to continue, yet he was apprehensive that Qin Huai might struggle for breath, reluctantly parting from his lips. Finally able to inhale deeply, Qin Huai's long hair was disheveled, tears glistening in his eyes, a picture of utter disarray. But in Fu Ye's gaze, it was undeniable. His wife was irresistibly alluring. His heart raced with fervor. He leaned down once more, yearning to capture Qin Huai's lips, only to be swiftly thwarted as Qin Huai covered his mouth, breath uneven, chiding him to cease, threatening to retaliate. All right, I want to kiss you. I shall heed your wishes, my dear wife. Fu Yi grinned playfully, planting a teasing kiss on his palm, his eyes brimming with affection and adoration as he regarded Qin Huai. Qin Huai, gasping for breath, wasn't oblivious. He absorbed every nuance of Fu Ye's expression. Previously, he could deceive himself into believing that Fu Ye's desire was merely physical. Yet, witnessing the depth of Fu Ye's gaze, he understood that Fu Yi truly cherished him. For one's eyes never lie. Frustration mingled with confusion welled up within him. Why had Fu Yi fled from their wedding? Darling, your pheromones are revealing your feelings, Fu Yi taunted, his tone teasing. It was common knowledge that when emotions ran high, one's pheromones would inevitably betray them. Qin Huai immediately stifled his pheromones, feeling exasperated. How could he not emit them when Fu Yi was so intimate? Touch your chest, darling. Does your heart not race? Fu Yi sought to convey his genuine feelings, insisting that if he were indifferent, his heart would not be pounding so fiercely. Qin Huai would not comply with Fu Ye's suggestion, gritting his teeth in retort. I'm not dead. If my heart doesn't race, I can still live. Truly, such stubbornness was vexing. Fu Yi sighed internally but chuckled moments later. For now, a kiss. In the future, he would settle for more. He could wait. Qin Huai was not oblivious to Fu Ye's intentions, observing the furrow in his brow. A kiss was one matter. A more intimate encounter was entirely different. Do you find me too young to desire, unwilling to love me? Fu Yi enveloped Qin Huai in his arms, resting his head against Qin Huai's shoulder, his tone pitifully earnest. Spare me your theatrics, Qin Huai rebuffed, pushing Fu Yi away. After spending considerable time together, he could discern whether Fu Yi was genuinely distressed. Unperturbed by being called out, Fu Yi wrapped his arms around Qin Huai's waist again. Gazing down with a smile, my dear wife, do not judge me by my age. I shall ensure you are satisfied, and I promise not to disappoint you. Qin Huai's face flushed crimson, fully aware of Fu Ye's insinuations. Do you not believe me? I shall prove it to you. Fu Yi exclaimed, about to unfasten his trousers. Upon witnessing this, Qin Huai quickly covered his eyes, indignantly cursing, "Dare to act lewdly, and I shall make you regret it." Fu Yi merely sought to frighten Qin Huai, never intending to follow through. Seeing Qin Huai's flustered reaction, he could hardly contain his laughter. He found himself eagerly anticipating the moment when Qin Huai would meet the younger Fu Yi, curious about her reaction. He resolved to capture her expression on film, to relive the moment repeatedly. "Come and call Fu Yi to have lunch with Qin Huai," Jiang Shi said, standing by the back door. Upon seeing Fu Yi playfully flirting with Qin Huai, he hastily averted his gaze, his face flushing a deep crimson. He dared not look at He Ting's expression behind him. He Ting's gaze shifted from Fu Yi, who had his back turned to him, back to Jiang Shi. If Fu Yi were to flirt with Jiang Shi, would Jiang Shi push him away, or would he blush and obediently allow the teasing? He Ting felt an inexplicable urge to test that theory. Chapter 54. Should it be this sweet? "Let's head back," Jiang Shi said, his face still flushed as he spoke to He Ting, flustered beyond measure. Had he known Fu Yi would be kissing Qin Huai at the back door, he would have stayed inside. He Ting watched Jiang Shi's blushing face. How could he turn so red just from witnessing someone else's kiss? He Ting unconsciously imagined that when he and Jiang Shi progressed to the final stage of their relationship, Jiang Shi would be completely flushed. "Is something wrong?" Jiang Shi stammered. Meeting He Ting's gaze, He Ting remained silent, instinctively glancing at Jiang Shi's lips. Jiang Shi's face reddened once more, and he hurriedly lowered his head, avoiding He Ting's eyes. He Ting wanted to kiss him. That much was apparent. Yet, they were not in a private room, and he dared not initiate a kiss. After all, He Ting's kisses often lasted a minimum of 20 minutes, and he was too timid to allow that. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted from the corner by the back door. "Oh!" Hearing this, He Ting and Jiang Shi turned in unison towards Fu Yi's direction. Before they could discern what was happening with Fu Yi, they saw Qin Huai storming into the kitchen, visibly furious. Jiang Shi, still blushing, hurried to follow Qin Huai, anxious that if he stayed behind, He Ting might seize the opportunity to kiss him. He Ting glanced at Fu Yi, who was leaning against the wall with a pained expression, and his face remained impassive. It was evident that Fu Yi had been misbehaving and had incurred Qin Huai's wrath. His assumption was not mistaken. Fu Yi had teased Qin Huai, prompting her to retaliate with a kick. "Ha ha, has the pampered husband been beaten by his wife?" The viewers in the live stream chuckled, relishing the spectacle. "I'm new here. Could someone tell me if these two pairs are genuinely a couple, or just a celebrity hype? I'm new too, and I want to know. We arrived half an hour earlier than you, but we have no clue who they are," someone replied in the comments. "What? You don't know? Could they be new stars from another agency? What the hell? They are the young master of the Fu family. A young master from the circle, who happened to be watching a live stream, was left astounded. Wait, is he the rumored, arrogant, and ruthless young master? Who is he?" He asked the one with the wolf-tail hairstyle. "He is indeed the young master of the Fu family." "No way. That charming rogue is the young master? Doesn't he look like a bad person at all? He resembles a big puppy." Yes, just now he was so attached to his wife. It really resembled a big puppy, so obedient. Could it be that someone is spreading rumors? The young master was exasperated. "You're not from our circle, so your perspectives are skewed. The young master is a formidable presence in our world. What does it have to do with us? After all, we are not going to have any connections with the prince. We merely wish to indulge in our ship. Yes, indeed, we are simply shipping a couple." "Oh, do tell us, the long-haired beauty, is she truly in a relationship with the prince? Or is she actually his wife? Who would dare to ship a couple with the prince? You all have quite the imagination. So they are indeed a couple. Oh my goodness, finally, the couple I ship is real." The young master watching the live stream was rendered speechless. Are these netizens out of their minds? The formidable Fu Yi, and yet they ship him? Oh, that damn Qin Huai. How dare he take Fu Yi on a show? Nangong Wan watched the live broadcast, her jealousy driving her to madness. She had already received a severe lesson from Fu Yi last time, yet she still dared to covet him. Standing nearby, a maid in a short-skirt suit reminded Nangong Wan that the matriarch had already stated that neither old Master Fu nor Fu Yi had any interest in her, advising her to meet the young master of the Wang family. That was the matriarch's chosen match for her, and it would not harm her. What a comforting notion that would be. Nangong clenched her fists, her eyes filled with fury. That young Master Wang, with his rotund face and lecherous nature, was utterly unworthy of her. She once believed her grandmother favored her due to her intelligence and beauty. But now she realized that her grandmother merely viewed her as a pawn to climb the social ladder. Thus, she could not relinquish Fu Yi. Only by securing him and ascending to the position of the Fu family's young mistress could she take control of her own destiny. The maid, aware of Nangong Wan's discontent regarding the arranged meeting, remarked that her refusal would be futile, as the matriarch's decisions were unchangeable. The gown for the meeting had already been prepared, and she was to change into it after her bath. She would wait for her outside. After the maid exited the room and closed the door, Nangong Wan, consumed by impotent rage, hurled a water cup against the door. The maid outside had grown accustomed to such outbursts, her expression betraying no emotion. She was loyal to the matriarch and would never assist Nangong Wan in extricating herself from her predicament. Meanwhile, in the residence of the second young master Fu Hong, he believed that the individuals dispatched to deal with Fu Yi were already en route. Little did he know, they had been thoroughly dealt with by Fu Yi's subordinates. In high spirits, he descended to the garage, took his seat in the driver's seat, and called a friend, saying, "We have a fresh batch of new arrivals at the club tonight. Are you coming to join?" Upon hearing this, his friend licked his lips and inquired, "Are they fiery omegas? If so, I'm in." "Guaranteed fiery. We've tricked some fresh graduates into the club, fair-skinned and beautiful. Speaking of beauty, haven't you set your sights on Qin Huai? If you succeed, wouldn't you treat your friends to some fun? What a trivial matter. Let us enjoy it together." "Ha ha ha, fine. Based on your generosity, I'll head to your club tonight. If I don't spend at least $1 million, I'll want to go home." "All right, see you at the club." Fu Hong hung up the phone, his spirits lifting even further. The mere thought of Qin Huai's exquisitely beautiful and icy visage thrilled him to the core. As he indulged in the delightful reverie of Qin Huai, he drove away from the garage and exited the vacation villa. Descending the slope, he attempted to slow down, only to discover that the brakes had failed him. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the steep drop ahead, and with a pale face, he slammed his foot down on the brake. No, no, no. On the rooftop of a nearby villa, an associate of Fu Yi observed the chaos through binoculars as Fu Heng's vehicle careened out of control and plunged into the woods. Without delay, he whipped out his phone to text Fu Yi. Meanwhile, seated on the first floor of the quaint house, Fu Yi was enjoying lunch when he heard a buzzing sound. Glancing at his phone, a grin immediately spread across his face. He tucked the phone back into his pocket and offered Qin Huai some food. "Dear, do eat more." Qin Huai shot him a knowing glance, recognizing the smile on Fu Yi's face as an indication that someone was in trouble. After finishing their meal, Fu Yi and He Ting washed the dishes, while Qin Huai took Jiang Shi to the hall to digest their food. Leaning against the sofa, Qin Huai crossed her long legs and checked her phone. Jiang Shi took a bite of a strawberry from the coffee table, occasionally glancing towards the kitchen. He felt a twinge of guilt for having He Ting wash the dishes. Considering he had accepted He Ting's money, such tasks should ideally fall to him. Yet, with He Ting's insistence, he remained seated on the sofa, merely observing. Once Fu Yi and He Ting finished washing the dishes, they joined their wives in the hall, each settling beside their partner. Fu Yi picked up the typing Qin Huai and gently placed her on his lap, leaning in to give her a peck. Qin Huai halted her typing, casting a warning glance at Fu Yi. "Oradai, no kissing." With a smile, Fu Yi obediently complied, aware that they should not overindulge in public during the live stream. He Ting, sitting beside Jiang Shi, directly handed him a box of strawberries. "I can't possibly eat this many," Jiang Shi protested in a fluster. Without a word, He Ting lowered his head and took a bite from the half-eaten strawberry in Jiang Shi's hand, then calmly picked up the remote control to turn on the television. Jiang Shi, feeling the brush of He Ting's lips against his fingers, quickly glanced down and took a bite of a strawberry, his face turning a deep shade of red. Viewers in front of their screens exclaimed in excitement, "Oh my goodness! How can this be so sweet?" Chapter 55. Qin Huai gradually realizes that it was she who had kissed Fu Yi. What on earth is happening? Why has the viewership in the live stream dropped by more than half? Qin Sheng pointed at the screen in frustration and demanded an explanation from his secretary. He had just returned from a meeting, and the viewership, which had once exceeded 1 million, had now dwindled to just above 50,000. The secretary, equally perplexed, immediately called the manager responsible for the artists on the show, angrily covering his ear as he inquired why the viewership was so poor today and whether the artists had been performing adequately. The manager, observing the artists engaging with fans by the pond, stepped aside to take the call, bewildered. No, they have been performing well. It's been no different from before. In fact, I checked the viewership half an hour ago, and it was at 150,000. How could the numbers have dropped? The secretary, incensed, retorted. You had the audacity to say that half an hour ago. You should open your eyes and see the current numbers. The boss is furious. That can't be true. The manager insisted, unable to believe it. Their program was the most popular among all live broadcasts. He retrieved another phone to check the live stream. Upon entering, I was met with a staggering decline in viewership, my eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? The agent, flustered, quickly glanced at the barrage of comments. One particularly eye-catching remark leaped out. Sisters, stop indulging in industrial sugar here. Hurry over to the pastoral house. Not only are there genuine couples there, but also the heir of the Fu family is present. Go and show your support, swiftly. What is this pastoral house program? I had never encountered it before. The agent rapidly scanned the comments below, questioning the authenticity of the claims. Are they truly a couple? Absolutely. I've been watching for half an hour, and it's 2 real couples, and they've even kissed. Goodness, they really kissed. Did you see that? Indeed, I saw it. The heir was sitting on the sofa, naturally leaning in to kiss his wife. His wife, an attractive alpha with long hair, was quite stunning. Another adorable wife blushed when her husband looked at her, and we were all captivated. What? A long-haired beauty? I adore that. I'm going to watch right now. Me too. I love sweet, shy cuties. The agent, watching the comments, was infuriated, convinced that those in the other live stream had sent in trolls to deliberately siphon off our traffic. This is maddening. I must see who dares impersonate the heir of the Fu family. With fiery determination, the agent searched for the pastoral house, intent on uncovering the culprits. The next moment, he witnessed Fu Yi cradling Qin Huai on the sofa, feeding him fruit while they both scrolled through their phones. His pupils dilated in shock. Could it truly be the heir of the Fu family? And the eldest master as well? How could this be? Surely it was AI face-swapping. Such audacity. I shall report them. As the agent angrily prepared to press the report button, he abruptly noticed He Ting, seated beside Jiang Shi, changing the channel with a remote. He was rooted to the spot. Fu Yi and He Ting were inseparable. Everyone in the industry knew this. No one would dare to impersonate both Fu Yi and He Ting simultaneously to attract viewers. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng's secretary, upon seeing the comments about the pastoral house, also entered the pastoral live stream. Witnessing Fu Yi, Qin Huai, and He Ting in person left her quite astonished. She immediately handed her phone to Qin Sheng, exclaiming, "Boss." The eldest master brought the heir onto the show, diverting our live stream's viewership. The secretary was already aware that Qin Huai had married Fu Yi, hence her urgency. What did you say? He brought the heir onto the program? Qin Sheng, disbelieving, snatched the phone from his secretary's hands. Seeing Fu Yi and Qin Huai in a live stream ignited his fury. Damn it, Qin Huai. He did this on purpose, unable to stand my success. Secretary, what should we do now? If this continues, our live stream will truly lose all viewers. Qin Sheng clenched his phone, his gaze malevolent as he looked at Qin Huai in the live stream, contemplating joining as a flying guest. All right, I will immediately arrange for the newly crowned best actor and his partner to come and save the situation. The secretary swiftly turned and, clutching documents, exited the office at a brisk pace, unwilling to waste a moment. Qin Sheng continued to grit his teeth as he watched the live broadcast, unable to contain his impatience any longer. So, he intends to vie for resources with me, does he? Very well. Qin Sheng exited the live stream and made a phone call, his expression menacing as he instructed that from now on, whenever they encountered artists from Xingyao, they were to be ruthlessly suppressed, and every effort should be made to seize their resources, ensuring that no one would dare to employ them, leading to their ruin. Understood, came the immediate response. In the pastoral abode of Qin Huai, his phone chimed. Fixated on the screen, he opened the message and his gaze turned icy. It seemed the live stream had yielded commendable results, and Qin Sheng was already anxious. Fu Yi, sitting on Qin Huai's lap, clearly discerned the contents of the message, his eyes widening in surprise. His wife had an informant within Qin's company. It was noteworthy that when Qin's company fell into Qin Sheng's hands, his wife was merely 10 years old. Over a decade had passed, and one would expect Qin's company to be impenetrable. Yet his wife had managed to place a spy within and acquire intelligence. Truly, my wife is formidable. Fu Yi lowered his voice, praising Qin Huai with a smile, while his hands mischievously squeezed her waist. Qin Huai glanced back, her brow furrowing as she warned Fu Yi, "Do you believe I won't sever your hand? All right, I won't squeeze anymore. My dear wife, please don't be so fierce." Fu Yi complied, retracting his hands, wary of further provoking her. After casting Fu Yi a sidelong glance, Qin Huai returned her focus to her phone. Fu Yi, still grinning playfully, whispered to Qin Huai, "You need not worry about your father taking action against your artists. I will communicate with Fan Sheng and Zhou Ying. Any upcoming programs or dramas from their company will include artists from yours. Even if your father attempts to intervene, he will be powerless. Should you agree, I could directly blacklist the artists under your father's company, rendering them ineffective. There are others behind him. Even if you blacklist his artists, they will find a way to counteract it." Qin Huai typed in response. While Fu Yi may be a prince, his status does not grant him absolute power. The capital is home to more than just the Fu family. Furthermore, Fu Ye's reputation precedes him, and the deference shown to him is primarily due to the esteemed reputation of Old Master Fu. "My dear wife, are you underestimating me?" Fu Yi teased as he playfully pinched Qin Huai's waist. Continuing to type, Qin Huai maintained her calm demeanor. "You are still unable to reveal your full potential. There is no need to expose your strength at this juncture." Upon hearing this, Fu Ye's lips curled into a smile. His wife was indeed concerned for him, despite her denials of any romantic feelings. After sending a message to Secretary Li, Qin Huai turned to meet Fu Ye's gaze with tranquility. "We are merely business partners. Should you reveal yourself too early without managing the other factions, the burden will fall upon my shoulders, and I have no inclination to bear such hardship." The average person would feel wounded upon hearing the words, "merely business partners." Yet, Fu Ye's thought process diverged from the norm as he raised an eyebrow at Qin Huai, teasingly asserting, "Which business partner kisses and sits on the other's lap?" Qin Huai found herself outmaneuvered, her face flushing with indignation. It was evident that Fu Yi had initiated the kiss and embraced him, yet the narrative suggested it was entirely consensual. "My dear, you cannot claim you weren't willing," Fu Yi remarked innocently, causing Qin Huai to momentarily falter. If he had not reciprocated Fu Ye's affection, would Fu Yi truly have dared to kiss him? An inexplicable irritation bubbled within Qin Huai. He yearned to refute Fu Ye's assertions, yet he found himself bereft of a counterargument. He felt utterly deranged for allowing that insufferable brat to kiss him time and again without exacting retribution. Chapter 56. He Ting's father discovers his relationship with Jiang Shi and erupts in anger. "My dear, upon reflection, do you not realize I was right?" Fu Ye grinned cheekily, looking up at Qin Huai, who was perched on his lap. There was no way Qin Huai would concede. He shot Fu Yi an annoyed glance before promptly rising from his seat and striding towards the kitchen. "Do not be shy," Fu Yi shamelessly trailed behind, barely able to suppress his grin. Qin Huai opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of chilled juice, choosing to ignore Fu Ye's antics. In a swift motion, Fu Yi wrapped his arms around Qin Huai's waist from behind and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "I will cease my teasing. Do not be upset." "Who is upset? Hand me a cup," Qin Huai commanded as he twisted open the juice bottle. "Understood." With a smile, Fu Yi leaned in for another kiss before reaching up to fetch 4 juice glasses from the cupboard, which he then handed to Qin Huai. Qin Huai placed the glasses on a tray and began pouring juice into them. Fu Yi, ever the adept, embraced Qin Huai once more from behind, kissing the nape of his neck. "Oh my, the young master and his wife are simply too sweet," exclaimed the viewers in the live stream, utterly captivated by the scene. The warmth of their embrace was undeniably enchanting. The young master, dressed in the most casual attire, engaged in the sweetest of gestures. Indeed, upon entering the live stream, I noticed the young master adorned with multiple rings and earrings, clad in a black leather jacket and necklace. My initial impression was that he would be difficult to approach, embodying the typical capricious young master persona. I was unprepared for his affectionate nature. Wherever his wife went, he followed, as if they were conjoined. Though his wife appeared to disdain him, she allowed his embraces and kisses, which was simply too delightful to resist. It was evident that genuine couples were far more captivating than mere fictional pairings. The live stream buzzed with excitement, the viewer count soaring from over 1 million to more than 2 million. Entrepreneurship is as easy as pie. Wu Yuquan chuckled while monitoring the back end. Fu Yi and Qin Huai, along with Yiting and Jiang Shi, remained oblivious to the fact that their show, Tian Yuan Wu, had already trended on social media. Qin Huai approached the coffee table, presenting a glass of juice to each of Yiting and Jiang Shi, who were seated opposite him. "Thank you," they replied in unison. Jiang Shi accepted the juice with both hands, his lips pressed together, his cheeks slightly flushed. He felt as though he had not come to participate in a program, but rather to enjoy a leisurely vacation. It had been ages since he had felt this relaxed. Typically, his weekends were spent working in a restaurant by day and at a barbecue stall by night. Do not mention it. As Qin Huai settled onto the sofa, he took a sip of juice and gazed at the television mounted on the wall. Fu Yi remained nestled against Qin Huai, sharing a smile as they watched the screen together. Yiting, who had just turned on the television, was not watching it. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, intently observing Jiang Shi as he sipped his juice. Jiang Shi, blushing as he cradled the glass, was oblivious to the scrutiny from Yiting, who seemed transfixed by him. "I also had a drink," Yiting remarked, gesturing towards the coffee table. "I'm already full. I can't drink so much," Jiang Shi softly declined. Having just finished lunch and indulged in half a box of strawberries, the juice felt like too much for his already stretched stomach. Yiting remained silent, his hand moving to rest on Jiang Shi's abdomen. Jiang Shi instantly tensed, sitting up straighter, his face flushing deeper. "With such a flat stomach, how can you claim to be full?" Yiting frowned. I don't show my fullness in my belly," Jiang Shi replied timidly, his cheeks still aflame. The viewers in the live chat erupted in playful banter upon hearing his words. "Are you sure you're not showing it, baby? I don't believe you unless you show us during your evening stream." Yes. Bring your husband along. We won't believe it otherwise." "Wow, you all are so brazen." It's good that Jiang Bao doesn't read the comments. Otherwise, he'd be mortified. Blushing is adorable. His little face is so cute. Look at Bao's husband. Since turning on the television, he hasn't glanced away, his gaze solely fixated on Bao, as if trying to bore a hole through him. I suspect he turned on the TV just to disguise his sneaky glances at his precious. The viewers were abuzz with excitement, affectionately nicknaming Jiang Shi Bao. If he were to see it, his face would undoubtedly turn crimson, for no one had ever called him that before. Yiting had initially intended to wait for Jiang Shi to finish his juice before offering him comfort, hoping to soothe his own chaotic pheromones. However, as Jiang Shi continued to sip his juice while watching the television, Yiting could no longer contain himself. He lifted Jiang Shi onto his lap and buried his face in the comforting nook of Jiang Shi's neck, inhaling deeply. Jiang Shi was startled at first, but once he realized Yiting's actions were not inappropriate, he relaxed, clutching his juice cup tightly and continuing to watch television from Yiting's lap. "Oh my, Bao is so obedient," exclaimed a viewer. "Isn't his husband's pheromone a bit chaotic? He has been inhaling Bao's scent the whole time." It seems so. No wonder he was so fixated on Bao. He was simply waiting to hold him after he finished eating. "Oh no, they're too sweet. I almost want my brother to find me a male partner." Yes, I feel the same. A dozen obedient partners like Bao would be perfect. I want a dozen of the beautiful wife type too. Oh, why am I not a man? As the viewers fervently celebrated the couple, the young elites in the upper echelons of society scoffed at the display, calling him baby. Isn't he just a little toy for Yiting? A lowly Omega daring to dream of climbing the social ladder with Yiting is truly laughable. If this were to reach Yiting's father, it would be quite the spectacle. One Omega gentleman displayed a knowing smirk as he captured a screenshot of Yiting holding Jiang Shi during the live stream, posting it in his social circle. He was aware that within his circle of friends was the daughter of He Ting's stepmother, and he intentionally allowed her to see it. As expected, the daughter of He Ting's stepmother caught sight of it and immediately showed it to her mother. Mom, look quickly. Second brother has actually found a commoner Omega outside. No wonder Dad wanted him to go on a blind date with Nangong Wan's sister last time. He was unwilling because he already had someone. We must inform Dad and let him break them apart. Madam, he gazed at the screenshot of He Ting and Jiang Shi with a cold smile, lifting her crimson lips. There's no need to tell your father. Let him date this commoner Omega. Once he marries this lowly person, he will lose the support of the Nangong family, reducing the threat to your brother's claim to the heir position. That makes sense. Why should we concern ourselves with this? But if Dad finds out, he will definitely not approve of their relationship. That is a matter between him and your father. Madam, he sipped her tea, showing little concern. In fact, she secretly hoped for a rift between He Ting and her husband, ideally severing their father-son bond entirely. At the company, He Ting's father had already seen the trending topic and was furiously shouting insults. That useless son. He refuses to accept the Omega from the Nangong family and instead seeks out that despicable commoner Omega. He immediately texted He Ting, his chest heaving with anger. He Ting, cradling Jiang Shi, heard the notification sound from his phone and took it out to check. Initially in high spirits, upon seeing the message from his father, declaring an immediate end to his relationship with that lowly Omega, his expression suddenly turned icy. Jiang Shi, sipping juice while watching television, grew curious about He Ting's actions and glanced down at his phone, inadvertently catching sight of the message's content. That lowly Omega. Is he referring to me? Panic surged within him, and he quickly lowered his head, biting his lip as he tightened his grip on the juice cup, feeling a twinge of discomfort. However, he soon reassured himself. As long as he did not fall in love with He Ting would naturally let him go when he grew tired of him, and he would not be hurt. Yes, as long as he did not fall for He Ting, everything would be fine. Chapter 57. Jiang Shi, who wishes to distance himself from He Ting, but always blushes in vain. What could the baby have seen on his husband's phone to suddenly feel so despondent? The viewers in the live stream noticed Jiang Shi, with his downcast eyes and pursed lips gripping the juice cup, and expressed their concern. Could it be that the baby's husband has abandoned him? That can't be. When he looked at his phone, he was still holding him close. It shouldn't be a message from some little vixen. There is only one possibility, a message from his husband's family. Yes, that seems likely. The baby's husband clearly belongs to a prestigious family, just like a prince. And our baby is just an ordinary commoner Omega, so he might be at a disadvantage. I've heard that top-tier alphas from noble families only marry Omega from their own circles. Oh no, my baby won't be bullied by his husband's family in the future, right? Please don't. Baby's husband, you must not abandon our baby just because your family disapproves. He Ting, with a frown and a cold expression as he stared at the message, remained unaware that the viewers in the live stream were heartbroken for Jiang Shi, who was on the verge of tears as he expressionlessly contacted his uncles. Seated upon He Ting's lap, Jiang Shi lowered his head, feigning to sip juice. His eyes dim as he refrained from glancing at the messages He Ting had received, fearing the turmoil it might provoke within him. Oblivious to Jiang Shi's demeanor, He Ting maintained a stern expression while messaging his uncles, instructing them to create some trouble for his father, so as to alleviate the inconvenience of his presence. That insolent brat, emboldened, dares to disregard me. After a prolonged wait without a response from his father, his ire surged, prompting him to text He Ting, demanding his immediate return, for the He family could not afford such disgrace. Just as He Ting concluded his messages to his uncles, he opened his father's text. Upon reading it, his gaze turned even colder. What is the matter that Jiang Shi is merely an ordinary Omega? He had brought Jiang Shi onto the show and even embraced him. His father deemed it a disgrace. Following his differentiation, his pheromones had been chaotic, rendering him powerless. His father had long since abandoned him. What right did he have to meddle in his affairs now? He tightened his embrace around Jiang Shi's waist, typing with one hand to send another message to his uncles, dismissing his superficial father entirely. Meanwhile, He Yin, the elder brother in the vice president's office, observed the live stream with a calm demeanor. He neither scolded He Ting nor displayed any other emotion. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary addressed the impeccably dressed He Yin, stating that their father had just learned of the second young master's participation in the show, along with his embrace of a common omega, and had erupted in fury. He Yin placed his phone face down on the desk, picked up his pen, and continued signing documents, his tone unwavering. The scandal would overshadow He Ting's trending topic. The secretary, now filled with shock, hastily responded, affirming his orders. Before long, news of He father's illicit affair with a young mistress and their 19-year-old son surged onto trending platforms, overshadowing the headlines of He Ting holding Jiangshi. Meanwhile, Mrs. He, who had hoped to observe the unfolding drama, learned of the matter and erupted in rage, immediately calling He father to demand, "How dare you maintain a woman outside while deceiving me?" Unbeknownst to him, the news of his mistress had been leaked, and in a fit of irritation, He father abruptly ended the call with Mrs. He, furiously questioning his secretary. "What have you done? Was I clear about keeping her hidden?" I did keep it well hidden." The secretary, bewildered, could hardly comprehend how, after 2 decades of secrecy, the affair had suddenly come to light. Useless. Why haven't you retracted the trending topic immediately? Yes. The secretary, in a flurry, rushed out of the office. On He Yan's side, his secretary swiftly entered his office, reporting, "Sir, father is in the process of retracting the trending topic. Following your orders, I have instructed them not to remove it." Very well. He Yan, still engrossed in signing documents, maintained his cold demeanor. "Prepare the conference room," He Yan suddenly commanded after completing a document. "Understood." The secretary's face brightened instantly. The preparation of the conference room indicated that the board of directors was coming to confront him. Given that their patriarch had brought such disgrace upon the He group, it was only natural that the stock would be affected. And it was indeed peculiar for the board to remain inactive. In stark contrast to the secretary's exuberance, He Yin remained remarkably composed, continuing to peruse documents and affix his signature. From a moment his father brought home a mistress, leading to his mother's untimely demise. He Yin had severed all emotional ties with that father. Now, the He group was left solely in his hands, rather than in the hands of any illegitimate offspring. Meanwhile, other prominent families, upon learning of his father's scandal involving a young concubine, observed with keen interest. They sensed impending turmoil, and it was likely that He Yin would be the one to instigate it. Rejecting the well-bred daughter of the Ji family, he had opted instead to bring home a mistress, inadvertently causing a rift with his own son. An elder from a noble family shook his head disapprovingly, cautioning his sons not to engage in such disgraceful behavior, lest they find themselves without anyone to care for them in their twilight years. Indeed, his sons chorused in unison. In his office, Elder Fu, upon seeing the trending news of his father's scandal, instructed the secretary standing at his desk. "If He Yin requires assistance in the future, extend your help." "Understood," replied the secretary, breathing a sigh of relief. Their young master was close friends with He Ting, and if He Yin could firmly establish himself as the head of the He family, it would only bode well for their young master. Elder Fu was certainly aware of this, which explained his willingness to assist He Yin. As the secretary concluded his instructions and hung up, he smiled at Elder Fu and remarked, "I had not anticipated that this seemingly entertaining live broadcast would unravel so many events, ultimately benefiting us. Perhaps the young mistress is indeed a fortuitous presence. Since she arrived by the young master's side, our fortunes have begun to shift." Elder Fu gazed down at the bustling cityscape, his seasoned eyes devoid of any excitement or sorrow, and replied, "That child, Qin Huai, intends to use this live broadcast to corner Qin Sheng, not foreseeing the chain reaction it would provoke, which inadvertently benefits us. He possesses little in terms of assets, so let us transfer ownership of that vineyard in the northern district to his name." "Very well," the secretary responded, genuinely pleased for Qin Huai, and promptly left the office to take care of the matter. Meanwhile, Qin Huai, engrossed in television at the countryside residence, remained oblivious to the news of acquiring a vineyard. On the sofa, Fu Yi clung to Qin Huai from behind. However, rather than paying attention to the television, he was engrossed in his phone, watching the aftermath of the car accident involving Fu Hong. The footage revealed Fu Hong being taken away by emergency services, bloodied and evidently gravely injured. Fu Yizmirkt. This time, the Fu family was in for quite a spectacle. Do you not want your hands anymore? Qin Huai turned to Fu Yi and remarked. Fu Yi was still gripping his waist, persistently and rather inappropriately. Embarrassed, Fu Yi glanced at the video, his hands betraying him as they continued to squeeze without his conscious permission. Behave yourself, Qin Huai chided him again before turning back to the television. All right. I promise to behave and not to squeeze indiscriminately, Fu Yi replied, tossing his phone onto the sofa and wrapping his arms around Qin Huai. Planting a playful kiss on the nape of his neck, obediently watching television alongside him. Seated on the sofa opposite, Jiang Shi gazed enviously at Fu Yi and Qin Huai. Although the familial backgrounds of Qin Huai and Fu Yi were not perfectly matched, the former came from wealth and possessed talent, making her deserving of Fu Yi. In contrast, Jiang Shi lowered his head, biting his lip as he focused intently on the juice cup in his hand, the discomfort in his heart reigniting. He Ting, holding Jiang Shi close, was engrossed in the trending scandal involving his father. He had initially thought this debacle was instigated by his uncles, and upon messaging them for clarification, he learned they had not yet conspired against his father when the scandal broke. He Ting frowned at the text message. If it wasn't his uncles, then who could it be? Suddenly, he thought of his elder brother, though he dismissed the notion as unlikely. They were not particularly close, often exchanging little more than silence during their encounters, and he presumed his brother would find having a brother with disordered pheromones a source of embarrassment. Could you please let me go? I need to visit the restroom, Jiang Shi murmured softly from He Ting's lap. At his words, He Ting promptly silenced his phone, tucking it into his pocket before rising from the sofa, effortlessly carrying Jiang Shi towards the restroom on the ground floor. The suddenness of being carried startled Jiang Shi, prompting him to protest. I can go by myself. Please set me down. You aren't heavy at all, He Ting replied, easily cradling Jiang Shi in one arm as his long legs carried them around the corner. Is it really about my weight? Jiang Shi bit his lip, feeling a mix of irritation and embarrassment as his cheeks flushed. He disliked this sensation. The more kindness He Ting showed him, the more he feared falling deeper. Let me down, Jiang Shi insisted, squirming in He Ting's embrace. Stopping, He Ting looked down at Jiang Shi, frowning slightly. Are you upset? I'm not, Jiang Shi retorted immediately, yet his hands, resting on He Ting's shoulder, tightened instinctively in a flurry of anxiety. He was uncertain if he was truly angry. He simply felt a constricting discomfort in his chest. Are you upset because I haven't replied to your messages? He Ting pressed on, still convinced Jiang Shi was angry. Jiang Shi lowered his gaze, biting his lip, unsure how to respond. After all, he was merely a hired cushion for He Ting. Why did he have to be upset? I really need to go. I don't have time to talk, Jiang Shi flustered, abruptly changing the subject and avoiding He Ting's gaze. Though He Ting felt a twinge of displeasure, he released Jiang Shi, allowing him to touch the ground. Once on his feet, Jiang Shi quickly withdrew his hands and turned to hurry towards the restroom, not daring to glance back. He Ting watched Jiang Shi rush inside, his brow furrowing further. Had he truly done anything wrong? Why was Jiang Shi upset? It's infuriating. Baby, if you want to be set down, just let him go already. Go after him and comfort him. Viewers in the live stream lamented, exasperated by He Ting's apparent obliviousness. He shows no awareness whatsoever. It's baffling how Baby could have fallen for him. He Ting, indeed, began to stride towards the restroom. Upon reaching the door, he twisted the handle and stepped inside. What are you doing in here? Jiang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Standing before the toilet, Jiang Shi anxiously sidestepped He Ting. What are you afraid of? We are both men. No one is afraid of you. I just feel embarrassed. Please step outside. Jiang Shi's eyes were reddened with suppressed emotion, resembling someone on the verge of tears. He Ting did not come here to provoke Jiang Shi. Instead, he turned and exited the restroom, lighting a cigarette as he leaned against the doorframe, exhaling smoke. My goodness. My darling husband looks so handsome even while smoking. I envy him. With broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs, it seems my darling is living exceptionally well. Woo-woo. I forgive him for being oblivious just now. His charm is too disarming to stay angry. In the future, I can only imagine how my darling will blush in response to that face, considering how easily he flushes. He Ting, standing at the door smoking, glanced back at Jiang Shi in the restroom, but was met with an intense glare, prompting him to avert his gaze. Suddenly recalling that they were in the midst of a live broadcast, he surveyed the corridor while puffing smoke. Just then, he spotted a small camera aimed directly at the restroom door. Oh my, why do I feel like my darling husband is staring at the camera? The viewers were taken aback. It seemed he truly was looking into the lens. However, wasn't it said that the director was secretly broadcasting? Could it be a mere coincidence that he glanced toward the camera without realizing it was there? Yet, they were mistaken. He Ting was already aware of the live broadcast. If it weren't for a text from his father, he would remain oblivious to the situation. Yet, whether or not they were live mattered little to He Ting. Both he and Jiang Shi were single, and being together was not unlawful. It was only Jiang Shi who was unaware of the live broadcast, and He Ting had no intention of enlightening him. Jiang Shi was inherently timid. Knowing this would likely send him into a panic. Having finished in the restroom, Jiang Shi approached the sink and turned on the water to wash his hands. He Ting promptly extinguished his cigarette, tossing it into the nearby trash can, and entered the restroom. As he stood beside Jiang Shi at the sink, he too washed his hands. Once finished, he grabbed a paper towel from the side, dried his hands, and disposed of the towel before offering 2 fresh towels to Jiang Shi, who had also completed washing his hands. Thank you. Jiang Shi accepted the towels, mumbling a subdued response. He Ting observed the top of Jiang Shi's head, furrowing his brow, perplexed as to why Jiang Shi remained upset. While Jiang Shi was aware of He Ting's gaze upon him, he remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in He Ting's mind. Disposing of the damp paper towel, he tilted his head slightly, biting his lip, casting an annoyed glance at He Ting. Without uttering a word, He Ting leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on Jiang Shi's lips. Instantly, Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson, his voice stammering. Why, your pheromones are all over the place? Are you no longer angry? Prompted by such a question, Jiang Shi did feel a twinge of anger, but it was not directed at He Ting. Rather, he was frustrated with himself for feeling angry at all. After all, what grounds did he have to be upset with He Ting? Considering their relationship was nothing more than what it was, Jiang Shi took a deep breath, gazing up at He Ting once more. With both hands gripping the fabric of He Ting's shirt at his chest, he rose onto his toes and gently pressed his lips against He Ting's. His face flushed as he stammered, "You must wait a moment. We can kiss later, in the evening." He feared that if He Ting kissed him now, his lips would become too red, making him feel embarrassed when facing Fu Yi and Qin Huai later. Suddenly kissed, He Ting nearly lost control. Jiang Shi's soft voice and crimson face were utterly enticing, bordering on temptation. "It's no use looking at me. I want to allow you to kiss me," Jiang Shi managed to say, suppressing his embarrassment. He Ting said nothing in response, instead pushing Jiang Shi's back against the sink, his hands firmly securing Jiang Shi's waist. Breathing warmth against him as he leaned down and planted a quick kiss on Jiang Shi's lips. With his lower back pressed against the sink, Jiang Shi hurriedly raised a hand to cover He Ting's mouth, his eyes glistening with reproach. "I told you it's not allowed, yet you still kissed me." The frustration in his voice only served to further provoke He Ting. He had never encountered such a captivating omega before. Were it not for the camera pointed at the restroom door, he would have surely taken Jiang Shi right there and then. If not that, he would have claimed him with kisses for an entire hour. "Later tonight, you can kiss me however you wish, but not now." With his hand still covering He Ting's mouth, Jiang Shi's face was a vivid shade of crimson. He Ting wanted to protest, but considering the live stream, he settled for a compromise. "Then let me hold you for a while." With that, he securely embraced the petite Jiang Shi, lowering his head to let his warm breath caress Jiang Shi's ear. Jiang Shi felt himself reddening further under He Ting's attention, but remained obedient, standing still in the embrace. He realized how small he appeared beside He Ting, who could easily envelop him in his arms, while Jiang Shi barely reached He Ting's collarbone. How starkly their size difference struck him. In the future, would he always have to stand on his toes? "Oh, the blood from my nose." The viewers were going wild. The comments filled with endless os. Their excitement was understandable. as the camera captured the scene of He Ting holding Jiang Shi near the sink. Although not fully visible, they could still see He Ting wrapping the petite Jiang Shi in his arms, one blushing and looking up, the other tall and bending down to nuzzle his neck. An adorable sight. In his office, He had set his phone to stream live, witnessing the tender moment between He Ting and Jiang Shi clearly. Since his brother's pheromones had been in turmoil, he seldom returned home, leaving little opportunity for conversation. He was aware that his brother had been searching for an omega compatible with his pheromones, and he had been assisting in that search without success. However, it appeared that the omega his brother held in the live stream was indeed the one he had been seeking. Jiang Shi's appearance seemed promising, and he did not strike He Yin as someone who was vain. Jiang Shi continued to stand in He Ting's embrace, allowing him to hold him. He Ting, unable to contain himself, frequently leaned down to steal kisses from Jiang Shi, even slipping his hand beneath Jiang Shi's clothing. Each kiss from He Ting left Jiang Shi's face a bright red, as he desperately tried to restrain He Ting's wandering hands, anxiously tilting his head back and insisting, "No, we can't. Damn it, don't speak." He Ting exhaled, visibly irritable. Jiang Shi, addressed in such a manner, did not feel anger. Instead, his cheeks flushed deeper. He noticed that with each word he uttered, He Ting's expression grew increasingly strained, as if he were on the verge of overwhelming him. Chapter 59. The Third Son's Accident. Fu Yi under suspicion, are you all right? Jiang Shi, blushing and standing still, anxiously inquired as He Ting held him. He Ting had embraced him for 5 or 6 minutes without releasing him, and Jiang Shi worried that He Ting might stand up suddenly. It wasn't he that he held himself in high regard. Rather, He Ting's breath was growing warmer, brushing against his ear. Just a little longer. He Ting tightened his embrace, his breath still chaotic. Jiang Shi was infuriatingly alluring, not only soft in his hold, but also intoxicating with his pheromones. Were it not for his commendable self-control, Jiang Shi would have already been reduced to tears, begging for mercy. The more He Ting pondered, the more vivid the imagery became, igniting his desire. He took a deep breath, the strength of his embrace suggesting he wished to meld Jiang Shi into himself. Jiang Shi, feeling the intensity of the embrace, tilted his head back in discomfort, the sound of his distress akin to a cat's scratch, further igniting He Ting's yearning. Damn, he must be toxic. He Ting cursed internally, desperately suppressing the urge to let his pheromones escape. You, be gentler. Jiang Shi's voice, now tinged with a nasal quality, reflected his discomfort from He Ting's grip. Reluctantly, He Ting eased his hold, lowering his head to seek Jiang Shi's lips, releasing a breath for a fleeting minute, ignoring whether Jiang Shi consented or not. He captured Jiang Shi's lips. Jiang Shi let out a soft sound, his long lashes glistening with moisture as he instinctively clutched He Ting's shirt, surrendering to the kiss. He could have pushed He Ting away to prevent the kiss, but denying He Ting would only incite him further, leading to an endless cycle. Oh my God, they must be kissing. Viewers shielded their eyes with their hands, peeking through their fingers to catch the live broadcast. Although the image was unclear, they could still make educated guesses. Oh my gosh, they really are a couple. When they kiss, it's genuine. The online audience was utterly captivated, the viewership skyrocketing from over 2 million to more than 3 million, with an upward trajectory. Director, our show is a hit. It's trending in the top 30. Staff members burst into the control room, shrieking with excitement. Watching the viewership surge to 4 million, Wu Yuquan, though his face beaming with joy, attempted to maintain composure, internally reveling in the triumph. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Jiang Shi, continuously kissing He Ting, struggled, tears streaming down as he beat against He Ting's chest. He Ting felt he had not yet had enough, but if he continued, Jiang Shi's lips would grow redder. He could only release Jiang Shi, his gaze filled with possessiveness. Jiang Shi, gasping for breath, clutched He Ting's shirt tightly, his eyes brimming with tears, utterly enchanting. Heavens! He Tian has burst forth with profanity again. Who on earth can endure this? You. Your words are empty promises. You said just 1 minute. Jiang Shi covered his mouth, gazing up with tears as he called out to He Tian. It has been at least 5 minutes. You ought to consider how alluring you are. I can barely restrain myself, which is quite rational of me. He Tian silently cursed. He raised his hand, somewhat clumsily and rudely, to wipe Jiang Shi's tears, frowning. Are you made of water? Day in and day out, so many tears. It is clearly your fault, yet you blame me. Although Jiang Shi was crying, he was not without spirit, retorting through his sobs. You're the one who nearly steals my breath with your kisses, and yet you dare to accuse me. Who blames you? It is you who entices me. I merely commented, and you became angry, He Tian mumbled while wiping Jiang Shi's tears. Jiang Shi, upon hearing this, was incredulous, his tears flowing from anger. Who has enticed you? I certainly did not. He had never intended to seduce He Tian, yet here he was, accused of such. You did not? He Tian frowned, staring at Jiang Shi, who was crying and glaring at him, exclaiming, Am I not worthy of your attempts at seduction? Jiang Shi, heartbroken, froze in astonishment at He Tian's words. His tears momentarily halted as he gazed at him in disbelief. He wants me to seduce him? For heaven's sake, do not look at me like that. If you do, I might just lose my composure, He Tian blurted out fiercely. Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly lowered his head. If he had not misinterpreted, He Tian's implication was that he would rather he seduce him. Jiang Shi felt himself blushing profusely. Had it not been for He Tian's own words, he would have doubted his own hearing. Let us exit quickly. We must not keep the prince and the others waiting. Jiang Shi flustered and hastily exited the restroom, unwilling to remain alone with He Tian. He was uncertain whether He Tian was serious or merely jesting, fearing he might foolishly fall for him. He Tian, somewhat displeased, had wished to linger with Jiang Shi a while longer. However, with Jiang Shi gone, he could only obediently follow. What on earth did your husband say to you? Your face is as red as a beet, exclaimed someone for the audience. Is there anything we VIPs cannot hear? Hurry, let the sound out, director. Wu Yuquan, observing backstage, remarked, I dare to play it. Do you dare to listen? He was concerned about his live stream being shut down. You're back. Fu Ye, lounging on the sofa with Qin Huai, teased as he saw He Tian leading Jiang Shi toward the couch. Jiang Shi immediately lowered his head upon sitting, his face resembling a cooked shrimp. He Tian ignored Fu Yi, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Jiang Shi. The latter, still in tears, was in need of hydration. Jiang Shi seemed to grasp He Tian's intent. Upon receiving the water, his face reddened even further. TSK, TSK, TSK. Clinging to Jiang Shi, yet still claiming to be straight, Fu Yi scolded. Qin Huai, watching television, glanced at He Tian and Jiang Shi, but said nothing more before returning his gaze to the screen. Suddenly, Fu Ye's phone buzzed. With one arm wrapped around Qin Huai's waist, he pulled out his phone, noticing it was a call from the butler, and a smile crept across his face. He placed the phone to his ear, leaned down to kiss the nape of Qin Huai's neck, and lazily inquired, What is the matter? Oh, my young master. What has happened now? The third household is in an uproar. The butler on the other end of the phone is in a state of panic. What troubles the third household? Fui fin signoranche. After a moment of hesitation, the butler, filled with disbelief, subtly inquires whether the accident involving Master Fu Hong was indeed orchestrated by you, Master. The butler senses that this incident is inextricably linked to Fu Yi. Had he been unaware of Fu Ye's subordinates, he would not have harbored such suspicions. Now, however, he feels compelled to question. What connection do I have to his accident? I am currently accompanying my wife on a program, Fu Yi asserts, vehemently defending his innocence. Do not hastily assign blame to me. On a program? The butler is left perplexed. Indeed, the young master is accompanying the young mistress on the show. A bodyguard, standing beside the butler, hands over his phone for him to see. The butler promptly checks, confirming that the live broadcast features none other than his master. He cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. It is fortunate that his master is not involved. He glances at the anxious figures of the third master and mistress, along with the eldest son of the third household, waiting by the operating room. Whispering into his phone, he informs Fu Yi, the doctor has stated that Master Fu Hong will need to have both legs amputated. His life is irrevocably altered. Before being wheeled into the operating room, he vehemently cried out, claiming that you had someone tamper with his vehicle. I felt compelled to confirm with you. Listening intently. Fu Yichakol's inwardly. He is not entirely foolish. But what does it matter? He is on live television with his wife, providing him with an undeniable alibi. He ought to express gratitude to Fu Hong for seeking his demise during his program. Why waste more words with him? Have him come over immediately for verification. Comes the roar of the third master through the phone. Fu Yi finds this amusing. When they sent someone to assassinate him, did they never consider the possibility of retribution? Young master, you ought to come over at once. The old master is en route as well, the butler urges. Understood, I shall head over, Fu Yi replies. Ending the call, he leans down to plant a gentle kiss on Qin Huai before turning to her. With no time for anger, Qin Huai frowns and asks, Is there trouble at home? Fu Yi, suppressing a smile, softly responds, Fu Hong has been in an accident, now hanging by a thread. The third household suspects me and has summoned me to the hospital. Realizing Fu Ye's involvement, Qin Huai rises from the sofa, saying, I will accompany you. All right. Fu Yi also rises from the sofa, lowering his voice. What about the live broadcast? Is Wu Yuquan coming along? I will notify him, Qin Huai replies, pulling out her phone to inform Wu Yuquan and inquire if he will continue the live broadcast to the hospital. Wu Yuquan would never decline, quickly instructing his team to rush to the hospital to arrange the cameras. The van has been prepared, ready for a direct live broadcast to the hospital. Excellent. The staff swiftly mobilize. Following Fu Yi and Qin Huai, as well as He Ting, Jiangshi is filled with confusion. Why are they departing the countryside in the program cruise vehicle? Ha ha! Look at the bewildered expression on Baby's face, completely unaware that they are already live. The viewers cannot contain their laughter. Everyone else is certainly aware, yet Baby remains oblivious. Poor Baby, sold out and still counting the money. Chapter 60. Qin Shuyan wept, her eyes red-rimmed and her face streaked with tears. An hour later, at the Ji family hospital, Jiangshi stepped out of the car, utterly astonished. He had been informed by He Ting that Fu Yi needed to visit the hospital, only to discover it was the very hospital where his brother was being treated. Fu Yi wrapped his arm around Qin Huai's waist and strode into the hospital, while He Ting urged Jiangshi to follow. Is everything arranged? Wu Yuquan inquired from a vehicle filled with surveillance screens, addressing the staff who had come early to liaise with the hospital. Rest assured, Director, the cameras are all set up, one of the staff members replied. How remarkably smooth, Wu Yuquan exclaimed, surprised. He had anticipated needing to discuss matters further with the hospital upon his arrival. I heard that, young master, he made the arrangements in advance, so they did not give us any trouble. Oh, I recall now. This private hospital is owned by the Ji family, Wu Yuquan realized belatedly. We're at a public hospital. They might not have consented to their live broadcast. May I return to the ward to see my brother? Jiangshi asked as he rode the elevator upstairs, tilting his head to look at He Ting. He Ting turned to Fu Yi beside him. I will accompany him to his brother's ward. Let me know when everything is settled. Certainly, Fu Yi responded without detaining He Ting. Huh, your brother is hospitalized here? Wu Yuquan, watching the live feed, quickly contacted the technician responsible for the camera installation, urging him to inquire of He Ting regarding Jiangshi's brother's ward, so they could set up a camera. Understood, Director. The staff member promptly went to find He Ting. Fu Yi led Qin Huai directly to the floor where Fu Hong was housed, not pausing in their stride. As they approached the ward door, the anxious steward awaiting them hurried forward. Young madam, young master. Yes, Fu Yi acknowledged, continuing towards the ward. Before they even reached the door, the anguished cries of the third madam reached their ears. Father, you must hold those responsible for Xiaohong. He is only 25 years old. How can he live without his legs? It must be that scoundrel Fu Yi who orchestrated this. It is undoubtedly his doing. The third master thundered, his voice laced with barely contained fury. Enough. This is a hospital. Why are you shouting? The elder master admonished. Our son has lost his legs. And you still wish to shield Fu Yi? How can you be so biased, father? The third madam wailed. The third master clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. This time, I will not allow you to indulge him. Father, he must pay the price. Oh, you wish for me to pay the price? Fu Yi suddenly kicked open the ward door, striding in with Qin Huai, a smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the third master, the third madam, and their eldest son, Fu Yao, standing beside the bed. Uncle, Aunt, are you really so devoid of evidence that you would cast such accusations upon me? Are we casting accusations upon you? The third madam, her eyes swollen from weeping, pointed an accusing finger at Fu Yi, her voice a shrill crescendo. Xiao Hong has already stated that it was you who sent someone to harm him. Do you dare deny it? Harm him? I find it curious. I am perfectly well. Why would I wish to harm him? Fu Yi calmly countered. Isn't it because of Xiao Hang's mother? Fu Yao su den libellod. The third madam gasped, quickly covering her mouth. After all, it was Fu Hong who dealt with Fu Yi. If the old man were to discover this matter, they would certainly pay dearly. Cousin, what is the matter with you? Why are you suddenly shouting so loudly? You startle me. Fu Yi patted his chest, feigning fear as he looked at Fu Yao. Fu Yao gritted his teeth, filled with an intense desire to tear Fu Yi apart. His younger brother's bodyguard had just reported that his brother was planning to deal with Fu Yi, and now a car accident had occurred. He could hardly believe that this was unrelated to Fu Yi. Why the silence? Have you lost your tongue? Fu Yi asked with a mock smile, eyeing the furious and clenched fists of Fu Yao and the third master. His audacity only served to infuriate them further. Fu Hong had been incapacitated, yet they lacked the evidence to prove anything. The vehicle involved in the incident had already been destroyed. Look, old man, even they have nothing to say now. Fu Yi spread his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Fu Yao's grandfather was well aware of Fu Ye's nature. It was likely that Fu Yi was indeed responsible for this incident. However, he understood that Fu Hong had brought this upon himself. He had not harmed Fu Yi, but had instead fallen into his own trap. You have no evidence? Then I shall present my alibi, Fu Yi declared, gesturing towards his bodyguard. The bodyguard promptly activated a live video, placing the phone in Fu Ye's palm. Here is my alibi, Fu Yi said, handing the phone to Fu Yao. Fu Yao immediately took the phone, noticing that it was a live video from the morning, capturing Fu Yi even during the time of his brother's accident. Suddenly, Fu Yao's eyes widened. There was a gap in the footage during which Fu Yi had left for a brief period, coinciding closely with the time of his brother's accident. He had indeed stepped away, almost certainly to make a call to orchestrate something against Fu Hong. The third mistress pointed at the phone. Her eyes reddened with fury as she glared at Fu Yi. Fu Yi, sitting down on the sofa with Qin Huai, chuckled, I merely stepped outside for a smoke. You can ask the staff if you don't believe me. No, I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. The third mistress screamed in a fit of rage. I will call the police, right now. Trembling with anger, she pulled out her phone. Excellent. Aunt, please do call the police. I too wish to uncover who is plotting against me. Fu Yi gestured with an inviting hand. Suddenly, the third mistress looked bewildered. Why was Fu Yi so composed? Could it be that he truly was not involved? The third master and Fu Yao were not as naive as the third mistress. They did not doubt Fu Ye's involvement. However, if the police were to be involved, the first to be investigated would undoubtedly be Fu Hong, who had numerous illegal activities that could not withstand scrutiny. The third mistress remained oblivious to this reality, unaware of her beloved son's daily coercion of the Omegas in their club, even resulting in one tragic death. The third master suppressed the anger that threatened to erupt and shot a fierce glance at the third mistress. This is a family matter. Why involve the police? A family matter? Your son has lost both legs, and you dare call this a family matter? The third mistress looked up at the third master, tears streaming down her face, disbelief etched upon her features. Mother, please stop, Fu Yao admonished the third mistress. Are you really sharing the same sentiments as your father? Your brother lies in a hospital bed, uncertain of his fate. Madame San was perplexed. How could her husband, who had just been so furious, suddenly change his demeanor? Sitting on the sofa, Fu Yi was well aware of the situation, and a smile crept upon his lips. Yet, feigning surprise, as if he had just come to his senses, he asked the third master, could it be that our cousin is involved in something as grave as a homicide? Surely you must have verified this. You child, what nonsense are you spouting? Homicide? It's merely a misunderstanding on your uncle's part, and besides, it's a family matter. There's no need to involve the authorities. The third master quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Oh, I see. I thought it was something serious that would prevent us from calling the police, Fu Yi replied, wearing a face of feigned misunderstanding. The third master let out a heavy sigh of relief. Realizing for the first time how clever Fu Yi was, he had almost guessed the truth. Meanwhile, Madame San's face had turned pale with fear, her phone nearly slipping from her grasp. Given her son's temperament, it was indeed plausible that he could be entangled in something fatal. It is your uncle's fault. I apologize for the trouble you've taken. The third master forced himself to suppress the urge to eliminate Fu Yi and instead offered an apology. It's good that you acknowledge your mistake, but it's hardly a grave matter. Fu Yi replied dismissively. Oh dear, I barely settled down, and now I must rise again, he said in exasperation, standing up from the sofa and extending his hand to Qin Huai with a smile. Darling, let us go. I shall take you for a stroll and not disturb our cousin's recuperation. Qin Huai placed her hand in Fu Ye's palm, politely nodding at the third master and Madame San as she allowed herself to be led out of the hospital room. The third master and Fu Yao clenched their fists tightly, their gazes filled with venom as they watched Fu Yi and Qin Huai exit. They were acutely aware that Fu Yi was likely orchestrating everything from the shadows, yet they found themselves powerless against him, only to be further infuriated by his audacity. Very well, I shall return to the company now. Please inform me when he awakens, Elder Fu said without lingering, departing with his steward and bodyguards. It is your son's fault that you had to make this trip, the third master said as he escorted Elder Fu to the hospital door, his heart seething with resentment, yet he had to stifle his anger. Elder Fu, fully aware of the third master's thoughts, did not look back as he followed Fu Yi and Qin Huai into the elevator. The third master, Madame San, and Fu Yao stood at the door of the hospital room, their eyes filled with malice as they watched Elder Fu depart. Thankfully, this floor had not been broadcasted live. Had it been, it would have surely terrified the viewers. Is this how we let it end? Madame San began to weep anew. What else can we do? The third master bellowed in fury. Fu Yao glared at the descending elevator, his face twisted in rage. They had underestimated Fu Yi, always believing him to be a frivolous wastrel, indulging solely in debauchery. Today's events had not only dealt him a severe blow, but left them utterly defenseless. It must have been father who assisted Fu Yi. How outrageous! He is also his own grandson. Madame San wiped her tears in anguish. The third master and Fu Yao speculated that Elder Fu had provided Fu Yi with support. Otherwise, how could he have risen so swiftly? Their hatred for Elder Fu deepened. Why was there always such a disparity in treatment? As Ji Qi patrolled the hospital wards, he happened upon the fuming third master and his family standing at the door. And without uttering a word, he turned the corner and entered the elevator to ascend. He did not return to his office, but instead made his way to the lounge, opening the door and walking towards the large bed clad in a white coat. Lying on the bed was Qin Huai, whose eyes were red from crying, deeply asleep with traces of tears on his face. His long black hair cascaded around him, and the exposed skin of his neck and shoulders bore marks. Chapter 61. Enduring more than a decade with nothing but photos and videos of Qin Huai. Qin Huai, lying on his side, appeared restless in his slumber, his brows furrowed in discomfort. Ji Qi settled himself at the edge of the bed and reached out to touch Qin Huai's forehead. There was no fever. He surmised that it was merely the aftermath of their earlier exertions, leaving him uncomfortably fatigued. Ji Qi withdrew his hand and gently caressed Qin Huai's sleeping face. Earlier that morning, when Qin Huai had woken up in a daze and unexpectedly kissed him, Ji Qi had taken advantage of the moment, playfully teasing Qin Huai for quite a while. Considering the previous night's activities had lasted at least 10 hours, it was no wonder that Qin Huai was struggling to cope. Today was Saturday, and Qin Huai had the day off work, allowing Ji Qi to bring him directly to the hospital. When Ji Qi attempted to carry Qin Huai out, his father had vehemently opposed, glaring at him as if ready to strike. However, Qin Huai's mother intervened, smiling as she reassured him, "It's all right, take him with you. After all, Xiaoyan isn't working today." Ji Qi could sense her approval, which was a relief as it suggested she was pleased with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have permitted him to take Qin Huai away. As for Qin Huai's father, he likely just found Ji Qi unappealing. After all, it is often said that fathers-in-law tend to grow increasingly dissatisfied with their sons-in-law. Ji Qi leaned down and kissed Qin Huai's forehead, then gently stroked his sleeping face. Qin Huai, stirred by the touch, furrowed his brow but remained asleep. Suddenly, the telephone on the bedside table rang. Ji Qi picked up the receiver and placed it to his ear, inquiring about the matter at hand. The nurse, upon recognizing his voice, promptly informed him that the research team on Jiangju's case had made new discoveries and requested his presence in the research room. "All right, I will head down now," Ji replied before hanging up. To his surprise, he noticed that Qin Huai had, at some point, opened his eyes and was gazing at him intently. "Did the phone wake you?" Ji asked, reaching out to touch Qin Huai's face again. Realizing he is warmed, Qin Huai could no longer foolishly believe he was merely dreaming. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse himself. Waking up that morning and mistaking Ji for a figment of his imagination had led him to kiss Ji impulsively, only to find himself playfully handled for over 3 hours, feeling as if his waist might snap. Had Ji's phone not rung, signaling an urgent matter at the hospital, he would likely still be at the mercy of Ji's whims. Qin Huai felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. He couldn't fathom how Ji could be oblivious to the fact that he had been half asleep. Not feeling well, Ji touched Qin Huai's forehead once more. Qin Huai continued to watch him silently, his expression sour. "I don't want to talk to you," he mumbled, pulling the blanket over his head to avoid further conversation. Ji understood that Qin Huai was upset and gently ruffled his hair. "I'll be busy for a bit. I'll be downstairs. If you get hungry, just call me." Yet, Qin Huai, still buried beneath the blanket, refused to engage. "Wait a moment. What does that I'll be busy for a bit? I'll be downstairs mean?" Qin Huai abruptly threw off the covers, scanning his surroundings. This was not his room. Outside the window loomed tall buildings. You brought me to the hospital?" His gaze returned from the window, incredulous as he looked at Ji, who was still seated by the bed. "Yes," Ji replied tersely. Qin Huai was furious. "What do you mean, yes? Are you out of your mind? Why did you bring me to the hospital?" He attempted to sit up hurriedly, but his body ached all over, rendering him immobile. Supporting himself with his hands, his face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. What kind of sane person would find themselves in such a predicament on the very first day of reuniting with an ex-boyfriend? To make matters worse, he couldn't even get out of bed. Qin Huai was overwhelmed with shame and fury, wishing he could simply disappear. Last night, that man had been utterly unrestrained, and with his cousin in the next room, surely they must have heard everything. The thought of returning home to face Qin Huai and Fu Yi filled him with dread. Unbeknownst to Ji, Qin Huai was entangled in a whirlwind of emotions. He gently pressed Qin Huai back down onto the bed. "Lie still. Your body needs time to recuperate." "Whose fault is this?" Qin Huai spat. "My fault," Ji replied contritely. "Just focus on regaining your strength. Once you're back to your normal self, you can scold me as much as you wish." Qin Huai had intended to hurl a few more insults, but Ji's swift apology left him at a loss, his anger lodged in his throat. He turned away from Ji, unwilling to engage further. He was still angry about Ji's earlier rejection. Yet, Ji had returned and promptly taken advantage of him. When he resisted, Ji had punished him. Tears welled in Qin Huai's eyes as he lay on his side, wiping away the evidence of his distress. Seeing him cry, Ji produced his phone and offered it to Qin Huai. "This contains the answers you seek. Take it away. I don't want to see it. Who knows if you're just deceiving me again?" Qin Huai shouted, tears still fresh on his face. Ji pressed the phone into Qin Huai's hands, stating, "The lock screen password is your birthday." Upon hearing this, Qin Huai's anger dissipated by half. "Qin Huai, get a grip." He chastised himself internally. Yet moments later, he reassured himself that he merely wished to uncover what had transpired over a decade ago, not that he felt inclined to forgive Ji stealing himself. He activated the phone. The instant the screen illuminated, his face flushed a deep crimson, nearly as if it could bleed. The screensaver showcased a photograph from over a decade ago, himself sitting on the floor, head tilted back, eyes red-rimmed, hands bound in a tie. Qin Huai felt utterly humiliated, mortified to the point that his toes could have dug a villa out of the ground. Had he truly been so foolish as to allow Ji to capture such an embarrassing moment? "Change my screensaver immediately," Qin Huai demanded, enduring the pain while sitting up, his face still aflame as he tossed the phone at Ji seated by the bed. Ji seemed to chuckle, though it was subtle enough that Qin Huai did not notice. He picked up the phone that had fallen onto his lap, changed the screensaver, and handed it back to Qin Huai after darkening the screen. In a fluster, Qin Huai activated the phone again, his face reddening once more. Once again, it is his photograph, this time capturing him seated at a classroom desk, a gentle breeze fluttering through the window as he rests his chin in his hand, offering a beguiling smile to the lens. His long hair, tied before his chest, dances lightly in the wind. Qin Huai recalls this image vividly. It was deliberately taken by Xiao Qi, who had set it as his phone's wallpaper. During their time together, this picture remained the backdrop of Xiao Qi's device. However, after their breakup, Xiao Qi unexpectedly replaced it with a different kind of image. What if someone were to discover it? Qin Huai, suppressing his embarrassment, swiftly swiped to the lock screen and deftly entered his birth date. In the next moment, the phone unlocked successfully. A blush uncontrollably crept onto Qin Huai's face. Xiao Qi had not deceived him. The lock screen password was indeed his birthday. Instantly, Qin Huai bit his lip, his heart filled with confusion. Could it be that he had misjudged Xiao Qi, that he truly did not wish to sever ties? Or had Xiao Qi, in a bid to deceive him, preemptively changed the wallpaper and altered the lock screen password to his birthday? Qin Huai clenched his lips tightly, uncertain whether to trust Xiao Qi. Ji Qi lifted Qin Huai into his lap, stating, "Enter the album. Therein lies a video and chat screenshots sent by my subordinate. You will understand what transpired over a decade ago." Qin Huai gazed down at the phone, remaining seated on Ji Qi's lap, neither getting up nor expressing anger, but hesitating whether he should take a look. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, deciding that enduring a brief pain was preferable to prolonged suffering, and entered the phone's album. However, instead of finding videos or screenshots, he encountered a collection of photographs featuring him, all showcasing various blushing poses. This is absurd, with his face burning with embarrassment. Qin Huai felt mortified, almost wishing to hurl the phone at Xiao Qi's face. Ji Qi, cradling Qin Huai, did not hastily delete the images. In their past encounters, they had captured numerous photographs and videos. Over the past decade, he had relied on these images and videos to endure. Otherwise, he would have long gone mad. Chapter 62. Ji Qi playfully smacked Qin Huai, asserting from now on, "You should exercise more with me. Don't delete them." Ji Qi reached out to stop Qin Huai. "Are you out of your mind? Keeping such photographs of an ex-boyfriend?" Qin Huai turned around, his face flushed as he scolded Ji Qi. "They have accompanied me for over 10 years. They shall remain as mementos." Qin Huai's face turned crimson again. How could he not understand what had accompanied him? After all, he was a man too. So, had Xiao Qi spent the last decade without another partner, relying solely on his photographs and videos? Qin Huai wished to quell his racing heart and suppress his blush, yet he could not control his emotions. "No one dares to look at my phone. No one will discover anything," Ji Qi reassured him, tapping into the screenshots and revealing the chat history. "After you read this, you will understand what transpired over a decade ago." This time, Qin Huai did not oppose Ji Qi, carefully examining the chat records. The messages detailed how, that day, someone had approached him to propose a breakup, offering money to persuade him to leave Xiao Qi, and it was not Xiao Qi's grandmother, but rather his maternal grandmother. Xiao Qi had been completely unaware of this matter from the beginning. "This is my grandmother's photograph, and this is my maternal grandmother's photograph. Was it not her you saw that day?" Ji Qi clicked on the two images, urging Qin Huai to discern carefully. With his eyes swollen and red, Qin Huai required no further identification. The elderly man he sought that day would have been instantly recognizable, even in ashes. "I had previously confided in you about the complexities of my familial relationships. It was no fabrication. I too hail from Kyoto, from the esteemed Ji family, a name you must have heard. Raised in my grandmother's household, I adopted their surname, only reverting to Ji after our separation. I had intended to take you abroad and discuss this matter with you, yet I was met instead with your message of parting." Ji Qi recounted the past with a calm demeanor, though whether his heart mirrored this tranquility remained uncertain, given the hardships he had endured. As Qin Huai turned to Ji Qi, tears streamed down his face. "Is it not because I failed to evolve and became a beta that you wish to abandon me? Do you not long for me, despite my plight?" As Ji Qi spoke, his large hand rested gently on Qin Huai's abdomen, furrowing his brow, regretting the lack of precaution taken. Qin Huai understood Qi's implication, and his tears fell even more fiercely. I am sorry. I have failed to evolve and am no longer an Omega. Qi responded, my initial attraction to you was never predicated on your being an Omega. He raised his hand to wipe Qin Huai's tears, recalling that at the time, he identified as heterosexual and held no interest in male Omegas. It was Qin Huai who had first drawn him in, and he could not resist Qin Huai's beauty, which led to his affection. How could you have failed to evolve? Qi remained troubled by this issue. I do not know, Qin Huai replied, shaking his head as he wiped his tears. Before his transformation, Qi had assured him he had the potential to evolve into an SS-ranked Omega. Yet, upon receiving the report at the hospital, he discovered he was a Beta. The world felt as though it had collapsed around him. In disbelief, he requested multiple tests, each confirming the same outcome. In his daze, unsure of how to communicate this to Qi, he received a call from Qi's grandmother, inviting him to meet at a restaurant. Overwhelmed by this dual blow, he harbored resentment towards Qi regarding their separation. Did you consume anything unusual before your transformation? Qi suspected foul play. Qin Huai reflected, but shook his head. That day, I had lunch as usual in the university cafeteria. Afterward, I called you, only to suddenly develop a high fever, prompting my roommate to take me to the hospital. I awoke the following morning, and the transformation had already concluded. Was your roommate in the dormitory at the time? Qi sensed something amiss. Qin Huai's roommates were all studious individuals, seldom lingering in the dorm during lunch. Qin Huai nodded, recalling that his roommate had indeed been there, complaining of an upset stomach at the time. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. His roommate had been anxiously hovering around him after lunch, concerned about his well-being. The drink. I had a beverage given to me by my roommate that day, Qin Huai recollected. Aside from that drink, I only consumed food from the cafeteria. Qi's expression tightened. Then it is likely that the drink he provided contained something harmful. There exists a substance capable of interfering with the transformation, and it is both colorless and tasteless. Qin Huai's face turned pale. Why would one harm me? We have never had any conflicts, nor have we ever quarreled. Perhaps he is in dire need of money? Qin Huai nodded affirmatively. That roommate is indeed financially strapped, unwilling to even indulge in meat, and they often bring him leftover food when they dine out. It is my fault, Qi said, gently caressing Qin Huai's face. After your differentiation, you encountered my grandmother, which indicates she was aware that you had transformed into a Beta. It is possible she bribed your roommate to give you that drink. I was so enchanted by you at the time. She aimed to tear us apart using such despicable means. Though Qi had not conducted any investigations, he was acutely aware that his grandmother, in her pursuit of ensuring he contested for the family fortune against his brothers, would never accept a mere commoner like Qin Huai as his spouse. Qin Huai was not foolish. Upon hearing Qi's words, he deduced that it was his grandmother's disdain for his family background that led to this deliberate act of malice against him. He felt a pang of sorrow and anger. Was this truly the reason for their separation? To deceive him into thinking Qi had another romantic interest, merely to toy with him? Why didn't you call me back then? Qi furrowed his brow. How could I? Suddenly becoming a Beta while your grandmother presented such convincing arguments left me at a loss. It's my fault. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. Qi quickly apologized, pulling Qin Huai into his embrace and kissing the tear-streaked cheek of the latter. Qin Huai was not angry, though he felt the urge to cry. The absurdity of their reason for separation was overwhelming. It's all right. I will always be here for you from now on, Qi consoled him, holding him close. Qin Huai responded, tightening his grip around Qi's neck, his voice muffled. Qi kissed Qin Huai again and caressed his head. Once Qin Huai had calmed somewhat, Qi's expression turned serious as he pulled out his phone to message his subordinate, instructing them to investigate where his grandmother had obtained a substance capable of interfering with differentiation. That particular drug had been classified as illegal by the authorities, prohibiting its production. There were also other substances that could elevate gender levels, now banned due to their detrimental effects. Although they could enhance one's differentiation level, they significantly shortened one's lifespan. Typically, Those who had consumed such substances would not live beyond 40 years, prompting the government to outlaw their use. After conveying his instructions, Ji-Chi put away his phone and kissed Qin Huai's cheek once more. Sitting on Ji-Chi's lap, Qin Huai tightened his embrace around Ji-Chi's neck, burying his face in the crook of Ji-Chi's neck, his eyes watering again. The absence of Ji-Chi's pheromones was more tormenting than death itself. "It's all right. I will help you heal," Ji-Chi reassured him, stroking Qin Huai's head. Qin Huai immediately pulled away from Ji-Chi's embrace, sniffling. "Can it really be cured? You were affected by the drug, leading to your failed differentiation. There is a significant chance of recovery, though the process may be painful," Ji-Chi explained. "I will endure. No matter how painful it is, I will heal," Qin Huai declared without a hint of hesitation. "All right," Ji-Chi said, leaning in to kiss Qin Huai. He intended to give just a peck, but Qin Huai's lips were too soft to resist, transforming the kiss into a passionate embrace. Now that misunderstandings have been resolved, Qin Huai finds no reason to refrain from kissing Ji-Chi. She lifts her hands to embrace his neck, leaning down and breathing heavily as they share an intimate kiss. Ji-Chi takes the opportunity to gently lay Qin Huai back, leaning in to capture her lips once more, his hand firmly gripping her thigh. Qin Huai, flustered, tries to evade Ji-Chi's advances, covering his mouth and expressing her discomfort, suggesting they discuss it later. Ji-Chi, understanding, playfully taps her thigh, encouraging her to exercise more with him in the future. Qin Huai, blushing fiercely, retorts that they are both 33 now, no longer the youthful individuals they once were. Indeed, Ji-Chi used to be able to go a whole week without rest. At this, Qin Huai feels a wave of embarrassment, mentally chastising him for insisting on his desires, keeping her awake, while she always felt half dead by the end of it. In Chapter 63, is Jiangshi's younger brother always conscious? Ji-Chi, leaning over Qin Huai, gently caresses her flushed face. "I understand. I'll exercise more with you from now on," she replies shyly. To prevent Ji-Chi from getting carried away again, she hastily reminds him, "Didn't you just receive a call to attend to something? You should go handle that first." "Yes, I have a patient with pheromone disorder, and the research team has made some progress," Ji-Chi responds, leaning down to plant a kiss on Qin Huai's lips. "I won't be long. I'll be back to keep you company soon." With her cheeks still flushed, Qin Huai nods. Ji-Chi, or rather Shao-Chi as he was once known, has returned to his original surname. He has become much more patient than he was over a decade ago, knowing how to soothe her and promising to return soon. The Ji-Chi of the past was domineering and inconsiderate, often disappearing without a word, only to return after several days to bully her for a while before rushing off to conduct experiments again. "Tomorrow is Sunday, and you don't have to work. Stay with me in the hospital for the night," Ji-Chi suggests, rising from beside her. Just then, the landline on the bedside table rings. He answers it on speaker, lifting Qin Huai in his arms and kissing her again. Panic-stricken, Qin Huai pushes him away, worried about being overheard. "What if they hear us? We'll keep our voices low," Ji-Chi reassures her, releasing her lips momentarily before quickly reconnecting. After not seeing Qin Huai for over a decade, he has no desire to part from her. Yet he has pressing matters to attend to. Initially reluctant to kiss him for fear of being overheard, Qin Huai finally relents, leaning in and cooperating, trying to keep her voice down as her long hair cascades onto Ji-Chi's chest. A nurse calls again, unaware of the romantic scene unfolding, inquiring, "Dr. G, are you free at the moment?" The research lab is calling a follow-up. Still kissing Qin Huai, Ji-Chi steals a few more kisses before lifting his gaze to the phone on the bedside table, taking a deep breath and responding, "I'll head down now." "All right, I'll reply to the research lab." The nurse promptly hangs up the phone. Ji-Chi shifted his gaze from the desk phone and looked up at Qin Huai, who was gasping for breath in his arms. He kissed Qin Huai gently and said, "Rest a little longer. If you feel unwell, just call me. I've saved the new number on your phone." "All right," Qin Huai replied obediently, wrapping his arms around Ji-Chi's neck as he steadied his breathing. Ji-Chi kissed Qin Huai's lips once more, placed him back on the bed, tucked him in, and gently patted his head before turning to walk towards the lounge door. Lying on the bed, Qin Huai watched Ji-Chi leave and close the door, his fingers brushing over his own lips. The sensation of Ji Qi's kiss lingered, confirming that it was all indeed real. He reached for his phone on the bedside table, fully charged by Ji Qi, and opened the contact list. Sure enough, Ji Qi had saved the new number, even labeling it with the words husband. Qin Huai felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, but chose not to change the label. Dressed in a white lab coat, Ji Qi stepped out into the lounge and directly entered the elevator. Upon reaching the basement level, he strode out, making his way down the bright corridors filled with various laboratories, and pushed open the door to one of them. Dr. Ji greeted a group of young doctors huddled together, reviewing reports. "Hello," Ji Qi replied, walking straight towards them. "This is the new pheromone data for Jiangju." One of the doctors handed him the data sheet. Ji Qi accepted it and began to scrutinize the contents closely. "We suspect Jiangju might be the fourth gender, but he may have experienced a failure during differentiation. Or there could be external factors that led to his irregular pheromone production, which he cannot suppress on his own," another doctor explained to Ji Qi. As Ji Qi perused the data, his thoughts mirrored those of the young doctors. The fourth gender had yet to be documented in the country, though it had been discovered in the country where he studied several years ago, albeit without public disclosure. He had learned from his professor that this undisclosed fourth gender might even surpass the alpha classification. "Dr. Ji, should we report Jiangju's situation to the official hospital? He could very well be the first case of the fourth gender in our country," one of the doctors inquired. Ji Qi remained silent, engrossed in the data report, as thoughts of He Ting occupied his mind. He had been present when He Ting underwent differentiation, which bore similarities to Jiangju's situation, though it was less severe. Reporting to the authorities could potentially lead to him becoming a subject of research. "Dr. Ji," a young doctor called out in confusion. Ji Qi closed the data report and handed it back to the doctor who had called him. "For now, let us keep this confidential. We still need to ascertain whether Jiangju is indeed the fourth gender. We can report it later when we have more clarity." "Understood." The other doctors expressed their relief at the decision not to report immediately. If they were indeed the ones to discover the fourth gender, the credit would belong to them. "This matter will remain confidential," Ji Qi reassured them. "You have my trust. We all adhere to professional ethics." With that, Ji Qi took a syringe from the lab table and left the laboratory. He held no concerns about the doctors leaking information, as all personnel entering the research facility had signed confidentiality agreements. Ji Qi took the elevator upstairs and knocked on the door of Jiangju's hospital room before entering. Jiang Shi, who was sitting on He Ting's lap, immediately scrambled to get up, flustered and stammering, "Dr. Ji." Ji Qi replied, casting a glance at He Ting, who appeared somewhat awkward upon being seen. He chose not to reveal the nature of his relationship with He Ting and addressed Jiang Shi. "Your brother may possibly be a newly discovered fourth gender, which requires further study." "The fourth gender?" Jiang Shi looked up at Ji Qi, visibly anxious. "Will harm his body?" "The harm is minimal. It's merely a lack of self-control. Other implications will need further investigation." That's good. Jiang Shi sighed in relief, pressing a hand against his chest. Ji Qi then approached He Ting, uncertain of the situation. He Ting obediently extended his arm as Ji Qi rolled up his sleeve, patted his arm, and drew blood with a syringe. Jiang Shi was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden blood draw, yet He Ting remained compliant. "If you feel unwell, come to me instead of going to other hospitals," Ji Qi advised as he withdrew the needle. Initially confused, He Ting recalled that Ji Qi had previously mentioned having a patient with a similar condition to his own, a more severe case of pheromone disorder, and turned his gaze toward the unconscious Jiangju in the hospital bed. "Your brother's condition isn't something to overly worry about. I will inform you of any developments. As for the fourth gender, it's best you keep it to yourself and not mention it outside," Ji Qi instructed Jiang Shi. "Understood." Jiang Shi nodded immediately. The matters that the doctor specifically emphasized were certainly not to be disclosed, and he had no intention of speaking out of turn. "Don't waste your time idly. Lend a hand to your brother as well," Ji Qi said to He Ting before departing the room and closing the door behind him. He Ting remained impassive on the sofa, pondering that perhaps his elder brother still looked down upon him, questioning what assistance he could offer. Do you know each other?" Jiang Shi finally regained his composure. He Ting reached out and pulled Jiang Shi back onto his lap, speaking in a calm tone. "He's my uncle." Jiang Shi's face paled instantly. "Dr. G is your uncle? Then what just happened with you holding me? Isn't that problematic?" He Ting, not quite on the same wavelength, looked at Jiang Shi and said, "If you need anything, just ask my uncle. No need to be polite. But will your uncle be angry knowing about our situation?" "What situation?" He Ting gazed intently at Jiang Shi, sitting on He Ting's lap. Jiang Shi bit his lip in unease, his voice dropping to a whisper. Our inappropriate relationship." "Inappropriate relationship?" He Ting frowned, confused about how their relationship could be deemed inappropriate. Jiang Shi, however, thought of himself as a paid companion to He Ting, thus considering their relationship inherently improper. "My uncle is not the type to be stuffy. He won't care whether you're an Omega from a prominent family," He Ting stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi instinctively clenched his hands. Was He Ting attempting to explain this to him? "Exhausted, just stay with me and sleep for a while." He Ting arranged the sofa into a makeshift bed, cradling Jiang Shi as he buried his head in the crook of Jiang Shi's neck, promptly closing his eyes to slumber. Jiang Shi, considerably smaller in stature than He Ting, dared not move, obediently allowing himself to be enveloped in He Ting's embrace. Within mere moments, He Ting was deeply asleep. Still holding Jiang Shi, Jiang Shi lifted his gaze to observe He Ting's sleeping visage, his lips pressed tightly together. Did He Ting just imply that he didn't mind Jiang Shi being an ordinary Omega? "What are you thinking, Jiang Shi? This is impossible. Cease your fanciful thoughts." Jiang Shi swiftly interrupted his own musings, closing his eyes to accompany He Ting in a midday nap. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Jiang Ju clenched his fists, his brows furrowed in anger as he watched intently. Yet, Jiang Shi had already succumbed to sleep in He Ting's arms, oblivious to his brother's ire. The online spectators were also unaware of this scene, as He Ting had declined Wu Youchuan's request to install a camera for live streaming in the ward, safeguarding the privacy of Jiang Shi and his brother. Chapter 64. Fu Yi devises a scheme to attract viewers for his wife in the hospital cafeteria. "Is this what you meant by treating this old man to lunch?" Elder Fu grimaced at the hospital fare laid out before him, his expression as if he could crush a fly with his furrowed brow. After leaving Fu Heng's hospital room, this grandson of his, Fu Yi, insisted on accompanying him around the hospital, and after their tour, declared he would treat him to lunch, only to bring him to the hospital cafeteria. Do not underestimate the cafeteria at this hospital. It is overseen by specialized nutritionists, ensuring that the food is undoubtedly safer and more nutritious than that found outside. Fu Yi began to spout nonsense. The butler, standing nearby, could barely contain his twitching lips. Were it not for the camera crew present in the cafeteria, he might have believed him, their young master, in an effort to boost his wife's show-s viewership. Not only lured his grandfather into a hospital tour, but also insisted on dining on cafeteria food. What sight! The butler covered his eyes. "Sitting beside Fu Yi." Qin Huai acknowledged his audacity, but remained silent, understanding Fu Ye's intent to draw attention to the program. After all, Elder Fu was well aware of the live broadcast, yet did not prevent Fu Ye's antics, accompanying him on their hour-long hospital exploration. "Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Who believes hospital food is more nutritious than what's outside?" The viewers watching the live stream were in stitches. "Ha ha ha, who says otherwise?" The young master speaks without a hint of shame. However, one must admit, this private hospital boasts excellent facilities and luxurious decor, akin to a hotel. With a monthly hospital bill of 100,000, can it not be extravagant? Wow, 100,000 a month for hospitalization? That's daylight robbery. That's simply the standard fee for a hospital specializing in pheromone disturbances. Perfectly reasonable. Oh, fine. Pretend I said nothing. Wait, have you all strayed from the main topic? Setting aside what this hospital specializes in, the young master's grandfather truly exhibits remarkable patience, accompanying him for an hour without tossing him out the window. Ha ha, indeed. Though his disdain was palpable, he must have given the young master countless eye rolls along the way, yet never uttered a single reprimand. Enough. I'm envious to the point of bitterness, possessing wealth and power, yet being so amiable. Ooh, I envy him too. The young master is truly fortunate. Before encountering the esteemed elder, I had assumed him to be a rather stern individual. However, I was pleasantly surprised by his amiable nature. Indeed, I too had perceived the elder portrayed in the news as somewhat intimidating, with a perpetually solemn expression. Yet, the elder in the live stream appeared to be a genuinely kind grandfather. Even the accompanying butler radiated warmth and kindness. Elder Fu was unaware of the viewer's favorable opinions, as he had not been watching the broadcast. Meanwhile, the third master and Fu Yao, fixated on the live stream from the hospital room, were consumed by jealousy, their expressions twisted in resentment. The elder had never shown such kindness in their presence, let alone the fact that he was aware of Fu Ye's live stream and chose to support him by helping to attract viewers. Such a display of affection was unimaginable for them and might even result in reprimands. "Why doesn't that old man just pass away?" lamented the third madam, watching the live stream with tears of anger. Her youngest son had lost his legs, and yet the elder had not uttered a single word of concern, preferring to spend an hour in frivolity with Fu Yi. The fourth and fifth houses were also glued to the broadcast, gritting their teeth in frustration. The son of the fourth house wondered why their grandfather consistently favored the useless Fu Yi, while the son of the fifth house lamented that they too were his blood relatives, yet he would not spare them a glance. The fourth and fifth elders observed the live stream with cold indifference, harboring deep-seated resentment without displaying any outward signs of anger. Though they knew their mother had signed a contract before marrying the elder, which stipulated that heirs could only emerge from the first house, they could not comprehend why they were treated with such disparity. Did they not deserve even a modicum of paternal affection? Their grandfather was aging, indulging in frivolities with the young Fu Yi. Fu Yi's son was also watching the live stream, grinning at his mother. "You should take some time to visit your grandfather," he suggested. "Understood," he replied, his blonde hair and blue eyes lighting up as he gazed at Qin Huai in the live stream, a playful expression adorning his face. "Oh, my legs, my legs." Awakening in his hospital bed, Fu Heng realized his legs were gone and let out a frantic scream. "Wow, my son!" The third madam cried out in despair. "It was Fu Yi! It was Fu Yi! He has harmed me!" Fu Heng shouted, his eyes red and tear-filled, directing his fury towards his father and elder brother standing beside the bed. "Where is he? Why is he not here?" He laughed maniacally. "Ha ha! He must have been arrested! Ha ha ha! Fu Yi is finally facing consequences! Ha ha ha!" Fu Heng spiraled into madness, alternating between laughter and tears. The third master and Fu Yao could not bear to reveal the truth to Fu Heng, clenching their fists in silence. "Father, brother, what does your silence signify?" Fu Heng's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes wide with panic as he looked at his father and brother. "Rest assured, we will handle the matters ahead," Fu Yao reassured him. "No, no." Fu Heng shook his head, pale as a ghost. "Fu Yi hasn't been arrested, has he? Your brother, and I will not let him off easily. Focus on your recovery." The third master's gaze was venomous. "I don't want this. I don't want this." Fu Heng screamed, clutching his head in a frenzy. He had lost his legs, while Fu Yi remained unscathed. "Do not blame your foolishness. You should have consulted us before dealing with him," scolded the third master in anger. Fu Yao was also inclined to reprimand Fu Heng, but Fu Heng had already fainted from rage, his eyes rolling back as he lay unconscious on the hospital bed. "Ah, doctor! Doctor!" cried the third madam in a state of panic. Meanwhile, a bodyguard from the third household discreetly recorded the scene and sent it to Fu Yi. While dining in the cafeteria, Fu Yi glanced at the video, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He tucked his phone into his pocket, picked up a piece of meat from his plate, and offered it to Qin Huai, saying, "Here, my dear." Qin Huai opened her mouth to accept the meat and continued eating her meal. Across the table, Old Master Fu observed the interaction between Fu Yi and Qin Huai intently. He had been worried that Qin Huai would be reluctant to grow close to his grandson, but the outcome was quite the opposite. Minutes later, Fu Yi, after finishing his meal, opened his phone to check the viewer count of his live stream. "Old man, your reputation is lacking. You've barely drawn in over 2 million viewers," he remarked with a click of his tongue. Old Master Fu was infuriated upon hearing this. The butler, standing nearby, dared not breathe a word. Only their young master would speak to the old man in such a manner. The high society spectators watching the live stream collectively gasped. "Is he always this casual with the old master?" They stole a glance at Old Master Fu, who surprisingly remained calm. Taking a sip of water as if accustomed to such banter. The elite audience gained a new understanding. Old Master Fu truly dotes on Fu Yi. Placing his cup down, Old Master Fu glanced at the butler, who immediately approached the deputy director, whispering something. The deputy director nodded deferentially, then gestured for the cameraman to step back towards the cafeteria entrance, increasing the distance of the live stream. Why are they moving so far away? We can hardly hear the prince and the others, protested the viewers, but their complaints fell on deaf ears. Seeing the cameraman retreat, Old Master Fu turned his attention to Fu Yi, asking, "Have you cleaned up the aftermath?" Fu Yi cheerfully replied, while pouring a glass of juice for Qin Huai. "Rest assured, my people are always thorough." Qin Huai glanced at Old Master Fu, fully aware that Fu Hong had been left in a weakened state by Fu Yi. Instead of showing anger, Old Master Fu seemed prepared to support Fu Yi. "As long as it is handled properly," he stated, taking another sip of water before rising from his chair. He addressed Qin Huai. "If he does not heed your words, do not hesitate to call me." "Impossible. I always listen to my wife," Fu Yi quickly interjected, wrapping his arms around Qin Huai. She playfully pushed him away, rising to accompany Old Master Fu, responding, "I will ensure he behaves." "Very well," Old Master Fu acknowledged, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Yi. "Behave yourself for the next few days and avoid causing trouble." "Understood. Attend to your matters," Fu Yi replied, draping an arm casually around Qin Huai's waist, resting his head on her shoulder, waving goodbye to Old Master Fu with an air of nonchalance. Old Master Fu looked at Fu Yi with a mix of disappointment and exasperation before departing with the butler. The moment his grandfather left, Fu Yi immediately planted a playful kiss on Qin Huai's cheek. She turned to give him an exasperated look, remarking, "You become so unruly the moment the old man is gone. I requested a VIP lounge from my uncle, and we shall first take a respite there, enjoying the cool air conditioning to aid our digestion." Fu Yi leaned down and planted another kiss on Qin Huai's lips, grasping her hand as they exited the cafeteria. "Hurry up," urged the assistant director to the cameraman. "Yes," the cameraman replied, swiftly following suit with his camera. Fu Yi and Qin Huai made no objections, allowing the assistant director to continue the live broadcast. "My dear, this is the lounge," Fu Yi announced as he opened the door. In an instant, his smile faded. He quickly covered both his and Qin Huai's noses, furrowing his brow in alarm as he peered inside. The lounge had been bombarded with an omega induction agent, a potent 3S grade substance, the rich omega pheromones assaulting their senses. "Damn it," Fu Yi cursed, tightening his grip over their noses as he recoiled. The assailant aimed to force them into a state of susceptibility live on air, intending to tarnish their reputations. Chapter 65. Fu Yi, with a face as impassive as a stone, declared the broadcast terminated. Qin Huai turned back, promptly notifying the assistant director. "Oh, okay," he replied, obediently shutting off the live stream, utterly bewildered. Being a beta, he was oblivious to the overwhelming pheromones wafting from a lounge. What is happening? Why did the live stream suddenly go dark? Was it reported? The viewers were left in confusion, having been engrossed in the broadcast only to be met with a black screen. To see what happens next, come to the 888 live stream. A sudden comment disrupted the viewers' perplexity. What does that mean? Are they switching to another stream? Although the audience was puzzled, they searched for the mentioned broadcast. Upon entering, they quickly spotted Fu Yi, Qin Huai, and the assistant director. Why are they also in the live stream? "Oh no, it appears to be a covert recording," exclaimed one viewer. "Who on earth is so unscrupulous?" The audience erupted in outrage. The angle of this clandestine broadcast captured Fu Yi and the others from the corridor, their backs turned towards the lounge entrance. Wait a moment. Why is the prince covering his wife's nose? The implication dawned on them. Surely someone has released something inside that could interfere with their susceptibility. It made sense. No wonder the stream had abruptly cut out. This is infuriating. I wanted to see the prince and his wife in a tender moment. Me too. To the one behind this, may you bear a son without sight. The chat room filled with vitriol. The man responsible for the surreptitious filming, hidden around the corner, paid no heed to the comments. His heart raced as he wiped the sweat from his brow, continuing to film while nervously glancing over his shoulder, fearful of being discovered. My love, do not inhale the pheromones in the lounge. Fu Yi, unaware of the covert filming, swiftly shut the lounge door and turned to Qin Huai. She was unconcerned about the induction agent, but worried about Fu Yi being affected and entering a state of susceptibility. Yet, she found it puzzling why they had unleashed such a quantity of the agent. Surely, it provided them the opportunity to evade it. If they managed to do so, the live stream would inevitably cease, thwarting the assailant's intentions. What does the other party mean by this? Unless they have a backup plan. Qin Huai's eyes narrowed beneath the lens, suddenly glancing towards the hallway behind, coincidentally locking eyes with the individual who was secretly filming. The man, caught by Qin Huai, widened his eyes in shock before hastily retreating. How dare he run? Fu Yi also spotted the man and immediately activated his earpiece, instructing the head of his bodyguard team, who was nearby, to apprehend the intruder on the 13th floor. Understood. The bodyguard commander complied. The assistant director remained in a stupor, scratching his head as he gazed in the direction the man had fled. What on earth is happening? Let's not broadcast this afternoon. Once the situation is resolved, we will notify you. Qin Huai informed the assistant director. All right. The assistant director did not press further and prepared to leave with the cameraman, but was halted by Qin Huai, who instructed continue the live broadcast from the garden house. There's no need to shut it down. Additionally, direct the traffic over there. Of course, rest assured, we will ensure the live stream for your artist is well promoted. The assistant director replied before departing with the cameraman, allowing Qin Huai and the others to proceed with their tasks. Wife, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Fu Yi inquired anxiously. I'm fine, Qin Huai responded coolly, though her body was already experiencing a slight heat. Due to the components in the inducer, inhaling just a few breaths could easily lead to vulnerability. As long as you're okay, Fu Yi reassured her. Qin Huai remained silent, gazing intently at Fu Yi. The latter, showing no signs of distress, indicated that the inducer had no effect on him. It appeared his initial assumption was correct. Fu Yi was not a lower-tier alpha, but a new gender. But why did the old master conceal this from Fu Yi, publicly labeling him as a lower-tier alpha? Was it to protect him? What is wrong? Why are you staring at me? Fu Yi queried, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he met Qin Huai's gaze. It's nothing. Qin Huai refrained from sharing her speculations with Fu Yi. If it were to be disclosed, the old master would have told Fu Yi himself rather than having it come from her. What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. The man who had been secretly filming was dragged back by the bodyguard commander. Young master. The commander tossed the man at Fu Yi's feet, presenting the phone used for the live stream, which contained photographs taken during the act. Fu Yi took the phone to inspect it, and upon seeing the images, his expression hardened. I was just curious, so I took a few pictures, the man insisted defiantly, even as he lay on the ground. Fu Yi deleted the photos and handed the phone back to the bodyguard commander, casting a cold gaze down at the man. If he refused to speak, Fu Yi would break his limbs to see whether his resolve or his bones were stronger. And no, please don't. I'll talk. The man, now trembling in fear, shouted in terror. A patient from room 1102 paid me to do this. Room 1102? Fu Yi frowned, realizing that it was not the room where the third party was located. Take him to confront them. Fu Yi ordered the bodyguard commander. Understood. Let us go. The commander kicked the man as they proceeded. The man swiftly rose from the ground, trembling and wiping away his tears, leading the way ahead. Fu Yi pulled Qin Huai along to follow. This is it, the man said as he guided Fu Yi and the others accurately to the door of Fu Heng's hospital room, his body trembling uncontrollably. Kick it open. Fu Yi commanded the head of the bodyguards. Yes. The bodyguard chief lifted his leg and forcefully kicked open the hospital door, dragging the man inside and unceremoniously throwing him to the ground. The third master, his wife, and Fu Yao, who were seated on the sofa dining, looked at the bodyguard chief in utter bewilderment. What is this? Has the world turned upside down? The third master exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the bodyguard chief. Ignoring him, the chief and several bodyguards cleared a path, exposing Fu Yi and Qin Huai to the third master. Upon seeing Fu Yi return, the third master felt a surge of hatred, yet he could not express his anger and instead forced a smile, inquiring about Fu Yi's commotion. Oh, Uncle San, I truly do not know what this is about. Fu Yi stepped forward with a cold smirk aimed at the third master. The third master appeared genuinely confused, unable to comprehend the situation. Fu Yi scrutinized the third master's expression, sensing no feigned ignorance. He glanced at Fu Yao and the third mistress. One glared at him with reddened eyes, while the other watched him with barely contained rage, neither of them sparing a glance at the man on the floor. If the man had indeed been sent by the third house, he would have been pale with fear, hardly having the time to glare at Fu Yi. What a splendid scheme to eliminate adversaries, a two-birds, one-stone tactic. Anger simmered within Fu Yi. This scene mirrored an earlier incident at the hotel, where someone had used Nangong Wan to dispose of his wife and Fu Xing, merely a change of tactics without any substantial difference. For even if they could not humiliate him in front of his wife during the live broadcast, they could frame the third house for his downfall, using his hands to eliminate them instead. Did they truly perceive him as so foolish as to fall into such a trap? Fu Yi scoffed inwardly. Yet, it seemed they considered his character impulsive, presuming he would lash out without investigating the matter thoroughly before acting against the third house. Who is this man? The third master inquired, pointing at the figure on the ground. Coincidentally, I too wish to uncover his identity, Fu Yi replied, stepping on a man's shoulder and leaning down to peer at him from above. Now, tell me, what instructions were you given? I am eager to hear. What instructions? The terrified man stammered, utterly oblivious to Fu Ye's inquiry. Fu Yi narrowed his eyes. It appeared that, like the staff members he had previously encountered, this man was merely a pawn, unaware of the puppet master behind the scenes, merely doing a job for the sake of monetary reward. How exceedingly cautious. Fu Yi clicked his tongue and withdrew his leg from the man's shoulder. Even the third master, despite his foolishness, sensed something amiss and hastily distanced himself from the man. I do not know him at all. Little Yi, do not listen to his nonsense. Whether he was indeed speaking nonsense would be a matter for Uncle San to investigate. Fu Yi kicked the man toward the sofa and smiled at the third master. Uncle San, it seems someone wishes to witness our mutual destruction while they sit back and reap the benefits. Tell me, shall we allow ourselves to fall prey to that cunning little rat, who resorts only to underhanded tactics? The third master's pupils widened in shock. Was someone conspiring against him? This time, I find myself a victim of unforeseen calamity, and to add insult to injury, my cousin has been ensnared by the machinations of others. I am left in a state of silent despair, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yi deftly shifts the blame onto the puppeteer behind the scenes, willingly offering himself as the scapegoat, for why not? Furthermore, he can relish the spectacle of the third branch engaging in internecine strife. Truly a delightful amusement. Old Master Sin clenches his fists in fury, confronting Fu Yi with a piercing inquiry. Is it true that you are not involved in this incident concerning your cousin? Surely, you overestimate my capabilities, uncle. I am merely a frivolous wastrel, indulging in revelry. Where would I acquire the means to harm my cousin? Fu Yi continues, feigning incredulity. You don't think it was the old man who aided me, do you? My cousin is, after all, the old man's beloved grandson. Do you genuinely believe the old man would assist me in such a deed? If he were to learn of your suspicions, it would surely break his heart. Upon finishing his words, Fu Yi regards the entire family of Old Master San with an expression that suggests they are ungrateful wretches, devoid of any hint of pretense. Old Master San and Fu Yao scrutinize Fu Ye's demeanor intently, yet he appears utterly sincere. Even Qin Huai, standing behind Fu Yi, admires his audacity in fabricating such a story. Previously, he worried that Fu Yi was beyond redemption. Now, he realizes he himself was the fool. Chapter 66. Fu Yi and Qin Huai catch Ji Qi bullying Qin Shuyan uncle. Do you not trust me? Fu Yi feigns injury, delivering a kick to the man on the ground. When I was apprehended, he claimed to have been instructed by you to harm me. Nonsense. I do not know him at all. Old Master San retorts angrily. Indeed, I do not believe it either. You are my dear uncle. How could you possibly wish me harm? Thus, I dismissed his words and brought him to you for verification to prevent any misstep that might advantage our adversaries. Fu Yi spins yet another web of deceit, yet his arguments are compelling. Old Master San, bewildered, contemplates the situation. It is evident that Fu Yi did not orchestrate this mischief against his younger brother. However, the man on the ground remains a stranger to him, also a victim of treachery. Could it be that Fu Yi is similarly ensnared? Old Master Sin swiftly turns his gaze to his own son. Fu Yao, still furrowing his brow as he observes Fu Yi, senses that something is amiss. Yet, Fu Ye's reasoning is not without merit. Regardless of the old man's disfavor toward them, he would never conspire against his own grandsons. Moreover, since the man on the ground is not one of their own agents, yet he claims to be part of the conspiracy, this reeks of deception. Do you find his words credible? Old Master Sin quietly inquires of Fu Yao. Fu Yao further furrows his brow, affirming, there is substantial credibility. Our scapegoating is the most compelling evidence. And what of your brother? Is he truly innocent? Despite his hesitation, Fu Yao responds, perhaps he genuinely did not partake in this. If there are hidden forces attempting to ensnare us, they could also be aware of our younger brother's intentions against Fu Yi, thus ensnaring Fu Yi in turn. Just as Fu Yi suggested, these shadowy figures aim to incite our mutual destruction to reap the benefits. Old Master Sin gradually diminishes his suspicions toward Fu Yi, placing trust in his eldest son. Uncle, we must not fall into the trap set by these hidden adversaries. Fu Yi perceives that Old Master San and Fu Yao have begun to relinquish their doubts about him, and he continues to weave his tale with a smile. This time it was indeed the third uncle's fault. He unjustly accused you. Although the third master has apologized to Fu Yi, his doubts about Fu Yi have not entirely dissipated. They are merely less certain than before. After all, we are all family. It is but a trivial matter. Fu Yi graciously forgave the third master, as he ultimately stands to gain from this situation. Now, he awaits the third house to uncover the hidden culprits, eager to witness their internecine conflict. How delightful the days ahead shall be. Fu Yi, relishing the unfolding drama, remarked, I shall leave this matter to you, third uncle. I must return to accompany my wife for a midday nap, and shall not intrude upon your lunch. With that, Fu Yi took Qin Huai's hand and exited the hospital room, a smile lingering on his lips. The captain of the bodyguards promptly followed, securing the door behind them. Do not kill me. I am merely doing my job for pay. The man, observing the two pairs of bloodshot eyes belonging to the third master and Fu Yao, recoiled in terror. His frantic screams echoed throughout the entire hospital room. No one knew the cause of his distress, but it was evident that Fu Ye's words had resonated with the third house. As Fu Yi ascended in the elevator, he called Ji Qi, saying, Uncle, please arrange for another lounge for me. The lounge on the left side of the top floor is currently unoccupied. Busy returning to his own lounge, Ji Qi sat at the bedside, gently caressing Qin Huai's sleeping face. All right. After hanging up, Ji Qi placed his phone on a nightstand and leaned down to plant a kiss on Qin Huai's lips. Sleepy and drowsy, Qin Huai opened her eyes and asked, Are you done with your business? Yes. Ji Qi leaned down to kiss her again, followed by another sweet peck. Qin Huai tilted her head and obediently parted her lips, for Ji Qi, unable to restrain himself any longer, Ji Qi pressed his lips firmly against hers, kissing her deeply. Qin Huai blinked back tears, struggling to return the kiss while wrapping her arms around Ji Qi's neck. Ji Qi's breath quickened as he lifted Qin Huai from the bed, carrying her toward the bathroom while kissing her fervently. Qin Huai, blushing, understood Ji Qi's intentions and did not push him away, continuing to kiss him back. Upon reaching the top floor, Fu Yi opened the door to the lounge. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and luxurious decor rivaled that of a presidential suite in a grand hotel. You all may wait outside, Fu Yi instructed the captain of the bodyguards. Understood. The captain and his men positioned themselves on either side of the lounge door. Fu Yi led Qin Huai into the lounge, making his way to the sofa. Qin Huai sat down first and dialed Secretary Li, saying, We will return to the countryside house later. We are currently live streaming, so please be cautious with your words. What? We're already live? Secretary Li was taken aback. When did this start? Why didn't Wu Yuquan inform us? Oh no. Boss, I just took the artist to the fish pond. Surely that one be broadcast as well. Secretary Li was already in a panic, worried about the live stream. The countryside house was meant for experiencing rural life, and fishing was within the program's requirements. That's a relief, then. Secretary Lee sighed in relief, patting his chest. Should I inform the artists that we are currently live? No. Informing them would only make them cautious, hindering the expression of their personal virtues. Indeed, our purpose for this journey is to attract attention and gain exposure in public, Secretary Lee remarked, casting his gaze toward the fields. Currently, artists are assisting the villagers in harvesting rice, creating a wonderfully vibrant atmosphere. Are there any couples among our artists? Qin Huai suddenly inquired. No, absolutely not. I won't allow any romantic entanglements, Secretary Lee assured, mistaking Qin Huai's inquiry as an interrogation. He was taken aback when Qin Huai continued, I merely wish to ascertain if they have partners. Couples could become regular guests on our program. Well, what? Couples as permanent guests? Secretary Lee was incredulous. Indeed, whether they're male-female couples, male-male couples, or female-female couples is inconsequential. Male-male couples would be particularly welcomed, as they tend to attract a following. Qin Huai stated, Are you serious? Secretary Lee still struggled to believe it. Qin Huai offered no further explanation, directing him to check the trending topics. Trending topics? Secretary Lee scratched his head, but accessed a certain platform anyway. After scanning, his eyes widened. The trending topics were dominated by their boss and the young heir. Oh, and there's a rather awkward trending topic about Mr. He and his young mistress, which is uncomfortably sandwiched among the others. Goodness, boss. You and the young heir have become quite the sensation. Even young Master He and Jiangshi have garnered a fan base. This is astonishing. Secretary Lee exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted, finally grasping why Qin Huai had suggested couples appear on the show. This was the secret to gaining traction. I will inform the artists immediately, urging them to act naturally, as they would with their own partners, Secretary Lee said excitedly before hanging up. It turns out the artists you brought to the countryside indeed include genuine couples. Fu Yi chuckled, eavesdropping on Qin Huai's conversation. Qin Huai was not particularly surprised. There should be 2 pairs of male-male couples among them. He chose not to disclose this fact, recognizing their hard work and the lack of detrimental impact on the company. As long as this episode captivates the audience, he would allow them to partake in male-male dramas. In the future, there would be no awkwardness, nor fear of them dating women and causing scandal. When the fans become invested, they would prefer the relationships to be real. Darling, stop staring at your phone. Pay attention to me. Fu Yi whined, snuggling against Qin Huai. Having just inhaled some stimulating agent, Qin Huai felt warmth rising within him again as Fu Yi clung to him. Why is your face slightly flushed? Fu Yi asked, perplexed as he touched Qin Huai's cheek. Qin Huai gently swatted Fu Yi's hand away, calmly shifting the subject. Will the third house believe your fabrications to deal with the shadowy figures that have been scheming behind the scenes? They will surely pursue it. They are inherently suspicious and consider themselves clever. A little misdirection will lead them to investigate those pulling the strings. Fu Yi grinned and, after finishing his thought, leaned up to plant a kiss on Qin Huai, continuing to cling to him. The heat within Qin Huai intensified. He had initially thought that by diverting the conversation to serious matters, Fu Yi would cease his clinginess, but he had overestimated Fu Yi's resolve. Qin Huai pushed aside Fu Yi and rose from the sofa, making his way to the bathroom, seeking a cold shower to regain his composure. Unexpectedly, Fu Yi followed him with a playful grin, forcefully pressing against the bathroom door. What are you doing? Qin Huai frowned. Darling, you seem a bit off. Fu Yi remarked with a mischievous smile, likely having deduced that Qin Huai was experiencing some changes due to the sedative, not flustered by being seen through. Qin Huai attempted to kick Fu Yi out and shut the door, but Fu Yi nudged him into the bathroom instead. Fu Yi! Qin Huai exclaimed in irritation. With a bang, Fu Yi slammed the bathroom door shut, gazing at Qin Huai in his embrace, his eyes burning with desire. Let me help you. Help with what? Get out. Qin Huai pushed Fu Yi away, urging him to leave. If he truly allowed Fu Yi to assist, he doubted he would emerge from the bathroom unscathed. Suddenly, a panicked voice from next door pierced through. Qin Shuyan's distress call for Ji Qi taken aback by the unexpected sound of his cousin's voice in the hospital. Qin Huai froze. Was it an auditory hallucination? TSK, TSK, TSK. Your uncle must be quite excessive. Otherwise, your cousin wouldn't sound so frantic, Fu Yi remarked. eavesdropping with a semblance of critique. Qin Huai, exasperated with Fu Yi and wishing to throttle Ji Qi, lamented the timing of his cousin's antics, now overheard by Fu Yi. "Get out," he insisted again, shoving Fu Yi, who clung to him. "Please, darling, I can help." Fu Ye's gaze shifted back from the adjoining wall, lowering his head and shamelessly pouting. Having been together for so long, he had not even glimpsed Qin Huai's body, while Ji Qi, having just reunited with Qin Shuyan, had already dined with her twice. A wave of jealousy washed over him. Understanding Fu Ye's thoughts without needing to articulate them, Qin Huai retorted with annoyance, slapping Fu Yi's hands away from his waist. "Don't even think about it." "But I am your husband. How can I not think about it?" Fu Yi replied, his tone and expression laden with feigned innocence. "Stop pretending to be pitiful." Qin Huai was not swayed by Fu Ye's antics, firmly commanding, "Fetch me a bathrobe." Upon hearing this, Fu Yi dropped the act and, looking down at Qin Huai, asked with a cheeky grin, "Is there a reward?" "If there is, I'll go." Qin Huai raised an eyebrow. "If there's no reward, you wouldn't even move for me?" All right, don't be angry, darling. I'll get your bathrobe right away." Fu Yi complied, releasing Qin Huai and hurrying out of the bathroom. As Qin Huai watched Fu Yi depart, he approached the sink to tie up his long hair. "Ji Qi." The urgent voice from next door echoed again. Qin Huai pretended not to hear, focusing instead on the mirror as he secured his hair. With a slightly loose tie, a few strands fell gracefully beside his cheeks, giving him a softer appearance. Fu Yi entered the bathroom with the bathrobe, catching sight of this scene and feeling his heart race. His wife, with her long hair elegantly styled and her neck exposed, looked breathtakingly beautiful. "Damn it, my nosebleed." Fu Yi immediately covered his nose, for his wife was undeniably captivating from head to toe. Even a single strand of hair was enchanting. Standing by the sink, Qin Huai, upon noticing that Fu Yi was not approaching him, turned a glance toward the bathroom, only to catch Fu Yi at the doorway, holding his nose and staring at him. He rolled his eyes, wondering what madness was this? "Madness induced by my wife's irresistible allure," Fu Yi blurted out, still covering his nose, his gaze fixed on Qin Huai. If it were another wife, she would have blushed by now, but Qin Huai was different. He shot Fu Yi another eye roll, secured his bathrobe, and closed the door behind him, unhesitatingly ushering Fu Yi out of the bathroom. Obediently, Fu Yi hung up the bathrobe but did not heed Qin Huai's command to leave. Instead, he approached Qin Huai, who was unfastening his cufflinks. Embracing Qin Huai from behind, he rested his forehead against Qin Huai's back, exhaling with impatience. "Wife, grant me a kiss, just one." Qin Huai paused his movements, slightly turning his head to look at Fu Yi. In truth, Fu Yi was not influenced by the situation next door to the point of being overwhelmed. He was quite content. Although he was younger, his self-control was commendable. Furthermore, he sought Qin Huai's consent for everything, never resorting to force. "If my dear wife disagrees, I shall cry for you," Fu Yi declared, throwing caution to the wind. "Are you a 3-year-old child?" Qin Huai retorted, turning around to face the sink, furrowing his brow as he regarded Fu Yi's embrace. Upon facing him, Fu Yi instantly smiled. He wrapped Qin Huai in his arms, lowering his head with excitement. "Can I kiss you, with your hair elegantly styled and still wearing your glasses, with a few strands framing your beautiful cheeks?" His wife's appearance was such that, even without a kiss, he found it visually satisfying. But if he could kiss her, that would be even better. Qin Huai, glancing into Fu Yi's eyes, clearly saw the affection he held, devoid of any ulterior desire, merely wishing to plant a gentle kiss upon him. Leaning back against the sink, Qin Huai furrowed his brow and raised his gaze. "Weren't you supposed to kiss me? Hurry up, I need a shower," he urged impatiently. However, Fu Yi was beside himself with excitement. His wife had agreed to let him kiss her and was urging him on. Breathless, Fu Yi leaned closer to Qin Huai's lips, his heart racing wildly. He tightened his embrace around Qin Huai's waist and tentatively pressed his lips against Qin Huai's, anxiously watching for his reaction. If Qin Huai appeared unwilling, he would stop. If not, he would proceed. Qin Huai, understanding Fu Yi's intentions, lifted his head toward him. "Oh my goodness!" Fu Yi exclaimed in a fit of excitement. He disregarded everything else, quickly sealing Qin Huai's lips with his own, bending down to lift Qin Huai onto the sink, deepening their kiss. Qin Huai, rarely embracing Fu Yi in this way, responded eagerly to his kiss, his glasses falling onto the sink. Fu Yi, now receiving a response, felt as if he might burst from exhilaration, leaning down to kiss Qin Huai fervently. Seated on the sink, with his head tilted back, Qin Huai found it difficult to breathe, his long hair, previously neatly arranged, now disheveled due to Fu Ye's fervor, threatening to cascade down at any moment. Although Qin Huai wished to push Fu Yi away, urging him cease, he found himself becoming increasingly dazed, led by Fu Ye's passion, with tears welling in his eyes. Two individuals, one standing and leaning down, the other seated on the countertop, exchanged tender kisses intermittently for over 10 minutes, before finally parting to catch their breath. Qin Huai, unable to contain himself, gasped for air, his eyes shimmering with moisture, embodying the essence of allure. Fu Yi, regaining his composure, cupped Qin Huai's face and planted kiss after kiss upon him. His wife was currently too easy to tease, making it difficult for him to release her from his embrace. However, it was not yet the moment to proceed to the final step, as his wife had yet to consent, and he must not act recklessly. After bestowing another kiss upon Qin Huai, he held him close, allowing him to steady his breathing against him. As he embraced Qin Huai, he occasionally leaned down to kiss his cheek, cherishing his beloved dearly. Qin Huai, leaning against Fu Yi, struggled to catch his breath, too exhausted to scold him. Yet, Fu Ye's kiss ignited a warmth within him, causing his brow to furrow in response. That wretched stimulant was truly nauseating. "Are you feeling better, my dear?" Fu Yi inquired, holding Qin Huai in his arms. After taking a moment to compose himself, Qin Huai emerged from Fu Ye's hold. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden loud commotion erupted from next door. "Goodness, don't they fear for their lives?" Fu Yi swiftly covered Qin Huai's ears, glancing at the wall with disdain. Qin Huai rolled his eyes, feeling too exasperated to respond. If Fu Yi dared to treat him that way, he would surely retaliate fiercely. Only his cousin had the patience to indulge Ji. Little did Qin Huai know, it would not be long before he faced a harsh reality. For with Qin Shuyan, neither could speak ill of the other. "Aren't you coming out of the bathroom?" Qin Huai urged once more, seated on the countertop. "All right, I will." Fu Yi smiled, leaning down to kiss Qin Huai before setting him gently on the floor. "If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be right outside." After giving his instructions, Fu Yi exited the bathroom and closed the door behind him. What could possibly go wrong during a shower? Qin Huai muttered a curse, unbuttoning his shirt. Yet, as he continued, he suddenly halted, his brow knitting together. Had he truly obediently kissed Fu Yi, as if under some spell? Humming cheerfully, Fu Yi settled on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and checked his messages on his phone. His wife, indeed, was a paper tiger, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. The moment he acted charmingly, she would relent. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a notification. Leaning back against the sofa, he exhaled a plume of smoke, placing the phone to his ear. His subordinate promptly reported that the third house was investigating those covertly scheming against them, deploying a significant number of personnel. Fu Yizmirkt, pleased that the third house had fallen for his ruse. Our investigation has yet to identify who is behind these schemes against us. The third house may not uncover the truth either. There is no need for them to pinpoint the culprit, as long as they send someone to investigate. We cannot let them catch anyone, yet we must keep them unsettled. His subordinate's lips twitched slightly, acknowledging his master's character. In the current investigation of the third room, the hidden individuals may indeed exert influence, potentially revealing some telltale signs. Should the adversary become incensed and swiftly dismantle the third room, it would be even more advantageous, sparing them the trouble of dealing with it themselves. This strategy employed by the young master is truly astute, earning the admiration of his subordinates. The opposition has persistently wielded them as instruments of destruction. Thus, they shall return the favor in kind. The third room, which is not merely emulating my club, but has also established its own illicit establishment, will inevitably face repercussions once this information circulates. The hidden figures, plagued by the third room's inquiries, will naturally retaliate. With the phone pressed to his ear, Fu Yi reclined against the sofa exhaling smoke, and commanded, "All right, I shall take care of it immediately." His subordinate, elated, ended the call. Fu Yi switched off his phone, tossing it onto the coffee table, and gazed out at the towering buildings beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, smoke drifting from his lips as a smile graced his face. Those who conspired against him could never have anticipated the turn of events today. Not only did they fail to tarnish his reputation alongside his wife during the live broadcast, but he had, in fact, turned the tables on them. Chapter 68. The Reserved He Yan Versus. The commanding man with golden hair and blue eyes. As Qin Huai emerged from the bathroom after a shower, she beheld Fu Yi seated on the sofa, smoking and gazing contentedly out the window. "Darling," Fu Yi acknowledged the sound of the bathroom door, promptly extinguishing his cigarette and rising to approach her. The tall and graceful Qin Huai, clad in a flowing white bathrobe with her long hair casually pinned up, adorned with loose strands and glasses, caught his eye. Fu Yi leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her lips, and inquired, "Do you feel any better? If not, I can have my uncle send a nurse upstairs to administer in 4. "No need," Qin Huai replied, moving towards the sofa. "Just a few puffs of the inhalant, and a shower will suffice." Fu Yi followed her to the sofa, enveloping her in his arms and kissing her once more. After her bath, she felt cool and refreshed, exuding a delightful fragrance. Qin Huai cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yi, internally chastising him for his constant affection. How could he never tire of holding her? "Would you like to take a nap, my dear?" Fu Yi inquired, still holding her close. Although Qin Huai was not in the habit of napping, having no pressing engagements at the moment and feeling pleasantly drowsy after a shower, she considered the idea. "You've been busy managing both companies. How can you function without proper rest?" Fu Yi insisted, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her towards the large bed. Qin Huai gazed at him, allowing him to bear her away. Initially, she had been put off by Fu Ye's younger age, contemplating breaking off their engagement, perceiving him as someone who had led a life of luxury and would be incapable of caring for her, fearing she might end up supporting him instead, a daunting prospect. However, through their time together, she discovered Fu Yi was far more mature than she had anticipated and possessed a remarkable ability to nurture. "You rest for now. I will take a shower," Fu Yi said, gently setting her down on the bed, kissing her once more before heading to the bathroom, the door clicking shut behind him. Qin Huai turned her gaze towards the bathroom, and moments later, the sound of running water reached her ears. She lay on her side, facing the bathroom, slowly closing her eyes. It had indeed been a long time since she had felt this relaxed. She could not recall the last time she had truly enjoyed a weekend. After graduation, in a bid to express his gratitude to his uncle's family, he devoted himself to expanding the family business daily. The company successfully went public, and he subsequently embarked on establishing his current talent agency. In the nascent stages of the company, he had but one assistant, Secretary Li, rising early and toiling late. He was perpetually busy. The newly signed artists were all novices, requiring his meticulous guidance, and he arranged numerous instructors for them, diligently monitoring their progress each day. By this year, the reputation of both the artists and the agency had begun to resonate with the public. Qin Huai lay with his eyes closed, cocooned under the covers while enjoying the cool breeze of the air conditioner, feeling drowsy. Perhaps due to the overwhelming comfort, his body gradually relaxed, shedding the usual tension. Though reluctant to admit it, since meeting Fu Yi, his life seemed to have become increasingly effortless. Prior to collaborating with the elder Fu, he had mentally prepared himself for exhaustive labor. To his surprise, not only was he unburdened by fatigue, but he found himself able to rest well. Now, Fu Yi required little assistance from him. He could handle the affairs of the other house on his own, merely a matter of time. All he needed to do was work at the Fu group and provide cover for Fu Yi. After showering, Fu Yi returned to the bed, where Qin Huai, hidden under the covers, had already succumbed to slumber, breathing steadily. Fu Yi gently placed his earrings, ring, and necklace on the bedside table before cautiously slipping into the bed, enveloping Qin Huai in his embrace. The embrace startled Qin Huai awake, and he blinked in surprise. "Sorry to wake you." Fu Yi immediately apologized. Drowsy, Qin Huai took a moment to recognize Fu Ye's presence. He had not anticipated falling asleep so deeply, unaware of Fu Ye's entry into the bed. Go back to sleep, Fu Yi murmured, planting a soft kiss on Qin Huai's lips and resting his arm beneath his head. Qin Huai did not close his eyes, but focused on Fu Yi's ears and neck. Normally, Fu Yi wore earrings and necklaces to bed, but this was the first time he noticed Fu Yi without any adornments, even removing the ring from his finger. I took it off to avoid scratching you, Fu Yi explained with a smile, raising his hand for Qin Huai to see. Previously, to maintain his flamboyant persona, he had forced himself to sleep adorned, conditioning himself to avoid revealing any flaws. But now, it was different. His wife had delicate skin, and he could not bear for her to be injured. It was impossible for Qin Huai not to feel touched. If the outside world were to discover that Fu Yi was not only gentle but also so considerate, they would surely regret not having sought his favor. A notification chimed from Fu Ye's phone on the coffee table. I'll check, he said, loosening his hold on Qin Huai and rising to approach the table by the floor-to-ceiling window. He picked up his phone, illuminated the screen, and returned to the bed, lying beside Qin Huai and pulling him close once more. Qin Huai had no intention of reading Fu Yi's messages, yet the phone was right before him, and he inadvertently caught a glimpse. The message contained no significant information, merely inquiring why Fu Yi had not informed her about the wedding. It's from my aunt, Fu Yi said, replying to his Aunt Fu Xin's message to prevent any misunderstanding on Qin Huai's part. Upon hearing Fu Yi's words, Qin Huai immediately discerned the identity of the caller. On the very day he began his collaboration with Old Master Fu, the latter had revealed to him the entirety of the Fu family's social connections. If his memory served him correctly, Fu Yi's aunt had married abroad over 20 years ago and had tragically lost her husband to a robbery 3 years prior, where he was shot dead on the spot. Such violent crimes against the affluent abroad were regrettably not uncommon. Why did you call? Did I not inform you that it was the old man's arrangement? I am marrying. Yet I am not even aware of how to notify you, Fu Yi texted before he was about to put his phone down, only to find the call connecting. Oh, have you grown distant from your aunt? Teased Fuxin. It's just a phone call, and already you sound impatient. I'm accompanying my wife for her afternoon nap. If you have something to say, speak swiftly, Fu Yi replied, placing his arm back under Qin Huai's head and leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, his mind far removed from any thoughts of his aunt. Qin Huai rolled her eyes. Why kiss him while answering a call? Fuxin, unfazed, chuckled. We're returning to the country tomorrow. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Upon hearing Fu Yi raised his eyebrows. Is my cousin returning as well? It has been several years since we visited your grandfather. Naturally, you must return with us, she replied. But didn't my cousin just take over his mother as company? Why return at this time? It has been 3 years. He has established himself firmly now. What? Are you not welcoming your aunt and cousin home? Fuxin fiend Amnesiac. Of course, you are most welcome, Fu Yi replied nonchalantly. Have you informed the old man? Not yet. I will speak to your grandfather shortly. By the way, what time is your flight tomorrow? I shall pick you up. No need. We arrive in the early hours. No need for a pickup. Very well. Just call when you arrive home. Okay. After Fu Xin spoke, Fu Yi assumed she would hang up, but to his surprise, she inquired playfully, what about your wife? Why doesn't she say something? She's already asleep. She'll see you upon our return, so there's no rush. All right. Are you feeling jealous? Fuxin stifled a laugh. I shall hang up now. As Fu Yi watched the call end, he placed his phone back on the bedside table. Do you share a close bond with your aunt? Qin Huai, who had been quietly listening, finally asked. The information regarding this connection was notably absent from the materials provided by Old Master Fu. Fu Yi shifted to face Qin Huai, tightening his embrace. It's decent, I suppose. She had already married abroad before I was born. She usually returns home for the new year and has always treated me well. So we've kept in touch. Did your grandfather not object to your correspondence? Not really. After all, she had married outside the family, and her share of the family fortune no longer belonged to her. Each year, she visits for only a few days before taking my cousin back with her abroad, and she shares a good rapport with my uncles as well. After explaining, Fu Yi leaned down to kiss Qin Huai's lips. Qin Huai did not resist, but instead fell into contemplation. What's wrong? Fu Yi inquired with curiosity. Nothing. Qin Huai dispelled her own speculation. instinctively moving closer into Fu Ye's embrace and closing her eyes to sleep. A smile spread across Fu Ye's face. His wife is currently asleep, leaning into his embrace. A promising sign. Fu Yi lowered his head and planted a gentle kiss on Qin Huai before cradling her in his arms as they drifted into slumber together. Meanwhile, Fu Xin, having ended her call, sat on the sofa, intrigued by the live broadcast from the countryside home. Two male alphas, dressed in cool attire, stood behind her, diligently massaging her shoulders, their heads bowed in deference. "Where's the young master?" she inquired of the two alphas behind her. They promptly replied with respect. The young master mentioned that he hadn't seen someone in a long time and went out to find that person. Fu Xin, satisfied with their response, resumed watching the broadcast. Her son was quite capable. No one could harm him. "At the He Corporation, young master, someone is looking for you in the lobby." A secretary hurriedly reported to He Yin as he worked at his desk without lifting his gaze. "If there is an appointment, bring them in. If not, ignore them." However, the secretary stammered, "But they said if you don't see him, he will come in." Finally looking up, He Yin's expression shifted. No one dared to speak so boldly in his domain. "You cannot enter, sir," the security guard's flustered voice echoed from outside the office. Good heavens! He really is coming in? The secretary swiftly glanced towards the door, only to behold a man with long golden hair and striking blue eyes, approximately 190 centimeters tall, clad in a white suit that revealed a V-neck, exuding an irresistible charm and an imposing aura. The secretary blinked rapidly, utterly mesmerized. Could this man be the one, the front desk mentioned, seeking their boss? "Long time no see, Mr. He," said Chris, striding in with long legs, a playful smile gracing his lips as he approached He Yan's desk. Upon seeing Chris, He Yan's brow furrowed instantly. Memories of 3 years prior flooding his mind like a reel playing in reverse. Chris, in a vulnerable state during his heat, had fled into the nightclub, seemingly pursued, and stumbled into He Yan's arms, dragging him along. After hiding in a storage room, He Yan had intended to leave, but Chris had unexpectedly embraced him from behind, his cheeks flushed and eyes misty, pleading for assistance. Initially resistant, He Yan had no intention of providing an antidote to an alpha. Yet, Chris, despite being an alpha, emitted omega pheromones that swiftly triggered He Yan's desire, leading to an impulsive encounter. Following their tryst, He Yan inexplicably carried Chris from the warehouse back to his hotel, spending a chaotic week together until they both passed through their heat. When Chris awoke the next morning and left after a brief goodbye, He Yan had thought he would never see him again. Yet, here Chris stood now, leaning against the desk, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 69. Chris, who had been teasing He Yan with a radiant smile, remarked, "It's only been 3 years. Are you still entranced?" He spoke in fluent, impeccable Mandarin, his tone laced with a playful lilt, utterly captivating. "Do you have business with me?" He Yan gazed into Chris's smiling eyes, his voice as frigid as his expression. After vanishing for 3 years, this person suddenly returned to seek him out, speaking in a manner that was both ambiguous and deliberate in front of others. Did he find this amusing? How chilling. That night, he was not so indifferent. He was quite enamored with me. It seemed that Chris was intentionally testing He Yan's limits, as if he desired to provoke a reaction. The secretary and the security guard stationed at the office door gasped in unison. Was this foreigner courting disaster? Their young master despised anyone disrespecting him in his presence. Yet here was Chris, teasing him. The anxious security guards immediately turned to the secretary, inquiring what they should do, wondering if they ought to intervene and drag Chris out of the office. "I want to ask too," the secretary thought in frustration. This was the first time he had witnessed such an event. Upon hearing Chris's bold remarks, He Yan's brows furrowed deeply. He demanded clarity. If there was something to discuss, then speak. If not, leave. "Can I come find you if there is nothing?" Chris boldly stepped into the office, straddling He Yan's lap and wrapping his arms around his neck. The secretary and the guard were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. He Yan's expression darkened, casting a sidelong glance at the secretary, urging him to close the door. "Oh, right away," the secretary stammered, hastily moving towards the office door. Yet he turned back 3 times, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Hearing the commotion, employees gathered around the office door, craning their necks for a better view. However, the secretary shut the office door, shooing them away, instructing them to return to their posts. The employees left reluctantly, pouting as they turned back, lamenting the missed spectacle. "What about us?" the guards asked the secretary, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Didn't you see our young master? Didn't he ask you to clear out? Hurry and go." "Understood." The guards swiftly departed, relieved, having feared they would be reprimanded by Yin for failing to restrain Chris. "You do not realize how heavy you are," Yin remarked, glancing at Chris, who was perched on his lap, his demeanor still icy. "As for whether I am heavy or not, I cannot say, but you should be well aware, considering you carried me around our entire suite 3 years ago." Chris playfully lifted Yin's chin with his finger, his smile growing wider. "Will you speak seriously, or shall I summon the guards to drag you downstairs?" Yin remained unmoved by Chris's teasing, his expression icy, unfazed by Yin's indifference. Chris furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Why are you so unromantic?" "I have no time for your nonsense," Yin replied, picking up a document from the table, intent on continuing his work and urging Chris to dismount from his lap. Chris's brows knitted tighter. He had never encountered someone so difficult to charm. How had he managed to captivate this iceberg 3 years ago? Reflecting on his own pheromones, Chris's expression soured. Indeed, it appeared they were creatures driven by their lower instincts. Despite feeling displeased, Chris did not vacate Yin's lap, but instead snatched the document from his hands, smiling as he said, "I have not returned to my homeland in years. I'm unfamiliar with it. Will you take me out to explore? Is there no one at the Fu residence?" Yin was aware that Chris was Fu Ye's cousin. 3 years ago, he had intervened to help Chris, who was being pursued in a nightclub, purely out of consideration for Fu Ye's friendship with his younger brother. Little did he anticipate that he would develop a relationship with Chris. "Yin, come out here." The furious voice of Old Master he suddenly echoed outside the office, causing Yin to glance with displeasure at the firmly closed door. He sharply urged Chris to rise from his lap, who reluctantly complied, casting a cold glance toward the office door. Would it have killed them to arrive a little later and not interrupt his flirtation? "Sir, please wait a moment. I haven't reported to young master yet." "You cannot enter," the anxious secretary pleaded, blocking Old Master he from entering. Unaware of the current situation inside the office, he feared that if Old Master barged in, both young master and that man would be in a compromising position, leading to an embarrassing disaster. "How dare you stop me? Get out of my way." Enraged, Old Master he pushed past the secretary and kicked open the office door, followed by a somewhat fearful yet inexplicably excited Yisheng. Yisheng, the son of a mistress, was 22 years old and was currently interning at the company during summer break under Old Master he. This was his first time witnessing his father so angry, and he eagerly followed to see the commotion surrounding Yin. Given Yin's misfortune, he felt a sense of delight. Now that no one else in the family was vying for the He family fortune, he secretly hoped his father's outburst would result in Yin being expelled from the company. Yet, despite being present to witness the spectacle, he cowardly hid behind Old Master he, afraid to charge in a battle. The reason was simple. Yin's mere icy gaze could instill fear in him for quite some time. "Did you leak the information about my affair?" Old Master he stormed to the desk, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Yin. "You already know the answer. Why bother coming here?" Yin's gaze toward Old Master he was as frigid as a stranger's, utterly indifferent. Upon receiving confirmation, Old Master he became frantic and furious. "I am your father. How can you treat me this way?" He had intended to suppress the scandal regarding his affair, but to his dismay, not only had he failed to do so, but the board had also suspended him from his presidential duties. "Father?" Yin's eyes grew even colder as he replied, "Since the day you brought your mistress and drove my mother to her death, we have had no relation." "How can you say that, brother? No matter what, your blood runs through my father's veins. How can you deny him?" Yisheng seized the opportunity to fan the flames of Old Master he's anger. Yet, as he spoke, he cautiously peered from behind Old Master he, too afraid to expose himself fully. "Who is your brother?" Yin shot a piercing glance at Yisheng, who was frightened nearly to death and quickly retreated behind Old Master he, not daring to utter a sound. "Why scare your brother? He merely spoke the truth. You are indeed my son. Even if you deny it, I remain your father." Immediately go and clarify with the board that the matter of keeping a mistress is merely a misunderstanding. Mr. He bellowed his orders at Hien, deliberately avoiding the topic that had caused his wife such distress. Hien coolly regarded his father, remaining silent. All of his efforts were aimed at toppling his father's position. Would he now plead on his behalf at the board meeting? How audacious! His father finally realized the implications, pointing an accusatory finger at Hien, who sat behind the desk, and unleashed a torrent of anger. What? Is Hien plotting something against me? Mr. He panicked. If Hien succeeded, where would that leave him? Truly, it felt as if his ears might burst from the tension. Standing aside, completely overlooked by Mr. He, Chris casually dug at his ear and smiled at Hien. I'm feeling tired. May I sit for a moment? Hien frowned but complied, offering his chair to Chris. Chris's smile broadened. Indeed, the older generation could be quite considerate. If memory served him correctly, Hien was 30 this year, 7 years his senior. He had been merely 20 when they first became involved. At that time, Hien exuded the same palpable aura of low pressure, making him seem distant, yet in intimacy, he was surprisingly tender. Had he been with someone less self-controlled, he would have long since been overwhelmed. Who are you, mister? He finally noticed Chris. With his long golden hair and striking blue eyes, Chris lounged in the chair, legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand, addressing the astonished mister. He, in a calm manner, please continue as though I am not here. How can you act as if you're invisible? Do you even comprehend the position you occupy? Mr. He scolded with indignation. This is the vice president's seat, not a marketplace. He said I can't sit here. Do you believe that I can't? Chris looked up at Hien, a playful smile gracing his lips. It's merely a chair, not a throne. After Hien spoke, he turned to Mr. He's standing outside the desk, issuing an ultimatum. Leave. You. I am your father. How dare you expel me? Mr. He's finger trembled with rage, pointed at Hien. Without hesitation, Hien pressed the intercom, instructing security to remove them. Mr. He's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you? Dad, let's go, he shung, not wishing to be tossed out alongside his father, quickly pulled Mr. He away, glancing back at Chris in the office chair. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity, but unable to place it, sensing that he was not someone to be trifled with, they needed to leave immediately. Let go of me. I must confront that insolent wretch. How dare he treat me, his father, in such a manner? Mr. He struggled against He Shung's grip, but was ultimately overpowered and dragged from the office. The secretary promptly closed the door, extending her arms to block the entrance, preventing Mr. He from returning in a fit of rage. Is this how lively your family is usually? Chris, seated in the office chair, rested his chin on his hand and smiled at Hien. There's no time for games. You should return. Hien issued his own dismissal. How heartless. Upon my return to the country, I shall certainly seek your company. CLYSS rose from his office chair and stood before Hien, still wearing a smile. Hien, towering over CLYSS at approximately 196 centimeters, necessitated that CLYSS tilt his head slightly to engage in conversation. CLYSS scrutinized Hien closely. He appeared more composed and physically fit than 3 years prior. Previously, he had endured considerable hardship, and now he must endure it doubly. CLYSS, though apprehensive, felt a twinge of anticipation within his heart, for he relished being teased by Hien. Chapter 70. The Daring and Bold Wife. Unfazed and unflustered, the incessant ringing of the landline on Hien's desk echoed through the room. Without glancing at the caller ID, he instinctively knew it was his grandfather. A fleeting glance confirmed it was indeed the landline number from his grandfather's villa. His father had been denied entry here, and there was no way he would let the matter rest without reporting to his grandfather. Reluctantly, Hien answered the call, compelled by his status as a grandson. You scoundrel! How could you stab your own father in the back? His grandfather's voice erupted with harsh reproach. Hien remained indifferent, absorbing the tirade without a word. The stepmother, a mistress who had ascended to her position solely due to being the daughter of his grandfather's old acquaintance, elicited no affection from Hien. I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? His grandfather's piercing shout pierced through the receiver. What kind of grandfather is he, really? An adversary, perhaps. CLYSS seized the phone from Hien's grasp and abruptly hung up. Ian shot a glance at CLYSS. There's no need for thanks, CLYSS replied with a grin. Looking up at Ian, not inclined to express gratitude, furrowed his brow and asked, "What exactly are you here for?" "What else could it be?" "Of course. I have come back to see you," CLYSS replied, mischievously leaning toward Ian. Ian swiftly grasped CLYSS's wrist, his brow knitting tightly. "Is this amusing to you?" "Not particularly, but if you were to join me in play, I would certainly find it delightful," CLYSS said, unabashedly wrapping his arms around Ian's neck and planting a kiss on his lips. Ian instinctively furrowed his brow once more. 3 years ago, he had been deemed irresponsible, and now CLYSS returned to seduce him? CLYSS took hold of Ian's large hand and placed it on his lower back, whispering in his ear, "If you agree, I shall accompany you to the hotel right now." "Are you this indiscriminate with everyone?" CLYSS's expression soured instantly. Stepping away from Ian and looking up at him. "What do you mean by that?" Ian realized he had misspoken, yet CLYSS's recent actions left room for speculation. People from the domestic sphere do not speak in such a manner. Ian kindly attempted to correct CLYSS. CLYSS found it amusing, perceiving it as his frankness and lack of restraint. "I merely wished to ascertain whether you had strayed during my absence these 3 years. Did you think I had ulterior motives? To sleep with you? Is it not so?" Ian challenged, leaning closer to CLYSS. CLYSS instinctively recoiled, a hint of panic overtaking him, shedding the confident demeanor he had just exhibited. Ian discerned that CLYSS had come merely to engage in playful banter. "How is it that you miss me too?" Chris quickly steadied himself, raising his hands with a smile as he embraced Ian's neck. Ian lowered his gaze upon Chris, who did not resist. Through Chris's face, he recalled the image of 3 years ago, when Chris had pleaded with tears streaming down his cheeks, a sight that evoked deep sympathy. "Did I provoke him?" Chris, clutching Ian's neck, fixed his gaze intently on Ian's face. Suddenly, Ian lifted Chris into his arms and turned towards the hidden door of the lounge, kicking it open to enter the room. Chris panicked. He merely intended to playfully tease Ian, not to incite anything further. Ian kicked the door shut behind them, carrying Chris toward the large bed by the floor-to-ceiling window. The sight of the bed made Chris even more anxious, cold sweat threatening to break out. Ian, fully aware of Chris's tension, intended to demonstrate that adults were not so easily trifled with. He tossed Chris onto the bed, leaning over him with his towering figure. Chris's heart raced, his hands bracing against his lower back as he nervously looked up at Ian, stammering, "Aren't you supposed to be working?" "Work pales in comparison to being with you," Ian retorted, silencing Chris with his own words. Chris inwardly cursed himself. At merely 23, he was no match for the 30-year-old Ian. "You can touch me, but I despise unclean men," Chris declared angrily, genuinely troubled by the thought of Ian's past encounters with other men, harboring a form of psychological purity. Ian remained silent, leaning down to seal Chris's lips with his own. Chris, in a fit of anger, pushed Ian away, demanding, "You still haven't confirmed whether you are clean." Ian, momentarily taken aback, regarded Chris beneath him, his breath slightly erratic, pondering where to find such dubious characters to entertain. Upon hearing this, Chris could not help but smile triumphantly. He seized Ian's tie, pulling it down with a boldness that suggested, "I shall show you mercy and pity." With that, he leaned up to plant a quick kiss on Ian, granting his consent for Ian to touch him. Ian's fingers deftly slid down the tie, offering it to Chris. Chris was momentarily stunned, realizing that 3 years ago he had kept Ian blindfolded, only allowing brief glimpses of his face when the lights were dimmed at night. Suddenly, Chris's expression darkened. It was daytime, and Ian was not in a vulnerable state, making it far more difficult to deceive him than 3 years prior. Once they crossed that line, even if Chris blindfolded Ian, there was a chance he would uncover his secret. "Never mind, I've lost interest." Lying beneath Ian, Chris observed the change in his expression, his voice subdued. Ian took note of Chris's shifting emotions. He had long harbored a suspicion that Chris was now avoiding him, thus affirming his theory. He refrained from pressing Chris further, instead leaning down to kiss his lips gently. "I said I've lost interest," Chris retorted, glaring at Ian. "You must allow me to kiss you for a moment to calm myself." At a loss for words, Chris wished he could slap himself. Why'd he come to He-Yan's place instead of enjoying fruits and watching live streams at home? Upon returning to his homeland, he discovered that He-Yan remained unmarried, which filled him with immense joy. Overcome with excitement, he could not restrain himself and approached He-Yan playfully. In fact, back in 2017, during the New Year's gathering at the Fu family estate, he had experienced an instant infatuation with He-Yan. He even inquired about He-Yan's background from Fu Yi, making a point to linger around him. However, He-Yan regarded him merely as a young child, scarcely giving him a glance. At the age of 20, he lost his father. His mother brought him back to the country seeking refuge. But little did they know that relatives from his father's side would send people to hunt him down, even pursuing him within the domestic borders. He fled desperately and, by chance, encountered He-Yan at a night venue. On that particular evening, he not only entered a cycle of indulgence, but also inhaled a considerable amount of an intoxicating agent, leaving him in a dazed state. Not wanting to let anyone else take advantage of the situation, he clung to He-Yan and implored him for assistance. He had anticipated rejection, expecting He-Yan to simply walk away. Yet, to his surprise, He-Yan did not refuse. He truly accepted him. A week later, upon awakening, he was filled with panic, unsure how to face He-Yan. Hastily donning his clothes, he fled. At that time, he had heard rumors that the He family intended to arrange a marriage for He-Yan with a partner already selected. Not wanting to become the third party that disrupted someone else's family, he chose to avoid returning home. This morning, after disembarking from the plane and scrolling through videos, he stumbled upon He-Ting's live stream. Unable to resist, he sent his subordinates to inquire whether He-Yan had indeed married. He had braced himself for the worst. Yet He-Yan had not wed the arranged partner and remained single to this day. Did your family not mention a marriage proposal? Why are you still unmarried? Chris calmly asked He-Yan, who was leaning over him, though internally he was consumed by jealousy. There was an engagement, but inadvertently having taken someone else's virginity. He had assumed the other party would seek him out for responsibility, leading him to withdraw from the marriage, incurring significant financial losses in the process. As He-Yan spoke, he glanced at Chris, careful not to make his implications too obvious. Chris felt as though struck by lightning. So, he had run away for nothing? He opened his mouth to speak. He-Yan's breathing had begun to quicken, leaving him little time to engage in trivial conversation with Chris. Lowering his head, he spoke directly to Chris. Chris, smiling, obediently followed suit, tilting his head to kiss He-Yan. Their kisses grew fervent, filling the entire lounge with the weighty sound of their breaths. Suddenly, He-Yan's phone vibrated incessantly. He chose to ignore it, leaning down to continue kissing Chris, his hand gripping Chris's waist. Chris wrapped his arms around He-Yan's neck, tilting his head as the kiss deepened. The phone continued to buzz, an unrelenting interruption. Frowning, He-Yan's hand searched his pocket for the device, momentarily breaking away from Chris to glance at the screen. If it had been his father or grandfather calling, he would have shut the phone off immediately. However, the caller was his younger brother, He-Ting. Instantly, He-Yan released Chris, rising from him to sit on the edge of the bed and answered the call, asking, out-of-pocket money? He-Ting, disturbed from sleep with Jiang Shi, initially boiling with anger, found his ire dissipating upon hearing his older brother's words. Grandfather has been trying to reach you, he replied. He-Yan's expression turned icy as he inquired about the whereabouts of Xiaoting. Suddenly neglected, Chris felt a hint of displeasure. Why was he taking calls when they were having such a lovely moment? He wrapped his arms around He-Yan from behind and playfully nibbled at his ear. He-Yan, attempting to block Chris's mouth with his hand, informed He-Ting on the other end of the line to disregard the call, assuring him that he would call back. Before abruptly hanging up, He-Ting yawned widely, scratching his head, looking decidedly groggy. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi lay beside him, curled up, lost in sweet slumber. What could possibly be more delightful than kissing me instead of answering phone calls? Feeling increasingly overlooked and with his mouth still covered, Chris grew frustrated. He audaciously turned He-Yan's face towards him, leaned down, and pressed his lips against He-Yan's, toppling him over. He-Yan found it quite amusing. It seemed that Chris could not remain composed for even a moment. He ended the call, tossed his phone aside, and embraced Chris, who was eagerly kissing him, reclaiming the initiative. This was more like it. Kissing me is far more enjoyable than answering calls. Chris, pleased, leaned down to continue kissing Hien, his hand wandering, rendering Hien breathless. He quickly grasped Chris's hands, astonished by such unabashed boldness, as Chris boldly took charge. Chapter 71. Taking photos with my husband's phone. Changing the screensaver to my picture. Why stop now? Chris, seated atop Hien, let his long golden hair cascade down as he leaned in for another kiss. When Hien unexpectedly pulled away, Chris struggled to catch his breath, displaying his displeasure. Can't we kiss a little longer? It's been 3 years since I last saw you. Don't you miss me? Hien playfully swatted Chris's waist and teased him for being both inexperienced and playful. If you keep this up, do you expect me to just sit here and do nothing? Chris felt a twinge of guilt. During the day, he wouldn't allow Hien to touch him, and even if Hien became fervent, he wouldn't assist him. Suddenly, Chris paused, grinning mischievously at Hien beneath him. I can help you in other ways. Hien's eyes instantly lit up. He knew that if Chris said it, he would surely follow through. However, in the office lounge, time was not on their side, and Hien, with a firm hand, urged Chris to get up. I won't budge unless you kiss me again. Chris understood that Hien disapproved of his alternative forms of help and stubbornly played coy. Hien, familiar with Chris's childish temperament, placed his hands on Chris's waist and leaned up to seal his lips with Chris's. Chris smiled contentedly, wrapping his arms around Hien's neck, reluctant to part. Before returning home, he had prepared himself to witness Hien showering affection on his wife. Perhaps Hien had already become a devoted father, and just the thought of it made Chris feel suffocated, reluctant to return. Little did he know, Hien had not married in the past 3 years, let alone had children. Hien, lying back and kissing Chris, seemed to sense his emotions. He tightened his grip on the back of Chris's head, deepening the kiss. Years ago, at a banquet, he had noticed Chris's interest in him. Back then, Chris was still too young to conceal his feelings, gazing at Hien with unwavering eyes, utterly captivated. At that time, Chris appeared rather youthful. Yet his extraordinary beauty was already evident, especially his rare golden hair and striking blue eyes. When the handsome youth stood amidst the crowd, it was nearly impossible not to notice him. Within just half an hour of the gathering, Chris had stolen glances at him no less than 20 times. Whenever he conversed with others and turned his head slightly, Chris would hastily lower his gaze, feigning interest in his cocktail as if nothing were amiss. Countless young girls and boys admired him, and Chris was merely one among many. At that time, he did not take it to heart. After all, at that age, children often have innocent crushes. He assumed Chris's admiration was simply a youthful infatuation that would naturally dissipate over time. However, as the years rolled by, each time Chris returned home, he would still covertly observe him at the Fu family's gatherings. Until the year Chris turned 20, when, for reasons unknown, he did not attend the soiree. Out of curiosity, he sent an aide to inquire, only to learn later that Chris's father had passed away, leaving him in a somber state and absent from the banquet hall. He refrained from probing further, opting instead to socialize at a nightclub that evening, where fate led him to encounter Chris. In the deafening throng of the dance floor, he spotted Chris, who appeared distressed as he fled, clutching his arm, with a few intimidating foreign men in pursuit. His feet moved of their own accord as he navigated through the dancing crowd toward Chris, instructing his bodyguards to deal with the foreign pursuers. Breathless and panicked, Chris froze the moment their eyes met, his eyes immediately glistening with unshed tears. In a flurry, he glanced back at the crowd, and without waiting for words, he grabbed Chris and darted toward a booth illuminated by strobing lights, the air thick with Chris's pheromones, which sent warmth flooding through him. Chris led him into a small storage room, where he leaned against his knees, gasping for breath. The pheromones in the confined space surged, overwhelming him. He realized Chris was in a sensitive period and turned to leave, unwilling to tarnish Chris's reputation given their significant age difference. Yet, Chris suddenly embraced him from behind, sobbing and pleading, "Help me, I feel unwell." He could have pushed Chris away and exited, but the desperate sound of his plea caused a crack to form in the icy fortress of his heart. In his moment of hesitation, Chris leaned in, exhaling warm breath as he initiated a kiss, pressing against him. He could not discern his thoughts at that moment, only knowing that when Chris's lips met his, He instinctively lifted Chris into his arms, tilting his head to deepen the kiss. When he finally regained his composure, 2 hours had slipped by. It was the bodyguards who first located them, prompting him to calm down, draping his suit jacket over Chris's form as he carried him out of the storage room, leaving the nightclub behind. "Were you lost in thought while kissing me?" Chris exhaled, breaking away from He-Yan's lips, frowning with displeasure as he looked down at He-Yan, playfully pinching his thigh and scolding. "Are you thinking about some other wild man?" "What wild man?" He-Yan remained composed, unfazed by the pinch, and leaned up to plant a kiss on Chris's lips. Chris continued to furrow his brow as he scrutinized He-Yan's expression, ensuring that He-Yan was not deceiving him before he finally released his grip on He-Yan's thigh. Moments ago, he had contemplated squeezing other areas, but the fear of losing his future happiness had compelled him to settle for the thigh instead. Upon noticing Chris's demeanor, He-Yan understood his thoughts and gently urged Chris to rise from his embrace. A second pat followed. Chris, grinning, seized He-Yan's hand. Should He-Yan dare to continue, Chris would cling to him, preventing He-Yan from leaving the lounge to attend to work. 3 years prior, he had managed to keep He-Yan indoors for an entire week, and he was still capable of doing so now. Take a moment to rest. There are numerous documents awaiting your attention outside, He-Yan instructed, placing his hands beside Chris's thighs and directing his chin to the side, urging Chris to comply. "All right, understood. After all, my priorities are not as significant as your work," Chris replied, sliding off He-Yan and lying beside him, deliberately avoiding eye contact. His tone tinged with mock acidity. As He-Yan rose from the bed, he gazed intently at the long golden hair sprawled across the pillow and the striking blue-eyed Chris. He reached out to caress Chris's face, the touch reminiscent of 3 years ago, hardly changed. "Are you not going to work?" Chris inquired, turning to face He-Yan, raising his arms to encircle He-Yan's neck, his smile re-emerging. He-Yan stroked Chris's face once more and leaned down to kiss his lips, asking, "Will you return to Country Huai? Do you wish for me to go back?" Chris retorted, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Return? After finally capturing you? Would I allow you to leave? Where are you currently residing?" "In a hotel. Where else would I be?" "You still haven't answered me. Do you want me to return?" "Stop diverting the topic." Chris kicked He-Yan playfully, his irritation evident. He-Yan restrained Chris's flailing legs, commanding, "Come stay with me at my villa tonight." The anger on Chris's face instantly transformed into a smile. "What? Do you wish to keep a beautiful companion in a golden house?" He-Yan appraised the striking and flamboyant Chris beneath him. Indeed, it was a case of keeping a beautiful companion, for Chris possessed that allure. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted the moment as Chris's phone vibrated. The smile on his face vanished abruptly. He retrieved his phone to read a message that inquired, "Why have you been out for so long?" After reading his mother's message, Chris tossed the phone aside, returning to wrap his arms around He-Yan's neck with a smile. "Then I shall accompany you home tonight. After dinner, I will prepare myself and wait for you." He-Yan's gaze ignited with desire. Chris persistently teased him, and as a normal man with needs, his restraint in not taking action right then and there was commendable. "Ahem. Excuse me, young master. There are documents requiring your signature." A secretary hesitantly called from outside the lounge, having deliberated for some time. He feared that interrupting what he imagined to be a fervent encounter inside might startle his young master. Should anything untoward occur, he could not bear the consequences. "Leave the documents. We shall address them shortly," He-Yan instructed, his tone steady as he turned his gaze back to Chris. "Understood." The secretary hurriedly exited, fearful of overhearing inappropriate sounds. He-Yan withdrew his gaze from the door of the lounge and handed his phone to Chris, who was beneath him, instructing him to order takeout if he felt hungry. "All right," Chris said, loosening his grip around He-Yan's neck as he accepted the phone, a smirk spreading across his face. By giving Chris his phone, He-Yan demonstrated the significant place he held in his heart. He-Yan settled on the edge of the bed, picked up the remote from the nightstand, and turned on the air conditioning for Chris before quietly exiting the lounge and gently closing the door behind him. As soon as He-Yan left, Chris quickly illuminated the phone screen and scanned through various messaging apps. "At least he maintains his integrity," Chris mused, though a smile betrayed his words. He swiftly climbed out of bed, activated the camera, and snapped several flattering selfies. Afterward, he returned to the bed, set one of the photos as his phone wallpaper, his grin nearly reaching his ears. Outside the lounge, He Yin was oblivious to these events as he worked at his desk, and even if he were aware, he likely would not intervene. Chapter 72. Jiangju finally opens his eyes after learning his brother has been bullied. He Ting stared intently at his phone after his elder brother abruptly ended their call. Had he imagined it? It seemed he had heard a man's familiar voice on the other end, perhaps even uttering something affectionate. He Ting found this hard to believe. There was not even a dog around his brother, let alone a romantic partner. 3 years ago, something had changed in his brother, who suddenly declared he would not enter into marriage, even canceling his engagement, which had infuriated their grandfather and father. Yet, his brother had dismissed their concerns, unilaterally calling off the betrothal and only informing them afterward. Just then, Jiang Shi, nestled in He Ting's arms, stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. With Jiang Shi's voice pulling him from thoughts of his brother, He Ting tossed the phone aside and focused on the young man in his embrace. Jiang Shi, just awakening, appeared dazed, his eyes barely open. It wasn't due to a lack of sleep. Rather, it felt as though he had slumbered for an eternity, leaving him lethargic. He Ting watched as Jiang Shi came to, groggily rubbing his eyes, and felt an overwhelming urge to steal a kiss. Unaware of He Ting's gaze, Jiang Shi moved his hands away and, with a sleepy tone, inquired about the time. He Ting retrieved the discarded phone, tapped the screen, and replied, "It's a little past 4 in the afternoon." 4 o'clock? Jiang Shi was taken aback. He had slept for 3 hours during his nap, which explained his disorientation. Meanwhile, He Ting had enjoyed a restful sleep. Had it not been for their grandfather calling to find his brother, he would still be cradling Jiang Shi in slumber. Just then, the phone rang again. It was their grandfather. Exasperated, He Ting hung up. After all, his brother had said to simply ignore the calls. The elderly Mr. He, repeatedly brushed off by his 2 grandsons, clutched his chest and shouted in anger, "They've gone too far, both of them." On the opposite side of the sofa, Mrs. He savored this turn of events. The more her husband disapproved of He Yin and He Ting, the more she relished it, for it increased the odds that her son would inherit the family fortune. What infuriated her was the revelation that her husband was secretly keeping a mistress, and now he had been suspended from his position by the board. Fortunately, the board had not immediately elevated He Yin to the presidency. Had that occurred, she might have been driven to the brink of madness. As for her husband's extramarital affair and their illegitimate child, with so many accidents claiming lives, the loss of those two would hardly be an unreasonable occurrence. Madame He's expression grew increasingly cold. After all her efforts to eliminate her husband's ex-wife, how could she allow some vixen to threaten her status? It was a mere fantasy. The audacity of it was astounding. Meanwhile, the elder Mr. He, having his calls repeatedly dismissed by He Ting, was striking his cane with frustration. The butler, standing nearby, had already sighed countless times. Whether it was their eldest or second son, both had matured and were no longer the defenseless children they once were after losing their mother. Why did the elder Mr. He believe that a simple phone call would compel them to heed his wishes? It was clear that a storm was brewing within the He family. In fact, the butler was not alone in this sentiment. The entire household shared the same perspective. Ever since their eldest son had withdrawn from that ill-fated union 3 years prior, the elder Mr. He had lost his grip on him. Yet, the elders remained oblivious to the shifting dynamics, still believing that familial ties would restrain their eldest son. Now, however, the eldest son had exposed the patriarch's indiscretions, leading to the elder's suspension from his position. Upon learning of this, the elder Mr. He attempted to confront his son, only to be met with indifference. Even the second son had begun to distance himself. "Are you not going to answer the phone?" asked Jiang Shi, who had just awoken and was staring at the incessantly ringing device. He Ting, seated cross-legged and yawning, replied, "No need to bother. It will stop ringing soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was disconnected only to ring again. He Ting chose to ignore it, instead gathering Jiang Shi in his arms and heading towards the bathroom to freshen up. Suddenly lifted, Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson as he murmured, "I can walk on my own. What if you stumble again, still groggy from just waking?" He Ting retorted, already carrying Jiang Shi into the bathroom. Clinging to He Ting's shirt, Jiang Shi bit his lip in embarrassment. He was not so fragile as to fall, yet He Ting was resolute, setting Jiang Shi down by the sink. "He Ting, appearing disheveled with 2 buttons of his white shirt undone, exposing his toned chest, yawned lazily. In contrast, Jiang Shi looked presentable, his clothes and hair in order. Despite being significantly smaller than He Ting, he squeezed toothpaste onto a brush, blushing as he handed it to He Ting. "Here, for you," he said shyly. Taking the toothbrush, He Ting gazed lazily at Jiang Shi brushing his teeth in the mirror. Observing Jiang Shi's flushed cheeks as he concentrated, He Ting felt an irresistible urge to kiss him. What kind of omega would blush so easily? It was utterly tempting. Standing before the wash basin, Jiang Shi lowered his head obediently while brushing his teeth, acutely aware of the intense gaze from He Ting, which felt as if it might bore a hole into the top of his head, causing his face and ears to flush a deep crimson. Why was he being stared at while merely brushing his teeth? Was He Ting's pheromone in disarray once again? As Jiang Shi continued to brush, his thoughts spiraled, further reddening his cheeks. The disruption of He Ting's pheromone signified a desire to kiss him. If only He Ting realized the extent of Jiang Shi's misunderstanding, he would undoubtedly scoop him up and kiss him fervently. Alas, he lacked the ability to read minds. After finishing his own dental care, He Ting leaned over the sink to rinse his mouth and wash his face with a towel. Once he was done, he sauntered toward the window, opened it, and leaned against the sill, lighting a cigarette. Wisps of smoke curled gently from his lips. Still blushing, Jiang Shi completed his own brushing and washing. Too timid to meet He Ting's gaze, which had returned from the outside to observe him exhaling smoke. "Should I step out first?" Jiang Shi asked, hanging his towel, his face growing warm once more as he glanced at He Ting by the window. His question was a subtle inquiry into whether He Ting wished to kiss him. If not, he would make his exit. He Ting, oblivious to Jiang Shi's implication, assumed he was merely being polite. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his intentions. Extinguishing the cigarette that had been his self-restraint, he strode toward Jiang Shi, bending down to scoop him up and sealing his lips with a kiss. Jiang Shi's heart raced uncontrollably, his hands gripping He Ting's shoulders as he shyly leaned in, yielding to the kiss. With Jiang Shi's head lowered, He Ting quickly tilted his own to deepen the connection. The sweetness of Jiang Shi's kiss was intoxicating. Once skeptical of the tyrant, he now understood the allure of becoming one. With a plaintive sound reminiscent of a kitten, Jiang Shi's reaction only intensified He Ting's yearning. Once more, He Ting captured Jiang Shi's lips, kissing him with an urgency that bordered on loss of control. He genuinely feared that one day he might perish in the throes of such passion. This was merely a kiss, yet he could scarcely contain himself. The thought of progressing further was too daunting to contemplate. Breathless, He Ting finally released Jiang Shi, his gaze upon him akin to that of a ravenous wolf. Jiang Shi immediately covered his mouth with his hands, his voice muffled and stammering, "We can't kiss again." The mere act of speaking sent He Ting's pheromones into a frenzy. He quickly inhaled deeply, striving to regain control. If he lost himself completely, it could spell disaster for Jiang Shi. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shi, his every utterance sent He Ting's pheromones spiraling out of control. Despite covering his mouth, his beautiful eyes shimmered with bashfulness, nearly ensnaring He Ting's very soul. Damn it! If this continued, he would inevitably explode. He Ting took several deep breaths, managing to suppress himself with great effort. Once he was certain he could maintain his composure, he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the back of Jiang Shi's hand, still covered over his mouth. "I need you to remove your hand," he managed to say, his breath still uneven. "No, you'll kiss for too long." Jiang Shi tightened his grip over his mouth, his eyes betraying a hint of reproach. "God, could you please refrain from speaking to me in that tone?" He Ting exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. Jiang Shi's face turned a deep crimson. He was merely engaging in conversation, without any intention of seducing He Ting. So why did He Ting react this way? Damn it! Do you not realize that your voice is rather enticing? He Ting, on the verge of losing control, pointed this out. I'm just speaking normally. How is that seductive?" Jiang Shi retorted, anger evident in his voice. "Indeed, it is not seductive. It merely almost compels me to stand up," He Ting replied resignedly, unwilling to say more, for he realized that Jiang Shi was blissfully unaware of his own allure. Yet, Jiang Shi felt that He Ting was being unreasonable, though he could not suppress the flush that crept onto his cheeks. He was unsure whether He Ting was complimenting him or if He Ting reacted similarly to other Omegas. Jiang Shi pressed his lips together, lowering his head in disappointment. It must be that He Ting reacts this way to all Omegas. After all, it is a common understanding that Omegas can soothe alphas, and he foolishly allowed his heart to be led astray. Release your hand. Let me steal another kiss. He Ting urged, attempting to calm Jiang Shi as he regulated his breathing. I don't want to kiss you, Jiang Shi pouted, feeling a bit petulant as He Ting held him close. What's wrong? Just a moment ago. Everything was fine. Why the sudden anger? He Ting was perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. At that moment, on the hospital bed, Jiang Ju, who had distinctly heard the kisses and dialogue from the bathroom, finally opened his eyes. He turned his head in fury towards the ajar bathroom door, his eyes blazing with anger. Who the hell is that man? Not only does he deceive my brother daily, but he also tricks him into kissing. Chapter 73. He Ting and Jiang Ju each grasping one of Jiang Shi's hands, unwilling to yield. Put me down at once. Jiang Shi urged He Ting, still fuming. The thought of He Ting treating all Omegas this way made him reluctant to be held by him. He Ting was entirely oblivious to why Jiang Shi was upset, but complied with his request and set him down. However, after doing so, he leaned down to plant a kiss on Jiang Shi's lips, and then another. Jiang Shi, initially incensed, felt his face flush at He Ting's unexpected affection. No, Jiang Shi. This is merely a transactional relationship. You must not become too entangled. He admonished himself, lifting his gaze to sternly inform He Ting. From now on, you are not permitted to kiss me. He Ting was even more bewildered. He had merely intended to offer a gentle kiss to soothe Jiang Shi, yet it seemed to have incited more anger. Confounded, he furrowed his brow and asked Jiang Shi, where have I gone wrong? You are not at fault. The fault lies with me. I have been too greedy, nurturing unrealistic fantasies in my heart. Just then, the sound of a cup shattering abruptly interrupted He Ting's half-finished sentence. Frustrated, He Ting assumed it was the wind that had knocked over the cup, disturbing their conversation. However, Jiang Shi's thoughts diverged entirely. It must be that Xiao Ju has awakened. Jiang Shi swiftly maneuvered around the obstructing He Ting and hurriedly exited the bathroom. At that moment, he caught sight of his brother lying on the hospital bed, wide awake. His eyes immediately glistened with tears as he rushed towards the bed. Choking on his words, Xiao Ju, how are you? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Has your pheromones stabilized? I will call Dr. G right away. Please wait a moment. As Jiang Shi approached the bedside, swiftly wiping away tears, he spoke to Jiang Ju, his urgency palpable as he turned to seek Ji Qi. However, the still weak Jiang Ju called him back, assuring him, I am fine. My pheromones are stable now. No need to summon the doctor. Truly. Yet, Jiang Shi's gaze remained anxious upon his younger brother, whose complexion was still pallid, his worry intensifying. I assure you, Jiang Ju reiterated with unwavering conviction, his eyes fixated on Jiang Shi's lips. Noticing the flush on Jiang Shi's mouth, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the depth of their intimacy. His cold gaze shifted to He Ting, who emerged from the bathroom, striding toward them, and he queried Jiang Shi in a decidedly unfriendly tone. Who is he? Jiang Shi, in his haste, had momentarily forgotten He Ting's presence. He looked up at He Ting, grasping his clothing tightly, biting his lip, uncertain how to respond. If his brother were to discover that he had rented himself to He Ting for financial reasons, it would undoubtedly infuriate him, perhaps even leading him to refuse treatment and wish to return home. Jiang Shi gazed at He Ting with tear-filled eyes, silently pleading for him to keep their arrangement confidential. He Ting, however, was preoccupied with Jiang Ju, who regarded him with inexplicable hostility. If he recalled correctly, they were strangers. Why did Jiang Ju regard him with such a scowl and palpable anger? Please, don't say anything, Jiang Shi implored, tugging at He Ting's shirt, his anxiety threatening to bring him to tears. He Ting looked down at Jiang Shi, his brow furrowing. Is being my boyfriend so shameful? Boyfriend? Jiang Shi was left momentarily stunned, tears welling in his eyes. When had he ever been in a relationship with He Ting? Wasn't it merely a financial arrangement? Or was He Ting merely trying to protect him from embarrassment? Yet his expression conveyed a serious inquiry. Jiang Shi felt utterly bewildered, flustered, and at a loss. Meanwhile, Jiang Ju, lying on the hospital bed, scrutinized He Ting with sharp eyes before directing his gaze toward Jiang Shi, incredulously asking, "Is what he said true?" Jiang Shi had no idea whether it was true or not. Yet, to alleviate his brother's concern, he quickly reassured him, "Yes, it's true. He is my boyfriend." Jiang Ju's brow furrowed even deeper. He Ting exuded an air of affluence, distinctly the scion of a wealthy family. How could his diligent brother, who spent his time studying and caring for him, ever associate with someone like He Ting? "Little Ju, just rest. I'll go fetch Dr. Ji to check on you," Jiang Shi declared, unable to quell his unease as he turned to exit the room. Left behind, He Ting and Jiang Ju locked eyes. Once Jiang Shi departed, Jiang Ju's expression darkened, warning He Ting, "I don't care if you're my brother's boyfriend. You need to leave immediately. You're not suited for him." Jiang Ju was determined to shield his brother from harm, fully aware of the sordid private lives that wealthy young masters often led, especially with Omegas. "Do you have feelings for your brother?" He Ting bluntly inquired. "Are you insane?" Jiang Ju regarded He Ting incredulously, bewildered by the question. He Ting, who had been scolded, felt no anger as he scrutinized Jiang Ju's appearance. Jiang Ju bore no resemblance to Jiang Shi, raising the question of whether they were truly biological brothers. Jiang Shi was small and soft-natured, obedient and gentle, whereas Jiang Ju exuded an aura of hostility and was quite tall. It was difficult for him to discern any similarities between the two. Surely, Jiang Ju could not be a genetic anomaly. "Do not think that just because I'm lying here, unable to retaliate, you can brazenly bully my brother." Jiang Ju clenched his fists, glaring at He Ting. "How am I bullying your brother?" He Ting, standing by the hospital bed, asked with an air of innocence. "How else? Are you really that oblivious?" Jiang Ju was infuriated. Each time he regained consciousness, he could hear He Ting kissing his brother. He often worried that his brother, in his naivete, might unwittingly surrender himself. Thankfully, Jiang Shi remained lucid, always rejecting He Ting when the kisses lingered too long. Xiao Ju, Dr. Ji has arrived." Jiang Shi rushed into the ward, panting, with Ji Qi following closely behind. Ji Qi had just finished taking care of Qin Huai, bathing him and placing him back in bed.